Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's take a quick look back at the previous episode. Gu Huai, a teenager who awakened the game's only hidden class, the Dragon Tamer, displayed such extraordinary talent during the class change trial at Jiangxing No. 1 High School that he triggered a worldwide phenomenon. His success stunned the public and convinced the national team's leadership to nurture him with every resource available. Soon after, Gu Huai was transferred to the imperial capital, the heart of Longhua and gathering place for the nation's finest class changers. There he faced one formidable opponent after another, yet overcame each challenge with a mix of raw strength and sharp intellect. He could one-shot dungeon monsters with ease and even formed a contract with the Thunder Dragon, further amplifying his power. Every battle was a rush of adrenaline, and every victory made his name resonate louder. His meteoric rise left onlookers speechless, but the path was far from smooth. Alongside powerful enemies, Gu Huai had to endure relentless pressure and jealousy from rivals eager to hold him back. He never flinched. Instead, he proved his worth through sheer ability, leaving doubters with nothing to say. During advanced training in the capital, Gu Huai unlocked a hidden dungeon known as the Path to Heaven, abyss-level instance swarming with terrifying creatures and even a hostile legion of angels. Supported by his Azure Dragon Hatchling and Thunder Dragon Hatchling, he carved his way through the dungeon and cleared it, earning lavish rewards, a multicolored heritage weapon and a mysterious primordial desolate dragon egg. These prizes solidified his standing on the national team and pushed his strength even higher. Gu Huai's journey is just beginning. He continues to test his limits, unlock new skills and gear, and sharpen his power. His goal is clear: to become the strongest class changer in Longhua and serve his country. Every step is driven by iron will, and every fight brims with passion. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time following the story, feel free to check the playlist or comment section for part 1. Now let's dive into part 2. Gu Huai glanced at his level and saw that he had reached 62. The split of more than 3 billion experience points had given him over 400 million on his own, shoving him from level 57 to 62. If the post-60 curve hadn't spiked, going from 60 to 61 alone demanded 120 million XP, would probably be even higher. As their levels climbed, the strength of both him and his brood of drakes surged in ways you could see with the naked eye. Gu Huai pulled up everyone's status screens. The figures flickered across the light panel, and he couldn't help but grin. Gu Huai, LV, 62, combat power 1.588 million. Gu Yuezi, LV, 62, combat power 4.165 million. Qing Mo, LV, 62, combat power 4.12 million. Gu Yan, LV, 62, combat power 3.983 million. Dai Meng, LV, 60, combat power 2.735 million. Lei Mo, LV, 60, combat power 2.65 million. Yuan Yin, LV, 60, combat power 1.57 million. Haiqiu, LV, 60, combat power 487,000. The numbers had exploded across the board, but the real standouts were Gu Yuezi and Qing Maboth had overtaken Gu Yan in raw power. Gu Yuezi had always had the greatest potential. Shed lagged only because her skill levels were low, and once she focused on them, she rocketed to the top. Qing Mo's path was different. His early skills were mostly active abilities that offered little passive boost, but awakenings at levels 50 and 60 filled in the gaps with a slew of scaling skills, catapulting his power past 4 million and even edging ahead of Gu Yan. The outrageously flashy stats left Gu Huai in an excellent mood. With a lineup like this, he finally had the confidence to enter the inner zone. Over the past 2 days, he had also gathered key intel from Tang Song. Monsters above level 70 have stats 3 to 4 times higher than those at exactly 70. Even the weakest are epic grade, starting around 800,000 combat power, while stronger ones break a million. Legendary spawns can reach 1.5 million and are genuine nightmares. From level 71 on, every additional level adds at least 10% more combat power. Experience from monsters above 71 is no longer fixed. It scales with their strength, and even a routine kill can yield well over 100,000 XP. The reason is simple. After level 70, the monster population plummets, while the experience required to level up skyrockets. Going from 70 to 71 costs 350 million XP. 71 to 72 jumps to 426 million, and the curve only gets steeper, becoming downright absurd past 75. Under those conditions, leveling up becomes brutally hard. Fortunately, monsters above level 70 grant a hefty amount of experience, which eases the grind. Otherwise, each level would take forever by his earlier estimates. Gu Huai ran the numbers in silence, fingers drumming on his weapon's hilt as he braced for whatever lay ahead. Gu Huai, monsters past level 70 are brutal, stay sharp. Tang Song suddenly appeared beside him, voice low and steady. 3 days earlier, Tang Song had received orders from Long Wuya to escort a rookie into Longting Bay. An 80-level veteran with a combat rating of 17 million assigned to protect a newcomer felt beneath him, but orders were orders. Though not on the national team, Tang Song was already elite among level 80 players, strong enough to command respect anywhere. Now he simply offered a warning, never intending to decide for Gu Huai. Don't worry, Brother Tang, he'll be careful. He'll steer clear of the danger zones. Gu Huai nodded earnestly. Longting Bay was split between hazard areas and boss domains. Hunting bosses on the outer rim was one thing, but doing the same deeper inside could get him killed several monsters that had combat power in the tens of millions. Satisfied with Gu Huai's resolve, Tang Song dipped his head and faded from sight. Gu Huai exhaled, adjusted his gear, and headed toward the bay's interior. If only I could grind in the city of the dead, but that place is way too risky. He chuckled at himself and dropped the idea. Small teams could farm there quietly, but his fighting style was far too loud, sure to alert every horror nearby. Elsewhere in Longting Bay, a pitch-black ruin gate loomed, radiating a chill. For people, 2 men and 2 women stood before it. Had Gu Huai been present, he would have recognized them as the squad that had tried to recruit him. Lin Yu, the ruin needs 5 entrants, and we've only got 4. What now? One teammate asked anxiously. Lin Yu, alluring and annoyed, rolled her eyes. What else? Find someone to fill the slot. Split up and look around. The gate lasts only 3 hours. Miss it, and it's gone. The squad had traveled as 5 until a sudden departure left them short-handed, much to Lin Yu's frustration. The ruin was rumored to teem with both danger and fortune legacy gear, legendary items, even quasi-divine resources. Abandoning it was out of the question. A handful of epic or heaven-blessed drops would already make them rich. Target loners or small teams first, Lin Yu reminded them. If a full group shows up and flips the tables on us, we'll be handing them the loot. All 4 members were over level 65. Lin Yu herself was level 67 with a combat rating of 170,000, solid power for this stage. Stop searching, I'm already here. The instant Lin Yu's words faded, a light, easygoing voice drifted through the forest. All 4 of them turned and saw Gu Huai stepping out of the shade, boots sinking into a carpet of fallen leaves. It's you. What a coincidence. Gu Huai gave them a quick wave and flashed a grin, his white teeth catching the sun. Pretty lucky, huh? Just strolling around, and I stumble on a brand new ruin. When a ruin activates, it releases a pulse so faint it's thinner than a strand of silk far beyond Gu Huai's current perception. Tang Song, however, could sense it. The moment he felt that unique ripple, he dragged Gu Huai over to confirm whether the site was worth exploring. It really is quite the coincidence. Lin Yu noted that no one else was with Gu Huai and relaxed a little. A solo adventurer was easy to work with, and she didn't have to worry about another team stealing resources. Her delicate features softened. In that case, would like to invite you to join us again. Lin Yu opened the party interface. Gladly. Gu Huai tapped accept. System messages popped up in quick succession. Player Lin Yu invites you to join the party. Accept. Accepted. Party formed. Hide class information. Hidden. The party window was straightforward: name, level, class. Gu Huai glanced over the data. Leader, Lin Yu, LV, 67, Gale Warrior. Member, Yang Hong, LV, 66, Shield Warrior. Member, Chiu 1, LV, 65, Wind Maiden. Member, Zhang Yi, LV, 65, Flame Mage. Member, Gu Huai, LV, 62. He had wiped every trace of his own class, not to be mysterious, but because Old Long had warned him, reveal nothing about your class unless it's absolutely necessary. Scanning the lineup, Gu Huai saw only standard high-tier paths, no top-tier or hidden classes. That was expected. Such classes were rare, and by the 60s most low and mid-tier paths had long been weeded out. The others noticed the question marks, raised their eyebrows, but didn't push. Someone asked casually, what kind of class are you? Melee. Gu Huai answered without hesitation. Melee? Then you'll serve as off-tank and lighten Yang Hong's load. Lin Yu said with a nod, though she thought privately, a level 62 rookie is still a bit weak. If there were any other lone player around, I wouldn't risk lowering the team's strength. But time was short. The ruins gate would stay open only 3 hours, and they were already deep inside. Failing to find a partner now meant running into a stronger squad and losing everything they'd worked for. Given the choice, they had to accept Gu Huai. Let's hope he doesn't drag us down too much, or we won't get the rewards we need. All right, one more thing, Lin Yu said, closing the interface. Loot is split by contribution. The panel keeps an exact record. The same goes for the experience share, she added. All right then, let's get inside before anything else goes wrong. Gu Huai got the hint immediately. He strode to the stone gate etched with ancient patterns, pressed his palm against the sigil glowing with ghostly blue light, and a low hum rippled out as the ruin powered up. Instance name, Ruins of Yi, King of Wanderers. Difficulty. Level requirement, second rebirth. Party size, 5. Description, legend says this was the private trove of Yi, King of Wanderers. He hid the countless treasures he gathered on his travels here. How much you can carry out depends entirely on your skill. Yi, King of Wanderers? The party glanced at the panel, unsurprised. Many ruins dropped through spatial rifts from other worlds. Unfamiliar names and relics were nothing new. The five stepped through the doorway one after another. It sealed behind them, then dissolved like mist. Outside, Tang Song stayed calm. By the rules, a failed run would eject the team, and most ruins even included a revival system. Gu Huai would be fine. So beautiful. Lin Yu breathed. The scene really was like paradise. Rolling hills blanketed with flowers in blazing crimson, snowy white, deep sapphire, and emerald green. A light fragrance drifted through the air, filling their chests with every breath. The danger, however, slipped in without a sound. Careful. Gu Huai was the first to sense it. In a flash, his greatsword was in his hand. Clang steel rang out, and sparks flew as he slashed at empty space. Bang. Party EXP, 17,500. Gu Huai EXP, 17,000. The corpse of a black-clad assassin appeared, hit the ground, and lay still, instantly slain. What just happened? The teammates spread out, on alert. Nothing big, just cleared a stray assassin, Gu Huai said evenly, then added, no other monsters nearby actually. To be precise, everything in front of us is a monster. What do you mean? Lin Yu frowned, but the answer showed itself before she could ask again. The flower field ahead began to writhe. Needle-thin darts sliced through the air while a dozen thick vines burst from the ground, whipping toward them. Flower fiends. The group reacted at once, using hard-won experience to block the first volley. Gu Huai, protect Qiuwen. Lin Yu launched several water bolts, trying to pin down the vines. Qiuwen, a wind maiden and pure support, was nearly helpless in a heating clash. No need to complicate things. Gu Huai's voice was calm as cold black light gathered in his palm. Shadow orb. 3 spheres of jet black energy formed instantly and shrieked toward the flower field. Boom. The explosions hurled petals and soil high into the air, thunder rattling their ears. 3 craters several meters wide carved a straight line across the ground, wiping out the flower field that had given them so much trouble. Question marks practically popped out of the 4 players' foreheads. The battle had only just ended. The air was still thick with the pink dust of shattered blossom fiends. The devastating long-range barrage, stronger than any mage could dish out, had come from Gu Huai, who claimed to be a melee specialist. What the hell was that? Weren't you supposed to be melee? Why does your ranged damage hit harder than a caster's? Yang Hong stared at Gu Huai, his voice cracking. During the fight, they had scanned the monsters, blossom fiends, all level 70 heaven-blessed mobs with an average combat rating of 250,000. Each wave held a dozen or more, and some might even be elites. If the 4 of them had taken the pull, survival alone would have been a coin toss, yet Gu Huai, only level 62, had wiped the lot with a single salvo. Gu Huai retracted his weapon and gave them a half-smile. Something wrong? They exchanged looks, swallowed hard, and said nothing. The answer was obvious. Lin Yu finally forced out a question. Your power? Probably a bit higher than yours. Gu Huai's tone was casual as he headed deeper into the ruins. Good drop rate today, let's not waste it. On the way, Yang Hong scooped up 2 epic items from the ground and handed them over with exaggerated respect. Gu Huai accepted them without hesitation, then motioned for everyone to stay alert. Most of the mobs here are level 70. Don't get careless. That naturally led to a discussion about gear tiers. Level 70 equipment is notoriously polarized. 1. Anything below epic is basically scrap, only good for materials. 2. Epics are cheap, about $500,000 apiece. Give or take 20%. The supply is high and every level 70 player already owns a full set, so a complete suite costs roughly $3 million, about the same as level 50 epics. 3. Heaven-blessed gear skyrockets to $15 million per piece and $90 million for a set, nearly double the level 50 price. Everyone needs at least one set, or they can't tank level 70 mobs or compete for resources. 4. Then there's legendary gold, a staggering $1 billion per piece, $60 billion for the set. The other reason it's so expensive is the third class change, far harder than the second and almost unimaginable for most players. For Gu Huai, though, all of this was a minor issue. Once he hit level 70, the state would outfit him with a full legendary gold set, and even if they didn't, he could afford it himself. He already carried 2 pieces of primal legacy, so he only needed 4 more to complete the ensemble. The other 4 instantly decided to cling to his leg for dear life, and their formation shifted from Lin Yu's command to Gu Huai taking point. Gu Huai led the way, loose petals drifting with each step. The flagstones suddenly rose, giving way to a patch of woodland dappled with shifting light. Stay sharp. The monsters here are nasty, he warned, scanning the surroundings. Got it. They answered in unison. A few steps later, the light between the branches dimmed, and an ancient tree came into view several stories tall, bark a deep brown with a faint metallic sheen. My god, that's a Vajra fruit tree. A Jingang fruit tree? Gu Huai had never bothered to study such things. Heavenly herbs and earthborn treasures held little appeal for him. He stared at the squat, gray-brown sapling standing barely 2 meters tall, its 7 fist-sized golden fruits glimmering between the branches, but still couldn't muster any interest. The reason was simple. The fruit only granted flat attributes, and every one of his skills revolved around dragons. None offered passive bonuses to base stats. Someone else could swallow a fruit and, with percentage multipliers, see their numbers soar. He would receive only the flat value listed. With more than 1.5 million total attributes already, such a bump was meaningless. Long Lao had never secured these items for him, and Gu Huai had never cared to learn about them. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was practically glowing. One Jingang fruit granted 200 constitution, and everyone could gauge their own limit. 3 fruits was the usual starting point. That meant 600 constitution, factor in skill multipliers, and you could breeze past 5 or 6,000. If your body was strong enough to handle 6 or 7 fruits, you were looking at a 5-figure boost. Unfortunately, you need to be level 70 first, she sighed, imagining the spike in combat power an extra several thousand constitution would bring. But with her current skill levels, even if she forced a fruit down, she wouldn't reach that full multiplier, and the gains would shrink dramatically. That little? Gu Huai poured cold water on her calculations. 200 constitution was just that for him. Well, 360 after first and second class advancement bonuses, but with more than 200k built into his panel, it was hardly a blip. Unless the fruit raised stats by percentage, he wasn't interested, and those required level 80. The other 2 party members exchanged glances. 200 constitution was little. A single Jingang fruit fetched 30 million on the market. 7 were worth more than 200 million. Only then did Gu Huai perk up. Not bad, bag them. A teammate warned. Gu Huai, treasures like this usually have a guardian. It's already dead. Before the words left his mouth, Gu Huai flicked a shadow orb into the darkness beside the tree. Boom. Rocks flew. A system prompt appeared. You gained 35,000 experience. They hadn't seen the corpse, but the XP told the tale. Level 70, legendary tier elite. All 4 swallowed hard. At that tier and level, the creature's combat rating had to be at least 450,000. So a single, offhand strike from Gu Huai had just erased an elite monster with a combat rating of at least 450,000. In that instant, the 4 felt their entire worldview shatter. Could a mere level 62 really be this strong? They searched their memories and came up empty. No one had ever displayed such frightening power at level 62. The only logical explanation seemed to be that he was a member of the national team. Yet they also knew the national team would wave the idea away in shock. Don't be ridiculous. We're just ordinary people. Even the 7 strongest players on the current roster hadn't been able to one-shot an elite at level 62 back in the day. Of course, Lin Yu and the others had no way of knowing any of this. In their eyes, even the provincial team's prodigies were outrageously strong, let alone the man standing before them. Move it. This ruin is probably huge, Gu Huai said, his tone cool and impatient when he noticed the 4 still staring. Right. Startled awake, they hurried to pick the Jingang fruit. 7 iron-black fruits, their surface laced with diamond-like veins, were carefully stowed away. Once they were done, Gu Huai added casually, the ruin's bigger than you think, and the monsters hit harder too. The good news is you won't really die, Harry'll just get teleported out. They'll cover you for the next 30 minutes. Think of it as your ticket in. He'll share part of whatever we earned during that window, but when the time's up, we go our separate ways. Lin Yu couldn't help feeling disappointed. Being escorted by someone like this would double their leveling speed and haul. Still, she wasn't naive. With Gu Huai's strength, he had zero reason to babysit them, much less split the loot. Half an hour of protection was already a gift from the heavens. Of course, that's only fair, she said, her tone now respectful, a far cry from before. The other 3 weren't surprised. On the Zhuangji continent, strength had always ruled, and the strong deserved this kind of treatment. Let's move. With that single word from Gu Huai, they fell in behind him. During the next 30 minutes, Gu Huai swept through almost every main corridor and side passage of the ruin. Pale gold runes flickered beneath ancient vaulted ceilings, and a faint current of energy filled the air. Each treasure was guarded by a monster whose strength rose in direct proportion to the item's value. To Gu Huai, the only difference between those guardians was how long it took him to finish them one hit, every time. In half an hour he secured 17 treasures, several in stacked quantities. He picked up 7 more Jingang fruits alone, and the rest were no less valuable. The priciest was a strength-boosting fruit usable only at level 70. Limited to 1 per person, it granted a flat 2,000 strength points and sold for 300 million credits apiece. To Gu Huai, the haul totaled roughly 3.5 billion credits once he counted the equipment dropped by the Guardian's nice money, but nothing life-changing anymore. He'll take half of this. The other half is yours. Time was almost up, and Gu Huai didn't want to waste any more of it. What he valued most was combat experience. The treasures he had picked up along the way were merely freebies in his eyes. Because he was traveling with Lin Yu and the others, many so-lonely areas were off-limits, so he simply left all his gear and materials to them at once. Lin Yu had only asked out of curiosity, never expecting Gu Huai to give them such a massive stockpile, and she froze in shock. Even dumped on the market at a bargain price, it would still fetch more than 10 billion credits, split 4 ways. Each of them would pocket over 300 million, a figure that left them speechless. Gu Huai cast Lin Yu a casual glance, a faint smile on his lips, said nothing, and strode toward the hall deeper inside the ruin that had been waiting for him. To Lin Yu and the others, those resources were priceless treasures. To him, they were just travel supplies. In front of the stone gate, a light screen appeared. Name: Solo Trial. Mode: Single Player. Instance description: a solo gauntlet with one monster per stage. Defeat it to unlock the next stage, and the farther you go, the richer the rewards. He'll go first, Gu Huai said quietly, yet every word reached their ears. He stepped over the threshold and vanished in a flash of light. Lin Yu stared at the fading figure for a long time, rooted in place. Yang Hong sighed. Captain, stop looking. Gu Huai lives in a world we can't touch. I know, Lin Yu answered after a pause, her gaze turning to the entrance deeper inside the ruins. Let's head in too. With that, she crossed the gate first, the other three close behind. Welcome to the solo trial. This trial scales in difficulty, and the rewards grow accordingly. Current stage, Stage 1. Difficulty, easy. Challenger detected, at level 62. Building stage. With a flash of light, Gu Huai found himself inside a colossal tower hall. The chamber stretched more than a kilometer on each side and rose 300 to 500 meters high, its ancient stone walls scarred by time and a faint dust hanging in the air. He gave the surroundings a cursory glance before fixing his eyes on the lone enemy coalescing opposite him. The creature looked human, but its eyes were hollow like a puppet's. It wore a dark green battle robe and wielded a tachi, its entire body radiating a cold, razor-sharp aura. Monster: Arad Tachi Warrior. Quality: Orange Epic. Level: 62. Combat rating: 80,000. Description: a swordsman from the continent of Arad, master of Tachi techniques and fearsome in battle. The continent of Arad? Gu Huai raised an eyebrow. He recalled that a certain game used Arad as its setting. Whether it was coincidence or this ruin was truly linked to that world, he could not say. If it was real, the monsters in the later stages might be fun. As for the one in front of him, please. Before the thought had even finished, the Tachi warrior lunged, blades flashing like a waterfall and murderous intent surging forward. In an instant it was upon him, the icy blade aimed at his chest. Gu Huai raised a hand, as casually as swatting a fly, and with the sweep of his palm the warrior froze in midair and then exploded into motes of light. Experience gained: 1,860. He gained 1,860 experience points. Such a meager haul wasn't even worth a glance. Gu Huai didn't bother to lift an eyelid. The first floor was laughably easy. Even Lin Yu and the others could clear it without trying, so it was absolutely no challenge for him. Congratulations on clearing the first floor. You have earned 50 points. Would you like to continue? Note: if the challenge fails, you will receive only half of your total points. Evaluate your strength and be prepared to retreat. Points can be spent in the points shop. As the chime faded, a semi-transparent screen unfolded before Gu Wave Points shop. He paused, surprised that the tower included such a feature. Instead of answering right away, he skimmed through the shop's catalog. Current clearance difficulty: easy. Displaying purchasable items only. 1. Level 60 epic gear, 30 points. 2. Lesser bloodline pill, 10 points. 3. White crystal shard, 1 point. 3 pages in total, 10 items per page. The rewards were pathetic, but that was to be expected. This was only the easy tier. If he wanted anything worthwhile, he would have to climb higher. With that thought, he hit continue without hesitation. Since he was already inside the tower, he might as well have some fun. The treasures outside were too low grade. Here he might finally find something real. And more importantly, he wanted to see whether the legendary classes would show up later. After he confirmed, a stone staircase materialized beneath his feet and stretched up into the clouds. Gu Huai pushed off with the tip of his foot, riding the wind, and soon landed on the second floor. The second floor was almost identical to the first, except the guards were now a squad of petite female mage. Even blissed. Red quality. Combat rating 116,000. Gu Huai lifted a hand and swatted. The mages dissolved into motes of light. Third floor, fourth floor. He couldn't even be bothered to summon his dragon. A single slap was enough to wipe out every monster. In less than 10 minutes, he was already standing on the circular platform of the 7th floor. Current floor, 7th. Difficulty: proto-mythic. Monsters are spawning. White mist churned as a familiar sense of pressure rolled toward Hema. Blind man stepped forward, his back bristling with all kinds of weapons, the tattered long coat snapping in the wind. GGSD? Gu Huai blurted, then quickly realized that this wasn't the real GSD, just a creature that looked remarkably like him. The status window popped up. Monster: Blind Sword Saint Boss. Rank: Proto-Divine. Level: 70. Combat rating: 1.2 million. Profile: born without sight, he lost his eyes at birth. At 3 he touched a sword. At 5 he understood it. At 8 he grasped sword intent. Advancing ever farther down the path of the swordsman, he became the foremost of the 4 sword saints of Shilon, wielding techniques so breathtaking that even heaven and earth stand in awe. The jump in difficulty on the 7th floor was staggering, and the recommended level had shot straight to 70. Gu Huai froze for a heartbeat, genuinely surprised every combat metric in front of him was off the charts. The blind sword saint, in particular, showed numbers so cold and precise that he could already tell. Without any sword-type abilities of his own, relying on pure instinct would be suicide. Unless his attributes completely overwhelmed the boss, victory was a fantasy. If he had to push through on his own, this floor might well be his limit. But Gu Huai's greatest strength had never been himself, it was his dragon. He studied the blind sword saint for a moment, then decided to let Yuan Yin handle it. Her overall power was roughly on par with the boss enough to make the fight interesting without evaporating him in one blast. Gu Huai muttered, though, knowing her, she could still end it in a single hit. Before the words had even faded, he summoned Yuan Yin into the tower. Species: Elemental Dragon, 2nd Evolution. Name: Gu Yuan Yin. Level: 60. Strength: 94,200. Spirit: 917,000. Agility: 313,000. Constitution: 157,000. Talent: Child of the Elements. Skills: Elemental Mastery LV. 10. Elemental Orb LV. 10. Elemental Storm LV. 10. Skill Enhancement Points: 1. Combat Rating: 1,574,000. At level 60, Yuan Yin stretched over 30 meters long, and the moment her massive body appeared, the pressure in the room spiked. Almost by reflex, the blind sword saint activated his domain. Killing Intent Surge. Ink-black energy flooded outward, staining the walls and spiderwebbing the air with thin cracks. The killing aura was so dense that Gu Huai's chest tightened. If Lin Ye's team had made it this far, they would have exploded on the spot within a second. Roar. Blanketed by murderous intent, Yuan Yin let out a low roar, her draconic cry widening the cracks at once. A volcano of elemental power erupted from her scales, fire leading the charge the element she wielded best. Since reaching level 60, her mastery had expanded from fire and water to include lightning, wind, and earth, yet flame remained her favorite. Scarlet fire ignited in her eyes as she tore through the darkness. Fire element domain. Flames burst from the floor, the walls, even the air itself, transforming the entire tower into a blazing inferno. Heat waves converged into a howling current, leaving only 2 clear spaces at the feet of Yuan Yin and the blind sword saint, as if declaring the stage theirs alone. Raising her head, Yuan Yin made the fire boil higher. Fire element storm. A superheated cyclone capable of melting stone roared into existence, like a burning hurricane shaped in the image of a dragon. It swept toward the blind sword saint with world-scorching might. With every buff active, the elemental firestorm looked like the end of the world, plunging the already dark killing intent domain into even deeper gloom. The blind sword saint was only a puppet, not a living man. Had he been alive, the power of this near cataclysm would have robbed him of the will to draw his blade. Sensing mortal danger, a cold light flashed beneath his visor as more than a dozen long swords of different designs floated up behind him, their blades glimmering with a faint, eerie black sheen. The firestorm hit, and the blistering heat instantly burned the life out of those swords, sending them clattering to the ground. Still unsure what had happened, the blind sword saint hesitated for a split second. During that pause, the storm's core detonated, a savage gale spreading from him as the center and forming whirlpools of flame large enough to swallow 10 maybe 100 Lin Yes at once. Even with his current power, he could not remain at the epicenter for more than 3 seconds. Before those 3 seconds passed, a system chime rang in Gu Huai's ears. Experience gained, 7 million. 7 million experience points settled into his account. For Gu Huai, whose next level up required figures in the billions, the reward was merely passable. Hitting level 70 demanded at least 10 billion in total. 7 million hardly moved the needle. Congratulations, you have cleared floor 7. Points awarded, 50,000. Would you like to continue? Continue, Gu Huai muttered, tapping confirm while skimming the points shop. The stock on floor 7 was tempting. Even legacy gear sat on the shelves at just 20,000 points apiece. With the 60+ thousand he held, he could have grabbed 3 items on the spot. But ordinary legacy pieces no longer interested him. He wanted a full set of legacy, apex and the materials to raise every piece to proto-artifact grade. An 80-level proto-divine set was something no one on Earth possessed. Until now it had been wishful thinking proto-divine cores were absurdly rare. Yet there it was on the shop page, proto-divine core. Price, 3,000 points. Purchase limit, 20. He could buy the cap for exactly 60,000 points. 20 cores would be enough to boost his immortal greatsword to proto-artifact tier. Desire flared in his eyes, but he restrained the impulse. The coming floors were still easy, there was no need to rush. The view shifted, and he stepped onto floor 8. The layout was unchanged, but directly ahead stood a petite female, mage gripping a long spear. Battle mage. The pressure rolling off her made Gu Huai narrow his eyes. She was likely his strongest opponent yet. He quickly pulled up the battle mage's stats. Monster, Lon, the battle archmage of the West Coast. Austere aptitude, mythic rank, level 70, combat power index, 3.6 million. She was born into a renowned family of mages, but was branded a failure because she could not sense mana. Lon refused to live with that label. Gifted with extraordinary insight, she watched her teammates pull ahead time and again, yet through sheer will she forged her own secret art. While trading blows at point-blank range to harden her body, she forcibly wrenched open the chains of the elements to temper her magic. She carved out an entirely new discipline battle magie and eventually rose to the top of the West Coast, earning the title Battle Archmage. A 3.6 million combat rating and a mythic rank say everything about how terrifying she is. When Gu Huai read the intel, her eyes lit up. Finally, a real opponent. Let's hope she can put some pressure on us. By comparison, Yuan Yin was obviously outmatched, yet Gu Huai stayed calm. Gu Yuezi, Guyan, and Qing Imo all had higher combat ratings than Lon, and she still held one last trump card. Haiqiu. Her confidence had never wavered. She originally meant to send Gu Yuezi straight in, but one thought changed her mind. Why waste a trump card when he'll need it later? So she kept Yuan Yin on the field. Yuan Yin's own power wasn't low. What he lacked was experience against top-tier foes. If Haiqiu took possession, Yuan Yin would instantly climb to Lan's level. Even better, they were both spellcasters, an ideal matchup. Haiqiu, come out. Gu Huai beckoned. A pitch-black sphere appeared, its soft glow revealing line after line of stats. Second tier, Dragon Possession. Current form, Strong Dragon Soul Possession LV6 active. Effect, fuses with a dragon-type target, boosting all attributes by 480%. If the target is also undead, an additional 250% is applied. The target's level cannot exceed that of the world-devouring Ghost Dragon King. On top of that, Haiqiu's talent grants another 80% to all attributes, and most other passives scale with spirit. Ridiculous. Gu Huai could only sum it up with that single word. The instant Haiqiu burrowed into Yuan Yin, his combat rating rocketed from 1.574 million to 3.421 million. His spirit alone leapt from 917,000 to 1.937 million, higher than his entire former rating. The surge was so fierce he felt a torrential current rampage through his body. He clenched a clawed fist. This feels incredible. A deep dragon roar split the air, battle lust sweeping across the arena as the fight erupted. Lan's first step proved why she bore the title Battle Archmage. A curtain of prismatic elements fell from the sky, enveloping her small frame. In the next heartbeat, the elements fused into a blazing forge, recasting her into a 3-meter titan. A rainbow-hued battlesuit clung to her, sealing every strand of muscle, while light flickered in the seams. The once slender spear in her hands elongated and thickened, its tip crackling with lightning and frost. Moments ago, Lon looked like a girl a breeze could topple. Now she stood 3 meters tall, wrapped in iridescent armor, her transformed spear gleaming with lethal power. The spear had been an utterly ordinary caster's weapon, nothing more. A sweep of prismatic light transformed it in an instant, turning common steel into a gleaming, personal relic fit for a god. Kill. A chilling aura burst from Lan's back and shoulders, and shifting rainbows rolled through her eyes, so piercing that no one dared meet her gaze. Elemental Storm. With a flick of her wrist, she leveled the spear, and the surrounding fires, waters, winds, stones, lightning, ice, light, and darkness seemed to sprout new arms from her body, roaring toward Yuan Yin. Sensing the oncoming flood, Yuan Yin's brow arched, anger flashing in her draconic pupils. She was the elemental dragon, master of the world's very essence, and this assault felt like blatant provocation. The air boiled. The raging elements froze inches before her, refracted in dazzling colors, half a step from swallowing her whole. Yuan Yin's pupils narrowed, and in the next heartbeat the suspended storm shattered. Element, become the dragon. She swept her palm outward, reclaiming the broken power and forging it into a 200-meter rainbow serpent. Its scales shimmered with liquid light, edges razor-sharp, as if wrought from living flesh. The beast threw back its head and roared, shaking sky and earth like the arrival of doomsday. With unstoppable force, the dragon lunged at Lon. Anyone weaker, yes. Even that blind sword saint would have cowered under such pressure, unable to move. Yet Battle Archmage Lon remained calm, as though bloodshed were routine. Raising her spear, she drew in her earlier aura until she was a single arrow aimed straight at the oncoming rainbow dragon. The jaws closed. At the very brink, Lon thrust. 3 seconds of silence followed. Then a thunderous blast split heaven and earth. The dragon deflated like a punctured balloon. The near-solid torrent of elemental force poured from the wound. Lon vaulted again, swift as a top-tier assassin, betraying nothing of a traditional mage's sluggishness. Godslayer. Her spear drove through the dragon's chest, its edge ripping straight through and shredding the once terrifying creature into oblivion. Such overwhelming power. Hidden in the shadows, Gu Huai was stunned. So this is how mages fight. It's like watching a blockbuster. A flicker of envy sparked in him, though he forgot that his ability to contract so many dragons was the very talent others coveted. If only I could command power like that, so cool. Though Yuan Yin's combat rating was slightly lower than Lan's, her innate elemental affinity kept her from being overpowered when they clashed. The duel between woman and dragon only intensified, forcing Gu Huai to retreat again and again until he found refuge behind Qing Mo's shield. I'm still far too weak. When will a dragon master truly stand tall? He did inherit a solid portion of every contracted dragon's base stats, yet their racial multipliers were so monstrous that he still couldn't match Qing Mo and the others. Perhaps once he bonded with a few more dragons his numbers would finally catch up. For now, he simply didn't have enough. He can still contract 6 more dragons. Once he reaches level 70 and completes his 3rd class advancement, he can push Dragon Mastery to Tier 3, expanding his roster even further. Each level will also raise both his stats and his command limit. Gu Huai couldn't help picturing himself leading a dragon army across the battlefield. The image was so stunning that a surge of barely contained excitement welled up inside him. The battlefield thundered around him, yet his gaze drifted. Only when Yuan Yin and Lan's duel reached its decisive stage, both gathering strength for their ultimate attacks, did Gu Huai snap back to reality and lock his eyes on the center of the arena. God-slaying spear. With Lan's furious shout, a radiant spear more than 100 feet long shot from a spatial rift. 7-colored light erupted, the spearhead slicing through the sky as if to rip it apart. The rift widened behind it, shredding the air and making space tremble like a mirror on the verge of shattering. A moment's distraction inside that arena could mean instant obliteration. In that instant, Gu Huai sensed a trace of true divinity through Lan's silhouette, an aura almost unbearable to mortal eyes. His chest tightened. If that spear had locked onto him, he would have been erased before he could even react. But its target was Yuan Yin. Could he withstand it? Concern tinged Gu Huai's voice. By his reckoning, Yuan Yin's raw power could never block the god-slaying spear. Yet the black orb boosted Yuan Yin's attributes, and perhaps extreme pressure would spark a breakthrough. With that thought, Gu Huai gritted his teeth. Better give him more points, he muttered. The orb had sent Yuan Yin's stats soaring, but he had a fatal weakness: skill tiers. Of the 7 dragons, Yuan Yin alone lacked a Tier 2 skill. The other 6 were mythic grade or higher and had already spent enhancement points upgrading core abilities before their 2nd advancement. Yuan Yin had none. Still, he wasn't without potential. His 2nd advancement had granted him 1 skill enhancement point. By now, Gu Huai had pieced together the pattern. 1. Proto-Divine grade. No enhancement points at 1st advancement, 1 at 2nd advancement. 2. Mythic grade, 2 subtiers. Standard Mythic Bloodlines Lamau, Gaian, and the like received 2 points before the 2nd advancement and 2 more at the 2nd, totaling 4 by level 60. Peak Mythic Bloodlines such as King Majet, 3 points before the 2nd advancement and 2 more at the 2nd. 3. Half Apex Divine Bloodlines exemplified by Gu Yuezigan, 3 points before the 2nd advancement, 2 at the 2nd, and an additional point at level 60, totaling 6. Daming's situation, however, remained murky. Since Gu Huai painted her with blood runes drawn from the Doomsday Evil Dragon, she had spaced out more often and seemed listless even in battle. He suspected the dragon blood's energy far exceeded her current capacity, making it impossible to absorb quickly. Right now, Daiming was likely on the verge of evolution, needing only to finish digesting that power to complete her transformation. Of course, all of this was just Gu Huai's conjecture, and he couldn't be certain it was true. Gu Huai saw the trouble Yuan Yin was in and decisively allocated a point on her skill tree straight into the spell she'd been struggling with, the very peak of her arsenal. Elemental Forbidden Spell. Elemental Sphere, Elemental Storm, and Composite Magic were fearsome enough, yet they were mere bursts compared with a forbidden spell. In the mage world, a forbidden spell is hailed as the ultimate art, the final fruit of pushing a single schooler several Skullsoft magic to their absolute limit. Yuan Yin had studied them extensively, but at this stage she could only barely cast a fire-type forbidden spell, and even she didn't dare test that too often. Without the black orb to ease the load, she probably wouldn't attempt it at all. The moment Gu Huai confirmed the point allocation, the system prompt flashed. Enhancement successful. Elemental Forbidden Spell has advanced to Tier 2, with an excellent bonus effect, skill level 3. Tier 2. Elemental Forbidden Spell LV8 active. Channels elemental power to unleash a terrifying forbidden spell. Elemental damage 17. Elemental status effects 17. Long preparation time, enormous mana cost. 17 times. Gu Huai stared at the interface, eyes nearly popping out. This wasn't just a simple damage multiplier. Every secondary effect was boosted in lockstep, and all of it applied on top of the element's base power. Take fire as an example. Originally, a strike dealt Spirit 2 direct damage and inflicted a 5-second burn, ticking for 0.2 spirit per second. Multiply that by 17, and you get a 34 spirit burst plus an 85-second burn at 3.4 spirit per second. Yuan Yin's current spirit stat, tops 1.9 million. With a 34 coefficient, her opening salvo breaks 60 million damage, followed by more than 6 million every second for 85 seconds totaling well over half a billion. Absurd barely covers it. And that's before factoring in her talent, Child of Elements, which adds another 1.8 to final damage, not to mention her various buff skills. Gu Huai couldn't begin to imagine how terrifying Yuan Yin would be in full berserk mode. Even Qing Mo and the others would struggle to survive a direct hit. Forbidden Spell. Funeral of the Fire God Yuan Yin's strongest form to date. When cast, she drains every fire element in the vicinity, collapsing the surrounding space. Legend claims that, when perfected, the spell can even banish the true fire god. Of course, what Yuan Yin currently wields is only a pale shadow of that mythic power. She's still nowhere near stripping the world itself of flame. All she could do for now was seize the area around Lan, make it her own, and siphon every trace of fire element from that pocket of heaven and earth. In mere heartbeats, the flames vanished as if swallowed by a giant maw. The crimson strand that marked fire on the Prism Godslayer's spear dimmed in turn. A moment later, the stolen flames poured back into the sealed space, compressed, and detonated. Boom. The blast was soundless yet destructive enough to erase everything. It wasn't silence at all, the vibration simply lay beyond the range of human hearing. Gu Huai felt a roar in his ears, then nothing, as though the funeral of the fire god had not only sent off Lan, but stolen the world's voice as well. System prompt. EXP gained, 140 million. Congratulations, you have cleared floor 8 and earned 200,000 points. Do you wish to continue? Note, bosses on future floors are all level 70 or higher, but rewards increase significantly. Clearing floor 9 will unlock the final points shop. Continue. Gu Huai hit confirm without a second thought. The adrenaline was peaking. Why retreat now? The current difficulty was still manageable, and even if it rose, he was sure he could cope. Bosses above level 70 would yield absurd amounts of experience. Just thinking about it set his eyes sparking like flint. Meanwhile, Lin Yu burst onto floor 3 and ran straight into a level 67 legendary monster. It was only a normal mob, yet its combat rating still topped 180,000. After a long, grueling fight, she finally brought it down. Do I keep going? She wiped sweat from her brow and glanced at the entrance to floor 4. Failure would cost her half her points, too steep a price. If floor 3 was this brutal, floor 4 would likely host a legendary elite, maybe even a boss. She thought of Gu Huai. With his power, he might push to the 6th or 7th floor. Any higher was hard to imagine. Legendary bosses were never meant to be soloed. Even a full party struggled with epic bosses, let alone celestial or mythic ones. She had already overestimated Gu Huai by assuming he could beat a celestial boss. She had no idea he had slain not only legendary, but mythic bosses as well. I'd better quit while I'm ahead. Lin Yu chose to end the challenge. The first 3 floors had yielded a solid haul, enough to trade for plenty of resources. It might be pocket change to Gu Huai, but at her level it was a huge boost and would save her countless detours when she hit level 70. The rest of Lin Yu's companions fared about the same, only the Wind Dancer bowed out after clearing the 2nd floor, while the others stalled where Lin Yu did. When their own run ended, they didn't leave right away. Instead, they hovered near the exit, eyes fixed on the glowing leaderboard, determined to see with their own eyes how far Gu Huai could climb. Yang, you've seen a lot. Even sparred with members of the provincial squad, Lin Yu murmured. How strong do you think Gu Huai really is? How many floors can he reach? Yang Hong shook his head. I have no idea where he'll top out. Honestly, he isn't the strongest I've ever met, but his talent is off the charts. I've never heard of anyone showing this kind of power at level 62. From what I know of the provincial team, Gu Huai's current performance already eclipses them. Lin Yu's pupils contracted. So you're saying Gu Huai isn't with the provincial team, but a national team player, Yang Hong confirmed. More precisely, a member of the national first reserve squad. I've never heard of anyone making the main roster before level 70. My god, we actually teamed up with someone from the national team. Lin Yu and the others exchanged stunned looks. To them, even a reserve player was practically no different from a full national team member. In this world, the national team represents the pinnacle of authority. A third squad player outranks a provincial capital's governor, while members of the 2nd or 1st squad automatically assume supreme command whenever they arrive in a region. The thought filled everyone with even deeper awe. Inside the tower, Gu Huai was unaware of the speculation outside, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. To him, they were merely temporary teammates. He was already on the 9th floor. The scene here was nothing like the previous 8. He was hurled straight into a lightless ocean trench. The surrounding water was an inky blue, visibility almost zero. Without his recent power surge and sharpened senses, he could hardly have seen at all. A pale blue sphere of light wrapped around him, a mobile shield that kept the crushing depths at bay. Every contracted companion was resting in his draconic haven. Yuan Yin, drained by that last forbidden spell, was curled up in deep sleep, struggling to recover. The black orb was in much better shape. The Dragon Soul manifestation cost it little, and at its current strength it could stay possessed for 12 straight hours without issue. The remaining 5 little partners, well, for to be precise, were itching to break out and cause mayhem. And why only 4? That was only because Dai Meng was still spacing out, staring at the same spot without moving, as if circling endlessly inside her own mind. Welcome to the 9th floor. This is the world of the ocean. The system prompt faded, and the faint sound of water filled Gu Huai's ears, as though he had been thrown into a lightless abyss beneath the sea. The world of the ocean? Gu Huai frowned. Monsters start at level 71 up. Here, what could they be? Surely they wouldn't bring out a Kuan. A Kuan was a colossal creature. Legends said that when a Kuan transformed into a Kuanping, one sweep of its wings covered 90,000 li. Even blotting out the sky was an understatement. Beasts like that were mythic at the very least. He might be able to trade blows with a level 70 mythic, but if the boss at 71 were still mythic, he might as well give up. Above level 70, every additional level sent a monster's stats soaring. Humans were different. At level 70, they unlocked their 3rd-class advancement quest, and finishing it gave them a massive stat spike, so the surge could happen right at 70. Monsters, however, stayed flat at 70. The huge spike hit at 71. If the 9th floor held another mythic boss, its attributes could easily break 10 million in combat power. 10 million combat power paired with mythic bloodlines was risky, even for Gu Huai. The moment that thought formed, a huge shadow drifted out of the pitch-black water ahead of him. Arlong. He blurted, then shook his head. This wasn't Arlong, only something with a similar outline. It was a shark man that looked almost like a fishman, an enormous shark's head atop a humanoid body, the high bridge of its nose practically copied from the pirate manga character. Worse yet, more shapes surfaced behind it one after another. Gu Huai raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this supposed to be a solo fight? Why are there so many of you? He muttered, suspecting they were just spectators. The system promptly clarified. Starting from the 9th stage, this remains a solo instance. New Rule 1 challenger against every monster. Me? Gu Huai froze, then went quiet. Right, so the whole Sharkman crew is soloing me. He steadied himself and pulled up their stats. 1 monster, Sharkman. Rarity, epic. Level, 71. Combat power, 790,000. Description, the fiercest unit in the Fishman Kingdom, known for shredding anything that dares approach their realm. 2. Monster, Mighty Sharkman Elite. Rarity, Heaven Blessed. Level, 72. Combat power, 2,210,000. Description, elites of the Sharkman race, with physiques and strength far surpassing ordinary Sharkmen. Common Sharkmen packed the entire field so densely he couldn't count them, while the mighty ones were scarce, perhaps only 5 or 6. Yet Gu Huai's attention was fixed elsewhere in the colossal Sharkman at the very front, a creature the size of a battleship whose sheer presence could make a grown man cry. Compared to it, even the manga's Arlong looked like a newborn. Towering more than 5 meters, the creature exuded a suffocating sense of menace. Gu Huai looked up, and his gaze immediately darkened. The Sharkman before him was a genuine threat. Anyone guarding the 9th level as the end-stage boss had to be at least as strong as Lan, and probably stronger. Even so, the numbers on the status screen still made him gasp. Monster, Shark Grand General. Boss grade, Legendary Gold. Level, 73. Combat power, 6.98 million. Profile, one of the 3 generals of the Merman Kingdom, commanding great authority within the realm. The brief description spoke volumes. The words Merman Kingdom and 3 generals meant 2 other foes no weaker than this one and perhaps marshals, or even a king above them. Gu Huai knew nothing about this world. He couldn't tell whether the 9th stage targeted only the Sharkmen in front of him or the entire kingdom behind them. Either way, he had no intention of backing down. The more monsters there were, the richer the experience he would gain. Feeble human, you should never have come here. The 5-meter Shark Grand General narrowed his eyes, his voice raspy with contempt. Since you're here, let my brothers have some fundy. Before the last word had faded, the Sharkmen beside him lunged, giving Gu Huai no chance to speak. To them, humans deserved no respect at all. Underwater, a merman's combat power multiplied, especially in terms of speed. A Sharkman with a combat index of just 790,000 shot forward like a torpedo, cleaving through the water. He moved so fast that Gu Huai barely managed to raise his greatsword in time. Clang! Sparks burst as staggering force traveled through the blade into Gu Huai's hand, driving him back several steps. The underwater environment shackled most of his strength, while the Sharkman's speed and impact were fully unleashed. After sending Gu Huai flying, the 790,000 power Sharkman stopped and looked down at him, disdain written across his eyes within their racial hierarchy. Sharkmen considered themselves perfect and humans nothing but inferior pests. Gu Huai flexed his numb hand and sighed inwardly. Fighting underwater really is a headache. On land, he could stand toe-to-toe. But here, even an ordinary Sharkman at 790,000 power was trouble, let alone the many others surrounding him. Come out, Qing Yamo. With that thought, he summoned Qing Yamo. She possessed the skill Qing Long dives into the sea, moving through water like a true dragon and fighting even better here. Guyan and Gu Yuezi could also battle underwater, but they lacked Qing Mo's unique bonuses. Compared with the shark folk, the dragonkin are the ones truly favored by nature. Whether on land, in the deepest ocean, or high in the sky, dragons can unleash their power to its fullest. For now, Gu Huai had summoned only Qing Mo, planning to let the young azure dragon revel in a proper display of strength. Species: juvenile azure dragon's second awakening. Name: Gu Qingma. Level: 62. Strength: 1.083 million. Spirit: 0.999 million. Agility: 0.936 million. Constitution: 1.101 million. Innate talent power of the Azure Dragon. The dragon force within her body doubles her final damage. Known skills: 1. Tier 2. Azure Dragon Mirage LV.11. 2. Tier 2. Boiling Dragon Blood LV.10. 3. Tier 2. Tail of the Azure Dragon LV.11. Skill points remaining: 2 reset after the third awakening. Combat rating: 4.12 million. That rating, paired with 3 Tier 2 skills, was all the confidence Gu Qingma needed. Roar. The moment she emerged, a visible sapphire ripple burst through the depths, and the oppressive aura unique to dragons spread like a tangible wave. The shark folk who had been sneering at Gu Huai as easy prey froze, their contempt flipping to terror. Even the burly shark general felt his bloodline crushed, his face turning ashen. Azure light flashed from Qing Mo's eyes, a cold blade slicing through the dark water. The hundreds of shark folk around her were beneath notice. The only opponent worthy of her focus was the dangerous shark general. But before clashing with him heated, she had to clear out the small fry, otherwise the fight would become a mess. With that thought, Qingma threw back her head and bellowed. Roar. Azure Dragon's breath. Her bloodline power solidified and detonated outward, forming a high-pressure torrent that tore through the abyss like a raging tsunami. In an instant, the packed ranks of shark folk were shredded. Panicked eyes and clouds of blood bubbles mingled in the blue depths, painting a grisly tableau. Damn it! The shark general roared, his slate-gray scales bristling. He forced his energy outward, barely withstanding the slicing breath, and yanked several still-moving shark folk in front of him to soak up the impact. Had the dragon's aura not stunned him for that split second, his combat rating far above Kingmas would have let him raise a barrier in time and save most of his kin. Now, as the turbulent water finally calmed, only a handful of shark folk were left clinging to life. Masses of shark folk fell dead. In an instant, the water turned murky red with their blood. Their huge bodies plummeted from the sky and piled across the reef until it was almost completely carpeted. Every one of them was a level 71 shark man, and each kill triggered a brilliant golden prompt. Gained 57 million XP. Gained 59 million XP. The numbers flashed so quickly that the notification bar became a blur. A standard level 71 shark man was worth roughly 50 to 70 million experience, rarely more. One gleaming line gained 230 million X stood out. That prize came from a level 72 elite. Experience flooded in like a tidal wave. Before the shark folks' death cries had faded, Gu Huai opened experience sharing on his interface. He had unlocked this dragon space feature at level 60. Once activated, his 7 dragons could claim their share of battle rewards without leaving the dragon space. Gu Huai loved the convenience. When his rank was low and the dragons were still small, summoning them all wasn't an issue. Now each one stretched dozens of meters long, and hauling out all 7 every fight was a chore. One tap of the share button saved time and trouble. Within a few heartbeats, more than 50 sharkmen were wiped out, and the panel displayed. Total XP gained, 3.9 billion. Split 8 ways, Gu Huai and each dragon received nearly 500 million experience. With their previous reserves added, everyone leveled up again. The first tier surged to 66. The second tier climbed to 64. Qingmo's combat rating rose to 4.389 million. Didn't expect a windfall like this, Gu Huai muttered, delight flashing in his eyes. He had entered this solo instance expecting slim rewards. The first 8 floors confirmed that outlook, but the 9th suddenly rained down extravagant exp far beyond his projections. Across the field, Qingma ignored the thrill of leveling. She lifted her head with elegant pride, golden slit pupils locking onto the Sharkman Grand General. The general's eyes burned crimson, fury threatening to set his entire body ablaze. Level 71 Sharkmen formed the backbone of the tribe. Losing so many in one round pushed him past restraint. A heartbeat later, the general erupted. Muscles swelled visibly. Within a single breath, his size nearly doubled. Tough gray-blue skin stretched tight, veins bulging like wriggling worms beneath the surface. Shark torpedo. The air split open, leaving only a blur moving so fast, it was almost invisible. Even Gu Huai couldn't track the trajectory, and a chill crept over him. Speed beyond sight. If that Sharkman Grand General were aiming at Gu Huai, he doubted he could withstand the blow. Qing Imo snapped into combat mode in an instant. Even for her, the speed was unbelievable. She barely had time to think before instinct took over, and her tail whipped forward with crushing force. Boom! A deafening concussion burst through the abyss. From the point of impact, shock waves rippled outward, as if a massive bomb had detonated in the deep, and for a heartbeat the ocean fell silent. Not good. Gu Huai's heart lurched. He summoned Guyan to his side at once. Letting it raise a barrier, didn't even dare imagine what those aftershocks would do to him. Amplify. Second tier. Azure Dragon Phantasm. Qing Mo roared, layering the two skills almost simultaneously. Her tail strike landed first, catching the charging Sharkman general, yet the brute force of his rush still hurled her backward, somersaulting hundreds of meters through the water. At the same time, the general was smashed downward by the monstrous blow, plummeting toward the depths. His scales split in bloody lines, the wound far from superficial. Pain drove the Sharkman into a frenzy. He threw back his head and roared, a massive trident forming in his grasp, its icy edge glinting menacingly. Qing Mo's eyes narrowed. This little upstart was anything but harmless, and holding back any longer would be disastrous. The next instant, a spectral azure dragon, thousands of zhang long, materialized in the gloom. An 11th level second-tier phantasm enlarged her body 100-fold. Then a 7th level amplify stacked another 7-fold on top. The Qing Mo, who had been barely 50 meters, now stretched over 5 kilometers, almost 2,000 zhang, her colossal form blotting out the sea itself. 5 kilometers, what did that even mean? Gu Huai couldn't wrap his head around it. It was like stacking 2,000 stories one atop another. Drifting not far from Qing Mo, he could only make out fragments of scales and tail fins. The whole of her was far beyond his field of view. So this, he thought, is what a behemoth truly looks like. If she ever hit level 80, would she really grow a Tintasanshang golden body like in the stories? 30 kilometers meant nothing concrete to him, could only stare, and the more he thought about it, the harder his heart pounded. The Sharkman general now saw the dragon's true form as well. The sheer bulk bore down on his senses like an avalanche, sweeping the fury from his mind and replacing it with rare confusion. What kind of monster have I provoked? Second tier, Draconic Blood Frenzy. Without a pause, Qing Mo triggered the 10th level skill, boosting every attribute by 1,000%. Power roared through her like molten lava. These 3 trump cards were why she remained the undisputed boss. Even if her base combat stats weren't the very highest, the trio of second-tier skills still put her a cut above Gu Yuezi and Guyan. Second tier, Azure Dragon Tail. With every buff active, Qing Mo unleashed her strongest blow. Her tail, nearly a kilometer long, swept sideways. The shock of displaced water made distant cliff faces shudder. The Sharkman general's scalp tingled. What kind of enemy had he just challenged? Are dragons truly that terrifying? At that moment, the Shark Grand General recalled an old rumor from the ocean's deepest abyss. At the far end of the darkness dwells the Sea Dragon God, a being able to command the oceans at will and rule over every race beneath the waves. To all sea dwellers the Dragon God is a feared sovereign, and to the merfolk it is both totem and spiritual pillar. He had never taken those stories seriously. However mighty the dragons are, the sharks are no weaker, he had always said. For years he led the charge against the Sea Dragon God, convinced that the so-called deity had long since crumbled to dust. Yet now, facing an azure dragon whose combat rating was clearly below his own, but who could suddenly unleash a near-apocalyptic power, he finally understood why those people had worshipped the Sea Dragon God for 10,000 years. Even after the god's disappearance, they still held on to that belief. He had once dismissed such devotion as weakness. Why would a true powerhouse need faith? The strong needed nothing. Today he realized he was not truly strong. He too needed something to believe in. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In despair, he felt as insignificant as dust, with nowhere to run. A tail nearly a kilometer long swept toward him, as if to tear the seabed apart. He tried to evade, but his body felt shackled, every movement painfully slow. When the Azure Dragon's Tier 2 tail struck, the entire sea began to boil. Anyone standing on the surface would have watched calm water erupt into waves hundreds of meters high, gales howling like the early arrival of the apocalypse. And remember, this battle was unfolding 30,000 meters down. Had it taken place in shallow seas, the devastation would have been even more horrific. Not far from where Qing Mo and the Shark Grand General clashed, a gigantic blue water bubble floated silently. Inside it lay an island so dreamlike it seemed unreal, the homeland of the merfolk. Merfolk is only a collective term. Their branches number in the thousands, each with its own traits. Together, these countless clans form the merfolk race. They have lived on this submerged island for ages beyond counting, at least 100,000 years. The island is vast, and they call it Fishman Island. Yet even such a place cannot house every merfolk. Those who reside there are usually the elites or the strongest branches, like the Shark clan. Protected by their residents' might, Fishman Island has long lived in carefree peace, scarcely knowing what danger means. That day, Fishman Island was as tranquil as ever. Then, without warning, the entire island began to tremble. The sudden tremor made every merfolk lift their gaze toward the world beyond the blue bubble. Outside the transparent dome, countless whirlpools forms none of them had ever seen were hurling themselves against the massive barrier. Wave after wave was held back, yet the vibration still reached deep into Fishman Island. For several minutes the entire land rocked, jarring the merfolk so hard that many struggled to stay upright. They looked at one another in confusion. Having lived their whole lives in the sea god's sanctuary, they had no concept of whirlpools or breakers, much less witnessed them firsthand. When the shaking finally stopped, most merfolk exchanged a few comments before returning to their tasks. To them the sea god's shelter had never failed, and this bit of commotion hardly deserved concern. But inside the lavish palace at the island's center, the true king dared not be so casual. A giant merfolk as large as a small hill, he sat on his throne wearing a golden crown, scales glimmering under the torchlight. He stared toward the source of the quake, his expression grim. With the sea god's blessing, no natural disaster should threaten the island. For the protective bubble to shudder like that, there could be only one cause: someone was fighting nearby, and the power they wielded was strong enough to rattle the sea god's barrier. Who is it? The king's voice was a low rumble that made the pillars quiver. Xiaoyu is patrolling that sector. Better not run into something monstrous. Brave as General Xiaoyu was, he was no match for a collision at that level, and the king himself could not guarantee victory. He called out, "Yun, summon the other two generals immediately. This may be a crisis for Fishman Island." Meanwhile, Gu Huai was blissfully unaware that the island's leadership already had their eyes on him. This instance featured not only a vast map and swarms of monsters, but also a full history, and lore. Each creature was said to have its own will. Had Gu Huai known, he would only have been more excited. It promised mountains of experience, enough to rocket him straight to level 70. When he arrived, he planned to reach level 70 in 20 steady days. Yet luck kept dropping in his lap. In the earlier skirmish, he had one-shotted General Xiaoyu with a flick of his wrist. The system message was cold, yet every word was thrilling. Gained 2.57 billion experience. Hauling in 2.57 billion in a single breath was so outrageous that Gu Huai could hardly stop grinning. The minions around Xiaoyu hadn't escaped either, coughing up another 30+ billion. Pillars of light flashed as levels skyrocketed. Squad 1, every member to 69. Squad 2, up to 67. Two more foes equal to General Xiaoyu, and the whole team would break the level 70 barrier. Great work. Qing Imo. Gu Huai patted the emerald dragon beside him. That seemingly effortless strike had been anything but simple. With her current combat rating, Qing Imo shouldn't have been able to one-shot Xiaoyu. Yet she had drained most of her strength to push her ultimate to the limit. Iya. Qing Imo shrank her huge form to 6 meters and circled Gu Huai playfully, scales glittering. She was obviously still savoring the clean kill. Another pop-up appeared. Cleared floor 9. Award, 700,000 credits. Final shop unlocked. Open now. Another 700,000 credits hit his account, sending Gu Huai's total to 986,250. So many points, just a hair away from breaking the million mark. With a mountain of points on hand, and the ultimate shop finally unlocked, Gu Huai wasn't about to pass it up. He brought up the exchange panel, and the first row of items instantly glued his gaze to the screen. 1. Sea Dragon King's Egg. Price, 5 million points. It holds the bloodline of the ocean god, the Sea Dragon King's descendant. The egg lay in the light display like a sapphire crystal, its shell seeming to ripple. 2. Divine Grade Elemental Heart. A mythic treasure. Price, 1 million points. Elemental mist churned visibly inside it. Let the right battle pet swallow it, and its rank would soar, with higher ranks absorbing even more energy. 3. Heritage Weapon. Zenith. Price, 800,000 points. Instantly forges a top-tier heritage weapon. Phantom images flickered between saber, spear, sword, and halberd. 4. Sacred Beast Pill. Price, 300,000 points. A single pellet wrapped in pale gold medicinal power. The screen was packed with prizes, and Gu Huai's eyes lit up. The most expensive and alluring was the Sea Dragon King's egg, but 5 million points was terrifying. Wasn't sure he could gather that much. Even if I can't afford the egg, I have to get the elemental heart, he calculated silently. Give it to Yuan Yin and shall gain mythic blood. He glanced again at the relatively reasonable heritage, Zenith. There were 6 heritage slots in total, yet the weapon cost 800,000 points while the other pieces were only 700,000 each. The Sacred Beast Pill could wait. Only Yuan Yin and Black Ball hadn't taken one yet, so the demand wasn't urgent. Next his gaze landed on the quasi-divine crystal shards. The limit had risen to 60 pieces, totaling only 180,000 points, yet they would catapult his own power. Their priority shot straight into his top 3. Gu Huai quickly sorted his wish list. Tier 1 Sea Dragon King's Egg, 5 million points. Tier 2 Divine Elemental Heart, 1 million points. Tier 3 60 Quasi-Divine Crystal Shards, 180,000 points. Only after that came Heritage, Zenith, and the Sacred Beast Pill. A rough tally said he needed a staggering 9.58 million points. Gu Huai checked his current balance and felt his scalp tighten. The gap is way too big, he muttered, rubbing his brow. Unless the next stages rain points on me, they'll never fill this hole. But the difficulty was already insane. How much higher could it climb? If it spiked again, he might fail and walk away with only half the points. While he worried, a fresh system prompt cut in. Prompt: 10th level remains within this sea region. Mode switched to mission. Mission difficulty: 10 stars. Mission name: Solo an entire nation. Objective: kill the Merman Island King within 3 days. Reward: 3 million points. Failure: no penalty, but you will be forcibly removed from this level. Points will not be halved. Note: Merman Island coordinates updated. Navigation lock available. Gu Huai froze, staring at the mission title, his throat bobbing. Solo an entire nation? The moment Gu Huai read the prompt, his mind went numb. A duel can be used like this? You expect me to challenge an entire nation? He stood there in shock, secretly grateful the quest didn't tell him to uproot the Merfolk kingdom. That would have been impossible. As for how big Fishman Island actually was, he had no clue. Probably just a tiny place, a few streets, a couple thousand residents, he muttered to himself. A few thousand level 71 Merfolk would be enough to push him to level 70, and at level 70, he'd have to start thinking about his third-class advancement. He immediately called up the navigation system. In this endless deep sea, moving without guidance felt like being dumped in a desert. Everything looked the same. 3 days? He could wander 3 months and still never find the island. Once the display lit up, it took less than 10 minutes for the destination to appear. In front of him rose a series of gigantic blue bubbles, a shield wrapped tight around a colossal island. That's enormous, Gu Huai whispered. This wasn't an island. It was an entire kingdom. Only now did he understand why the quest said merely to kill the king. Wiping out the place in 3 days was impossible. Such a massive structure hidden beneath the sea left him in awe. He raised a hand and flung a shadow orb. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the blue membrane rippled, then smoothed out again. Just as he suspected, without an insane defense, that bubble could never protect something this large. Where its limit lay, he had no idea. He lowered his hand, choosing not to attack further. The troop distribution inside was a mystery. Of the 3 admirals, only one had died. The other 2 were on par with the Shark Grand General, someone he could handle. But what if a marshal appeared, along with the previous admirals or more fighters on the Shark General's level? The quest target the king was likely stronger still. If it came to that, he'd need to bring out Black Orb and Qing Yamo, maybe even Gu Yuezi or Gu Yan, to keep things under control. He still had 2 more high-level trump cards, but his remaining 3 dragons were weaker. They stood no chance unknown against the Shark General. So Gu Huai had to be extraordinarily cautious. They still needed to figure out how anyone could pass through that vast blue bubble. With that in mind, Gu Huai immediately suppressed his presence and lurked behind a reef on the bubble's outer rim. At the same time, deep inside Fishman Island's royal city, the king known as the Giant Whale King had urgently summoned his last 2 generals to the palace. Aside from these officers, hundreds of elite soldiers stood at attention, the emblems of their various clans gleaming on their armor. Why hasn't General Shark returned yet? General Octopus tapped the long table with a tentacle, his brow knit tight. General Mermaid could only sigh and shake her head. After a lengthy debate, no one reached a conclusion, and neither General Shark nor his escort squad appeared. Has something happened to them? General Mermaid muttered. The Giant Whale King's pupils narrowed. Red alert, he commanded. At his order, the azure bubble that enveloped the island turned instantly pitch black, its wall thickening several-fold. Moments later, the king's voice boomed 3 times across the sky. Island-wide lockdown. Seal every gate of the sacred portal at once. Islanders looked up in alarm as the fairytale blue seafloor darkened, a shadow falling over streets that erupted into chaos. Gu Huai observed everything. He had already slipped inside Fishman Island and now sat in a modest seaweed tavern, gathering information. Fishman Island held 88 cities, 72 for the distinct Fishman clans, the other 16 for free trade and the royal capital. 3 major clan sharks, Merfolk, and Octopus controlled most of the resources. Ruling overall were the giant whales, few in number yet immensely powerful. Barely a dozen existed, but every adult was a warrior. The current monarch, the Giant Whale King, possessed near-godlike strength. Each of the 3 generals commanded a personal guard, while the royal family maintained an elite unit handpicked from thousands of warriors, every one of them a battle-hardened veteran. None of this was secret to Gu Huai. Fishmen boasted about it openly. Service in the royal army was their highest honor, so his briefing was thorough. If all 3 generals are out of the city, Gu Huai had planned to exploit the gap, but a sudden uproar broke his train of thought. The sky's gone dark? He pushed open the tavern's shell window and saw the bubble overhead shining black. Then the Giant Whale King's deep voice echoed again. Red alert. All gates of the sacred portal are sealed. The triple announcement made the entire sea tremble. Was I discovered? Gu Huai narrowed his eyes, then dismissed the idea. If they'd truly found him, they would have done more than seal the exits. Still, the upgraded alert rendered his original infiltration plan useless. He sighed. I was hoping to solve this with brains, but you insist on making me fight. So Beeth would storm the royal city. He had enough intel, and he already knew where to strike. As for how Gu Huai had entered Fishman Island in the first place, simple. He watched and waited until a group of fishmen passed through, then slipped in right behind them. All they had to do was press their foreheads against the blue bubble, and it would stretch into a doorway of just the right size. Gu Huai watched from the shadows for 2 seconds, seized a passing mermaid, and forced her to touch the bubble. Don't misunderstand, I had no interest in getting close to her. He just needed her to make contact. When the opening appeared, he disposed of the unlucky mermaid and stepped through effortless. The only reason it was so easy was that Fishman Island hadn't faced real danger in ages. Back at the bar, the fishmen had bragged about years of calm. Fine, he would jog their memories. Grinning, Gu Huai headed for the Imperial City. The Imperial City was said to be one of the island's 5 most prosperous hubs. At first he wondered why there were 5, then learned the breakdown. The Imperial City itself, a city for each of the 3 major races, plus a central hub called Free Trade 5 in all. To avoid raising alarms, he didn't fly in on Qingyamo. Instead, he blended into the Fishman's public transit. The trip took more than 2 hours. Qingyamo could have made it in 20 minutes at full speed, but Gu Huai didn't mind. The scenery was pleasant, and it kept him off the grid. So this is the Imperial City? Stepping off, he looked up. Towering coral walls, streets paved with polished shells, merfolk of every color weaving through the bustle. A city this grand would be incredibly satisfying to tear down. In the real world, he'd never get away with it. But here, it was just a dungeon. Leveling it carried no guilt. The inhabitants were merely data. 2 names flashed through his mind, Gu Yuezi and Heiqiu. Gu Huai slipped into the palace's core, found an open courtyard, and summoned Gu Yuezi and Heiqiu. That was the plan. Gu Yuezi excelled at large-scale carnage. Heiqiu's firepower was savage, and together they could flatten the place in seconds. He wanted a swift, clean sweep, clearing every obstacle before the enemy could react, and boosting the entire team to level 70. Level 70, every last one of them. The monsters and guards here were overflowing with experience, more than enough to max out the party. That's why Head refrained from fighting on the road. Extra experience would only go to waste. Sure, he could have farmed some gear on the way, but the payoff wasn't worth tipping his hand early. Gu Yuezi's talent was devastating, but it lost punch if the target was ready for it. Gu Huai glanced at Gu Yuezi's profile. Race, 5-clawed golden dragon unique. Name, Gu Yuezi. Level, 69. Current stats. Strength, 1,334,000. Spirit, 1,218,000. Agility, 1,218,000. Constitution, 1,294,000. Talent Dragon Emperor. Born with an aura of dominance. Any dragon whose combat rating is less than 10% of a 5-clawed golden dragon's will instinctively obey its commands. The talent also suppresses most other races, with the degree of suppression varying by race. Techniques that rely on aura deal 150 more damage. Skill points, 3. Learn skills. 1. Tier 2. Avatar of the Divine Dragon LV. Point 10 active channels the power of the Divine Dragon, boosting all attributes by 400. 2. Tier 2. 9 Dragon's Roar LV. Point 10 awakens the Dragon Soul and releases 3 area roars. First roar damage equals combat rating 10, the second equals 11, and the third equals 12. 3. Tier 2. 5-Clawed Dragon Strike LV. Point 10 condenses all power into the dragon's claws, adding combat rating 3 bonus damage. Lasts 30 minutes. Combat rating, 5,066,000. This was Gu Yuezi's complete panel at level 69. Compared with before, her combat rating had climbed to 5.06 million once more. Her 4 main stats were well balanced. Yet her real trump card lay not in any single attribute, but in the 3 Tier 2 skills that scale with combat rating. Avatar of the Divine Dragon grants a 400 boost to every stat, giving her an explosive, short-term surge. 9 Dragon's Roar serves as her core offensive move. Each successive roar hits harder than the last, and with the 150 talent bonus it can rip through nearly any defense at her level. As for 5-Clawed Dragon Strike, the 30-minute buff of combat rating 3 turns her melee grabs into a nightmare that makes opponents tremble. Black Orb, possess, Gu Huai said calmly. At his command, the black orb turned into a streak of darkness and sank into Gu Yuezi's body. Her aura skyrocketed at once. Strength, 2,359,000. Spirit, 2,378,000. Agility, 2,334,000. Constitution, 2,334,000. Combat rating, 9,412,000. In a single instant, her combat rating nearly doubled, soaring from 5.06 million to 9.41 million. Such an almost 100% increase was virtually unheard of. Gu Huai knew all too well that without the Black Orb's special talent, achieving such an outrageous boost would have been impossible. Gu Yuezi. He called her name softly. Gu as he nodded. Her body expanded, and golden scales glinted in midair, scattering blinding light. Magnify. Tier 2. Avatar of the Divine Dragon. Gu Yuetsu's body swelled, and the aura released by the dragon possession grew even more menacing. Golden scales flared like sparks struck from flint beneath the burning sun. With a single shiver, the vast dragon silhouette smashed through the palace roof and shot into the heavens. The brutal pressure that followed rolled over the imperial city like a deep-sea tsunami, pulverizing every barrier before it could rise. Inside the capital, the merfolk froze, hearts pounding, then lifted their eyes. A dragon more than 100 meters long, its entire frame awash in blinding gold, dominated the sky. Its outline matched the sea dragon king carved on their altar, only grander, more tyrannical. Within seconds, an avalanche of kneeling echoed across the city. A dragon. Has the dragon god shown us mercy? Shouts of awe and frenzy intertwined as tens of thousands of merfolk prostrated themselves, foreheads pressed to the stone, their devotion bordering on delirium. In the throne room, the Whale King sat conferring with his last two generals. Suddenly his blood seemed to ignite, and his head jerked up. That was a dragon's aura. A trace of draconic blood still flowed in him. His ancestors were the legendary dragon whales. Time had stripped away that glory, leaving only a whale's form where once dragon majesty lived. Yet memories flashed like lightning. A dragon whale king had served as one of the sea dragon god's three great generals, ruling endless seas in splendor. Now their line huddled in a forgotten corner. The whale king burst from the hall. Outside, Gu Yuezi hovered in midair, the form of a five-clawed golden dragon towering against the sky. The two generals and the elite guard followed, gazing upward in shock. The sea dragon god? No, those scales, that pressure, it's a five-clawed golden dragon. Terror gripped the whale king. A golden dragon was a mythic beast of unrivaled power. Why had one appeared here? Was the destruction at the perimeter its work? Even as the thought formed, he stiffened. This is bad. It was already too late. The merfolk, seeing a divine marvel, lowered every guard. They did not know that Gu Yuezi had come not as a savior, but as their executioner. Second, Tier 9-fold dragon roar. Perfected, the art unleashed 9 successive roars, each deadlier than the last. Few survived the ninth. Gu Yuetsu's draconic eyes blazed as power gathered in her throat. Roar. Dragon soul and sound burst together, shaking heaven and earth. A phantom dragon hundreds of feet long rose with the cry, tail whipping as thunder and gale howled. At the first roar, nearby buildings, statues, and markets disintegrated to dust. The debris swept back like falling rain. And this was only the beginning. The merfolk, still kneeling in worship, remained frozen in that posture as the dragon's roar swallowed them whole. Death. This was the sound of death, a disaster for the imperial city. 9 intertwined dragon roars burst from Gu Yuetsu's throat, their rippling shockwaves sweeping across the entire capital like solid rings of force. Under this terrifying barrage, countless fishfolk exploded where they stood, reduced to nothing more than nourishment for Gu Yuetsu's next upgrade. System messages flashed in a frenzy, a non-stop cascade. Experience points soared, and every combatant under Gu Huai's banner, including the reserve dragons still waiting on the sideline, shot straight to level 70 without exception. As the levels climbed one after another, Gu Huai could hardly keep the smile off his face. What a rush, pure exhilaration. He doubted the old dragons ever imagined he could launch his whole roster to 70 in the blink of an eye. The grin on his lips, however, carried a trace of regret. If he'd known the experience would overflow, he might have contracted 2 more dragons and pushed them to 70 as well. The notion passed, and he shook his head. Principles were principles, better none than mediocre. By now, even a quasi-divine dragon barely caught his eye unless it possessed something truly extraordinary. Of the 7 dragons at his side, 6 had already ascended to mythic bloodlines, and the remaining elemental dragon was on the verge of crossing that same threshold. The desperate scramble for early-stage firepower was long gone. Gu Huai now cared only about quality and strength. Qingqing clenched in the truest sense of the word. Gu Yuetsu's second-tier 9-fold dragon roar was terrifying. Its penetrating sound waves blanketed the massive city, and the indiscriminate blast snuffed out 99% of all life in an instant. One bellow alone killed millions of fishfolk, a sight that chilled the blood. The Whale King, the Merman General, and the Octopus General watched their elite forces fall in droves. What had been an imposing army was reduced to scattered remnants. Their pupils dilated, anger turning their vision red. You dare! The Whale King roared, livid. The fishfolk, obliterated in a heartbeat, were the culmination of years of cultivation. This evil 5-clawed golden dragon had erased everything with a single roar, and he longed to tear her to pieces to pay for the countless souls of the city. Although the 9-fold dragon roar was powerful, the Whale King managed to endure it, teeth gritted. The Merman General and Octopus General likewise braced themselves, barely keeping their footing amid the sonic blast. Then the second roar struck without warning. Boom. The Whale King still withstood it, though his face went deathly pale. The merman and octopus generals could not. Both coughed up dark blood, their auras collapsing as they staggered back. While they forced themselves to stay upright, the shock jarred them from their rage, and they slowed, bracing for the next lethal wave. The second roar was even fiercer because, the moment Guyuezi broke through to level 70, she naturally awakened two new skills both designed to amplify her attributes. Under the circumstances, Guyuezi's status screenshot upward. At the same time Black Orb grasped a brand new skill, and the levels of its two existing skills rose as well. After the update, there was only one way to describe Guyuezi terrifying. Her combat rating had soared to 10,672,000, officially placing her in the 8-digit club. For the three generals of Murloc Island, simply remaining standing before her was an achievement, and even then they were only on par with the Shark General. With two dragon roars still echoing, Guyuezi hovered high above, looking down in disdain. Her violet eyes, cold as carved jade, locked onto the Mermaid General and the Octopus General. The Mermaid General instinctively backed away 2 steps, terror plain on his face. The Octopus General looked just as shaken. Only the Whale King answered with a furious bellow, summoning a cerulean trident the size of a house that rode a surge of oceanic power straight toward Guyuezi in the sky. Gu Huai quietly pulled up a data window. Monster, Whale King. Boss class, Quasi-Divine. Level, 75. Combat rating, 10,580,000. Description, ruler of Murloc Island, bearing the blood of the mythical draconic whale. His destructive power and regenerative ability are equally terrifying. Cold numbers said it all like the possessed Guyuezi. His combat rating had broken 10 million. The trident tore through the air, leaving sonic waves that rolled like breakers. Yet Guyuezi's expression did not flicker. With her dragon soul surging, she drew a deep breath and unleashed a third and most ferocious roar. The Whale King, already battered by the first 2 roars, was now at point-blank range when the sound blast exploded across him. Darkness swallowed his vision, his mind rang, and the trident slipped from his grasp, plummeting toward the sea. The Mermaid General and the Octopus General, who had been barely holding on, fared even worse. The third dragon roar shattered their powerful bodies, flesh splitting until, with a deafening pop, they exploded 2 warriors on par with the Shark General, dead in an instant. Gu Huai felt a tremor in his chest at the sight, then realized it was only logical. Guyuezi now possessed a combat rating north of 10 million, and 9 Dragon Roar Break was her ultimate trump card. When unleashed at full force, 3 roars destroying 2 generals and gravely wounding the 8-digit Whale King made perfect sense. Unleashing 3 roars in such quick succession was not without a price. Guyuezi's chest ached, though her dragon soul still boiled. She summoned her power again. Phase 2, 5-clawed golden dragon strike determined to finish the Whale King while he was wounded. No. Watching his 2 old comrades fall, the Whale King's rage erupted like a subsea volcano. Blood filled his eyes. Reason was ripped apart by his howl, and only one thought remained: to tear Guyuezi to shreds and avenge them. I want you dead. Whale disintegration. The Whale King went berserk, unleashing the last-ditch technique his species guarded with their lives. Leviathan disintegration was an art that devoured vitality with every use, draining both life span and essence at a terrifying rate. The Whale King had lived for more than 2 millennia and had only dared to unleash it once before. Back then, it allowed him to carve a bloody path through countless rivals and seize the Merfolk throne. He had never planned to gamble with it again. By his estimate, he could live roughly 8,000 years. The first casting had already shaved centuries off that total. One more attempt would leave him only a few hundred years at best. Yet if he held back now, death was certain. After weighing the odds, he clenched his teeth and activated the art. In an instant, his deep blue hide erupted with clusters of gray-white blotches that spread like disease, resembling flaking reef stone. Anyone with trypophobia would have recoiled in horror. As the disintegration completed, his aura surged until it matched Guyuezi's, perhaps even edging past her. Boom. 2 raging forces collided heat-in, the shockwave howling across the ruins and shattering the remaining walls and pillars. Fortunately, the area was already empty. Guyuezi's 3 dragon roars had wiped out every living thing nearby, otherwise the backlash alone could have claimed thousands of lives. The fight burned white hot, but overall Guyuezi still held the advantage. Much easier than I expected, Gu Huai said, standing before the collapsed palace and smiling at the sea of rubble. He had assumed that storming a royal palace to slay its monarch would be a brutal ordeal. The king was powerful, and elite guards were everywhere. He had even planned to summon every dragon under his command for a full-scale assault. Yet the single pairing of Guyuezi plus the Black Sphere had already taken control of the battlefield. He was in excellent spirits. Had it been Ching Mo instead, her talents likely couldn't match Guyuezi's ferocity. Gu Huai mused that every craft has its master. In wide-area carnage, Guyuezi was a natural killing machine. Even if the enemy numbers tripled, one dragon roar could sweep them all away, and turn them into experience points. In a duel, however, she was less terrifying. Qing Yamo could probably flatten the Whale King with one ultimate strike, and Gu Yan would find it even easier. With that in mind, Gu Huai relaxed further. He had no intention of calling in Gu Yan or Qing Yamo. Though their foundations rivaled Gu Yuetsis, only one person could host the Black Sphere at a time. Without its boost, they wouldn't reach Gu Yuetsis' current level and might end up injured against the Berserk Whale King. All things considered, a solo match was the safest bet. To his credit, the Whale King was exceptionally tough and durable. The two had traded heavy blows for nearly an hour before Gu Yuezi finally shattered him with a single punch, his corpse crashing into the ruins below. Gu Yuezi, however, was left utterly drained, her face drawn with exhaustion. After the fight, the Black Sphere instantly reverted to its original form, gave a sharp pop, then dove into the Dragon Sanctum to recover its stamina and focus. Normally, possessing Gu Huai cost the sphere very little. It could breeze through an entire standard match without breaking a sweat. A desperate, hours-long slugfest like the last one, though, drained its reserves so fast the drop was visible. It could hold out for 3 or 4 hours on sheer depth of energy, but its cautious nature kicked in the moment its meter wasn't full, so it slipped away to meditate and recharge. The system chimed. Congratulations on clearing floor 10. Reward, 3 million points. Would you like to attempt floor 11? Note, floor 11 is the final stage, a role-playing dungeon of extreme difficulty. Clearing it awards 6 million points. 6 million. Gu Huai's eyes lit up like spotlights. Adding that to the 3.98625 million he already had would push him right to the 10 million mark, enough to wipe out every item on his wish list in one go. Even better, points already earned wouldn't be clawed back if he failed later, so he could spend them immediately. Time for a shopping spree. He flashed a money-hungry grin and flew over the exchange menu. Spent 1 million for a divine grade elemental heart success. Balance, 2.98625 million. Spent 180,000 for 60 quasi-divine crystal shard success. Balance, 2.8065 million. Spent 700,000 for an ultimate heirloom hat success. Final balance, 16,250. Almost 4 million points gone in a blink, but the haul was glorious. A divine grade elemental heart, 60 quasi-divine crystal shards, 3 ultimate heirloom pieces, plus 2 sacred beast pills, all crammed into his pack. Only 3 prizes remained. The Sea Dragon King's egg at 5 million points, and another ultimate heirloom piece at 700,000, a total of 5.7 million. Clear floor 11 and they were his, with a spare sacred beast pill left over to bribe the Sea Dragon King perfect. The grin on his face simply wouldn't fade. Right now, Gu Huai wore 5 ultimate heirloom items, 1 piece of old gear, and a pair of level 55 legendary gold boots. The 3 new heirloom pieces were still blank and needed upgrading. Both his immortal greatsword and 5-clawed golden dragon robe were already at level 70. Before more upgrades, he'd have to boost his Yuanine blood linear procedure head plan down to the last step. Keep going. The word quit didn't exist in Gu Huai's vocabulary, especially with that tantalizing Sea Dragon King's egg still out of reach. No way was he stopping now. Because the 11th floor is brutally tough, the system grants challengers a full day to rest, though they can dive in sooner with a single request. Imperial Capital. Old Long pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Tang Song's number with practiced ease. Over the past few days he had called almost every day, simply to check on Gu Huai's latest movements. Today was the 4th day since Gu Huai entered the ruins and the 15th day since his class Chanhe, a half-month that, in Old Long's eyes, had passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Song, how's that kid Gu Huai doing? Sir, he's been inside a ruin for about half a day, so I don't have details yet. But before he went in, had already reached level 62. Tang Song reported quickly. A ruin? Old Long paused, then chuckled. Talk about luck. No wonder he could switch to that insanely strong class. People blessed with fortune really are different. Level 62, already pretty fast. Knowing his temperament, I bet he's aiming for the inner zone? Sharp as always, sir. That's exactly where he's headed. Tang Song flattered him, drawing hearty laughter from the other end of the line. Getting into the inner zone is fine, but keep an eye on his safety, Old Long said, his tone turning serious. The National War expansion may launch sooner than we expected. The warning wiped the smile from Tang Song's face. All 5 nations had cleared the level 75 mega dungeon, and the details of the expansion were becoming clearer. Just yesterday the reward plan had been released. 1. Placement doesn't matter. Only the number of strongholds captured counts. 2. There are 18 strongholds, divided into 6 reward types: national stat cap, level cap, experience boost, final attributes, drop rate increase, and more, each with 3 tiers. 3. The more strongholds you hold, the greater the buffs. 4. It won't be just the 5 nations fighting. Villainous races from the level 80 dungeon will also join, and any bonuses they earn will apply to them as well. This expansion would directly affect the pace of the level 80 dungeon and the Dragon Nation's overall strength. A single level gap could mean at least a 10% swing in combat power. One extra stronghold could transform the entire country's might. Don't worry, sir, I'll keep Gu Huai safe. I believe you. Old Long replied curtly, then ended the call. It was about time to assemble the competition team. The other three nations had already stepped on the gas, cutting the preparation window from a month to roughly 20 days. With that in mind, Old Long immediately called Li Long. Old Li, it's time. Understood, Li Long answered crisply and began notifying everyone. They had been planning for this expansion for a long time, all in hopes of securing the best possible result. Gu Huai was completely unaware of the undercurrents surging outside. In any case, none of this really interested him. His mission was clear: grow stronger and become the captain who could lead his nation into the next expansion war. Bathed in searing energy, the elemental dragon's bloodline surged, vaulting straight to mythic grade and sending every base stat skyrocketing. A resonant dragon roar shook the field as it completed its metamorphosis, the elemental divine dragon. A system prompt followed, skill enhancement points too. Evolution brought even more rewards. The elemental divine dragon instantly mastered two new active abilities. 1. Spatial Tempest. LV1 harnesses spatial power combined with swirling winds to tear apart enemies in the target area, dealing damage from 5 to 40 times its spirit stat. 2. Blink. LV1 instantly teleports to a chosen location. Range and smoothness scale with skill level and the dragon's spirit attribute. With these upgrades, Yuan Yin's overall combat rating shot from 1.84 million to 3.32 million. Having achieved a dazzling evolution and skill boost, he now stood as a true force on the battlefield. Gu Huai glanced over the stats and nodded in satisfaction. Let's raise the gear to everyone's ceiling can still double, he said, starting another round of enhancements without hesitation. The three freshly acquired legacy extreme items were fed to level 30 under Gu Huai's hand. Their glow shifted from purple to gold, officially becoming level 30 legendary gear. A system alert appeared. Gear above level 30 must be tempered in real combat. Further resource stacking is ineffective. After this baseline strengthening, his gaze settled on the immortal great sword and the 5-clawed golden dragon robe. If these reach proto-artifact tier, the stats will be insane. When Old Long first explained that even legacy extreme items struggled to reach mythic, much less proto-artifact, Gu Huai's excitement had been doused with cold water. Yet fate had placed 20 proto-artifact crystal shards in his hands within days, prying open the door to advancement. Upgrade. 20 shards dissolved into streams of light and poured into the immortal greatsword. A heartbeat later, runes rippled across the blade like living water. The weapon had advanced to proto-artifact grade. Updated item information. Slot. Weapon immortal. Grade. Proto-artifact. Growth capable. Next upgrade requirements unlock at character level 80. Current level, 70. To reach level 75, slay 1,000 level 75 monsters and spend 1 billion gold. Fixed attribute, strength 9,000. 6 core affixes lit up simultaneously. 1. Passive. Base stats of contracted dragons 1.3. 2. Passive. Total stats of all contracted beasts 1.8. 3. Passive. Randomly increases 1 dragon tamer skill by 2. May re-roll every 3 days. 4. Total strength 80. 5. Disguise. Can transform into any set weapon and receive the set bonus. 6. Immortal sword intent. Attacks carry immortal will, dealing extra damage equal to strength 5. Bound to unique character Gu Huai. Description. A multicolored legacy weapon imbued with a trace of divinity, holding the potential to become a true artifact. He'll be damned, that's insane. Gu Huai stared at the words immortal greatsword on the screen, his pupils widening in shock. The level 70 version had already been overpowered. Now the upgrade had doubled its ferocity. 1. The first 4 affixes were all strengthened. 2. A 6th affix had been added. 3. Raw strength had leapt from 4,500 to 9,000. Broken. Absolutely broken. He roared inwardly, minds racing with calculations. If he could push all 6 of his items up to level 70 proto-artifact quality, wouldn't he be untouchable? 6 level 70 proto-artifacts at once would practically stamp the word game-breaking on his forehead. Gu Huai's current set focused on pet amplification, so the personal stat gains were limited. Swap it for something like Long Lao's build, which stacked pure raw stats, and the result would be completely different. That path squeezed every drop of potential out of a single character. If anyone managed to assemble a full proto-artifact set at level 70, or even before the 3rd class change, their combat rating might blast past 10 million. Of course, that was only his theory, because no one had ever come close. Since the dawn of the game, nobody had collected a full proto-artifact set at level 70. Even Long Lao only obtained his first piece at level 80, and to this day, he still had just that one. Thoughts flashed, hands flew. In the next second, Gu Huai upgraded the 5-clawed golden dragon robe to proto-artifact grade, and his stat panel erupted. Equipment, 5-clawed golden dragon robe. Slot, chest. Quality, Proto-artifact. Growth type next stage unlocks at level 80. Level 70 upgrade available. Defeat 1000 level 75 monsters and spend 1 billion gold to reach level 75. Effect. Constitution 9000. Affix 1 passive. Contracted dragon-type creature Constitution 2.2. Affix 2 passive. Contracted dragon-type pet total stats 1.8. Affix 3 active Dragon Lord aura. Emits a 5050 radius aura. Inside it, dragon-type stats 30 and recovery 140. Affix 4, Constitution 80. Affix 5, can disguise itself as any set weapon and receive that set bonus. Affix 6, grants Blessing of the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. When activated, briefly increases all personal stats by 20 of their final value. Bound to Gu Huai Unique. Description: a prismatic heirloom containing a trace of divinity with the potential to evolve into a divine artifact. Nice. Gu Huai grinned so wide it almost spilled off the screen. 20 proto-artifact crystal shards remained plenty for one more upgrade. His gaze drifted across the breastplate, greaves, and helmet, then settled. It is the helmet. Equipment: Immortal Helm. Slot: Head. Quality: Proto-artifact. Growth type next stage unlocks at level 80. Level 30 upgrade available. Defeat 1000 golden legend monsters and spend 300 crystals of each of the 7 colors to reach level 35. Effect: Spirit 640. Affix 1 passive. Contracted dragon-type creature Spirit 2.2. Affix 2 passive. Contracted dragon-type pet total stats 1.8. Entry 3. Mental Aura, active skill. When activated, it releases a temporary 5050 area aura that increases all mental stats of dragon-type creatures within it by 20. Entry 4. Mental stat 80. Entry 5. Can disguise itself as any weapon in a set and receive that set's bonuses. Entry 6. While equipped, a pet's base stats are multiplied by 1.3. Bound to the sole user, Gu Huai. Description: a multicolored legacy weapon containing a trace of divinity and the potential to evolve into a true artifact. This 6th entry is insane. Gu Huai had only wanted a helmet to shore up his mental stat, yet this line alone boosted his pet's base attributes, and the thrill hit him instantly. He decided on the spot to crank up the enhancements. By the rules, every enhancement adds another 10% to all effects. The cap depends on quality, which is why level 70 players fight for a full set of gold legendary they can be enhanced 10 times. The better the item, the more eye-watering the cost, and no one knows how high a proto-artifact can really go. Let's see. Without hesitation, Gu Huai hit the enhance button. Old Long had stuffed his inventory with materials so Gu Huai could charge ahead, yet even he underestimated the man's grind. Resources vanished in a flash. 3 proto-artifacts stalled at 6. 2 gold legendaries barely reached 10. 1 non-legacy gold piece stayed untouched. System warnings about depleted resources kept flooding in, leaving Gu Huai momentarily dazed. He didn't know the exact market price of those materials, but a rough calculation put the bill at no less than 20 billion credits. Dropping 20 billion for this modest boost was shocking enough. Maxing everything out would probably take hundreds of billions. Absurd, he muttered, though the shock couldn't erase the grin on his face as he checked his gear panel. Raw stats before enhancements: Strength 9320, Mental 960, Constitution 9000, Agility 320. After enhancements: Strength 15,040, Mental 1,664, Constitution 14,400, Agility 320. The numbers were just the appetizer. The real feast lay in the boosted percentages. Strength and mental bonuses climbed to 328, Constitution to 180. While Agility held at 130, he still lacked a pair of legacy boots, so that piece couldn't be enhanced. With all these bonuses stacked, Gu Huai's attributes had become downright outrageous. Gu Huai stared at his status panel, and his pupils contracted. Strength: 2.42 million, Spirit: 2.77 million, Agility: 840,000, Constitution: 1.62 million, overall combat rating: 7.67 million. Even without any meaningful equipment bonuses, these numbers alone were enough to crush nearly every peer at his level. He did a quick calculation after his 3rd advancement. That combat rating would probably break the 10 million mark. But he didn't linger on his own stats. His gaze shifted to the row of figures belonging to his 7 dragons, and those numbers grabbed him by the throat. For most people, personal power came first. For Gu Huai, nothing mattered more than the growth of the dragons under his command. Holy! He couldn't stop the curse that slipped out. The data was unbelievable. The weakest of the lot, Hachio, was already sitting at 5.33 million, almost matching Gu Huai himself. Lema had soared to 16.23 million and was still only second from last. Right after came Daimeng at 16.62 million, and fresh from a bloodline upgrade. Yuanin had rocketed to 18.32 million, every breath sounding like it tore the air apart. What truly stunned Gu Huai, though, were the big 3. Gaian, 21.67 million, Qingma, 22.88 million, and Guy Weezy, a jaw-dropping 26.45 million. Each number was outrageous, and Guy Weezy's proto-supreme bloodline had finally shown its teeth, leaving Guyan and Qingma a full step behind. Gu Huai knew those insane figures didn't appear out of thin air. 5 inheritance-grade items, 3 of them newly promoted to Quasar Defaxware, giving the dragons monstrous boosts. More than 11 total stats, over 4 base stats, plus separate multipliers for each attribute. No wonder the final combat ratings looked so absurd. Now this is real, capital I invincible. His thoughts naturally jumped to Li Long's 80 million combat rating. Had worried it would take forever to catch up, but his own lineup had already broken into 8 digits and not just barely. Guy Weezy alone was brushing 30 million. He sketched out the next step in his mind. Once he got back, max out those 3 Quasi artifacts and push everyone to level 70. Guy Weezy would clear 30 million without breaking a sweat. Then he shook his head too conservative. No, by the time I'm back, he'll probably have finished the 3rd advancement. That would double all of his stats. First advancement gave 1.2, second 1.5, third a full 2. Stack that on top of the Quasi artifact madness, and Guy Weezy hitting 60 million wasn't a fantasy. And that's not counting the brutal growth bonus after level 70, where every new level adds another 10% to the current total calculated after all multipliers. The results would be, in a word, ridiculous. In other words, Gu Yuetz's combat index reached 60 million after his 3rd advancement. An extra 10% means an immediate boost of 6 million, pushing the total to 66 million. After level 70, every new level increases the current combat index by a flat 10%. Following the formula, level 71 grants a 10% boost, level 72 adds another 10% on top of 71, making it a total increase of 21%, and so on. By level 80, the cumulative gain reaches a staggering 159%, more than 1.5 times the original stats, a mind-boggling inflation. Gu Huai forced his thoughts back on track. Right now he had only one pressing goal, his 3rd job change. The 11th floor dungeon was still waiting to be cleared, crawling with monsters and rich in experience. He couldn't afford to waste it by delaying his advancement. As long as he completed the 3rd change today, the leveling schedule could continue without a hitch. With that in mind, he finally pulled out his stockpile of skill enhancement points. According to the system, any unused points would be wiped once he advanced, and Gu Huai would never allow such waste. Current available enhancement points, 2. Level 70 bonus. Additional skill, psychic amplification. The rules were equally straightforward. Upgrading a 2nd tier skill to 3rd tier costs 2 points. Upgrading 2 1st tier skills to 2nd tier costs 1 point each. Gu Huai glanced at his skill list. 2nd tier Dragon Mastery, LV 11 2. 2nd tier Shared Pain, LV 11. Blood Connection, LV 10. Power Surge, LV 5. Psychic Amplification, LV 2. These levels were neither high nor low after all. Only 15 days had passed since his last job change. After weighing his options, he decided to go all in and pour both enhancement points into Dragon Mastery. The class revolved around this ability. It not only determined how many dragons he could contract, but also boosted their overall stats. It was, without exaggeration, a divine skill. Prompt. Invest 2 enhancement points in 2nd tier Dragon Mastery. Confirm. Skill enhancement successful. 2nd tier Dragon Mastery, 3rd tier Dragon Mastery. Enhancement result, perfect. 3rd tier Dragon Mastery, LV 13-2. Active. Sign equal contracts with draconic creatures. Current contract limit, 11. Passive. All contracted dragons gain 300 to every attribute. Nice. Gu Huai couldn't stop grinning at the new interface. Thanks to his doubling contract limit talent, the number shot up to 22, and with an extra battle pet slot, he could command 23 dragons in total. If all 23 were mythic bloodline dragons, Gu Huai was convinced that once he reached level 80, he could take on an entire nation single-handed, not a small island like Fishman Isle, but one of the 5 great nations beyond the job change continent. Gu Huai allocated stat points to the 7 dragons as well. Just as had done for himself, he didn't hesitate to follow the same path. Every tier 2 skill was bumped to tier 3, determined to push one strategy to its limit. The raw numbers on the panel stayed the same, but to him, they were just that, numbers. What really decided a fight was how hard a skill could explode in real combat. He used a simple example for the dragons. Imagine a current combat rating of 1000. Option 1. Learn a new skill that boosts all 4 attributes by 20%, raising the rating to 1200. Option 2. Pick up a skill that multiplies the existing rating by 1.5, dealing 1500 damage in a single strike. Obviously, looking only at those 2 cases, the 1.5 times burst skill offers more value. But what if you already have a 1.3 times multiplier? At that point, should you stack more base stats or chase an even higher multiplier? The answer depends on the whole picture. Gu Huai never let surface numbers fool him. His rule was clear. You need at least 2 or 3 damage skills, and those must be maxed first. Only then do you look at stat boosting support skills. Following that logic, he once again maxed the dragon's core damage abilities. Perfect. He nodded in satisfaction as each damage skill jumped from Tier 2 to Tier 3. With preparations complete, he drew a deep breath and started the third-class advancement quest. Unlike the first two promotions, the third required materials that couldn't be bought or looted in the open world. They had to be farmed in an exclusive solo dungeon. Parties weren't allowed. The entry ticket alone scared off a huge chunk of players. One run cost 20,000 gold. Gathering all the materials took roughly 100 runs to million gold just in tickets. Factor in time, gear durability, potions, it was a nightmare for most. For Gu Huai, it was merely a bit of time. Let's get started. The dungeon's difficulty crushed ordinary players. Monsters from epic to legendary tiers swarmed the map, and a level 70 legendary boss blocked the exit. Most people picked off the weakest mobs, scurried out when things got tough, and paid for another try. To Gu Huai, even the level 70 boss was cannon fodder. He paid the 20,000 gold fee, stepped inside, and mowed everything down in seconds. After clearing the instance, he opened his inventory and tallied the haul already collected more than 300 sets of third advancement materials. Seeing the stack of over 300 materials, Gu Huai's smile grew even wider. Most players can only farm about 100 of these materials per run because they cherry-pick ordinary monsters and steer clear of bosses. For the vast majority, bosses are downright terrifying. Fighting one is practically suicide. Gu Huai, however, felt no such fear. The moment he entered the map, he wiped out every enemy in an instant. 30 runs should be enough, he murmured, and launched into a frenzied grind. 1 run per minute, 30 runs in half an hour. 10,000 pieces of material filled his inventory so quickly that onlookers would have wept at the sight. He then sat cross-legged, regulating his breathing to ensure he was in peak condition. The materials were ready. The third promotion instance could open at any time. Its difficulty was unknown, so he needed to be at his best. 2 hours later, fully recovered, Gu Huai nodded and activated the instance. The 10,000 materials converged before him, forming a dazzling gate of light, and a system message appeared. Flawless performance detected during your second promotion quest. Storyline for the third promotion has been altered. Third promotion instance, Masters 8 qualifiers. Mode, Solo. Synopsis, a global festival for beast tamers. The top 8 will earn the title Masters 8, win worldwide acclaim, and receive treasures from the host. Your exceptional second promotion performance has seeded you directly into the group stage. You are now among the final 32. Note, reaching the semifinals completes the third promotion. Continuing further yields greater rewards and will influence the difficulty and timing of the fourth promotion. Choose carefully. Masters 8 qualifiers. Gu Huai raised an eyebrow. A brief image of Pokemon's Masters tournament flickered in his mind, but he quickly shook it off. Whatever world this is, clearing the third promotion comes first. With that, he stepped through the gate. A torrent of memories flooded in. This was the beast-taming continent, a realm where everyone became a beast-tamer at 18. The setting felt so vivid that Gu Huai almost wondered if it were real, but he dismissed the thought as nonsense. He shook his head and surveyed his surroundings. He was still Gu Huai, a commoner beast-tamer who had clawed his way into the top 32 through sheer skill and hard work. Next up was the round of 32. His opponent, Li Daoxian, son of the Li clan patriarch from the imperial capital, a fire specialist considered a strong contender for the title of Fire Master. Please welcome the beacon of the common folk, Gu Huai, and the renowned fire-type master, Li Daoxian. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. So soon? Gu Huai blinked, then strode toward the stage. The stands erupted in chants of beacon of the common folk. Apparently, had earned that nickname simply because he was the only contestant from a humble background to reach the top 32. Of the other 31 contenders, every single one came from a powerful background, either the scions of vast clans or beneficiaries of formidable organizations. There wasn't a true commoner among them, so Gu Huai instantly became the center of attention. The crowd discussed his origins at length, yet almost no one believed he could advance any farther. In their eyes, reaching the round of 32 was already his ceiling. After all, standing opposite him were 31 monster-class opponents whose strength bordered on absurd. What they were judging, however, was the Gu Huai of yesterday, not the man standing in the arena today. Gu Huai stepped onto the platform. The circular stands were packed, and the match was streaming worldwide, live comments in countless languages flashing across the screens. Bathed in spotlights, he looked completely at ease, neither tense nor excited, strolling as if through a garden. To him, these human or beast opponents were nothing but NPCs, noisy lines of code incapable of stirring the smallest ripple of emotion. His counterpart, Li Daoxian, was the opposite, so overjoyed he bordered on theatrical. The moment he set foot on the stage, he struck a victorious pose, his voice so loud it sent static through the microphone. Gu Huai, I know you, the beacon of the common folk, right? Li Daoxian tipped up his chin. I respect you, but this is where your journey ends. The confidence in his tone was so overwhelming that even a bystander might think the match already decided. Gu Huai couldn't be bothered to answer. He merely lowered his eyes to smooth his sleeves. In his mind, this loud opponent was just another dancing line of data, no matter how high he jumped. The referee appeared, dressed in an unadorned emerald combat suit that clung to his frame like a single blade of dark jade. In a mechanical yet powerful voice, he announced the rules. This match follows a best-of-3, unknown format. If all contract beasts of one side lose the ability to fight, the other side wins the round. After each round, either player may replace one beast. Summon your beasts within 10 seconds. The battle begins immediately afterward. Gu Huai knew these rules well. His inherited memories contained every detail of the tournament, especially that before the quarterfinals the format would switch to a full 6 vs 6 battle. When he first saw it, had noticed the system was almost identical to the Pokemon matches of his childhood. Right now his only concern was finishing quickly so he could complete his third advancement. 5 matches stood between him and promotion. What a nuisance. The moment the referee finished speaking, Li Daoxian acted first. He slapped the air, and ripples spread through the void. Come forth, Xian Water, Heavy Tiger. Thankfully, he didn't throw a spherical device. Had a pokeball appeared, Gu Huai might have rolled his eyes. Mist surged, and a 5-ma turtle tiger slammed onto the stage. Steel-hard muscle wrapped its massive frame, and savage eyes glowed icy blue. A translucent data panel appeared. Beast, Xian Water Heavy Tiger. Level, 70. Bloodline, Quasi-mythic. Battle rating, 1.89 million. Description, a tiger from the northern Xian region, baptized at birth in mystic waters, and evolved into a beast capable of commanding Xian Water. Brutal by nature. A tiger that controls Xian Water. Huh? Gu Huai studied it without the slightest flicker of emotion. Vicious looks aside, a battle rating of only 1.89 million failed to spark any real fighting spirit. He mused, the third-rank instance can't actually be weaker than the second, right? Let's hope the rest aren't this soft. Oblivious to being labeled lightweight, Li Daoxian stood tall, arrogance written across his face as he waited to watch Gu Huai stumble. All the intel had gathered said Gu Huai was impressive, but Li Daoxian believed he was stronger. The referee's countdown hit 0, and Li Daoxian's provocative stare once again cut across the stage, as if he meant to carve victory into Gu Huai's features ahead of time. Meeting that gaze, Gu Huai finally made his move. Come on out, Daiming. Gu Huai hesitated for a moment, then decided to let the dragon have some fun. The skeletal beast rarely appeared on its own, and since it was at a critical stage of merging with the doomsday evil dragon's blood, a formal battle might accelerate the process. A swirl of space-splintering black mist erupted at the center of the arena, and the crowd fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. From that rift emerged a jet-black bone dragon more than 50 meters long. Its wings snapped open with a thunderous crack, swallowing half the battlefield. Dull joints were etched with obscure runes that leaked a faint crimson glow, radiating raw oppression. If one looked closely, the massive creature even wore a slightly dopey expression in eerie contrast to its fearsome build. Beside it, the Xianwater heavy tiger that had just rattled the spectators now seemed like an oversized house cat. Species Doomsday Bone Dragon King. Name Daiming. Level LV 70. Strength 7.16 million. Spirit 290,000. Agility 5.11 million. Endurance 5.88 million. Talent Bones of the Apocalypse. Its body is reforged from the skeleton of a doomsday evil dragon, brimming with world-ending power. Contact attacks deal an additional 200% final damage. Skills. 1. Tier 3 Dragon Dive, LV 11 active. Plunges from high altitude, dealing battle index 21 damage. Targets struck during the dive are overwhelmed by fear, slowing their actions and reactions. 2. Tier 2 Evil Dragon Possession, LV 8 active. Awakens the evil dragon's soul within its bones, boosting all attributes by 80%. While active, it loses all reason and attacks every living thing except its master. Skill points 0. Battle index 18.46 million. Current status fusing with Doomsday Evil Dragon Blood. The numbers alone were suffocating. In raw strength, Daiming reduced the tiger's entire stat sheet to rubble. They simply weren't in the same league. Li Daoxian's confidence froze on his face. He swallowed hard, desperately reassuring himself. It's probably all for show, maybe it isn't stronger than my tiger. The 10-second countdown ended, and the referee announced the start of the match. With a casual flap of its wings, Daiming whipped up a scorching gale. The Xianwater heavy tiger roared and raised a claw to block, only to have its vaunted power torn apart like paper. A heartbeat later, its massive body was hurled into the barrier, blood spraying as it lost consciousness on impact. A clean, instantaneous knockout, no room for resistance. The stands were deathly silent before a belated wave of screams and gasps. Some spectators shot to their feet, others clapped hands over their mouths. Li Daoxian's eyes bulged so wide that Gu Huai worried they might actually pop out. Fortunately, that worst-case scenario never happened. Li Daoxian just ended up looking rather ridiculous. The referee froze where he stood, mouth half open, eyes wide with disbelief. He had seen beasts of this caliber before, but he knew Gu Hui just one match earlier. Gu Hui had fought a powerhouse tooth and nail for a spot in the top 32, yet he hadn't revealed this trump card. So the guy had been hiding his strength all along. It wasn't only the referee and the crowd who were stunned, the other 30 qualifiers erupted in shock as well. Who would have guessed a heavyweight like this was hiding in their ranks? Suddenly, the battle for the title of strongest master felt more competitive than ever. Add Gu Huai's name to the master candidate list now. The event director barked at the media team. That bone dragon alone makes him a favorite for the championship. The tournament was hosted by the official Beastmaster Alliance to boost its credibility. The stronger the contestants, the better the alliance's reputation. Although a few veteran contenders all but guaranteed a spot in the Elite Eight had skipped the event, most top fighters were present, so the lineup still looked impressive. News of Gu Huai spread through the Beastmaster community at lightning speed. Scouts scrambled to dig up information, but found only an unremarkable resume and nothing about his current power level. Down by the arena, Li Daoxian walked off the steps in a daze. His heavy tiger had been one-shotted, and, unwilling to accept it, he released his Asia hairless white tiger with a combat rating of 2.43 million. It lasted no more than a blink against the cuddly bone dragon. Watching his trump card crumble, Li Daoxian finally grasped the gap between himself and Gu Huai and surrendered on the spot. As he turned away, he remembered his earlier boasts, and his ears burned red. Gu Huai's explosive performance immediately earned him a seed designation. To prevent two Elite Eight contenders from meeting too early, the organizers adjust the bracket on the fly. A seed spot only guarantees fairness through the round of 16. After that, everyone is on their own. Because Gu Huai had not been seeded before, he had randomly drawn the unlucky Li Daoxian. Now, as a seed, his future opponents would come from the 8 remaining unseeded fighters. The schedule tightened, no doubt fueled by the buzz around Gu Huai, and the second round started almost at once. Gu Huai sent out the bone dragon again and dispatched his opponent with ease. Though this challenger was slightly stronger than Li Daoxian, he still couldn't shake the dragon. The third round followed hard on its heels. This was the placement round, the matches that would decide the official rankings of the Elite Eight. This round was seeded according to the rankings assigned after the previous battles. First plays 8th, second faces 7th, third meets 5th. The rules are simple enough. Gu Huai was ranked 3rd, so he would be fighting the 5th seed when his turn came. The 4 matches were staggered so the audience could watch them all, and with his bout scheduled 3rd, Gu Huai used the downtime to study the first 2 fights closely. The top seed was as terrifying as advertised. An ice element beastmaster, he opened with a mythic bloodline ice crystal phoenix. The bird's crystalline feathers glittered, and every bead of its wings filled the arena with swirling snow. Above it floated the stats: level 75, combat power 18.9 million. Seeing those numbers, Gu Huai finally relaxed. This was the kind of difficulty a 3rd-tier promotion should have. The earlier stages had been so easy, he'd suspected a glitch. Even so, he only nodded and muttered, barely acceptable, because 18.9 million still didn't qualify as a threat in his eyes. Reached the semifinals, and the promotion would be complete. After that, his own strength would surge again. Losing simply wasn't on the table. The second seed favored a mechanical build and immediately deployed a gleaming Gundam-like mech. The steel giant carried 18.1 million combat power, winning thunderous cheers from the stands. Match 3 finally called Gu Huai to the stage. His opponent, the 5th seed, was a stunning girl in snow-white robe, skin like porcelain, waist-length hair, a presence as clear as a mountain spring. Yet the overdone aura of purity made his skin crawl. During the pre-match pleasantries, she fixed her gaze on Gu Huai's bone dragon. "You're strong," she said evenly, "especially that bone dragon," her tone dripping with quiet certainty. "Against someone else you might have won," she continued, raising her hand as holy light blossomed in her palm. "Unfortunately, you ran into me. Evil has no place here. Let the light purge everything. Come forth, seraph of the 8 holy wings." Radiance burst through the arena's dome as a female angel with 4 pairs of snowy wings hovered overhead, casting blinding light. Only then did Gu Huai realize why he'd felt instinctive dislike for the girl. Her contracted beast was a birdman, a race he considered hopelessly hypocritical and irritating. Still, out of courtesy, he glanced at its stat panel. Contract beast, 8-winged seraph. Level, 73. Bloodline mythic. Combat power, 16.71 million. Description: a member of the Holy Winged Angel Corps. She has 4 boyfriends, and the 5 of them often go out together. 16.7 million was certainly formidable, but that final note made Gu Huai blink. Member of the Holy Winged Angel Corps would have been enough. Why tack on has 4 boyfriends, and the 5 of them often go out together? This angel was definitely living her best life. For a moment, he had no idea what to say. Gu Huai had never been fond of angels. Yet right now he sincerely hoped the 8-winged angel across the arena would push harder, forcing Dai Ming to unleash the full potential of her doomsday, evil dragon blood. A brutal clash would not only help Dai Ming synchronize with her lineage, it would also give Gu Huai a clearer picture of her limits. Yi Miao opened with her strongest trump card, a seraph, with 8 wings, slamming it onto the field like a winning hand. No one in the stands was surprised. The bone dragon opposite her reeked of death, its aura even pressing faintly against the angels. Without her ace, Yi Miao might not prevail. So who do you think will win? Someone whispered. Judging by the angel versus the bone dragon alone, Yi Miao's chances are far better, another answered. Light counters darkness. That's basic knowledge. Heads nodded in agreement. Light naturally suppressed darkness, an obvious elemental advantage. On paper, Gu Huai had only a single bone dragon worth fearing. The rest of his beasts were nowhere near Yi Miao's lineup. She, on the other hand, fielded 3 beasts whose combat ratings all topped 10 million. If the official rankings factored in elemental matchups instead of only a beast's highest published power, Yi Miao would have outranked Gu Huai long ago. The battle began. Light burst. A torrent of blazing white light hammered the bone dragon's mottled plates, scattering charred fragments in every direction. Holy energy dealt monstrous extra damage to undead flesh, and Dai Ming fell behind almost immediately. Hovering, the 8-winged angel drew her bow. Each sword stroke trailed pure white arcs that drove the bone dragon steadily backward. Yi Miao's gaze was frosty, a halo of sacred brilliance wreathing her. She looked at Gu Huai and Dai Ming as though they were scrap metal. Trash is trash, she said. I will judge you. Gu Huai forced a wry smile. At this rate, Dai Ming had no chance to turn the tables. He inhaled sharply and muttered, no choice. Time to go big. Who said light was always righteous? Second tier, evil dragon possession. Boom. It felt as though an ancient seal had been ripped apart. A primordial, chilling evil burst from the bone dragon's core. Ash-black dragon fire danced between its ribs, warping the air with heat. The spectators fell silent. Several low-rank beastmasters instinctively backed away from the oppressive aura. Evil was merely an energy type. Wielding it did not automatically make one wicked, just as an angel wrapped in holy light could be crueler than any demon. The dense miasma seeped outward. Dai Ming's normally placid, round eyes glowed blood red. Her pupils narrowed, and her breathing turned harsh and erratic, the unmistakable signs of a rampage. She has lost control. Second-tier evil dragon possession boosts all of Dai Ming's stats by 80%, but the price is total loss of reason. Dai Ming was capable of only one thing now: wiping out every living creature except Gu Huai. A shriek like something dragged from the depths of hell tore through the arena, its icy edge making the audience shudder. Yi Miao's calm facade crumbled instantly. From Dai Ming she felt a raw, undisguised aura of death, the kind that truly ends life. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Almost reflexively, she had the 8-winged angel unleash its trump card. Descent of the Divinity. She had never planned to use this move in competition. The price was far too steep. Each casting burned the angel's very essence, thinning its bloodline. Use it too often and an 8-winged angel could regress to 6 wings, dropping to a demi-divine rank. Had this fight been anything less than critical, she would have forfeited before taking that risk. At the command, 2 almost invisible wings unfurled behind the angel's radiant 8. The originals blazed pure white, while the new pair shimmered like mirages, visible only if one stared hard enough. The angel's power surged, brushing the threshold of 10 wings and edging into god tier, though the ethereal pair had yet to solidify. For now, she was no true seraph. After the invocation, holy light washed over Yi Miao's face, and she breathed out in relief. In her mind, an 8-winged angel in this state could not lose. The stands were packed. Every contender in the top 8, the sea of spectators, even the tournament's #1 seed, fell silent beneath the divine pressure pouring from Gu Huai and Yi Miao. The champion's gaze turned grave. Yi Miao had actually been forced to summon a god. Fortunately for him, the move was far too draining. Having used it once, she could not possibly repeat it anytime soon. The match should have been decided then and there. Everyone was certain that a bone dragon steeped in evil could never match a near seraph. A second later, their certainty shattered. Driven to utter frenzy, Dai Ming exhaled destruction with every breath. Its instinctive hatred of light hurled it at the angel in a blur of darkness so fast it seemed to rip the air itself. The angel never imagined the bone dragon could reach such speed. She managed only a half-step dodge before a scream of agony split the sky. Blood sprayed. Dai Ming's claw ripped through her left wing. Snow-white feathers turned crimson in an instant, and the entire wing was torn clean away. The blinding pain and sudden loss of blood staggered the angel. The remaining wings were spattered with scarlet, a jarring contrast to her alabaster form. Angel. Yi Miao stood rooted to the spot, stunned. She had never seen an 8-winged angel so grievously wounded. No. The moment the shout left her lips, her pupils contracted. What she saw was even more horrifying than before. The skeletal dragon she had dismissed as trash charged again, treating the eight-winged angel as nothing more than prey. Its bony wings snapped once, slicing white scars through the air, while the angel barely managed to raise a shimmering shield in front of her. The barrier folded like paper, too fragile even to make a sound. An instant later, the dragon's taloned paw, veined with black sigils, clamped around the angel's waist. Her proud, holy face twisted into terror. Every creature trembles before death. Stop! Yi Miao had just opened her mouth to concede, but her plea was swallowed by the crack of splintering bone. With a savage wrench, Daimeng tore the angel in half. Her halo shattered, and life fled. Even as the light faded, disbelief still lingered in her eyes. She had never imagined she would die in the claws of a dragon she had never bothered to notice, and die so brutally. The bone dragon lowered its skull to inspect the two halves, lost interest, and casually ripped the corpse into several more pieces before tossing them aside like scraps of cloth. The soul flames in its eye sockets burned a deeper crimson, reflections flickering across the bones as if ready to consume every living thing nearby. A moment later, its gaze locked on Yi Miao inside the protected zone. The massive body leaned forward, razor-edged wings poised, driving a cutting wind ahead of them. Seeing the dragon rush toward his own side, Gu Huai froze for half a second, cursing inwardly. The skill was powerful, but the loss of control was absolute. A stray attack on a teammate would be disastrous. Worried that Daimeng might violate the class change rules and sabotage the third advancement, he raised his hand without hesitation and recalled the dragon into the dragon domain. That realm had always been under Gu Huai's total command. To prevent Daimeng from clashing with Qing Mo and the other dragons, he split the space in two, sealing Daimeng in a newly opened quarantine. Yet the corrupted dragon form could not be dismissed at will. Only two options remained: let Daimeng rage until the state burned out, or subdue him with overwhelming force. Gu Huai knew Gu Yuezi and Heiqiu together could restrain him, but with several battles still ahead, he refused to waste the manpower. The lesson was painful enough. He swore never again to let Daimeng enter that form on a whim. Once Daimeng was secured, Gu Huai checked his status, confirmed everything was stable, and turned his attention back to the arena. Yi Miao had collapsed to her knees, while the referee had backed all the way outside the barrier. Gu Huai reminded him coolly, "Referee. Ahai's round 1. Victory to Gu Huai." Please, the referee finally recovered and announced the result, his voice awkward. "I forfeit." Yi Miao all but screamed, her voice raw. She had been truly terrified. When that vicious bone dragon opened its maw and breathed death at her, it was the first time in her life she had felt death so close. She had come within a hair's breadth of dying. A moment earlier, she had dropped to the ground because her legs had gone numb with terror. The image of the eight-winged angel's gruesome death flashed through her mind and made her lose control again. To be fair, she had weathered storms and stared down death before, yet this time, she was truly terrified. Daimeng's earlier burst of unrestrained savagery had left too deep an impression. Dying was one thing, but dying like that was something Yi Miao simply could not accept. So she surrendered on the spot. Even though two of her beasts still had combat indexes above 1,000, she conceded. Staying alive was worth more than pride, wasn't it? She also refused to gamble on whether that terrifying bone dragon would appear and slaughter everything again. If it did, she would be finished. The loss of the eight-winged angel had already hit her hard, dragging her from heaven straight down to hell. Surrender? Gu Huai froze, surprised that this proud woman would fold so quickly. The fight instantly lost its flavor for him, but at least he could move on and finish his third advancement sooner. The others were stunned as well. They hadn't expected anyone to give up at this stage, but after recalling Dai Meng's brutality, it suddenly seemed reasonable. Bing-yi, if it were you, could you handle that bone dragon? Asked Fang Yuan, who currently held the second-place ranking. Bing-yi, master of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, glanced at him. If it's only the bone dragon, it shouldn't be a problem, he answered candidly instead of pretending weakness. Fang Yuan nodded. True, annoying, but not unbeatable if it's just the dragon. What worries me is whatever trump card that kid might still be hiding, Bing-yi added casually, turning his gaze back to Fang Yuan. For Bing-yi, Fang Yuan had always been the real opponent, the rival had faced since their youth. Fair enough, Fang Yuan said with a shrug, clearly sharing the same view. Gu Huai knew nothing of their thoughts. The moment Yi Miao conceded, a notification rang in his mind. Congratulations, challenger. You have entered the semifinals and completed the third-class advancement. Upon successful third advancement, your stats will be doubled at final settlement. Each future level up will grant 150 points to strength, spirit, agility, and constitution, retroactively filling any previous shortfall. You have earned 3 skill enhancement tokens, usable on any skills before the fourth advancement. New skills learned: Constitution Boost and Agility Boost. Constitution Boost LV1, passive, increases constitution of contracted dragon-type creatures by 50%. Agility Boost LV1, passive, increases agility of contracted dragon-type creatures by 50%. Note: current skill enhancement cap is tier 4. At once, Gu Huai's power and attributes surged again far more than before, and even he was shocked by the numbers now displayed. Name: Gu Huai. Class: Dragon Tamer Unique, Hidden. Level: 70, 3rd Advancement. Strength: 8.61 million. Spirit: 9.70 million. Agility: 2.94 million. Constitution: 5.72 million. Combat Index: 26.98 million. Skill Enhancement Points: 3. Skills all reset after 4th Advancement. Tier 3 Dragon Mastery, LV 13-2. Tier 2 Shared Pain, LV 11. Bloodline Link, LV 8. Strength Boost, LV 5. Spirit Boost, LV 2. Constitution Boost, LV 1. Agility Boost, LV 1. A combat index of 26.98 million, utterly outrageous. Gu Huai did the math in an instant. Even if he coasted from here on out, the automatic 10% stat gain each level would soon push him past 100 million himself. What really sent a jolt through him, though, wasn't his own potential but the explosive growth of the dragons under his command. Heichio's unorthodox style made her hard to measure, yet every other member now boasted at least 50 million. The brightest star was undoubtedly Gu Yuezi. When Gu Huai looked up, the numbers on her panel nearly made his pupils burst. Race: 5-clawed golden dragon unique. Name: Gu Yuezi. Level: 70. Strength: 2.96 million. Spirit: 2.85 million. Agility: 2.49 million. Constitution: 2.84 million. Talent: Dragon Emperor. Wields an innate, regal aura that dominates most dragonkin. Any dragon whose combat index is less than 1/10 of hers instinctively obeys her commands. Her attacks carry this aura, suppressing almost all races. Effectiveness varies by target. Techniques fueled by sheer presence gain a 150% damage boost. Skill Enhancement Points: 5. Learn Skills: 1. Tier 3, 9 Dragon Roar Break, LV 13. 2. Tier 3, Divine Dragon Possession, LV 10. 3. Tier 2, 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Probe, LV 10. Combat Index: 111.52 million. Breaking 9 digits, something Gu Huai had never even dared imagine, was now right before his eyes. Part of the spike came from the new skills and stat jump unlocked at level 70, part from the 3rd advancement that nudged her existing skills higher, and the rest from those 5 precious enhancement points. Gu Yuezi had received all 5 points the moment she hit her 3rd advancement, and Gu Huai nearly spent them on the spot to unlock a Tier 4 skill. The usual rules are: 1 point upgrades a normal skill to Tier 2, 2 points take it from Tier 2 to Tier 3, 4 points raise it from Tier 3 to Tier 4. Pushing a skill straight to Tier 4 costs 7 points in total, and few players ever manage to save that many. Most receive their first point only after the 3rd advancement, and from level 70 onward, each level merely has a chance to drop another. Gu Huai, who had socked away points before his 3rd advancement, was a real outlier. The thought made him glance again at Gu Yuezi's absurd combat index, and his grin stretched nearly ear to ear. Qing Mo was already formidable at just over 80 million, but she had been left in the dust. The terror of a quasi-transcendent bloodline was laid bare. As her level and skills rose in tandem, Gu Yuezi was climbing like a rocket. With that, the power ladder inside Gu Huai's faction was clear. Setting aside Heichio, the roster now fell into 3 tiers. Tier 1 had just a single member, Gu Yuezi, whose combat index of 111 million put her firmly in 9-digit territory. In the 2nd tier are Qing Mo and Gaian, with combat ratings of 80.47 million and 76.95 million respectively. Gaian used to be Gu Huai's strongest summon. His suite of strength stacking buffs kept him well ahead of the field. As Gu Huai's own skills and gear evolved, however, that advantage vanished. Qing Mo and Gu Yuezi improved far faster, and Gaian has now been decisively overtaken. The 3rd tier consists of the 3 young dragons. Yuan Yin tops the group at 64.94 million, followed by Lei Mo at 56.84 million and Daimeng at 55.43 million. With that, every one of Gu Huai's 6 dragons is fully accounted for. By contrast, Heikia's combat index looks unremarkable, only 17.88 million, and all of it in the spirit stat, while every other attribute remains at 0. Yet if Heichio can fight independently without possessing a host, that single stat total is enough to make most level 70, triple advanced elites think twice. Pouring everything into one attribute at this scale is intimidation in its purest form. Gu Huai muttered to himself, the smile never leaving his face. To the spectators, he was simply riding the high of defeating Yi Miao and breaking into the semifinals. Reaching the top 8 grants them master title, but the prefix matters. 1st place is 1st master, 8th place is 8th master. No one wants to be branded the weakest master, and higher ranks come with richer rewards. After his victory, Gu Huai stepped off the platform. Today's schedule only determined the final 4. The last 2 rounds would be held tomorrow. While watching the day's closing match, he grumbled, so I really have to wait an entire night. When the final duel ended, space and time suddenly seemed to accelerate. A single second stretched into a full minute of subjective experience. Gu Huai felt his drained energy surge back, and the speed of that recovery startled him. Was this the power of the time law? Its reputation as one of the most mysterious and formidable laws was clearly deserved. Among all laws, the time law sits at least one tier above the common elemental ones. True mastery is anything but easy. A handful of warriors and mages dabble in temporal tricks, doubling speed here, having it there, and always on a small scale. Achieving 60-fold acceleration where 1 minute equals in Hori's an entirely different league. And so, in a little over 10 minutes, the outside world raced ahead to 8 o'clock the next morning. Gu Huai remained seated quietly in the contestants' area, waiting for the next battle to begin. At exactly 8 o'clock, the 60-fold acceleration disappeared. In an instant, the world before his eyes felt as if someone had pressed play, slipping from an absurd fast-forward back to normal speed. The crowd kept chatting and laughing, oblivious to the bizarre flow of time that had just passed. Gu Huai recalled their ridiculously rapid, yet perfectly synchronized steps under the accelerated view, a discord that still clung to him during those 10-odd minutes. He had probably been the only one seeing the world at 60 times its usual rate. The power of time is truly frightening, he thought, grateful it had happened only inside the instance. In reality, it would have been far more terrifying. At 8 sharp, the contestants filed in and the referees took their places. The stands were even more packed than yesterday. A sea of spectators pressed shoulder to shoulder. Today would crown the supreme master, the tamer officially acknowledged as the strongest of all, and everyone wanted to witness it. Whether the title would prove deserved still depended on performance in the arena. The schedule moved briskly. Within 10 minutes, the opening match rank 1 versus rank 4 was already underway. The top seed did not win easily, needing 3 full swaps to take down all 6 of his opponent's beasts. Watching from the sidelines, Gu Huai reassessed their strength. They were indeed formidable. Had he faced them before his third-class advancement, the fight would have been grueling. Now the scales tipped toward him. Inwardly, and with no small pride, he labeled them a bunch of weaklings. Gu Huai was up in the second match. Gu Huai, hello. I'm from the mechanical Fong clan, Fong Yuan said warmly as he stepped onto the stage. Hi, Gu Huai replied, deciding it would be rude to meet courtesy with a cold face. With quiet confidence, Fong Yuan went on, our Fong family has deep resources. We're the ones who built the world-famous Arkansas, and I'm inviting you to join us. Name any terms you want. Every word carried an easy assurance, as if refusal were impossible. An NPC trying to poach talent? This instance is getting way too realistic, Gu Huai thought. Sorry, not interested. Referee, could we start the match? He said, his tone sharpening toward the official who was clearly enjoying the show. Refuse? Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes, smiling. Interesting. He'll show you the allure of mechanical beast taming. A fanatic light flickered in his gaze. Come forth, the romance of every man Gundam Unit 016. He tossed a metal cube no larger than a Rubik's Cube. The block unfolded instantly, expanding into a scarlet mech over 3 meters tall, imposing yet trim, all sleek angles and sharp edges. 3 meters made it only a compact Gundam, but the cockpit could still seat a pilot. So cool. Gasps rose from the crowd. Gu Huai recognized Unit 016 as well, a main battle mech built for melee, ranged combat, defense, and speed alike, armed with a plasma laser rifle, a plasma saber, and other high-tech gear. Its combat power was nothing to sneeze at. Beast Unit, Gundam 016. Rank, level 75. Bloodline, Mythic. Combat Power Index, 18.3 million. Developed under Fong Yuan's direction by more than a dozen elite engineers, this suit of armor represents the pinnacle of the world's current technology. Gundam 016's latest combat rating now stands at 18.3 million, an increase of 200,000 since yesterday. At this level, even a minor skill upgrade or an extra high-purity crystal in the energy core can push the index up by hundreds of thousands. Gu Huai glanced at the refreshed figures without a ripple of emotion. After completing his third awakening, his own power far surpassed the mechas. If he entered the arena himself, he doubted the Gundam could survive a solo duel. Because the previous round had featured Daimon, ending the farce with the same summon was only fitting. In truth, Gu Huai's insistence on fielding Daimon wasn't just about matching strength. Last night's evil dragon possession, followed by the third awakening, made it clear to him that Daimon was half a step from a full bloodline fusion. A few more brutal battles might unlock the power still dormant inside it. Gu Huai was eager to see whether a creature that already possessed a mythic bloodline could break through the so-called ceiling once it merged with a supreme lineage. He had once lamented not having fresh supreme dragon blood. Its raw, violent energy might have pushed Daimon straight into the transcendent tier. Reality, however, had handed him a vial that had sat for years, much of its essence bled away. The upside was that the weaker potency spared Daimon from bloodline backlash, allowing it to absorb the dragon blood barely. Come out, Daimon. Gu Huai formed the thought, and black flames surged. Roar. A thunderous draconic bellow shook the air. Bone wings unfurled as a colossal skeletal dragon clawed its way out of the summoning matrix, black-violet pulses racing across its ribbed frame. In a single night its size had ballooned again. The 50-meter skeleton now stretched nearly 70. Razor-sharp horns jutted forward, vertebrae gleamed like blades, and twin emerald flames leapt wildly in the hollow eye sockets. Fang Yuan's relaxed expression froze. At first glance, he thought Gu Huai had summoned a different creature, only to realize this was the same bone dragon in a vastly altered state. A near 30% growth in one day. What sort of monstrous evolution rate was that? With no time to dwell on it, he faced the Titan Hedon. Both sides ready, battle commence. The referee's voice boomed through the arena. Under Grandmaster rules, the match was still 6v6, but the opening clash would likely decide everything. Xing. Fang Yuan struck first. The alloy plating on Gundam 016's right arm split apart, revealing a 3-meter plasma blade that flashed with blinding light. Twin rocket thrusters on the mech's back spat white flame, propelling it forward in a streak of fire. The faster the swing, the sharper the cut. He aimed for the softest target, the soul flame. A bone dragon is all hardened skeleton, only the flame in its eye sockets is vulnerable. Extinguish it and the fight ends in seconds. It was Fang Yuan's standard tactic. Find the weak point, land a killing blow. But he had miscalculated. Yesterday, Daimon might indeed have been skewered before it could react. Today, it was reborn. The Gundam lunged, the air still sizzling with ionized heat, when the bone dragon suddenly raised its head. Its wings snapped open, casting a vast shadow over the arena. The emerald flames flickered with unhurried rhythm, as though mocking the incoming sliver of plasma. The problem was simple. This was no longer yesterday's Daimon. A combat rating of 55.43 million is no joke. Daimon tracked the incoming Gundam's pounce, lifted a hand as if swatting a fly, and gave it a casual slap. Crack. The Gundam sailed backward, sparks skittering across its armor as alarms blared. With a look of disdain, Daimon added another slap. The Gundam's sensors registered the motion, but loose parts kept it from dodging. A second sharp crack rang out. The machine went dark and smashed into the ground. On the system panel, a single line popped up. Experience gained 3.7 billion. It happened so fast the spectators didn't even have time to blink. Fang Yuan stood frozen, head prepared for every scenario, including defeat, but a one-shot kill? That made no sense. He was just as shaken. After decades of sparring with Fang Yuan, he considered himself only slightly stronger. If Fang Yuan's best Gundam had been wiped out in an instant, what did that say about his own chances? He clenched his fists, rejecting the thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Huai had no time for their turmoil. Staring at the panel, he groaned. 3.7 billion XP split 7 waste hats, still 450 million each. Yet his experience bar didn't budge. It took a full 10 billion just to climb from level 70 to 71, and the numbers only got worse from there. He muttered under his breath, then glanced back at Fang Yuan. That guy is a walking XP bank. 5 contracted beast there's got to be at least 10 billion on the table, maybe 2 billion each. That's perfectly fair. He could rake in that much only because his own power was overwhelming. Anyone else, even Elder Long right after his third advancement, would never beat that Gundam. Elder Long at full strength might match a gold legendary or boss, barely enough to shake a pseudo-mythic, let alone a true mythic. A mythic boss is worth 30 plus billion XP by itself. Pseudo-mythics maybe a bit over 10, and gold legendary bosses only a few billion. Worse still, gold legendary bosses in the outside world usually rule their own territories, surrounded by hordes of minions, so taking them down isn't easy. Jaw tight, Fang Yuan summoned his second trump card, Mech 006, combat rating 16.53 million. He still had no idea why he had lost so utterly just now, and it gnawed at him. This time Mech 006 would fight. This time he would be painfully cautious. The gap in strength was simply overwhelming. Even though Fang Yuan had taken every precaution, he was still doomed to be one-shotted. With 16 million power facing more than 50 million, the 3-10 difference was brutally amplified in the arena. In just a few heartbeats his mechanical beast shattered amid blinding flashes. One hit again. He stared, stunned, replaying his earlier boast, my mech will show them real charm. Now it felt as if he had gift-trapped his pride only to watch it smashed open. His ears burned. He wished he could crawl into a hole. What puzzled him even more was the pensive look on Gu Huai's face. Fang Yuan muttered inwardly. Why is this guy letting his mind run off in such a crazy direction? I concede. When the referee asked for his third beast, Fang Yuan simply raised his hand and surrendered without a flicker of hesitation. You're giving up? Gu Huai paused, surprised by the speed of it. Had he gone too hard? Seeing Fang Yuan's embarrassment, he kept his thoughts to himself and looked away. What's with these NPCs? Why do they have to act so real? An NPC should act like an NPC. Gu Huai shook his head and sighed. Since the FreeX package had forfeited, he shifted his gaze to the other Sedetto Bingi. Then came the next surprise. I concede as well. Before the match officially began, Bing Yi bowed her head in defeat. A row of question marks sprang up in Gu Huai's mind. Seriously? He opened his mouth to complain, but the scene around him was suddenly stripped of color and dissolved. Congratulations, challenger. You have earned the title of Supreme Master and obtained the final reward. The mechanical announcement echoed in his ears. When his vision cleared, Gu Huai stood in a gray void so empty that even his breathing echoed. A bronze chest materialized before him. Curiosity piqued. He stepped forward and lifted the lid. Inside lay a crystal vial, its translucent surface glowing softly. 23 flawless pills glistened inside, exuding a faint fragrance. One breath of it left his mind razor-sharp and his body relaxed. 23? That many? He muttered, knowing full well such pills could never be ordinary. Item, Dragon Pill. Rarity, Mythic. Effect, greatly enhances the draconic bloodline of a dragon-type beast. Description, born where Dragonki converges, each pill is priceless. A dragon may ingest only one. Note, challenger can contract 23 dragons, so 23 dragon pills are awarded. So that's why? Gu Huai's eyes lit up in sudden understanding. No wonder they gave me all 23. He grinned in satisfaction. Had he known the reward scaled with his contract limit, he would have pushed dragon taming art straight to tier 4. One glance at his skill panel told him he had just 3 enhancement points left, still short of tier 4. He chuckled at his own optimism. Even so, the dragon pills were a windfall, more than enough for every current and future dragon in his roster. This dungeon is really considerate, he murmured. He was about to let a beast try a pill when the space shook and propelled him outward. In the blink of an eye he was back in the rest area. A quick look at his watch showed that barely 5 hours had passed outside. Clearly, time inside the instance flowed at a very different rate. Looks like the time dilation in there is cranked way up, he muttered, tucking the dragon pills away and exhaling with relief. With that much time left, he could finally rest. First, Gu Huai decided to let Gu Yuezi give it a try. She already possessed a half-step transcendent bloodline and was the strongest under his command. He wanted to see whether she could break her shackles, truly reach the transcendent tier, and evolve into a 5-clawed golden dragon. To Gu Huai, the transcendent bloodline was almost unexplored territory. He had at least heard of mythic bloodlines. There were indeed a few beings in the world who carried them, but the transcendent rank was mentioned only in scattered dungeon records and in the files on the world-devouring evil dragon. It was rumored to be on par with the gods themselves. Beyond that, scholars speculated there might even be a supreme bloodline. Gu Yuezi, come out, Gu Huai called, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Those distant tiers could wait. The experiment before him mattered more. Roar. After their third molting, every dragon had undergone dramatic changes, growing larger and exuding an even heavier draconic presence. Gu Yuezi was the most striking. Even while hovering, she radiated the majesty of a dragon king. Eat this. Gu Huai tossed her a dragon pill. Gu Yuezi's vast spiritual power over 20 million instantly materialized and suspended the pill in midair. With strength like that, she had long since mastered telekinesis. She was about to ask where the pill came from, but the dense dragon aura rolling off it made her eyes glow. This is a real treasure. Swallow it. It should boost your power, Gu Huai urged. Without hesitation, she swallowed the pill. Gu Huai immediately pulled up her status screen to monitor the changes. Her base attributes were already at 2,500 points, her trump card over the others. The pill dissolved, and heat surged through her body. Gu Yuezi felt her heart ignite, her blood roaring through her veins. The numbers on the panel climbed, 2,500, 2,600, 2,700, finally stopping at 2,879. The spike in base stats pushed her combat power from 111.52 million to 128.44 million, a jump of about 17 million. Unfortunately, her bloodline still did not break through. She remained stuck at the half-step transcendent level. Gu Huai felt a flicker of disappointment, but quickly recovered. Gaining that much base power at once was already remarkable. The higher the foundation, the stronger the future growth. By comparison, skill bonuses always had an upper limit. Gu Huai had once asked Old Dragon about it. Most of Old Dragon's skills were stuck in the mid-20s. Only a few frequently used skills had barely crept past level 30, with the highest at 32. As Old Dragon had said, leveling beyond that point was brutally difficult. Leveling up demands massive amounts of time and effort. Beyond level 30, gaining another level is almost impossible, and the stat increase is small to begin with. Skill multipliers will eventually hit their own ceiling. That's why anything that boosts base attributes directly is priceless, and why heavenly treasures command astronomical prices. Gu Huai understood that perfectly. He took out the dragon pearls one after another, making Qing Mo the first test subject. The instant the pearl was swallowed, the bloodline that had been stuck at the peak of mythic tier erupted, shooting straight into half-transcendent. Qing Mo's base stats had been capped at 1,999. Gu Huai had expected them to rise by maybe 300 points. Gu Yuezi had only gained 379, but when the real numbers flashed up, his pupils constricted. 521. The base stats jumped to 2,520. With the half-transcendent bonus on top, Qing Mo's combat power index rocketed to 99.92 million, just 80,000 short of the 9-digit threshold. Gu Huai did the math. In all of Longhua, fewer than 3 people besides himself could break 100 million, and worldwide the number was under 10. That count included only humans. Untold monsters lurking elsewhere were a different matter. The testing went on. Gaian followed, also crossing the mythic threshold into half-transcendent. Her base stats climbed to 2,334, locking her combat power at 98.36 million. Lei Mo and Yuan Yin were still short of half-transcendent, so their bloodlines didn't evolve, but even they rose to 68.04 million and 78.32 million respectively. The real climax came when Gu Huai handed a pearl to Dai Meng. The cataclysmic, evil dragon blood in her veins needed only a spark. The dragon pearl was that catalyst. A torrent of data slammed into Gu Huai's mind. Bloodline breakthrough promoted to primary transcendent. Extra skill enhancement points 10 awarded. Existing skills reset. Compensation skill points 10 granted. 33 new skills mastered. Talent attributes recalibrated. The hail of prompts made Gu Huai's scalp tingle. The monstrous gains of a transcendent bloodline were spelled out in black and white. Better yet, any growth his contracted beasts achieved flowed back to him undiluted. So this metamorphosis effectively stacked multiple buffs on his own stats. Gu Huai sighed inwardly. This time, he was the true winner. When he looked up again, a fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. This was downright absurd. Gu Huai quickly pulled up Daming's stats. A string of brand new numbers flashed onto the screen, making him wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him because every skill had been reset to level 1. The system's first comment actually read combat rating low. He steadied himself and scanned each attribute one by one. Race, Apocalypse Bone Dragon God. Name, Dai Meng. Level, 70. Strength, 58.87 million. Spirit, 7.96 million. Agility, 39.81 million. Constitution, 44.71 million. Talent, Blood of the Apocalypse Bone God. Each strike that lands deals triple final damage. Skills, Blood Frenzy, Eternal Bones, and 31 others. 8 active and 25 passive in total. Skill enhancement points, 20. Combat rating, 151.26 million. Overview. After absorbing a single drop of blood from an Apocalypse Evil Dragon, Dai Meng evolved into an Apocalypse Bone Dragon God, the dragon above all bone dragons throughout countless worlds, wielding supreme divine power. Every skill is only level 1, yet his combat rating is already over 150 million. Gu Huai's pupils contracted. This figure instantly eclipsed anything in his current arsenal. Even more outrageous was the base index of 4,017, nearly 3 times higher than before. That leap alone let Dai Meng reach such an absurd total power. His potential is downright monstrous. While doing the math, Gu Huai stared at the line that read skill enhancement points, 20. A few more points, and he could unlock 3 Tier 4 skills, acting as an instant game breaker, but he wasn't about to squander them. Experience had taught him that enhancement points paid off best once a skill hit level 20 each advancement, then added 3 levels, and using them early was pure waste. He set those thoughts aside and scrolled through the rest of the list. The spread of 33 skills was near perfect, and he couldn't help marveling again. A transcendent bloodline really was unstoppable. A slightly childish voice suddenly cut in. Jigu Huai. The soft, faintly dazed tone came from Dai Meng, who had just completed his evolution. Were you talking to me? Gu Huai blinked. Yes, Daddy. At those words, the towering bone dragon shrank in an instant to barely 20 centimeters tall, reverting to the tiny form from before, and dove straight into Gu Huai's arms. The hard skull rubbed against his chest, painful and ticklish at once, yet Gu Huai felt an unprecedented surge of delight. Dai Meng could finally speak. Roars had never matched the clarity of words, and Gu Huai had expected one of the other 2 titans to break the silence first. Dai Meng had stolen the lead instead. Only then did he realize the true titan might be the bone dragon before him. If Dai Meng fused with Hyo again, their combat rating could edge toward 300 million. Cross that threshold, give Dai Meng a bit more tempering, and he might sweep every peer in his tier without meeting a single obstacle. The thought made Gu Huai beam. He summoned Hyo as well and fed it a dragon pill. The dragon pill had the mildest effect on Hyo, but it still added 250 base points, raising its total from 750 to 1,000. Every point went into its mental stat, instantly pushing Hyo's combat index to 23.84 million. All pure psychic power, staggeringly high. Get used to the new strength first. Once we're steady, we'll open the final stage, Gu Huai announced. The 7 dragons squealed with excitement, and the cave crackled with heat. Everyone regulated their breathing, silently syncing with their newfound power for most of the day. 16 days had passed since Gu Huai became a job changer. After a peaceful night's sleep, dawn draped the valley in mist and a cool breeze. Gu Huai and the 7 dragons felt refreshed, especially Dai Meng. whose power had jumped yet another tier overnight. Most of its skills had been stuck at level 1 the previous evening. Now several had vaulted forward. After a single night of settling, some skills leaped from level 1 straight to level 6. The leap so drastic it made Gu Huai's scalp tingle. Dai Ming's combat index soared from 151.26 million to 183.90 million, over 30 million gained in a few hours. The work of a lifetime for most people. Gu Huai muttered, "A super divine bloodline's insight is ridiculous. Early leveling is like drinking water." Still shaking his head in awe, he pulled up his own stat panel. Name: Gu Huai. Class: Dragon Tamer Unique, Hidden. Level: 70, Third Awakening. Strength: 13.44 million. Spirit: 12.47 million. Agility: 4.41 million. Constitution: 8.50 million. Combat Index: 38.83 million. Skill points available: 3. Skills learned reset before 4th Awakening. Tier 3 Dragon Control LV 132. Tier 2 Share Pain LV 11. Blood Link LV 8. Strength Amplification LV 5. Spirit Amplification LV 2. Constitution Amplification LV 1. Agility Amplification LV 1. A combat index of 38.83 million was far better than when he had completed the 3rd Awakening, yet it still paled beside Dai Ming's explosive growth. What stung even more was that his 2 level 1 skills hadn't budged overnight. He gave a wry chuckle. When the real fighting starts, we'll be leaning on Dai Ming and the others. I'm basically the commander. A thought suddenly surfaced. Once they got back, he needed to greet all.I properly. Li Long's 80+ million combat index had once seemed fearsome, now it felt ordinary. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Time to teach that old geezer a lesson. Elder Long was a different matter. Though Gu Huai suspected he now edged past the old man's strength, he held nothing but respect for Elder Long and would never raise a hand against him, quite the opposite of his attitude toward Li Long. Enough daydreaming, he told himself. Gazing up at the brightening sky, he clenched his fists and felt power surge through his veins. The goal crystallized in his mind. It would be truly satisfying to crush all.I with his own strength when they returned. Gu Huai was itching to hurry back and rough Li Long up, eager to see the comical look that would spread across Li Long's face. At the same time, Li Long was at the National Team Center, preoccupied with a project that could shape the nation's future. He had summoned not only the current national squad, but also elite disciples from every famous martial sect, the Celestial Masters Temple, Shaolin, Amei, Wudong, and more, none of them absent. In the Dragon Kingdom, the state apparatus calls the shots, yet the sect leaders still rank among the 9 elders, and their strength rivals that of the government's own powerhouses. Because of that prestige, the sects continue to draw wave after wave of gifted disciples, though their total head count can't match the sheer scale the nation commands. While the state can funnel its vast resources into pushing every prodigy straight into the national program, the sects, for all their talent, must make do with a smaller pool. Even so, the 4 great sects have produced a crop of truly monstrous youths. Zhang Wei of the Celestial Masters Temple, Zhou Ji of Amei, Wu Ming of Shaolin, and Zhang Feng of Wudong are considered on-scene generation talents. Coincidentally, all 4 awakened only recently. Zhang Feng and Wu Ming the year before last, Zhang Wei and Zhou Ji last year. Yet their burgeoning power is already impossible to ignore. And they were far from the only ones to answer the call. Each major sect sent more than 20 senior disciples, and the state recruited outstanding youths from every province, bringing the total headcount to over 500. Drop any one of them into a random province, and they would instantly stand out. Roughly 70% hail from the cohort 2 years ago, the remaining 30% from last year's. As for this year's batch, the awakening happened only 16 days ago, and with a minimum required level of 60, no one could possibly reach that mark so soon. That thought inevitably called Gu Huai's image to Li Long's mind. Gu played by no one's rules, and Li knew better than to judge him by normal standards. An ominous feeling nagged at him, as though trouble were barreling straight toward him. Li forced the pressure aside and refocused on the gathered youths, his pulse quickening. These young people were the Dragon Kingdom's future. "I'm sure you're all wondering why the nation has brought you here together," he announced, his voice booming through the vast training ground. "The answer is simple. Your country needs you." Elsewhere, Gu Huai had no idea that a team for the upcoming national war expansion had already been formed in secret. More than 500 people, with Gu personally designated as captain. The authorities had yet to release the final roster, but that didn't stop them from assembling an even larger preliminary corps. A national war, even in a so-called minor expansion, would never skimp on combat slots. The plan was to register and manage these 500 elites under one roof and raise their power as high as possible in the shortest possible time. This might be hard for most people, but not for the state. The government controls inheritance gear, challenge dungeons, attribute-enhancing relics, a professional analysis team, and veteran instructors' assets it can deploy at will. To help those 500 prodigies grow quickly, it poured in these resources almost without restraint, at tremendous cost. For the moment, though, None of that concerned Gu Huai. He had already reached the deepest part of the secret realm and triggered the final trial. So you've arrived. The instant he stepped into the vast gray-white void, an ethereal voice echoed overhead. A white-robed man appeared out of thin air, his face obscured by mist. Only the umbrella-shaped weapon in his hand was clearly visible, its ribs gleaming like blades. Gu Huai immediately pulled up the opponent's stats. Name: Yi Sanwang. Level: 72, third advancement. Aptitude: half-step transcendent. Combat power: 112 million. Profile: a legend from the Tian Shan job change world. A master of every weapon. The figure before you is merely a projection, not the true body. Before his own third advancement, Gu Huai would have taken one look at those numbers and written the fight off as hopeless. A combat power in the hundreds of millions was terrifying. But things were different now. With Gu Yuezi and Daming's overwhelming strength stacked on his own, plus the Black Sphere's constant support, he couldn't think of a single way to lose. What really caught his eye was Tianshan Job Change World. It was obviously a mature class system from another realm. If a level 72 projection could break 100 million in combat power, the real body must be even more terrifying. Shuailan's Job Change World had existed for only 30 years. Give it a few more decades, and it could push levels past 100, maybe even catch up. But what came after the fourth advancement? What did level 100 actually mean? And how high were the numbers at the so-called God tier? He had no idea, but the questions burned in his mind. Yi Sanwang spoke, his deep voice carrying undeniable weight. Reaching this place proves your talent. Defeat me, and the treasure I once claimed, the sea dragon god's egg, will be yours. Born with a half-step transcendent bloodline, it's destined to reach full transcendence and, once grown, become a dragon god. He paused, chuckled softly, and added, if not for the state of our little world, never mind. Win first and well talk. Words are pointless right now. His gaze became almost solid, locking onto Gu Huai. Please guide me, Gu Huai answered with a fist-in-palm salute. To him, strength was the only language that mattered. The moment he spoke, Yi Sanwang's aura changed. The mild exterior evaporated, replaced by an azura risen from hell. Murderous intent rolled off him like mist, condensing into blood-red ripples visible to the naked eye. Anyone weaker might have surrendered before the battle even began. Of course, Gu Huai wasn't part of the lineup, and he had no intention of taking the field himself. He knew exactly where he stood, near invincible among his peers, yet he wouldn't survive even a single exchange with Lord Yi San. After a brief calculation, he handed the fight to his contracted bone dragon without hesitation. Dai Meng, it's on you, he ordered silently. Gu Yuetz's combat rating was technically higher than Yi San's, but not by much. Dai Meng still offered the better odds. The avatar of Lord Yi San retained a shard of the original mind and instinctively reacted to strength. When Gu Huai appeared, a flicker of anticipation stirred, only to vanish the moment he sensed the young man's true power. After waiting so many years for a challenger, this one still fell short. He even considered lowering the bar at this rate. No one might ever clear his trial. A beat later, Dai Meng squeezed out of the void. A wave of destruction rippled outward as the colossal bone dragon blotted out the sky, snapping Yi San's thoughts in two. What is that? Yi San muttered, staring upward. Sorry, I'm a dragon tamer, Gu Huai grinned, then added, think Beastmaster, but with dragons. Yi San found no words, so the boy was basically a Beastmaster. Very well. He exhaled, and battle fire leapt in his eyes. Before the cataclysm, he had been the continent's undisputed champion. The sting of that abrupt defeat still lingered. I won't lose again. The paper umbrella in his hand writhed and stretched into a black lance. Killing intent coiled around it, the shadow of a black dragon spiraling along the shaft. Across the field, the usually indolent Dai Meng felt that aura, and its slit pupils gleamed. Finally, a fight worth taking seriously. Eternal Bone. God-slaying spear. Dai Meng struck first. The thick bone staff turned pitch black, swelling to mountain size as it crashed down on Yi San. Yi San leveled his lance, a dragon-shaped wave of murderous intent stretching dozens of meters to meet the blow heated. Two forces collided, and a black tempest of death exploded outward. Space itself seemed to tear in the raging storm. Gu Huai knew that without activating pain sharing beforehand, the shockwave alone would have killed him instantly. In a battle topping 100 million on the power scale, he had no place on the field. Even getting close was out of the question, so he had diverted all incoming damage to Dai Meng long ago. With pain sharing active, Gu Huai remained untouched, and Dai Meng's massive damage reduction left it only lightly wounded. Lord Yi San, however, was flung through the air. When he hit the ground, his hair was a tangled mess and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. So strong. Yi Sanwang's eyes grew even brighter. This was exactly the sort of formidable opponent he craved. In his mind, against an enemy of this caliber, he still had a fighting chance, unlike that untouchable deity. Yet the battle lust flared for only a heartbeat before fading, and a bitter smile tugged at his lips. Forget it, this fight is pointless. Because Dai Meng had just triggered blood frenzy. A heartbeat later, a thick, searing aura reeking of iron burst from Dai Meng's body. Though the creature was nothing but black bones, crimson blood sprayed everywhere, as if the very air were turning to a bloody mist. Gu Huai's pupils contracted. Where was all this blood coming from? He had no answer. The torrent only grew, coursing down the ridges of the skeletal frame until the 170-bone dragon was drenched scarlet, like a beast crawling out of the abyss. Blood Frenzy, Level 4 Active Skill. Upon activation, all attributes rise by 380%. The description was concise, the effect, brutal. More terrifying still, the skill carried no side effects and could be used at will. The only price was its horrific consumption, now splashing across the sky in sheets of gore. Apocalyptic Dragon Claw. Dai Meng's blood-red eyes churned. He raised a talon, ripping open the air. 5 crimson claw shadows surged forward like raging rivers aimed straight at Yi Sanwang. Yi Sanwang sighed. He couldn't block, literally couldn't. Worse, he sensed the pulse of a transcendent divine bloodline in that strike. Before, had mused that the sea dragon god might, at its peak, brush against such a lineage, but that was only a possibility. A transcendent divine bloodline guaranteed godhood, placing its bearer above countless lives. Had he possessed one himself, he wouldn't be clinging to existence as a shattered remnant soul. Bang! At the last moment, Yi Sanwang forcibly broke his own seal. Without it, his fragile remnant soul would have been torn to shreds. Unbound, he swept a hand through the air. A gale of power rose and halted Dai Meng's apocalyptic dragon claw in its tracks. Young man, you've passed the test. The words exploded in Gu Huai's mind. Stunned, he looked up at Yi Sanwang and felt as though he faced an entirely different person in unfathomable presence. Instinctively, he called up his status panel, only to find every field blank. No need to look. I've hidden my information, Yi Sanwang said with a half-smile. And your bone dragon is truly formidable. Nurture it well. One day it will carry you into the divine realm. The divine realm? Gu Huai's spirits soared. Curiosity sparked instantly. Yes, the divine realm, Yi Sanwang confirmed, his gaze deep, as though reading Gu Huai's thoughts. I can sense your doubts. Tell Mu Hat, is the current state of the world you come from? My world? Gu Huai grew wary. After all, Yi Sanwang hailed from another profession world. What if he was merely a scout gathering intelligence? King Yesan noticed the worry in Gu Huai's eyes and smiled. I understand your concern, and it's fine if you'd rather not explain. Still, a world capable of producing someone as extraordinary as you has probably already given birth to a demigod. The word demigod puzzled Gu Huai, but he forced himself to remain calm. King Yesan went on, demigod is a term used in the grand worlds. For the record, our realms are only minor worlds. Gu Huai could no longer hide his shock. Grand worlds? Minor worlds? Exactly. King Yesan seemed to be waiting for that reaction, the corners of his mouth lifting. I learned this through a stroke of luck. The grand world is called the primary world. All of our minor worlds are secondary worlds that orbit around it. He raised his hand, as though sketching a star map. The primary world ranks the secondary worlds basic, intermediate, advanced, and superior according to overall strength. If a realm has had class bearers for fewer than 1,000 years and no Tier 4 powerhouse, it's basic. If it boasts many Tier 4 powerhouses and can hold its own against cosmic scavengers, it's intermediate. Cosmic scavengers? Gu Huai latched onto the term. It's normal you haven't heard the name. King Yesan shook his head. That's what the grand worlds call them. Until a realm breaks the blockade, few learn the truth. The label mainly refers to 4 great races, cancers of the universe. They target weak worlds, invade them, turn them into colonies, and grow stronger on their spoils. Yet cosmic laws restrain them. They can send only limited forces and must allow the weaker world a period of growth. He drained his cup of sake before continuing. Our Azure Water class-bearing world has existed for only 30 years. We're at the bottom of the basic tier. Our highest level is just 80, and we don't have a single Tier 4. He clapped softly, as if to emphasize his next words. Once a minor world climbs to intermediate and produces its first Tier 4 powerhouse, one of those scavenger races strikes. It's both disaster and opportunity. If the realm survives, it earns the primary world's recognition and rises to an advanced minor world. He paused, his tone darkening. Only when a realm births its own deity is it truly safe, earning the title of a superior minor world. But forging a god is unimaginably difficult, almost impossible. Gu Huai absorbed every word, his gaze growing deeper. As for the ranking of a deity, Gu Huai had obtained that answer from King Yesan as well. The first 3 advancements are all about laying a foundation. The leap from the 3rd to the 4th is when that groundwork finally detonates. Stronger the base, the more explosive the surge. Every level adds 10% to overall combat power. Over 30 levels, that's 1.1 to the 30th power, more than a 17-fold jump, which is downright terrifying. This is where the first real gulf in strength appears. The higher you climb, the harder it is to gain a level. Anyone slightly weaker can't even beat monsters of their own tier, let alone level up, and grinding out that sliver of experience takes ages. Before the third advancement, decent talent, a well-stocked wallet, and a few extra resources are enough to coast through. It's only a small sieve. After the third, you're in elite territory for good. Pushing your level to 100 is already brutal, and the fourth advancement dungeons beyond 100 are sheer cliffs. Becoming a fourth-tier powerhouse is anything but easy. As Lord Yisan puts it, a fourth advancement fighter already counts as a person of status in the vast world. If you can climb to level 120 after that, you can attempt the fifth advancement. Lord Yisan himself is a fifth advancement powerhouse at level 150. He led his forces against an invasion of cosmic trash and managed to hold the line just as their world was about to ascend to a high-grade minor world. But right when victory seemed certain, a host of winged angels descended. In only a few exchanges they gravely wounded Yisan and sent his comrades sprawling. With the defenders broken, the second-ranked cosmic trash the abyss swept in, and the front collapsed at once. In the crisis, the world will burn its last strength to teleport Yisan away so he could expose the angel's true nature. Yet during the transfer his wounds worsened, and he survived only as a remnant soul. As for why he made the ruins so unforgiving, the reason is simple. If the people here can't even fend off cosmic trash, they'd never get the message to the vast world anyway. More importantly, he had to guard against anyone colluding with the angels. Hence the brutal difficulty any true challenger would have to reveal their hand. If he discovered someone siding with the angels, he would neither leave nor grant any reward. After hearing Yisan's story, Gu Huai sighed to himself. These people really do think ahead. Above the fifth advancement lies the sixth, the so-called demigod stage. In many minor worlds, a demigod is already viewed as a deity, able to wield a portion of divine power. It was just such a demigod, sent by the angels, who left Lord Yisan on the brink of death. Beyond the sixth turn lies the seventh, the threshold at which one becomes a true deity, forges a divine spark, and gains a lifespan that starts at 1,000,000 years. Whatever realm exists above the seventh turn is so distant that even King Yisan can only gaze at it in awe. King Yisan, from what you've said, it seems we're still allies. Gu Huai's casual smile vanished as he fixed his eyes on him. Allies? In what sense? Yisan raised an eyebrow. Now that he had spilled everything that weighed on him, Yisan felt a great relief in his chest. With a quick glance at Gu Huai, he lowered his voice. Because angels have shown up in our world as well. Back in Yisan's minor world, their forces had already met angels on the front lines. Any battlefield where angels appeared almost always meant one thing: the angelic race was working with the so-called cosmic trash. He had no trouble spelling out why they had teamed up. The cosmic trash attack minor worlds not to obliterate them. There's no profit in a lifeless planet. What they really want is to raise living beings, and humans are the ideal livestock. Fast-breeding, intelligent, gifted, and remarkably adaptable. No matter how hostile the environment, humans can survive and keep generating value for the cosmic trash. As for the angels, their motive is just as straightforward: they need faith. Cast a single seed of hope into the abyss of despair, and they harvest the purest power of belief. The cosmic trash supply more minor worlds to corral humans, while the angels reap the faith of those who teeter between despair and hope. Both sides get exactly what they want. Your world spotted them too? Yisan's eyes widened. When Gu Huai confirmed it, sympathy flickered across Yisan's face. Ordinary cosmic trash were bad enough, never mind an angelic power behind them. After a brief silence he added, still, your world isn't without a chance. The image of Gu Huai's terrifying bone dragon flashed through his mind. Your bone dragon carries an ultra-divine bloodline. Gu Huai blinked. And that means? He knew little about bloodline potential. Yisan repeated himself, a touch of envy showing in his eyes. It's called ultra-divine because, with proper nurturing, it stands a real chance of forming a divine spark and becoming a true god. He did note a caveat: such growth usually happens only in a rich grand world, a place riddled with secret realms and boundless resources, the perfect cradle for an ultra-divine bloodline. In resource-starved minor worlds like theirs, pushing that bloodline to godhood would take an extraordinary stroke of luck. Even so, your bone dragon could very well reach demigodhood. If the day comes when a demigod sent by the angels shows up, that creature could fight at your side. Yisan paused, then reminded him, if you can also evolve my sea dragon god and raise it together, you'll have an even stronger hand to play. That thought jogged another question. By the way, how many years has your world had class-changing adventurers? He asked offhandedly, glancing at Gu Huai. Without waiting for an answer, he began muttering to himself again. For someone like you to appear, your world must have been around for at least 3 or 5 centuries. Our world? This is only our 30th year, Gu Huai replied offhandedly. On the surface he was calm, but inside he was quietly counting the trump cards he had tucked away. He did the math. Once that so-called cosmic trash actually arrived, a dozen demigods from their side should be enough to leave the invaders dumbfounded on the spot. Just picturing it amused him: a handful of thugs menacing a lone woman in a dark alley. only to have a dozen plainclothes officers with stun batons suddenly materialize. The reversal would be priceless. 30 years, that's about what I guessed. Wait, 30? Yi Sanwang's eyes went round. For a second he thought had misheard. 30 years meant this class transfer world was still in its experimental phase. Rules unfinished, experience scarce, overall power far from impressive. Yeah, is that a problem? Gu Huai asked. Yi Sanwang's mouth opened. He wanted to say it wasn't a problem, but a massive one. Yet when he saw Gu Huai's youthful, composed face, he swallowed the words and cursed inwardly. Damn it, he just stole my thunder. Fine, everything here is yours, Yi Sanwang said at last. But in return, once you reach your 5th advancement, you'll gather the materials I need to rebuild myself. Don't worry, I'm not resurrecting for free. When the time comes, it'll help your world hold off the cosmic trash and the angelic race, and raise you to a high-grade minor 1000 world. For now, I need to sleep, my energy's almost gone. Wake me once you've got the materials. His voice faded, his form blurred, and then he condensed into a sapphire stone that landed in Gu Huai's palm. At the same moment, a mountain of items appeared out of thin air. Most striking among them was a dragon egg, blue as the deep sea. It was the same size as the other dragon eggs had found, yet it emanated a gentle, tranquil aura, as if an entire ocean had been sealed within. Gu Huai shook his head slightly and called up the info panel. Item: Egg of the Sea Dragon God. Bloodline: half-step transcendent. Description: 3 million years ago, it ruled the oceans. Bound by its bloodline and by the world itself, it could never break through. In the end, it used a secret art to revert to an egg, pouring all its power inside so that its next life might reach true transcendence. The text was lengthy, but Gu Huai didn't dwell on it. Whatever past glories it had, once it became his partner, it was family, nothing else mattered. Like Gu Yuezi, it started with a half-step transcendent bloodline, which thrilled him. After all, half-step transcendent was a big deal. Even with all the chances his little companions had received, 3 of them still carried only mythic bloodlines. Dragonbond technique. A drop of golden blood brighter than any before beaded at Gu Huai's fingertip, glowing in the dim ruins like a tiny sun. His movements were smooth and unhurried. This was the 8th time he had fed a dragon egg, and by now he could do it in his sleep. The blood fell onto the cobalt shell. A faint ripple spread across the surface as though the egg tried to resist. The reaction lasted only a heartbeat before warmth replaced it, and the shell eagerly absorbed every drop. The moment the blood fused, a clear chime like shattering jade echoed in Gu Huai's mind. Contract complete. Crack. The blue shell burst into dozens of shards, and a newborn sea dragon lifted its head. Its build combined the raw power of a Western WYRM with the graceful lines of an Eastern Shenlong. Azure scales shimmered like moving water, making the little creature both imposing and endearing. Gu Huai immediately pulled up its status panel. Species: Sea Dragon God Unique. Name: Yuan. Level: LV1. Strength: 140. Spirit: 350. Agility: 220. Constitution: 150. Talent: Domain of the Water God creates a personal water domain whose size grows with the user's power. All stats 30 while inside the domain. Skills: Ocean Cosmos LV1, Water Dragon Charge LV1, Tidal Fury LV1. Combat Power: 860. An opening combat power of 860 put this hatchling at the top of Gu Huai's entire brood. Qing Yimo had started at 800, and Gu Yuezi at 880. He was thrilled, especially by the domain of the water god talent tailor-made for naval combat. Among his 7 dragons, only Haikia's possession state boosted final stats by 80. None of the others had similar abilities. This sea dragon god filled that gap. With proper training, its power would rise in no time. Too bad the last phase gives no experience, he muttered. Otherwise it could have jumped straight to level 71. He shrugged and turned his attention to the relics Yi Sanwang had left behind. 200 protodivine crystal shards, 60 mythic crystal shards, plus piles of pills and rare materials. The dazzling haul nearly turned his eyes green. Yi Sanwang is a true benefactor. Gu Huai grinned from ear to ear. Once the loot was packed away, he figured it was time to leave. Any later, and Tang Song might start worrying. The concern proved needless. Outside the ruin, Tang Song lounged against a tree, leisurely chewing on dried rations. For them, spending 2 or 3 days in a ruin was routine. To outsiders, Longting Bay was a death trap that required cautious teamwork. For the elites of Longshan Hall, it was almost harmless as long as they avoided a few forbidden zones. Tang Song had treated the trip as a rare chance to unwind. His level had already hit its current cap, and all his skills were maxed at level 20. There was hardly any way to grow stronger. Sometimes 10 days could pass without a single stat increase. Even when it rises, the increase is slight. Despite that, as an elite member of the Dragon Temple, Tang Song pours almost all his time into training, honing both skill and body in hopes of clawing his way one notch higher on the personal power rankings. The list is updated only once a year, and the next refresh is fast approaching. Officially titled the Personal Combat Power Rankings of the 5 Nations of the Job Change Continent, the list synchronizes every year on August 8th. On that day, those who make the cut can visit their nation's official stronghold to collect a generous reward, so fighters everywhere treat it as the year's most anticipated holiday. The exact prizes shift with the world's overall progress, but the word generous never disappears. Only 10,000 slots are available. That may sound like a lot, yet the 5 nations' combined population runs into the tens of billions, about 2,000 places per country on average. Dragon Country alone has more than 8 billion people, over 30 provinces, and thousands of cities. Roughly 5 cities together manage to produce just one ranked fighter. The difficulty is obvious. As the leading nation, Dragon Country put 3,766 people on last year's list, more than a third of the total. Tang Song squeezed in at rank 8,744, which still left him around 2,900th within his own country, a fact he took pride in. With only 2 months left before August 8th, he thinks his year of improvement might let him climb a little higher. With that in mind, he yawned and was about to lean against the cliff wall for a rest when the previously placid ruined gate in front of him suddenly rippled. Already? Tang Song raised an eyebrow. From what he knew, Gu Huai's talent was nearly unrivaled. Someone like him should have stayed inside longer, clearing more stages. Did the others slow him down? Tang Song felt a pang of regret for Gu Huai. If the rankings were updated on December 31st, the kid might actually scrape into the list. But August 8th is only 3 months after Gu Huai's job change. Cracking the global top 10,000 in that time is beyond Tang Song's imagination. The thought barely settled when light gathered on the gate, and 5 figures emerged one after another, Gu Huai among them. They really made it out? Surprise flashed in Tang Song's eyes. It seems this ruin really does require the same 5 to enter and exit together. Yes, that must be it. Only then could Gu Huai have come out this early. Tang Song nodded to himself. His hunch was almost certainly right, yet he couldn't help feeling sorry for Gu Huai. The ruin was fine, but those 4 teammates of his were dead weight and bound to drag the payout down. With that settled in his mind, he pushed the thought aside. His only job was to keep Gu Huai safe. Everything else was none of his concern. Unless Gu Huai asked, he'd stay silent. A flash of light erupted, and everyone was forcibly expelled from the ruin. Gu Huai understood at once. The site had been a temporary construct thrown together by Yi Sin Wang, and now that it had served its purpose, he wasn't wasting any more energy to keep it running, so everyone got booted out. Lin Yu and the others, however, looked baffled. They'd been waiting outside the solo instance, ready to move once Gu Huai cleared it. When an hour passed with no sign of him, they refused to waste time and went searching for other opportunities. Unfortunately, their strength was limited. After wandering most of the day, they'd only scraped together a few million credits worth of loot. Even so, they wanted to keep pushing. They'd just set up bait to snatch a treasure they fancied when a forced teleport yanked them out. What just happened? Lin Yu muttered, her gaze locking on Gu Huai not far away. In a heartbeat, she guessed the reason, yet the thought was hard to accept. Small world, isn't it? Gu Huai greeted her casually, then turned away. Let's go, brother Tang. Sure, Tang Song replied, glancing between Gu Huai and Lin Yu. What he saw didn't quite match his earlier assumptions, but he kept the questions to himself. Once the two had disappeared, Lin Yu murmured, Gu Huai, we'll meet again. Out of sight, Gu Huai finally asked, Brother Tang, what's your battle index? Facing an 80-level top player, he was genuinely curious. My battle index? A trace of pride flickered across Tang Song's face, though his tone was modest. Nothing special, a hair over 30 million. The bright smile hardly matched his nothing special. 30 million? Exactly. Gu Huai pressed. About 34.5 million, Tang Song said after a moment's thought. That low? Gu Huai muttered under his breath. The words were soft, but Tang Song was close enough to hear. Sorry, what was that? Tang Song raised an eyebrow, unsure had heard right. Nothing. Gu Huai laughed awkwardly and hurried to change the subject. He couldn't just blurt out, your battle index is lower than mine. That would sting. Tang Song gave him a long look, convinced he hadn't misheard. Tang Song decided to protest. My battle rating is definitely low compared with Long Lao and the others, but among level 80 parties, I'm still a heavyweight. As he spoke, he instinctively straightened his back, as if his posture could prove the point. Right now, guys like Zhu Lao and those monsters in the national first team all start at 60 million, and Long Lao he's broken 100 million. The only person on the planet to hit that mark. Gu Huai's expression grew even stranger. If that were true, did it mean he was already unbeatable? Had only switched classes 16 days ago, how could he be number 1 in the world? It had to be a mistake. But, Tang Song added, those stats are from last year. The new rankings drop on August 8th. Someone will probably break 100 million by then. Gu Huai nodded. That makes sense. I was wondering why the numbers looked so low. It was last year's list. Tang Song noticed the kid's shifting expressions and found him odd, but he pressed on, afraid of being underestimated. The first echelon is the group I just mentioned, the absolute top of the world. He raised one finger, then another. Next comes the people right behind them, the backbone of the major sects, the national second team, a few guild leaders. That's the second echelon. Their battle ratings start around 48 million, all of them in the global top 1,000. He paused for effect. Below that is us. We start at 30 million and can squeeze into the 10,000 list. The moment he said 10,000 list, Tang Song brightened. That was his proudest badge. There were millions of level 80 fighters worldwide, but only 10,000 made that cut. Most level 80s were stuck around 10 plus million. Hitting 20 million already meant you packed a punch. Oh, Gu Huai nodded casually. After all that classification, he reached one conclusion. These people were pretty weak. Head assumed the so-called elites were terrifying. Yet after half a month of effort, he was already tens of billions ahead of them. The world suddenly felt disappointingly easy. Tang Song froze, question marks practically popping above his head. After all that build-up, all he got was an uh-huh. It felt like punching cotton. Noticing Tang Song's disappointment, Gu Huai forced a smile. Brother Tang Song, you're seriously strong, not weak at all. To Tang Song it sounded like someone placating a child. His face darkened even more. Who could believe that tone? Realizing he was making things worse, Gu Huai cleared his throat and changed the subject. Brother Tang Song, we're about to reach the inner sector. Make sure you keep me safe, okay? Got it. Tang Song understood and let the matter drop. Soon, Gu Huai and his team crossed into the inner ring. The ground was dark and rock hard, and a faint metallic tang lingered in the air. Tang Song expanded the holographic map. The light screen bloomed before them, marking every contour, resource node, and patch of shadow in meticulous detail. The inner ring's data was so exhaustive not just because the area was smaller, but because every leader-class monster here was formidable enough that no one dared overlook a single inch. Outer ring bosses are numerous and varied, but they're mediocre in power, rotate quickly, and the map data on them is rarely current, Tang Song said, pointing at 18 deep red skull icons. His voice was weighty. In the inner ring, it's different. There are only 18 bosses. The oldest has survived more than 10 years, the youngest over 3. Do everything you can to skirt these zones, not force a fight. As he spoke, the shrubs around them shivered. A few low-tier beasts peeked out, but under the pressure of Tang Song's aura they slunk away, proving the true rulers of this place were nowhere near these stragglers. Outer ring bosses seldom exceed level 70, he continued. Even when they do, it's 71 or 72 at best. Every one of these 18 starts at level 80, minimum legendary grade, and none of their combat ratings dip below 30 million. 30 million. Tang Song figured he could match that in a straight duel, but this was the monster's domain. A single roar could summon thousands of minions. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't stem that tide alone. So we avoid them, he concluded. Gu Huai answered with a brilliant grin, excitement glinting in his eyes. These bosses were his real targets. Why steer clear? Yet seeing how earnestly Tang Song warned them, he hesitated to speak for fear of bruising the man's pride. Troublesome, Gu Huai mused. He'll just accidentally wander into one later and showcase a bit of my strength. That should settle it. Tang Song kept briefing them. Remember, the weakest of these bosses sits at 30 million combat power, and the strongest is on the 10 dire beasts list, ranked 10th. The 10 dire beasts? Gu Huai lifted a brow. The term was new to him. You haven't heard of it? Tang Song blinked, then nodded, recalling how recently Gu Huai had switched classes. Fair enough. In Longwell we refer to the 4 deadly lands and the 10 dire beasts. The 4 lands are Liyuan Gorge, Luofeng Slope, the vast 10,000 mountains, and the most perilous of all the City of the Dead. The first 3 names left Gu Huai unmoved, but the last altered his expression. Been there. The City of the Dead? Tang Song caught the shift and arched a brow. Gu Huai nodded. I've been there, but only to the ancient city on the outskirts. The ancient city, huh? Tang Song thought aloud. That place really is extraordinary. Everyone who enters gets suppressed to level 50. As they spoke, purple mist thickened among the trees, and a distant bestial roar rumbled, as if urging them forward. Gu Huai stayed calm, while Tang Song used the moment to steer the talk back to the City of the Dead. Although the City of the Dead was deemed the most terrifying of the 4 deadly lands, it still differed from the other 3 in several distinct ways. The City of the Dead covers such a vast area that, as long as you stay clear of the Emperor's quarters, it's actually less dangerous than the other 3 forbidden zones. Cross the threshold of that underground palace, though, and even old dragon who claims he's invincible would be doomed. Tang Song inched closer to Gu Huai and lowered his voice. I know a secret about old dragon and that palace. Want to hear it? I do, Gu Huai said, his eyes lighting up. Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. Good. After checking that no one was listening, Tang Song went on. Old dragon once barged into the palace and disturbed the horror that lives there. Guess what happened? They fought. And old dragon lost. Exactly. They fought, and he lost badly. Know how badly? Gu Huai shook his head. He was taken out in a single blow, no chance to fight back. Tang Song gave a bitter smile at the memory. If that emperor hadn't suddenly spared us, old dragon and the rest of us would have been buried right there. His voice still quivered with fear. Nothing had attacked him that day. yet it had been the closest head ever come to death. That's why the Emperor's Palace in the City of the Dead tops the list of the 4 deadly lands. Its danger is off the charts. Gu Huai nodded, silently wondering. If I let Dai Ming unleash her full power, could she one-shot Old Dragon too? Tang Song shrugged. No idea. I've never seen Old Dragon go all out, and I don't know how many tricks he's hiding. He had no clue Gu Huai was already evaluating whether Old Dragon was worth one-shotting. Head told the story simply to warn him about the City of the Dead, not to inspire assassination plans. Enough about that palace. Let me brief you on the 10 dire beasts, Tang Song said, switching topics. Each one is absurdly strong. Even the weakest, the king of 10,000 poisons in Longting Bay, has a combat rating of 80 million. The strongest, Di Koan, lives deep in the 100,000 mountains and can swell into a body over 1,000 zhang tall. 3 years ago its rating was 160 million. By now it's probably hit 200 million, so everyone agrees it's the leader of the 10. He raised his hand to an exaggerated height. The 100,000 mountains hold the largest concentration of dire beasts. 6 of the 10 stay there, each commanding hundreds of thousands, even millions, of lesser creatures. That region is also a forbidden zone. I wouldn't dare stroll in, because Di Kuan despises humans, and its followers and the other 5 beasts share that hatred. If they spotted us, they'd likely mobilize an army to wipe us out. Tang Song didn't notice that the moment he stopped talking, Gu Huai's eyes grew even brighter. Gu Huai's thoughts spun at lightning speed, and he instantly sketched out a detailed path to level 80. Wipe out the 10 dread beasts. Each one carried legendary blood, and was already level 80, just their experience points would launch him straight to the cap. Start with the lowest ranked one, he decided, murder in his heart. Tang Song had no clue, had just signed those beasts' death warrants. Inner waters of Longting Bay. Fog churned in the salty wind, and the Colossus Fiend's nest sprawled across the reefs. Tang Song stood frozen, staring ahead. Half an hour earlier had sworn to Gu Huai that Colossus Fiend has 52 million combat power. Beating it takes pure luck. And then, boom. One dive from Gu Huai's bone dragon blew the Colossus Fiend apart, scattering it as ash. The high-tier monsters inside the lair vanished next, vaporized by the dragon's breath. Deafening roars fell to utter silence. Tang Song's worldview cracked. Unbelievable, insane, he muttered, voice trembling. Bro Tang, let's find our next victim, Gu Huai said, clapping his hands, delight written all over his face. No wonder an 80-level beast with legendary blood pays out so much XP, and its lackeys are generous. The battle log popped up. Every summon under Gu Huai, except the Sea Dragon God, had jumped to level 72, their combat power skyrocketing. The crazy stat boost made even Gu Huai click his tongue. I'm no longer edging toward overpowered, I am overpowered. Ji Gu Huai, we must be dreaming, right? Tang Song shook his head, trying to tell himself it was an illusion. Your power's absurd. Even Old Long might not manage this. Do you really have the cards to face him? Gu Huai shrugged. Dreaming? Feels real to me. Easy to check, though. How? Before the word left his mouth, Gu Huai whipped a kick into Tang Song's calf, holding back most of the force. What the hell? Tang Song clutched his leg, yelling as pain shot through it. If it hurts, it's real. Come on, time's short. Beasts are many. It makes sense. Tang Song stared at Gu Huai's back, a complicated light in his eyes. If Gu Huai truly had this gift, it wouldn't be long before he carried Longhua to the top, maybe even made it unrivaled under heaven. He grinned. Gu Huai. Gu Huai turned. Tang Song yelled, wait for me. Time flew. 30 days had passed since Gu Huai became a class changer. And on this very day, he finally made the leap from level 79 to the current level cap of 80. This level is really hard to raise. Gu Huai stood beside a leafy tree, sunlight filtering through the branches and falling across his face. A faint smile lingered in his eyes. On the open ground ahead, the giant beast Di Kuan lay sprawled, its scales shattered. Nearby, Dai Ming idly flexed the claws it had just retracted. In the span of a heartbeat, it had effortlessly crushed the creature hailed as the strongest of the top 10 ferocious beasts. Di Kuan was undeniably powerful, boasting a combat power of 230 million, far more than Tang Song's record suggested, but Dai Ming was stronger still. In recent days, Gu Huai hadn't focused solely on leveling himself. While grinding, he also led the 8 dragons through secret realms, hunting rare treasures and lifting the entire team's foundation. By now, both he and the dragons had undergone a monumental power surge. The one that drew the most attention, however, wasn't Dai Ming, but Qing Mo. A few days earlier, Gu Huai had found a treasure in a hidden cave left by the previous Azure Dragon specifically for Qing Mo. That inheritance triggered a spectacular metamorphosis. Qing Mo's bloodline vaulted to mid-supreme deity grade, and its status screen displayed skill enhancement points, 56. Once a bloodline reaches supreme deity tier, every new level grants bonus enhancement points, sometimes 1, usually 2. Upon reaching mid-supreme deity, often 2 and occasionally 3. Over time, Qing Mo had stockpiled a staggering 56 in used points. Better yet, When a bloodline ascends, the system grants a full respec, refunding every point spent. Qing Imo now held a clean slate of 56 points, while all its skills reset to level 0. In the past few days, it had already retrained several into the teens. 56 enhancement points could, in theory, push 8 entire skills straight to tier 4 before even counting the bonuses from each skill level. Gu Huai drew a sharp breath when he saw the numbers. Team Power Rankings Live. Number 1 Qing Imo, LV 80, Mid Supreme Deity Bloodline, 56 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 879 million. 879 million. Gu Huai had never heard of anyone stacking combat power that high. It was outright monstrous. Even more terrifying, Qing Mo's 56 points were still unspent. Once they were invested and its skills maxed, could its combat power break 1 billion? Gu Huai didn't dare guess. But whether 800 million or 1 billion, the difference meant little across the 4 other nations. The highest recorded combat power barely touched 120 million. Number 2, Gu Yuzi, LV 80, Early Supreme Deity Bloodline, 46 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 666 million. Gu Yuzi had closed in, drawing almost level with Daimeng. Gu Yuetsi's own stroke of fortune let her catch up in raw power. On the freshly updated combat leaderboard, a cold golden screen floated overhead, every statistic laid bare. Number 3 Daimeng, level 80, Primary Super Divine Bloodline, 47 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 644 million. Her score trails Gu Yuetsis by barely more than 20 million. In a real fight, the winner is anyone's guess. Number 4 Gu Yin, level 80, Primary Super Divine Bloodline, 47 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 642 million. Number 5 Yuan Yin, level 80, Primary Super Divine Bloodline, 46 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 612 million. Number 6 Lei Mo, level 80, Primary Super Divine Bloodline, 46 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 608 million. Thus, the top 6 all boast a Primary Super Divine Bloodline, each starting above 600 million combat power, a testament to the effort Gu Huai poured into them. In fact, his gains reach far beyond that. Had the experience curve not spiked after level 75, and had he not been burdened with leveling an entire dragon host, every dragon lord under him would already sit even higher. Even so, in short order he recruited 2 mythic-blooded dragons, and, through dragon mastery and rare treasures, forced them both to the half-step super divine tier. The first is an Ender Dragon, a master of shadow energy that can split into multiple clones for offense and defense. With enough resources, it will soon join the core lineup. The second is a mutant 2-headed Tyrannosaurus. When Gu Huai found it, the extra head had shattered its balance. Savage fury raged through its body. Meridians were poised to rupture, and its essence was draining away. Gu Huai intervened in time, using dragon mastery to stabilize its bloodline and rare herbs to seal the berserk force inside. Now the twin-headed tyrant is steadily absorbing that sealed power, and once it finishes, Gu Huai believes its bloodline could break through to the super divine level. Even so, the 7th slot still belongs to the Sea Dragon King. Number 7 Yu Hen, level 77, Primary Super Divine Bloodline, 40 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 413 million. The steep experience requirements have pushed Yu Hen's level right up behind the main roster. Only then do the 2 newly minted half-step Super Divine Dragons appear. Number 8 Bawang Mutant 2-headed Tyrannosaurus, level 75, half-step Super Divine Bloodline, 18 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 188 million. Number 9 Ingzi Ender Dragon, level 75, half-step Super Divine Bloodline, 18 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Power 179 million. Their rapid rise to nearly 200 million combat power comes from 2 factors: the edge of their bloodlines and the 60 mythic essence shards Gu Huai recently obtained. 2 legacy items were upgraded straight into lower divine gear, their attributes soaring and dragging Gu Huai's own strength up with them. If Gu Huai's individual combat power were counted, he would actually occupy the 8th position. Gu Huai level 80, 16 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Index, 289 million. That was already nudging the 3 small goals benchmark. In other words, even without summoning a single dragon, he could steamroll anyone and claim the title of strongest in the world. He shifted his gaze to the last dragon. Number 10 Hachio, level 80, Basic Transcendent Bloodline, 16 Skill Enhancement Points, Combat Index, 154 million. Hachio still ranked at the bottom, but brute force had never been its specialty. After its bloodline evolved, its possession ability leveled up again, letting it double its host's total combat power outright. The other dragons had all gained self-buffing skills or talents after reaching the transcendent tier, eroding Haikia's relative edge, yet a flat 2-fold multiplier remained terrifying. 10 colossal dragons lined up in the empty valley, scales flashing a cold gleam in the sunlight. Gu Huai skimmed his status panel, an indescribable satisfaction welling inside him. It was time to head home. Time to go down the mountain, he muttered. Before the words faded, his phone buzzed. Li Long was calling. Gu Huai glanced at the screen, his grin widening. Finally, a stage worthy of showing off. Since leaving Longting Bay, he had parted ways with Tang Song and ventured alone into the 10,000 peak range to train. During that time, he stayed in touch with Elder Long and Li Long, asking the two seniors to hunt down secret realms and ruins and funnel a steady stream of resources his way. Without their help, his power could never have skyrocketed like this. Even so, they had never met in person. Both men were swamped with domestic and international affairs, especially with the nation war expansion looming. Now only one country in the world had yet to hit level 80. The whole server was a sliver of experience away, 3 or 4 days at most from closing the gap faster than Elder Long had predicted. Clearly, every nation was grinding hard. The call connected, and Li Long's roar came first. Kid, why the hell aren't you back yet? You're the captain, but you haven't shown your face once. Do you know what your teammates are thinking? Gu Huai rubbed his nose, feeling guilty. Ahem, old manly. How about giving the captaincy to someone else? I'd make a fine grunt. At his current height, the title of captain meant little to him. As for the nation war expansion, Gu Huai yawned. Expansion, main storyline, it didn't matter. He was sure he could wipe the floor with the other 4 superpowers either way. The dungeon's progress was even less urgent. Yi San Wang had reminded him that the instance was tied to cosmic junk. Pushing it too fast might not be wise. The best move was to raise the level cap to 121st, then let the world settle down and cut the noise to a minimum. If he had the power, unifying the world would be ideal. Only by uniting the world under a single banner can we stop pouring our strength down the drain of internal conflict. Infighting is a black hole that consumes national power, and on a planetary scale it devours more than resource. It swallows time, dedication, and will. Nations plot in the dark, scrambling for their own gain, even stooping to bargain with so-called space trash. Gu Huai knew all too well that before the alien armada truly arrived, every obstacle had to be cleared away if he wanted half the effort to yield twice the results. Even without King Yi San's reminder, that was already his plan. The king's guidance merely gave him a clearer roadmap for the coming hierarchy and made his moves more methodical. What did you just say? Li Long's roar blasted through the receiver, yanking Gu Huai back to reality. He instinctively held the phone at arm's length to spare his eardrums. I've been keeping that captain's seat warm for you, and now you want to give it away with one sentence? Li Long swore at the other end. I don't care where you are or what you're doing, get to the National Team Center tonight. The line went dead with 2 sharp beeps. Staring at the darkened screen, Gu Huai rubbed the bridge of his nose and let a faint smile curl his lips. I have to head back anyway. They'll drop by tonight. Captain? Sure, why not? No one out there could outmatch him. A little after 6, the floodlights over Field 1 at the National Team Center blazed like midday. More than 500 young elites crowded the turf, radiating vigor and absolute confidence. Anyone who could stand here had earned the right to be proud. Even the weakest among them was a top-tier prodigy from a provincial squad. After 2 weeks of brutal training, their strength had climbed even higher. The lowest level was already 65. 3 of them shone brightest. 1. Yunan of National Team 3, level 76, a monster hood joined 2 years ago. 2. Zhang Feng of Wudong, level 76. 3. Wu Ming of Shaolin, level 76. Tied for first in level and nearly identical in power, the trio were the unspoken favorites for the next captaincy, and they believed it themselves. Last year's peerless talents Zhang Wei of the Celestial Masters sect, Zhou Ji of Amei, and Nie Rongfeng from the National Team 1 reserves now seemed ordinary by comparison. They were gifted too, but 13 months of training can't match 25. Forget the captaincy, they couldn't even break into the top 10. In a corner of the field, Nie Rongfeng chatted quietly with a few teammates. Brother Nie, where's Gu Huai? Why isn't he here yet? The memory of Gu Huai's one-sided lessons still stung. Surrounded by monsters, even scarier than himself, Nie's former swagger had long since faded. I've got no idea what that kid's up to. He rubbed his side with a wry smile, awe and confusion churning inside him. How can anyone be that freakish? He's barely 10 days into his new class, and he already wiped the floor with me. That's not human. More than 10 days had passed, and at Gu Huai's freakish pace of improvement, Nie Rongfeng no longer dared to guess what level or power the kid had reached. The cavernous training hall buzzed with voices, the air thick with sweat and the sugary tang of energy drinks. Huang Yun edged up to Nie Rongfeng and deliberately lowered his voice. Rong, do you think Gu Huai could actually contend for captain? Captain? The plastic bottle in Nie's hand nearly crumpled. He had yet to see Gu Huai in the flesh, but he was sure the higher-ups had slotted him into this new squad. Someone that strong wouldn't slip through the cracks. The only explanation was that the brass had something special planned. Still, Nie had never seriously considered Gu Huai gunning for the captaincy. If the newcomer could catch up to where Nie had been a year ago, that would be wild enough. Matching Nie from 2 years back was pure fantasy. Besides, 3 monster talents still stood in the way, and even Nie had to admit he might not be able to outshine them. Hearing the stir, Lin Xin and Lin Feng drifted over with several peers from their year. In this reserve force of more than 500, countless cliques had already formed, and as last year's top national team rookie, Nya was the undisputed center of this one. Probably not. The words had barely left his mouth before Nya replayed the image of Gu Huai, casually wiping the floor with him. That impossible notion felt alarmingly plausible. Maybe Gu Huai really could take the captain's spot. He shook his head, pushing the thought away. Yeah, I think Gu Huai actually has a shot, Lin Feng ventured, startled by his own hunch. So do I, Lin Shun and Huang Yin chimed in. Yet Nargi wasn't sure anymore. We'll know soon. He glanced at the big digital clock hanging over the floor. Old Li called us back today to decide who gets the captain slot. Moving all these people as one was impossible, so the officials had drawn up a plan. 5 trainees per squad, each led by a level 80 national team coach, scattered across the country for live combat leveling. The program was anything but slapdash. Data analysts and logistics staff had tailored leveling routes to each player's abilities, temperament, and skill trees, even assigning every squad its optimal tactical role. The state was throwing everything it had at these rookies, hoping they'd mature before the expansion pack war broke out. With only half an hour until Old Lee's 7 o'clock deadline, tension thickened by the second. The chatter rose and fell, always circling back to the 3 prodigies carrying the highest expectations. At 6:52, the digits on the clock flicked over. The main doors rumbled open, and Li Long strode in. Unlike his usual solo entrance, he was followed by a teenager who practically had handsome stamped on his face. Tall and lean, he wore a school-style training uniform cut sharp and clean. His features were keen, yet softened by a faint smile. Several girls in the hall went still, their hearts thudding as if Cupid had landed a direct hit. The boys, meanwhile, were mostly annoyed that anyone could look that good. He actually showed up. Soft lights bathed the center of the hall, while small clusters of guests lingered around the edges. Very few people really knew Gu Wai aside from Ye Rongfeng. Only a handful of teammates recognized him. A few minutes ago they had been wondering why Gu Huai was nowhere in sight. Now the mystery was solved. It had arrived alongside Li Long. Li Long was the host tonight, so entering shoulder to shoulder with him was as good as a public endorsement. Under his breath, Ye Rongfeng muttered, "That's quite an entrance." No sooner had he spoken than the 4 teammates assigned to him by the state finished their own gathering and made their way over from the far side of the crowd. All 4 were rookies from the year before last, roughly on par with Nye Rongfeng. "Rongfeng, you know that kid?" one of them asked, pointing at Gu Huai. "Of course I do," Nye Rongfeng replied, ready to introduce him. "Oh, who is he?" Gu Huai, a first year. A freshman? Their interest faded at once. A newcomer would have only been in his new class for a month. No matter how talented he was, at best he would have reached second promotion in the low 50s in level. Hardly worth their attention. They assumed he was here just to look around and gain some experience. Nye Rongfeng could see the disdain in their eyes and spoke seriously. "He might not be what you think." "What do you mean?" one of them asked with a casual grin. "He's stronger than I am," Nye Rongfeng said without the slightest trace of humor. He was a 3rd promotion now and figured he might not lose as easily again. But the memory of being defeated by Gu Huai with ridiculous ease compelled him to warn his teammates before they underestimated the boy. "Come on, Nye Rongfeng. That's not funny at all," the 4 laughed. "I'm serious," he insisted. "Fine, fine, if you say so," they replied, still unconvinced. Nye Rongfeng could only fall silent. Nobody would believe a claim like that without seeing it for themselves, especially when they had known each other for barely 10 days. "All right, you'll see soon enough," he said, letting the matter drop. Their attention soon drifted elsewhere. After a brief, uninterested glance at Gu Huai, they simply greeted Li Long. Li Long, for his part, made no attempt to introduce the newcomer, clearly wanting to keep everyone in suspense. Gu Huai was more than happy with the arrangement. He stood quietly at Li Long's side, without saying a word. Nye Rongfeng and the others gave Gu Huai a polite nod. After all, they had met once before, but that was the extent of it. At exactly 7 o'clock, Li Long lifted the microphone, and his amplified voice gradually hushed the room. "I've gathered everyone here tonight for one main reason, to introduce someone to you." At that, every eye in the hall turned toward him. Wasn't tonight supposed to be about choosing a captain? How did it turn into someone's personal introduction instead? With that thought, everyone instinctively glanced at Gu Huai's only unfamiliar face in the room, and therefore the prime candidate for this sudden introduction. Curiosity flickered, but only for a moment. Their own pedigrees were anything but ordinary. Wu Ming and the others, for example, were disciples of the 9 elders, background enough to make most cadets tremble. Given a few more years, their raw talent alone would elevate them to the ranks of true powerhouses. Unless Gu Huai turned out to be Long Lao's secret son, no one felt obliged to care about his origins. Li Long raised a hand and pointed at Gu Huai. "This is the one I'm talking about. His name is Gu Huai, and he's a first year." "A first year?" Bewildered looks ricocheted around the room. Why would Li Long go out of his way to introduce a freshman? The explanation sounded absurd, but out of respect for Li Long's status, they kept their complaints to themselves. Yun An's brows knitted when she heard the name Gu Huai. It rang a bell familiar, yet she couldn't place where she had encountered it. Oh, one more thing, Li Long added casually, dropping a verbal bomb into the room. He's also your captain. The reaction was instantaneous like a magnitude 12 quake. What? Elderly, you're saying this kid is our captain? I'm not on board with that. Me neither. Objections burst forth, louder and sharper than before. Wu Ming and his companions wiped the smiles from their faces, irritation creasing their brows. Captain? They couldn't accept that, though outright confrontation was beneath them for the moment. Li Long merely shrugged, offering no further explanation. Orders from the top. I'm just the messenger. His nonchalant attitude poured gasoline on an already raging fire. Gu Huai found the stunt exasperating. Seriously? This old man was far too petty for his age. I'd have to remind Li Long later why flowers can bleed. But now wasn't the time. He scanned the room, full of bristling egos. The captaincy meant nothing to him, and these people meant even less. If push came to shove, he could summon a single dragon and wipe out everyone present, Li Long included. Why fret over a trivial commotion? Still, a captain had to lay down some rules. Stepping forward, he spoke. Not convinced. The words weren't loud, yet every ear caught them, plainly a measure of vocal control that made several eyes narrow in caution. My time is precious, and I have no intention of wasting it on a bunch of useless trash, he said, voice dripping with contempt. Tempers skyrocketed. Who do you think you are, talking to us like that? Gu Huai cut them off before they could speak. All of you can come at me together. If you manage to beat me, we'll step down as captain. As soon as he finished, he tilted his chin, eyes razor sharp, his whole posture proclaiming, I'm the best in the world. Li Long, standing nearby, froze for a moment. The man before him was nothing like the Gu Huai he used to know. Then it clicked. Gu Huai meant to provoke these prodigies and end this farce as quickly as possible. Li Long wasn't the least bit worried about Gu Huai losing control. He didn't know exactly how strong Gu Huai had become, but he was sure none of these people could touch him. What he did wonder was how many dragons Gu Huai planned to summon. How high was the little Azure Dragon's combat rating now? 20 million? Maybe more. Scanning the crowd of more than 500 prodigies, Li Long ran their stats through his mind. They fell into several tiers, all over level 70 after their third class change. Each level gained after that point added 10% to total attributes and exponential 1.1 growth. Level 72 meant a 1.1 superscript 2 multiplier. Level 75 was 1.1. Take Li Long himself as an example. His base combat rating was 32 million. Now, at level 80, his 2.59 multiplier pushed it past 82 million, a sizable leap. The strongest present were 3 level 76 prodigies, with a 1.77 multiplier. Their skills and gear were far from maxed. Yet, that was impressive. Break 30 million, and you could squeeze into the world's top 10,000. At level 76, they hovered just above 20 million. Once they hit 80 and refined their setups, 40 or 50 million wouldn't be surprising. And with a bit of luck, they could go even higher. Nie Rongfeng's growth was equally startling. At level 69, his combat rating was only 540,000. Level 70 raised it to 560,000. After swapping gear, reinforcing it, and upgrading skills, it shot to 2 million. Completing his third class change and adding skill points pushed his base power to 2.5 million. In the past few days, had reached level 72. His base power climbed to 2.8 million, and his total power to 3.42 million, more than 6 times what it had been a dozen days earlier. Clearly, after level 70, every new level required endless battles and refinement, but the resulting boosts were increasingly dramatic. Li Long was still running the numbers when someone suddenly lunged at Gu Huai, snapping him out of his thoughts. Are we really all going in together? No, I can beat you single-handedly. Before the words had even faded, a towering man with a wild beard lunged forward. He looked to be in his early 30s, and the sandbag-sized gauntlets on his fists flashed coldly under the lights. With one explosive step, he became a blur, closing in on Gu Huai in an instant. The air split with sharp whistles as afterimages streaked between pillars and walls, his path almost impossible to track. The attacker was Wu Yong, the hidden class Iron Mountain. He had shaken the region with his talent after his third advancement, and after a recent seclusion, he had emerged at level 73 with a combat rating over 3 million. Pushing such a trump card to the front left no doubt about his companion's goal, to probe Gu Huai's true strength. Gu Huai's earlier boast had indeed been grating, but no one present was reckless enough to lose their heads over mere taunts. Wu Yong's charge was likewise not driven by anger. It carried the intent of the force backing him. Every step he took tightened the spectators' nerves, all eyes pinned on the space between him and Gu Huai. In a heartbeat he arrived. The metal fist hovered less than 3 inches from Gu Huai's face, half a breath more, and it would smash home. Feeling how smoothly things had gone, Wu Yong let a confident smile curl across his lips. Is this the man bold enough to provoke us? On the sidelines, Li Long's heart leapt to his throat. He knew Gu Huai's class dragon tamer one that, in theory, had no viable melee skills and relied entirely on summoned dragons. Li Long understood Gu Huai was powerful, yet real. Bare-knuckle combat still made him sweat. If the nation's rising star were hurt here, they would all pay dearly. Then, in the next instant, something shocking occurred. Wu Yong's fist was still frozen midair. A few smiles had only just begun to form. When Gu Huai moved just a light sidestep, as casual as shifting his weight, yet precise enough to slip outside the punch's path. The blow hit nothing, and Wu Yong's heart plummeted. At this range, dodging his strike should have been impossible. Before he could think again, an irresistible force slammed in from the side. Gu Huai's fingers clamped around his skull and, with brute strength, swung the nearly 2-meter-tall iron mountain and hammered him into the floor. Bang! A dull yet piercing crash sent shards of stone flying. Agony tore through Wu Yong's nerves. His face went numb, his neck cracked as if it had been twisted off. From head to toe his blood seemed to freeze. He tried to move, but even breathing was a struggle, let alone resisting. Everything had happened in a flash. No one but Gu Huai could have foreseen such an ending not evenly long. He had expected Gu Huai to summon a dragon to resolve the crisis. Never did he imagine Gu Huai would settle it with his bare hands. Even Li Long sensed a hint of danger in the way Gu Huai dispatched Wu Yong so cleanly. He quickly shook off the feeling, scoffing at his own intuition. How could Gu Huai possibly threaten him? Even if the kid summoned his little azure dragon, it would be nothing more than a tickle. Li Long had always been confident in his own strength. Gu Huai had only changed classes a month ago. At most, Li Long figured, he might be level 75. It never occurred to him that Gu Huai was already level 80. The moment that thought passed, Gu Huai hoisted Wu Yong by the head and tossed him aside, as if he were garbage. Wu Yong never even had a chance to struggle. He looked miserable, but the wounds were only skin deep, nothing a simple heal couldn't fix. Even so, the pressure Gu Huai exuded left everyone stunned. Senior brother Wu Ming, could you finish off Wu Yong that easily? The little monk beside Wu Ming whispered, eyes shining with excitement. Wu Ming's brows tightened. I could. Wu Yong's weak. But to do it with zero effort like Gu Huai, that would be harder. What? So you can't do it like he did? Doesn't that mean you're weaker than Gu Huai? The little monk's voice rose, drawing curious looks from the crowd. Wu Ming's face went dark, only meant to be modest, and now he sounded inferior. He specialized in power and defense. He was just a bit slow, not weak. Undeterred, the little monk pressed on. Then will you challenge Gu Huai to a solo match? He blinked innocently, cornering Wu Ming. Wu Ming cursed inwardly. With the three prodigies gathered, being the first to strike was risky, but admitting defeat in front of everyone was impossible. He shot his junior a fierce glare. Very well. He'll go. Just then, Gu Huai tossed Wu Yong to the ground and said calmly, next. While the crowd was still reeling, Wu Ming strode forward without hesitation. Wu Ming made his move. No one had expected him to step up so quickly. Wu Ming and the Wu Yong from moments ago were in completely different weight classes. Wu Yong's combat rating barely scraped past 3 million, while Wu Ming's terrifying figure topped 20 million. If Gu Huai could kill Wu Yong in the blink of an eye, he ought to do the same to Wu Minger, so the spectators first believed. They had treated Gu Huai like comic relief, but the instant they witnessed that breathtaking strike, their attitude flipped. Even if he failed to become captain, his raw power alone guaranteed a top 10 finish. Testing Gu Huai, many people shook their heads in secret. With Wu Ming's strength, they were certain Gu Huai would lose. Senior brother Wu Ming was a genuine Vajra Buddha, a class famed for its balanced, overpowering offense and defense. Wu Ming's background was humble. His family ran a small corner store, and his high school was equally ordinary. Yet on the day he awakened, he became a Vajra Buddha, and a 100-jong golden Buddha manifested behind him, shaking the entire awakening bureau. Senior monks from Shaolin rushed in and spirited him away to study under Abbot Xiao Poshinon of the Nine Elders, ranked 3rd in Longhua and 7th in the world. Under his master's guidance, Wu Ming shattered every Shaolin record and dominated his peers. Now, as the sect's representative, he had brought more than 20 elite disciples to the national war. To the young monks watching, Wu Ming was an untouchable idol. When he openly admitted he might lose to Gu Huai, they were struck speechless. Throw the match on purpose? Impossible. The boy had grown up in Shaolin. His mind was as pure as blank paper. Dressed in a plain robe, Wu Ming's shaved head gleamed in the sunlight, and the slight upward curl of his lips lent him a roguish charm. Gu Huai swept his gaze around the arena, frowning. Just you? Didn't I say all of you could charge me at once? These so-called prodigies were a headache. They insisted on lining up to be beaten one by one. He could see this monk was far stronger than Wu Yong, yet a tougher ant was still an ant. Wu Ming pressed his palms together and spoke respectfully. I believe I can serve as your opponent. My opponent? Gu Huai threw him a sidelong glance and shrugged. Fine. You're not half bad. He'll kill you first so everyone understands how seriously they should take my words. Even the calmest monk would flare up at that. Wu Ming's eyes darkened. Very well. The words died in his throat as a blur ripped through the air. Gu Huai streaked across the stage like lightning, not even allowing time for a single hand seal. A frigid wind smashed into Wu Ming's face, and his heart lurched too fast. Gu Huai wielded no combat skills, yet his stats spoke for themselves. Even the raw burst of speed from his body alone defied all logic. The moment Gu Huai's speed came into view, Wu Ming went all out. In the blink of an eye, golden light seeped from beneath his skin, climbing over him like a living suit of armor. His signature move, the Vajra, indestructible body. Once it was active, both his offense and defense spiked, and his protection bordered on the outrageous. As long as his inner energy held, nothing could penetrate that golden shell. It was his most reliable trump card. Even senior brothers with combat ratings north of 30 million could only drag him into a long war of attrition, drain him dry, and then look for a way to put him down. Vajra demon subduing staff strike. He roared, swinging the massive, gold-plated staff straight at the oncoming Gu Huai. Gu Huai arrived at that exact moment. In truth, he could have moved faster, head slowed on purpose, baiting Wu Ming into burning everything he had so he could crush him in one decisive blow and make the lesson stick. He didn't dodge. Instead, he lifted a fist and punched toward the descending staff. Wu Ming sneered internally. You're going to meet me hidden while my Vajra body is active? Courting death. Perfect, this way I can end it quickly, right in front of everyone, and prove my dominance. Off to the side, Yin An's eyes flicked wide when he finally tracked Gu Huai's figure. Kid's fast, he murmured, then shook his head. But young people don't know how to fight. With speed like that he could kite and drain him, yet he chooses the dumbest slugfest. In Yin An's view, Gu Huai's punch was doomed to lose. Plenty of self-styled experts in the crowd felt the same, nodding in agreement. Gu Huai was finished. Nia Rongfeng and his crew, however, looked completely baffled. They'd seen Gu Huai fight before and had tagged him as a dragon tamer. By all logic, a dragon tamer should summon a divine dragon the moment a battle starts. When Gu Huai stepped out, they'd already pictured the follow-up dragon soaring, seas churning. Even if he lost, the spectacle alone would spread his name. Reality was nothing like their script. Gu Huai hadn't called a single dragon. Head simply flattened Wu Yong someone roughly on his level with a casual swing of his bare hand. Nia Rongfeng's mouth twitched at the memory. Head finally completed his third class change, pushed his level to 72, and thought that next time they met he could at least keep up. Sure, Head improved, but Gu Huai had improved absurdly more. And when did he get this kind of speed? Nia Rongfeng's head buzzed. He and his friends all hit a mental blue screen. Every fact they had on Gu Huai felt tossed into one giant pot of nonsense, so nonsensical, they didn't even know where to start. It was like absurdity's own mother had opened the door. Absurdity had come home and made itself comfortable. Before they could even recover from their momentary freeze, their heads were about to be smashed to pieces. The next instant, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The once invincible Wu Ming was effortlessly obliterated by Gu Huai again. One punch. Just one punch. Gu Huai casually threw a straight punch that exploded like muffled thunder, sending Wu Ming wrapped in dazzling golden light hurtling backward. The gold Buddhist avatar that had made him look like an incarnate Buddha shattered in midair, fragments scattering in every direction, an almost absurd sight. The Vajra enchanted staff in his hand was blasted away to some unknown corner. Had it not been a legacy weapon of extraordinary toughness, it would likely have been snapped in two. What? Everyone froze, eyes wide. Even Li Long, usually the picture of composure, couldn't stop his pupils from dilating in shock. If Gu Huai had summoned the little azure dragon to subdue Wu Ming, Li Long might barely have accepted it. Yet Gu Huai hadn't even bothered to summon anything. He had slain Wu Ming with a single punch, relying solely on his own strength. The gap between them was a chasm. Li Long's own combat rating exceeded 80 million. As one of the nation's 9 elders and the 32nd ranked fighter in the world, even he couldn't shatter Wu Ming's golden body with one blow unless he used his trump cards. Silence. The hall was so quiet a pin could be heard dropping. Yunin and Zhang Feng wore the most awkward expressions. Just moments ago they had been pointing fingers at Gu Hu, especially Yunin, who had criticized his poor combat awareness. Now, in the blink of an eye, Wu Ming had been blasted away. Yunin felt his ears burn. It wasn't that Gu Huai lacked awareness. He simply never considered Wu Ming a real opponent. Against someone at that level, who needs strategy? Fortunately, everyone's attention was glued to Gu Huai, so no one noticed Yun An's embarrassment. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Yun An's mind. More than 10 days earlier, he had seen a new name, Gu Huai, on the roster for the National Team 3. The newcomer had never shown up, so Yunin had paid it no heed. He never expected to run into him here today. You'd best come at me together. I really can't be bothered. Gu Huai casually shook out his fist, standing where he was, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over the crowd. Wherever it passed, every proud head bowed in unison. This time, there was no anger. Gu Huai's strength left them nothing to refute. No one. 3 seconds ticked by in silence. In that case, he'll take on the role of captain for now, Gu Huai said, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. Since I'm captain, let's get one thing straight. An invisible aura of dominance swept through the room. Instinctively, everyone looked up at the young man who had changed classes barely a month ago. When we compete, we represent our country. You will take pride in the nation's interests. Follow my orders and stay. If you don't, he'll kick you off the team at any time. Now that he had become captain, Gu Huai intended to act the part and lead his country to final victory. With the release of the National War expansion just around the corner, the other four nations were already gearing up. Deep beneath American soil, in a heavily fortified conference center, brilliant lights illuminated a massive round table. Dozens of young players sat in a circle, their skin tones black, white, and yellow mirroring the diverse alliance of the United States, France, and the British Empire. Unlike the Dragon Nation, whose ranks were made up solely of native bloodlines, these three countries had boosted their strength early in the catastrophe by admitting large numbers of foreign survivors and forging a rapid, transnational coalition. The flags of the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation flashed across a wall-sized screen, tightening the room like a drawn bowstring. Captain Zeus, both our nations will follow your lead in striking the Dragon Nation, a French youth declared, his eyes blazing. At the head of the table, the young man known as Captain Zeus raised his gaze. Short brown gold hair framed a face etched with arrogance and defiance. His given name had long since faded, now only Zeus remained. After awakening the hidden class god of thunder, he had simply taken the name to match his power. As heir to one of America's three great financial dynasties, talent and status combined to make him the undisputed leader of this operation and the acknowledged strongest fighter in the alliance. He surveyed the room, his voice low and predatory. Relax. We'll keep our promise. Once we crush the Dragon and Bear nations, the New World Order will belong to our three countries. On the screen, a series of clips played in turn. 1. The sinking island nation, once bustling cities now swallowed by the sea. Most citizens lay entombed underwater, while a handful of refugees clung to America, eager to serve as its hounds. 2. The fall of the oil kingdom, vast population, scant defenses. The land was devoured in the earliest days of disaster. A few survivors escaped thanks to Dragon Nation rescue teams, only to turn around and pledge loyalty to America, proving themselves thankless traitors. 3. Smaller states, some sought protection, others were absorbed outright. So long as they offered resources or manpower, America took them all under its wing. Backed by cutting-edge technology and bioresearch, America had once been the world's unchallenged powerhouse. Yet the Dragon Nation, through sheer grit and relentless effort, had overtaken it and was now widely recognized as the leading superpower. Even with its many vassals, America could not halt the Dragon Nation's rise, and France and the British Empire fared no better. By absorbing refugees and luckily securing foundational nation tokens, they had barely held their countries together before joining America to form the World Alliance, deliberately excluding the Dragon and Bear nations. One hand braced against the table, Zeus stood beneath a crackling digital map, madness glinting in his eyes. If we wipe out those Dragon Nation prodigies this time, I'd like to see what they have left to fight us with. America is the chosen land, and only America deserves to reign supreme. 3 days later, a crisp system chime rang in every player's mind worldwide, like a trumpet from the heavens. The world-level national war is about to begin. This is the preliminary phase, serving as a test for the full conflict. A translucent panel immediately listed the details. Rules for the national war preliminary phase. 1. Eligible participants, players who have been transferred for less than 3 years. 2. Each nation may select 1,000 participants. There are 18 cities in all, divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced tiers, 6 in each tier. Each city grants a unique bonus. Once the preseason ends, every player in the conquering nation immediately receives that bonus until the national war officially concludes. 5 additional NPC factions, each fielding 1,000 members, will also join the war. 10 nations are entering the contest. Each nation starts with a stronghold that grants a 100 boost to all final stats within its borders. This bonus sits at the top of the hierarchy and stacks with every other final modifier. Capturing a city reduces the conqueror's final converted stats according to its tier, 5% for an advanced city, 2% for an intermediate city, and 1% for a basic city. The event lasts 7 days, and the leaderboard locks at 2,400 hours on the final day. Each participant may resurrect 3 times. After the third death, their original body is permanently destroyed. There are 6 functional city types: level, resource, experience, attribute, equipment, and debuff cities with the following effects. 1 level city, raises every citizen's level. Basic 1 level, intermediate 2, advanced 3. 2 resource city, boosts resource cap and output rare materials, gold drop rate, field monster count, and the refresh frequency of secret realms and ruins. Basic 10, intermediate 20, advanced 30. 3 experience city, increases combat experience gained. Basic 10, intermediate 20, advanced 30. 4 attribute city, enhances the nation's final attributes. Basic 5, intermediate 10, advanced 15. 5 equipment city, strengthens all equipment effects. Basic 10, intermediate 20, advanced 30. 6 debuff city, applies a penalty to every monster's final attributes. Basic 5, Intermediate 10, Advanced 15. Information flooded every contender's mind like a raging tide, glowing runes whirling before they finally froze a few seconds later. Simply parsing the rules made everyone's scalp tingle. As Longwo's team captain, Gu Huai steadied himself and checked the numbers on the light screen line by line. 1,000 real players, plus 5 NPC nations with 1,000 members each, and 18 cities in total. He muttered, eyes flicking across the virtual panel. He began calculating the maximum possible haul. What kind of monstrous boost would someone earn by taking all 18 cities? Level 6, final attributes 30, bonus experience 60, equipment effects 60, resource yield 60, while forcing a 30 debuff on every monster. Gu Huai's breathing quickened at the thought. If those bonuses covered all of Longhua, the nation's foundation alone could steamroll the other 4 countries without him even lifting a finger. If every buff landed on him personally, his strength would soar to unimaginable heights. He knew, however, that conquering every city within 7 days was almost impossible. Ownership is decided by the headcount inside each city. When the leaderboard locks, a single extra player can flip the result. Worse yet, the more cities you hold, the more of your own stats you lose. A full set would cost a staggering 48% of your final attributes. Taking every city means surrendering 48% of your stats, a steep price indeed. Losing 48% of your total stats is colossal. By any sane estimate, having a nation's power would make even a 4-nation alliance weaker than a single unearthed country. That's how devastating the debuff was. But Gu Huai didn't fit the mold. Even after every unit under his command took the 48% hit, all but the 3 young dragons he had recently tamed still posted combat ratings north of 100 million. For him, the debuff was almost meaningless. Gu Huai did a quick tally. 10 dragons plus himself could comfortably defend 11 cities. Still not enough? He murmured, shaking his head. A new rule flashed before his eyes. Every player now had 3 revives, die a 4th time, and the privilege vanished forever. Gu Huai's eyes narrowed as a wild idea surged up. Wipe out every combatant from the other 4 nations. Maxed out stats inside their strongholds. Who cares, he mused. Even if their base power hits 50 million, doubled, that's barely over 100 million. His Qing MO alone topped 800 million, and the other dragons hovered around 600 million each. The gap was a chasm. No matter how they stacked their numbers, they'd never reach his ceiling. He looked up at the shimmering screen in the sky, eyes blazing. Maybe this really could work. Still, he had to check with Elder Long and the others first to be sure it wouldn't wreck the overall plan. No sooner had the thought formed than a new announcement arrived. National representatives, prepare yourselves. Summoning begins in 2 hours. Each government will appoint 1 captain, who will distribute 999 entry passes. Any passes not issued within 2 hours will be forfeited. Countdown commencing. Golden numbers began to tick down on every screen across the globe, instantly igniting the world's excitement. What? The National War Prologue is starting early? This is hype. If Longhua grabs a few cities and stacks the buffs, 2nd and 3rd advancement will be within reach. It's not just about the nation, everyone benefits directly. The problem is that Migua has its eyes on us. Langmanguo and the Ribulo Empire are teaming up with them to pin us down. In this tightly knit world, almost no one looked abroad for answers. Longhua was already the strongest nation alive. Longhua's strong, but 3-0 is still rough. What about Xiongwa next door? They're sworn enemies of Migua, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we ally with Xiongwa, a Tun 3 matchup suddenly looks winnable. From online forums, to city squares, to military bases, the debate was electric. This wasn't just national strategy. It would shape everyone's cultivation path. Everyone understood one thing. There was always going to be a showdown with America, and that fight would decide the other side's fate. The arrival of the nations war pre-season was the clearest signal yet. Whoever seized the upper hand now could snowball their gains in the main campaign and force the rest into the abyss. France and Britain knew it well. Though publicly allied with the United States, each nursed its own agenda. Nobody believed Washington would share the spoils willingly. The 3 team captains had already set up 4 secret chat groups, and information was flowing beneath the radar. Meanwhile, America was quietly negotiating with Russia. For them, profit came first. They would even put their own children and parents on the bargaining table if it paid off. The instant the announcement dropped, every national command center ignited like powder, scrambling to assemble 1,000 combatants. The shortlist couldn't be a simple roll call. It had to balance power, class, background, and a dozen other metrics. Those complications meant nothing to Dragon Nation. They valued sheer strength and could therefore move fastest. In preparation for the nation's war, Dragon Nation had already gathered over 3,000 young prodigies from across the country and quartered them in the National Team Center of the Imperial Capital. Gu Huai alone commanded more than 500 elite players, each capable of hitting level 70 or completing a 3rd-tier class change. The sudden start of the preseason caught everyone off guard, leaving nearly half of them still unadvanced, and about 100 stuck just shy of level 70. Add another 476 based on strength and class. Order received 20 minutes, tops. Exactly 20 minutes later, task complete. Personnel are en route to Plaza 3. Dragon Nation's efficiency raised eyebrows. What was supposed to take 2 hours had been compressed into less than 30 minutes. And Gu Huai immediately unlocked access for all 999 players. Gu Huai, the fate of Dragon Nation rests with you now. Elder Long, Li Long, and 7 other veterans appeared in person, while most of the national team gathered around to see the young commander off. Gu Huai, Long Xinhan, and the others looked up at the boy who now held the spotlight, their emotions in turmoil. They had completed their class transfers at the same time barely a month ago, yet he was about to lead 999 prodigies into the preseason while they hadn't even earned a roster spot. The gap stung, especially for the proud Qian Boyong. Still, Long Xinhan's eyes shone through her shock. This was exactly the kind of man she admired. Wenren Lingxue also fixed her gaze on Gu Huai. A thought crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed. He was simply too exceptional, eclipsing everyone she had ever met, making it impossible not to feel a flutter. What now? Her best friend was clearly smitten with Gu Huaisha couldn't very well compete with her, could she? The 2-hour window flew by. Within that brief span, only Long was submitted its full roster, finishing the paperwork in barely 30 minutes. The other 4 nations never even managed to fill their lineups. Migwa looked the worst. Having swallowed countless small countries, it had swollen from 50 states to 189. Every state had its own families, factions, and the financiers pulling the strings. The roster slots were limited, yet the spoils had to be divided 189 ways. They argued from the first minute to the last, and 2 hours just weren't enough. By the deadline, they had locked in barely 70% of their team. The remaining 3 nations did slightly better, but still failed to hit the cap. Luckily, their top-tier fighters were in place, so their overall strength was at least passable. Boom. As the clock hit 0, a blinding curtain of light tore through the clouds, hanging overhead like a colossal silver screen. For glowing words blazed across the International War Prelude. Beneath them, a line of text flashed. This event will be live-streamed in full and will last no more than 7 days. 5 dazzling pillars of light then slammed down from the sky. Purple Onwa, Green Migwa, Blue Shunwa, Pink Layman, Yellow the Empire where the sun never sets. Each beam swept up its country's contestants and transported them into a brand new, supersized instance. The screen shifted, revealing a 9-sided map. At 10 vertices, 5 player nations and 5 NPC nations occupied alternating corners, each marked by a matching color and an enormous crystal. Inside the map, 18 cities were scattered at random. Jagged mountains, winding rivers, wetlands, swamps, ice fields, forests, and volcanoes were stitched together into one vast, uncanny battlefield. Every city housed native NPC defenders. Only by breaching a city's defenses, defeating its lord, and seizing the lord's token could a team claim temporary control. To secure it permanently, they had to hold the city until the final ranking was calculated. The token's bearer could not leave the city, and if they died, the token dropped automatically. National War Prelude Phase begin. The mechanical system voice boomed across the map. The screen listed the 5 NPC nations and their races. White angels, black demons, gray werewolves, red vampires, dark elves. Real-time participant numbers then appeared. NPC nations, 1,000 each. Longwa 1,000. Langman, 783. Empire where the sun never sets, 721. Xiongwa, 701. Migwa, 676. The moment they saw their own number, Migwo's leaders and corporate bosses went pale, as though someone were grinding their faces into the dirt. They could only swallow their frustration after all. They'd brought it on themselves. Nicely done. Longwa never lets us down. Heh, we've already won the population race feels great. The world channel exploded. Everyone suddenly realized they could message the entire globe, but each player had only a limited number of posts. Without that restriction, sheer traffic would crash the channel. Population alone doesn't guarantee victory. In the end, strength decides everything. Exactly. Power is what really matters. Power? Dragon Nation is ranked number 1 in the world. The moment that line appeared, players from Migwa and other countries wanted to argue, but had no angle to attack. The global rankings were recognized by the game itself, and Dragon Nation did sit firmly at the top. If Migwa hadn't hastily teamed up with 2 other countries, they wouldn't have dared talk back at all. Save the trash talk. Let the final results speak. Right. Being ahead halfway means nothing. Whoever laughs last, laughs best. Amid the bickering, a massive light screen ignited in the sky. Countless windows opened side by side, displaying every contestant's real-time position. 5 oversized panels in the very center stood out the full map views of the 5 participating nations, each with a live close-up of its captain. 1. Migwa, Captain Zeus, Class Thunder God. 2. Romance, Captain Mask, Class Gentleman Hacker. 3. Empire of the Never-Setting Sun, Captain Victor, Class Royal Knight. 4. Bear Kingdom, Captain Augu, Class Polar Bear Warrior. 5. Dragon Nation, Captain Gu Huai, Class Dragon Tamer. The screen showed only names and classes, no levels, yet that was enough to draw the world's attention to the 5 captains. Dragon Nation, Jiang City. Because of this sudden global tournament, the entire nation was glued to the broadcast, and Gu Huai's parents were no exception. They hadn't left for work yet. Instead, they stood in the neighborhood square with their neighbors, craning their necks at the skyborne display. If only my boy could compete and bring honor to the country. Dream on. There are only 1,000 slots nationwide. You have to be a true prodigy to get one. Forget our neighborhood, even the whole city might not produce a single qualifier. By the way, Quanzi, your son Gu Huai went to that genius training camp in the capital, right? Any news? Did he make the cut? Everyone chimed in at once. Su Quan forced an awkward smile, unsure how to reply. Are you kidding? Gu Huai only changed classes recently. He's nowhere near the world stage. True enough. The chatter grew louder, and Su Quan and his wife, Lin Wenqing, felt increasingly uneasy, though they knew the others had a point. With their son's resume, making the national team was almost impossible. Suddenly, the display switched views, the 5 captains' close-ups enlarged simultaneously, their faces crystal clear. Quanzi, doesn't the Dragon Nation captain look a lot like your son Gu Huai? My kid. No way. Su Quan thought the neighbor was joking and brushed it off. Yet within seconds he froze in place, along with the expression on his face. When Wenqing, Gu Quan, still stunned, gave Lin Wenqing a sudden nudge. I see it too. Lin Wenqing stammered, her voice quivering with excitement. Others might only notice a likeness, but parents could never mistake their own child. They had not seen him for days, yet that face, those eyes on the giant screen, the boy was unmistakably their son, Gu Huai. Quan, Wenqing, what's wrong with you two? Good heavens, that kid really looks exactly like Gu Huai. Their neighbor old Su exclaimed, eyes wide. If I didn't know Gu Huai couldn't possibly be competing, let alone leading a team, I'd swear it was him. At his words, everyone's gaze snapped toward them. Gu Quan swallowed hard before speaking. Same face, same name, it has to be that rascal. The moment he said it, a steel rod seemed to brace his spine. He straightened, color flooding his previously sallow cheeks, as though he had just downed ginseng. Lin Wenqing likewise came alive, looking years younger. Yet the joy lasted only a moment before worry tugged her smile away. Pride meant little compared with safety. She muttered, why would that rascal go somewhere so dangerous? Gu Quan took her hand and patted it gently. Don't worry. Huai has always been clear-headed and sensible. He'll be fine. Lin Wenqing nodded firmly, choosing to trust her son's steady nature. Seeing their expressions, the onlookers finally accepted the truth, murmurs of amazement rippling through the crowd. Gu Quan rolled his eyes. Like we could ever mistake our own kid. Brother Quan, is that really Gu Huai? I always said the boy was destined for great things. The neighborhood instantly buzzed with excitement, compliments stacking up one after another. Usually such praise was rare, but today was different. One of their own was suddenly a team captain on the big screen. The shock felt like the kid next door waking up worth billions, both staggering and thrilling. Bathed in the flood of admiration, Gu Quan and Lin Wenqing could not hide their pride. The glow on their faces outshone the sun. At the provincial training base, a faint smell of smoke lingered in the silent corridor as Lu Jun, cigarette pinched between his fingers, squinted at the new recruits, among them Zhang Wanchen. She had poured every spare minute into the training hall, clawing her way from the provincial talent camp onto the reserve list through sheer effort. Though only on the 3rd squad for now, she stood tall, her gaze as sharp as a polished sword. Gu Huai, I won't fall behind this time, she vowed, clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white. They'll climb all the way upon the official roster, and even the starting lineup. I still have no idea where you disappeared to. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Zhang Wanchen lifted her eyes to the ashen sky, a vague irritation gnawing at her. Since their last parting, Shed had zero contact with Gu Huai, and Liao Jingshuanho lived for drama had kept quiet on purpose, waiting to savor Zhang Wanchen's shock in person. So Wanchen remained completely clueless about Gu Huai's whereabouts. Eyes wide, all of you. At the center of the field, instructor Lu Jun tapped his tactical watch, every syllable edged with steel. The dropships are about to release the top recruits from the last 2 years. Some of them are standouts from our own provincial squad. Watching their live combat will do you a world of good. He spoke deliberately, each word ringing clear, a blazing fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Lu Jun himself was still stuck at level 70. Over the past month his strength had barely budged, and a 3rd-class advancement was still years away. But the sudden launch of Nation War Vanguard was a gift from the heavens. If he shone here, he might break through to his 3rd advancement, and even push his level to 80. He knew plenty about this Vanguard squad. Every member was among Dragon Nation's brightest prodigies of the past 3 years, and quite a few were former teammates from the provincial roster. The chance to fight alongside these monster-level rookies had his voice practically vibrating. Yes, any minute now. What really gnawed at him was who would lead the squad. A bruiser from the national 3rd team? A disciple of one of the 9 elders? He never considered the first or second teams. None of these newcomers had been in their current class for more than 2 years and a month, far too short for those lofty ranks. Zhang Wanchen glanced upward. A massive holographic screen hovered below the clouds, casting a cold light over the training ground. Proud as she was, she had to admit there was always someone stronger. The screen flared to life, images flashing by before freezing on a single frame. Right in the center, the captain. This can't be real. Zhang Wanchen stared at the familiar profile, rooted to the spot. Beside her, Lu Jun erupted. No way, that's Gu Huai. His shout came out ragged. Lu Jun believed he understood Gu Huai's potential. Anyone endorsed by one of the 9 elders was a monster in the making. Even so, Lu figured Gu Huai might squeeze into the national reserve team at best. Reaching level 50 would already be freakish. Yet the screen told a different story. Gu Huai hadn't just entered the Vanguard Squadra, was its captain. Zhang Wanchen turned to him, stunned. Instructor Lu, you know Gu Huai? Know him? Of course. Lu Jun spread his hands with a wry smile. I was the one who brought him to the national team. Then, as explanation, he added, he and you both came from Jiangsheng First High, so I looked after you too. What? Zhang Wanchen's eyes flew wide open. You were the one who sent Gu Huai there. Zhang Wanchen shot to her feet, shock written across her face as if she simply could not accept what she was hearing. Lu Jun raised his teacup, one eyebrow arching. You didn't know? His tone held genuine surprise. Had overseen the transfers at Jiangsheng No. 1 High School that day, and Zhang Wanchen should have known every detail. Besides, he had already reviewed both of their files. From primary school to the present, the two had always been classmates, had even shared the same desk for several years, and had generally gotten along well. By all accounts, she should have remembered him. Yet the blank confusion on her face was unmistakable. Zhang Wanchen shook her head, completely at a loss. Lu Jun was left speechless for a long moment before he finally managed. Then do you remember who I am? Zhang Wanchen studied him carefully and answered with great seriousness. Your senior Lu Jun. I mean back at Jiangsheng No. 1 High. Lu Jun rolled his eyes so hard they nearly hit the ceiling. Jiangsheng No. 1 High? Zhang Wanchen repeated, her gaze vacant. Seeing this, Lu Jun felt a needle prick his pride. He grumbled inwardly. Sure, I'm not that young anymore, but I'm still a fairly handsome, mature guy. Am I really that forgettable? Suppressing his frustration, he reminded her, back then at Jiangsheng No. 1 High, I was the one who handled your class transfer. Zhang Wanchen gave an O, looking as though a light had just gone on, and Lu Jun finally relaxed. The very next second she added, Instructor Lu, I still don't remember. Lu Jun. Throughout Longhua, very few people truly knew Gu Huai, so most felt nothing special when they saw his name on the roster. The handful who did know him, however, were stunned. Gu Huai had actually been named captain of this team of prodigies. It was unbelievable. The chatter drifted past Gu Huai like a breeze. His eyes were already fixed on the dungeon ahead. That higher stage was where he belonged. So this is the 100% bonus, the ultimate amplification stacked on top of every other boost? He glanced down at his fist, feeling a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. The person who designed this instance had clearly wanted the starting base to be an absolute safe zone, yet decided that utterly invincible was too dull, so they imposed a 100% cap. Gu Huai muttered to himself, almost able to follow the designer's line of thought. By ordinary calculations, even the strongest nation could never overwhelm the weakest under this ultimate buff. Even if 4 nations joined forces and stormed an opponent's starting base, they would still be beaten back in disarray. That was the terror of the 100% final bonus. For Longhua, it was the same towering wall. Of course, Gu Huai never considered himself ordinary. He didn't even spare that so-called kappa glance. Captain, what should we do next? Yunan had already confirmed Gu Huai's identity in his heart. Both were members of National Team 3, so he naturally felt a sense of kinship, even though they had never met. What should we do? Gu Huai pondered for a moment. Then a brilliant smile, one that sent a chill down Yun's spine, slowly spread across his lips. Yunan could tell the captain was plotting something spectacular. The plan was simple. Everyone leaned in the moment Gu Huai spoke, eager to hear what he was plotting. The hall was ablaze with light, dozens of eyes fixed on him. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood over the tactical sandbox, tapping the 18 cities marked by red pillars. Aren't there 18 cities here? He asked quietly. Heads bobbed in unison. Then there's no need for a multiple-choice question. His calm words landed like a grenade. No need for a question? Since when was there a question at all? He turned, sweeping the room with his gaze, a faint smile lifting one corner of his mouth. I want every last one of them. The air seemed to solidify. A dozen squad leaders stared, sure they'd misheard. 18 cities. Even with twice their current manpower, they wouldn't dare dream of taking them all. The disbelief was plain on every face. Even Yunan, Gu Huai's staunchest admirer, spoke up. Captain, I know you're strong, but this— he swallowed the word arrogant. Gu Huai regarded him lazily. You mean I'm overreaching, right? Yunan opened his mouth, then murmured, that's not what I meant. Relax. I know exactly what you're thinking. Gu Huai chuckled. If he were standing in their shoes, he'd call the idea lunacy too. Ask for a third of the map 6 cities and people might buy it. 18. Pure fantasy. Taking all 18 meant splitting fewer than 1,000 soldiers into 18 columns, each facing the combined forces of 9 other nations. It sounded ridiculous. Yes, Gu Huai could hold a city with a handful of men, and with his 3 best lieutenants, maybe they could secure 4. But 18? How? Reading their doubts, he smiled wider. You're thinking that no matter how we divide our forces, we can't hold 18 cities, right? Silence. Nods all around. The system muted their voices, so the outside livestream only showed Gu Huai gesturing confidently. If viewers heard the plan, they'd swear he was insane. But did I ever say we need to hold those cities? He asked, narrowing his eyes. They froze. Not hold them. How else would they belong to Longhua? Captain, are you planning to kill every enemy player? Someone ventured. Even if they wiped them out, the enemy could revive 3 times at their starting base with a 100% combat bonus, then wait until the last day to retake the field. The room buzzed with analysis until someone half-joked. Unless we storm their spawn and wipe them right there. Exactly. Clever. Gu Huai arched an eyebrow. Laughter died instantly. What they'd tossed out as an impossible scenario, he accepted with a nod. We storm the spawn and wipe them out completely. And he meant every word. The moment he spoke, invisible question marks popped up over everyone's heads. They traded looks that clearly said, he's got to be kidding. Gu Huai read the room at a glance. No matter how much he explained, no one was going to believe him, and over-explaining would only sound like showing off. Better to keep quiet. He lifted a hand and spread out a 9-sided map. 10 sharp points marked 10 starting zones, with 2 NPC races forming a natural buffer between every nation. Longhua bordered the Angel Tribe and the Grey Wolf clan. Beyond them sat Bear Nation and the Empire where the sun never sets. His gaze paused on the map's right edge. America was tucked in a far corner, and reaching it would take time. Bear Nation could wait. He would break through at the nearest target first, the Empire where the sun never sets. A plan took shape instantly. Advance along the right flank, toppling the Empire where the sun never sets, America, the Romantic Kingdom, and Bear Nation in turn. Meanwhile, no NPC nation would be spared. There were 18 cities altogether, and he meant to claim every last one. Decision made. Gu Huai had already sentenced the NPC nations to death. As for Bear Nation, if they behaved, they might keep their lives, but their cities were as good as gone. Let's move. He folded the map, eyes fixed on the first stop to the right, the Grey Wolf clan's territory. Sure thing, Captain, but where exactly are we headed? A teammate, thinking he was just hyping them up, asked in half-teasing earnest. To take down the Grey Wolf clan, Gu Huai answered calmly. No one was shocked. The instance awarded double experience for killing players from other factions, so they naturally assumed Gu Huai meant to camp outside the Grey Wolf spawn point and ambush anyone who stepped out. They figured every other nation would do the same. They weren't wrong. America, the Empire where the sun never sets, and the Romantic Kingdom were drafting similar plans. Each picked elite squads for the hunt, while weaker players acted as fodder. The 3 captains had already pooled intel and aimed to lie in wait near Longwo's spawn area, hoping to whittle down its fighting force. What they didn't expect was that while their teams were still assembling, Longhua had already arrived at the Grey Wolf clan's doorstep. Captain, the Grey Wolf spawn point is just ahead. Any farther, and we'll give away our position. If their whole clan charges out, we could take heavy losses. When Yun and the others saw Gu Huai marching with a sizable force, making no attempt to hide their movements, they hurried over to dissuade him. Privately, they were exasperated. Gu Huai's personal strength was undeniable, yet he showed no sense of what it meant to lead. If Yunan were in command, he would have pored over the 36 stratagems, calculated every angle, and staged battles worthy of the history books. The thought left him sighing in regret. He could only offer advice this time. Unfortunately, Gu Huai dismissed his suggestions outright and forged ahead on his own. Yunan had plenty to complain about, but until Gu Huai made a clear mistake, there was nothing to criticize. Exposed? Gu Huai chuckled at Yunan's warning. So what? It doesn't bother me. By the way, none of you have hit level 80 yet, have you? He swept his gaze over them, his tone casual but unmistakably certain. Standing before him were the 6 prodigies Li Long had asked him to protect: Zhang Wei of Tianshi Mansion, Zhou Ji from Amei, Wu Ming of Shaolin, Tai Ji from Wudong, plus Yun and Nie Rongfeng. Their talent made them the nation's future hope. Li Long had urged Gu Huai to bring them along so their levels could catch up, and with a 10-member limit on a national war squad, the numbers fit perfectly. 6 rookies and the 3 veterans Gu Huai had already chosen. The group exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Good, Gu Huai said with a faint smile. Accept my party invite. He had capped at 80 long ago, and only Long's eye lagged a little behind, something that could be fixed soon enough. Power leveling these prodigies might slow him down slightly, but the effect would be minimal. Every combatant from the 5 NPC nations was already level 80. 3 quick incursions would be enough to push the newcomers to the cap without sacrificing any rewards. Puzzled, they still tapped the accept button. The party interface flashed up, and everyone's breath caught. Level 80. The window displayed each member's level. Gu Huai had hidden his number during past fights with Yi Sanwang's trick, so no one had imagined he was already at the ceiling. 9 pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. They had guessed he might be 75 at best. Discovering he had reached 80 just 1 month after changing classes was a brutal wake-up call. For a moment, their world spun. The pride of these favored sons and daughters was torn wide open. They had always assumed that any gap in talent would be moderate, but Gu Huai's stats showed them how vast the gulf truly was. His mere presence dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. He was far stronger than any of them. During their very first month as class changers, what had they been doing? Yin An's mind flashed back 2 years. He had sailed through every round of the National Reserve trials, claimed the only slot on the first reserve squad, and camera flashes had followed him everywhere. Level 80 in a single month? He himself hadn't even touched level 80 after 25 months, and all at once he felt like a heap of scrap metal. The glimmer in Yin N's heart faded, and his breathing grew heavier. With the party assembled, Gu Huai glanced at their levels, murmured a detached and looked away. Wait here, he ordered, planning to charge in alone and clear the place. The words had barely left his mouth when a clatter of footsteps came from the cave entrance. To his surprise, more than 30 gray wolfmen poked their heads outside first. The wolfmen had human-sized frames and walked on 2 legs, but their lupin heads were covered in gray fur and their muscles were exaggeratedly defined. Most stood a little over 2 meters tall. The leader was closer to 2.5, its shadow stretching long and menacing in the sun. Their eyes met for an instant. Gu Huai wore a faint smile, while the wolfmen's faces drained of color. So many of them flashed through their minds, and they spun around almost in unison and bolted. Stay, and they were dead. Though the wolfmen were NPCs, they possessed complete self-awareness and feared death just the same. Since they wanted to flee, Gu Huai had no intention of giving them the chance. He stepped forward, snapped his fingers, and called, "Come out, Ender Dragon." In the next instant, Ing Tong tore through the air. Jet-black scales glinted with a cold sheen. Its build resembled a Western WYRM, yet it stood barely over 5 meters tall. Before humans it was a small mountain, but beside divine beasts like Qing Mo hundreds of meters long it seemed almost petite. Race, Ender Dragon. Name, Ing Tong. Level, LV75. Bloodline, half-step transcendent. Combat power, 182 million. Talent, Shadow Domain doubles the power and effects of all shadow-based abilities. Can create a personal domain that allows control over every shadow within it. Skills, Tier 3 Shadow Clone, LV14. Tier 3 Shadow Ball, LV13. Skill enhancement points, 12. The status panel was concise and direct. Apart from a handful of shadow moves, everything else was raw stat boosts. Its combat power of 182 million was even higher than after the last round of tuning. As the shadow domain spread in silence, darkness flowed across the ground like water. The Ender Dragon's striking entrance drew every gaze at once. Is that a dragon? That must be Gu Huai's battle pet. Everyone stared at the Ender Dragon, their eyes practically burning holes in the air, jealousy turning them a deep shade of purple. They all had pets of their own, but none had ever seen anything this spectacular. What really staggered them was the dragon's power. With a single beat of its wings, a violet-black rift split the sky. They barely registered the movement before more than 30 sturdy gray werewolves hit the ground in unison. Blood hadn't even soaked the grass before every last one was dead. The metallic tang of blood filled the air. The spectators swallowed in unison. What on earth just happened? Meanwhile, the allied forces of 3 nations split into 3 columns. The first and strongest unit raced toward the Longwa coordinates to ambush Gu Huai's party. The second, only slightly weaker, headed for the nearby NPC settlement, planning to lie in wait and wipe out Longwa players and NPCs for easy experience. The third stayed behind to handle supplies and cleanup. Captain Zeus, where did all the Longwa players go? The first unit was crouched just outside Longwa's starter outpost, buried in grass and traps, barely breathing. Half an hour passed, and not a single Longwa player appeared, leaving everyone bewildered. Did they sense the ambush? Even Zeus looked puzzled. Give it a bit longer, he whispered. If no one shows, well, farm NPCs nearby. Understood. The second unit, just over 200 strong, reached vampire territory. The moment they stepped into the mist-shrouded forest, they ran into more than 30 vampires. Seeing they were outnumbered, the vampires bolted, and the coalition surged after them. Several hundred meters in, the vampires realized they couldn't shake their pursuers. Suddenly they turned, shrieking as they charged. Steel flashed beneath a blood-red moon and battle erupted in an instant. Despite the numbers gap, the coalition soon discovered the vampires weren't phased. Each claw swipe shredded a shield. Every shadow step neatly slit a throat. Are these guys elites? Someone muttered, chilled to the bone. He pulled up the data panel. Monster, Vampire Earl Boss. Bloodline, Gold Legendary. Level 80. Combat power, 43 million. Monster, Vampire Viscount Boss 4. Bloodline, Red Legendary. Level 80. Combat power, 34 million. Monster, Vampire Baron Boss 20. Bloodline, Orange Epic. Level 80. Combat Power, 26,300,000. 1 Earl, for Viscounts, and the rest Barons, every single one a boss. The 200-plus players who had been raring to fight felt as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over their heads the moment they saw those stats. Their hearts sank in an instant. More than 200 prodigies were up against just over 30 vampires, so the smart money was on the prodigies. At first the vampires turned tail and ran, and every spectator assumed the fight would end in a walkover after all. On the other flank, Gu Huai had needed only a single breath to let his Ender Dragon one-shot more than 30 gray werewolves. In everyone's subconscious, the two events connected. If the werewolves folded so easily, the fleeing vampires had to be just as weak. Reality begged to differ. When the 30-odd vampires finally closed with the 200 prodigies, they held their ground and gradually seized the advantage. Viewers stared in disbelief and blamed it all on massive power gaps between NPC nations. Otherwise, how could Gu Huai's single battle pet butcher the werewolves while 200 elite prodigies failed to handle a handful of vampires? While the clash raged, vampires inside the starter outpost sensed the commotion, and another 30 to 50 kin burst into the air. Every one of them was fanged, green-skinned, full BOS steer, and as fast as black lightning. In a blink, they surrounded the prodigies. Faces went pale across the board. How could they all be bosses? The ending was brutal. Every one of the 200-plus prodigies died, not a single survivor. The vampires lost only 3 barons. The rest lived on, though wounded. For the 3 participating nations, it was a hammer blow. Each contestant had only 3 lives total, and they had already burned 1 before the event had properly started. What hope was left for the rounds ahead? American players hurried to find excuses. The vampires are definitely the strongest of the 5 NPC factions. All of them are bosses, minimum level 80, orange grade epic gear. 1,000 strong. How are we supposed to win? Others chimed in that even the 5 nations combined couldn't beat the vampires. Dragon Nation's viewers bought it. Level 80, all orange bosses, and 1,000 of them. Such a lineup could steamroll the young talents of every country. Unless the jaw change time lock was lifted and each nation's top powerhouses were allowed to enter, trainees with less than 3 years experience didn't stand a chance. Almost everyone concluded that even if every young powerhouse from all 5 countries banded together, they still couldn't stop the vampires' advance dead in the water. Elsewhere, after Gu Huai one-shotted more than 30 gray werewolves, another 300 respawned in the outpost and charged him with furious howls. Yet beneath the shadow domain, these small Frynun boasting more than 50 million combat power couldn't survive even a single breath before collapsing. Yun In and his companions watched the massacre with only mild surprise, and even that was putting it generously. They couldn't see the wolves' stats and simply assumed the pack was weak. In their eyes, this place was a leveling paradise. More than 300 level 80 bosses, experience pouring in. Everyone gained at least 2 levels, some even shot up by 4. The rush was intoxicating. Players who weren't in Gu Huai's party were green with envy and crowded around their own captain. Captain, when the wolves respawn, let us in on the action, okay? Yeah, let us get some XP too. The others echoed. Gu Huai paused when he heard them. You want a slice of the experience too? He hadn't thought much about it, but he sensed these wolves were tougher than they looked. Still, the dungeon allowed 3 revives, so letting the others try wouldn't hurt, and it might save him some arguments later. Fine, he said at last. Give it a shot. He waved the Ender Dragon higher into the sky so the brute wouldn't vaporize the next wave of wolves on sight. Just then, a lone gray wolfkin lagged behind the pack. It had barely left the starting zone when it watched its comrades get annihilated in an instant. Heart pounding, it turned to flee back to safety. Gu Huai wasn't about to let that happen. He signaled the Ender Dragon, which snagged the creature and dropped it at the player's feet. The wolfkin landed in a panic. Was this the end? It didn't want to die. This one's all yours, Gu Huai said coolly. The beast shuddered and stared at him. What did all yours even mean? The players immediately pulled up its stat panel. Monster, Gray Wolfkin Boss. Bloodline, Orange, Epic. Level, 80. Combat Power, 26.23 million. Description, the Gray Wolfkin's most common, weakest foot soldier. One thought flashed across everyone's mind. What the heck? The weakest foot soldier? A monster with more than 26 million combat power labeled weak? This had to be a joke. While they gaped, a savage glint flashed in the Wolfkin's eyes. It knew it couldn't match these foes, but as a warrior of its tribe, fear was not an option. If it had to die, it would take someone with Itone. Kill would break even. 2 would be a profit. It lunged. To its surprise, its first strike dropped a player instantly. Bewildered, the Wolfkin hesitated only a heartbeat before continuing its slaughter. From the moment it was dragged back, to the glance at its stats, to its first attack, barely 3 seconds had passed. Yet in those 3 seconds, every player's confidence had been turned upside down. What are you waiting for? Gu Huai saw that the gray werewolf had already fixed on a second target, so he ordered the Ender Dragon to pin it down. A control beam coiled around the werewolf's limbs like chains. Only then did the others snap back to their senses, unleashing energy cannons, sword auras, and fireballs all at once. Just before the first wave landed, Gu Huai cut the restraint. The werewolf regained its freedom, loosed a guttural roar that rattled the stones underfoot, and the fight erupted in an instant. With a combat rating of more than 20 million, the gray werewolf held out for a full 30 seconds. Muscles bulged, claws slashed, arcs of lightning split the air, and spells boomed without pause. Its fur sizzled, flesh curled back, yet it kept lashing out in a frenzy. At last, amid a storm of light and shadow, the beast crashed to the ground, but its dying swipe still claimed the last melee fighter one final profit before death. When the smoke cleared, the metallic tang of blood hung in the air, reminding everyone that it had taken a coordinated strike from so many elites to bring down this one corpse, whereas Gu Huai had dispatched its kin in a single blow. The gulf in power was a pebble caught in their throats. Viewers outside the instance fell silent. Moments ago, the American stream had been flooded with vampires are unbeatable, yet the gray werewolf's stats now flashed on screen. Also marked boss, its power rivaled the vampires. Worse, the official note bluntly stated that this specimen was the weakest rank of its race. There was no room left for excuses, only a screen filled with remained. American camp. 90+ casualties respawned at the starting point, faces pale and nerves frayed. These vampires are that strong, what do we do now? Wait for Captain Zeus to come back, someone answered through clenched teeth. He's the only one who can lead us against them. And until then, we wait. The speaker tried to sound calm, but he simply didn't want to die again. No one objected. In this instance, death was permanent, and they weren't fools. For the country? Sorry, life came first. In America, individual and family interests always outweighed national ones. That stood in stark contrast to the old guard of the Dragon Kingdom. Back when the Vocation continent first merged, Dragon Kingdom was far weaker than America in both strength and technology, yet generation after generation had sacrificed themselves, placing personal safety last. Meanwhile, America focused on maximizing personal and corporate gains. Decades later, the Dragon Kingdom's rise to the world's pinnacle was anything but accidental. Captain, the Grey Wolves have gone inside, Yunan said, wiping dust from his face and speaking far more respectfully than before. They know how strong we are and likely won't come out again. After the recent battle, he and his companions were thoroughly convinced of Gu Huai's strength. Gu Huai nodded, his gaze passing over the crumbled stone wall. In that case, let's move. Understood. Yunan replied without hesitation. The team regrouped, stepping through the lingering haze of gunpowder as they pushed forward. Even he would have made the same choice, push on to the next objective and start cashing in. The sizable column had barely taken a few steps when Yunan frowned and murmured, Captain, are we heading the wrong way? His digital map showed a route that should have skirted to the side toward the next city, yet Gu Huai was leading everyone straight ahead another few dozen meters, and they would march right into the Grey Wolf's starter stronghold. Wrong way? Not at all. Gu Huai glanced at the map on his wrist, sounding perfectly matter-of-fact. But the wolf's lair is just up ahead, Yun An's voice trailed off. Exactly. I'm going in, Gu Huai replied without even looking up. A swarm of question marks flashed through Yun An's mind, and Zhang Wei finally blurted out, Captain, you're not planning to storm in there and wipe out the whole clan, are you? Gu Huai smiled like a proctor who already knew the answers. Bingo. Unfortunately, no prize. Everyone swallowed hard. Yunan hesitated, then voiced his concern. Inside that base, all their stats double. Out here, sure, you're unstoppable, but once we step in, explaining won't help. Gu Huai cut him off, striding forward. Just watch how it ends. His back was resolute, almost ruthless. Yunan and the others exchanged looks, bit their lips, and followed. If they were going to die, they'd die together. Meanwhile, an eerie blue light flared at the wolves' resurrection point, silhouettes forming in the beam. More than 200 gray wolves clutched their heads, still dazed. How had they lost that last fight? Chieftain, those outsiders are too strong. Would better stay put this round, or we'll burn through our 3 lives in no time. One wolf pressed a paw to his chest, voice heavy. Their chieftain, Ashleaf, stood over 3 meters tall. Gray and white fur hugged exaggerated muscles. He was a wall of flesh. He swept his gaze around and spoke, rough yet steady. Now that we've felt the trial's difficulty, no one leaves the camp until the final day. Ashleaf's decision won quick support. These were the clan's elite. Falling here would jeopardize their standing in their home world. Besides, they were only guest stars this round, high-level NPCs invited by the Heavenly Tao. In their world, such scripted performances were nothing new. Playing a solid NPC earned privileges, tangible rewards, and extra revives. They were on a mission this time as well. They had wrangled a plum assignment as high-level NPCs in the nation war prelude. No small feat, simply signing up guaranteed 2,000 NPC points, and each city they captured would multiply the reward. Even better, this round of the prelude was remarkably safe. The starting area granted a 100% boost to all attributes, and every participant came with 3 extra lives. As long as they avoided reckless moves, They could practically rake in points while lying down. They already knew the game's rules by heart. The 5 NPC nations were roughly equal in strength. The real wild card was the player-controlled nations. If the invading players proved mediocre, they could act boldly and just keep an eye on their death count. If the enemy was powerful, they would dial everything back. The concrete strategy was to send 20 or 30 scouts at the start to gauge nearby forces, then keep everyone else in reserve until 3 hours before the board closed, when they would surge out and seize cities in one decisive strike. This was Hui's plan, and it was also the unspoken consensus among the other 4 NPC nations. Because of that, both Hui and the vampire clan dispatched only small reconnaissance teams at the beginning. However, Hui's scouts immediately sensed trouble and hurriedly pulled back. Meanwhile, the vampires completed their own intel report. Outside, they had run into a coalition of 3-player nations whose combat power was laughably weak, posing no real threat. The vampires' starting base was a gloomy, ancient castle. Deep within, in an unlit conference room, the clan's executives had gathered. Darkness was no obstacle for vampires. To them, night was as clear as day, a gift of their bloodline. At the far end of the long table stood a throne so crimson it seemed to glow in the gloom. Reclining on it was a young aristocrat in an extravagantly tailored suit, silent yet commanding every gaze. The meeting's chairperson rose and bowed. "Your Grace, shall we send everyone out at once to seize more territory, or send them out?" The man on the throne replied in a low voice that silenced the room. "But if you encounter any of the other 4 NPC nations, avoid a fight if you can." "Understood." The chairperson nodded respectfully and signaled for the others to disperse. The man on the throne was the clan's current leader, a prince with a mythic bloodline. Among the myriad races, vampires were already formidable, and he stood at the very pinnacle of that power. It's worth noting that these vampires were nothing like the feeble creatures of legend who feared sunlight, onions, or crosses. They merely preferred the dark and fought better at night. Only fledglings sired carelessly by barons and viscounts were truly vulnerable to sunlight, and so-called banes like onions or crucifixes were pure fiction. Within the clan, a vampire's bloodline grew stronger with each noble title, with every rank corresponding to a deeper, purer lineage. Generally, barons are born with an orange epic bloodline, viscounts with a red legendary bloodline, counts with a golden fabled bloodline, marquises with a mythic bloodline, and dukes with a half-step transcendent bloodline. Above them stand the princes. Across the entire vampire race, only 12 have earned that title, each bearing a genuine transcendent bloodline, 11 at the primary level and a single one at the advanced level. Beyond even the princes is the emperor revered by all vampires, Cain, an existence that transcends the transcendent itself. His presence alone keeps the vampires firmly among the great powers. While they still fall short of the angels' absolute dominance at the very top, they remain fearsome enough to make every other race tread carefully. For this game, the vampires have actually sent a duke to compete, a choice that speaks volumes about how seriously they view the situation. Move out. At the order, several marquises led most of their clan skyward, opting for a course completely opposite that of the Grey Wolf clan. The force gathered into a dark red streak that split the heavens, drawing the eyes of countless spectators on Bluewater Star. Meanwhile, every light in the massive parade ground at the Dragon Nation's National Team Center was blazing. The 9 elders occupied the seats of honor, while members of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd national teams, along with the reserve squad, were all present, their gazes locked on a towering holographic screen. The outcome of this 7-day contest would all but decide the Dragon Nation's future. When the feed showed the 3-nation coalition lying in wait for the Dragon squad at the spawn point, a low gasp swept the field. Luckily, the Dragon players had already withdrawn, and everyone exhaled in relief. Even so, the fact that the United States, the Kingdom of Romance, and the Empire of the Setting Sun had joined forces while the Bear Kingdom stalked in the shadows felt like a rock on every chest. In unknown combat, Dragon Nation's players feared no one, but facing 4 countries at once would exact a heavy toll. Comments scrolled beneath the broadcast. On a scale of 100 in overall strength, Dragon Nation held a steady 100, the United States 75, the Bear Kingdom 64, and both the Kingdom of Romance and the Empire of the Setting Sun just over 50. The gap was so wide that the other nations had little choice but to band together against the dragons. Even though the Bear Kingdom also distrusted the United States, it still chose to keep Dragon Nation in check. All 5 countries pursued their own agendas, and even the 3 allies, America, Romance, and Setting Sun, were calculating against one another. As time passed, emotions on the parade ground rose and fell with every shift in the battle. When Gu Huai casually crushed the Grey Wolf clan, and the vampires in turn wiped out the 3-nation coalition, the stunning reversal drew wave after wave of cheers. "Elder Long, is that the Gu Huai you told me about?" A clear voice rang out. Heads turned toward a young man standing beside Elder Long. His black and white combat uniform was sharply tailored, and his unremarkable features might have blended into any crowd were he not standing at Long's side. The other 8 elders treated him with marked respect. He was the heir of the Yi family from the imperial capital, the current captain of the first national team, and the 16th-ranked war god on the world power list Yi Chun. Before Yi Chun rose to prominence, the Yi clan was little more than a second-tier family in the imperial capital. But after Yi Chun made his name with a single battle, the once obscure clan forced its way into the 4 great houses of the capital. Yi Chun's Yi clan now stood alongside Li Long's Li clan, Wenrin Suonen's Wenrin clan, and Ma Wu's Ma clan. The other 3 owed their deep foundations to their centuries-old heritage and the protection of their respective 9 elders. The Yi clan had climbed to the top only in recent years on the back of Yi Chen's meteoric rise. Yi Chen's strength was unmatched among his generation anywhere in Longhua. The country produced countless prodigies every year, yet for 7 consecutive years he retained the captaincy of the national first squad. Not even an once-in-a-century genius like Luo Xiu could threaten his position. Yes, the man in question was Gu Huai. Elder Long beamed, his gaze fixed on Gu Huai, utterly satisfied with the young man's performance, as though years of careful nurturing had finally paid off. What do you think? Someone asked quietly. Better than I was at his age, Yi Chun replied after a brief pause. Yi Chun's comrades exchanged startled looks, while the 9 elders remained calm they had known all along. After all, both the 9 elders and the entire national first squad ranked within the world's top 100, each of them a living ceiling of power. They simply served different roles. 1. The national first squad consisted of 7 members, charged with clearing dungeons and holding the front line. They were fairly young. The oldest was 46, the youngest only 27. 2. The 9 elders held senior positions within the government, handling state affairs and major decisions. Having burned their life force to cast forbidden spells in their youth, they were now white-haired and well past 70. He is indeed outstanding. The future of Longhua will rest on young people like you, one of the elders said approvingly. Wait, what is that kid doing? Elder Long's words had barely left his mouth when his expression changed. Gu Huai had stepped straight into the starting point. The starting point doubles all final attributes. That means even the weakest gray werewolf would end up with a combat rating of more than 50 million, enough to break into the global top 1,000. Gong Jing, a member of the National Second Squad, felt her scalp tingle. Her own combat rating was only about 52 million, meaning any buffed gray werewolf could now fight on equal footing with her. In other words, monsters that had barely scraped the 3rd tier and not even reached level 80 had suddenly leapt into the 2nd tier, and into its upper ranks at that. Even if the gray werewolves gained only raw stats without any skill upgrades, their practical combat rating would still hover around 48 million. The truly frightening part was the likelihood that, like the vampire race, higher tiers of werewolves existed. Everyone couldn't help recalling the data panel they had seen not long ago. Vampire Baron, combat rating, over 26 million. Viscount Vampire, combat rating 34 million. Count Vampire, 43 million. Double that, and you get 52, 68, even 86 million. 86 million puts you on par with the national team and the 9 elders, and the starting zone still hides stronger foes. Staring at the screen, Yi Chun muttered, why would Gu Huai be this careless? By his estimate, Gu Huai's previous displays placed him around 50 to 60 million. If Gu Huai had stayed on the outskirts and farmed safely, no one here could have matched him, and Longhua would have walked away with a huge haul. Instead, he led his squad straight into the Grey Wolf spawn, a maze-like zone packed with enemies, instantly wiping out his advantage. He's young, let him take a beating. He's got 3 revives anyway, Luo Xiu said coolly. He had held the record for the fastest clear until Gu Huai broke it, so he was less than thrilled. Everyone nodded. Thank goodness for the revives. Without them, Gu Huai's recklessness might have cost Longhua its edge. In mere minutes, the crowd's view of him slid from brilliant prodigy to arrogant show-off. Li Long, however, frowned. From what I know of Gu Huai, he shouldn't be this rash. Could he still be hiding a trump card? Yet no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine anything that could smash an 86 million rated Grey Wolf. Even he would need every secret move just to scrape by. Across the sea, viewers from the other 4 nations had been dreading Gu Huai's dominance. Now they were overjoyed. The wilder he acted, the happier they became. One fatal mistake would be perfect. They conveniently forgot their own teams would suffer the same global consequences, and the game gives everyone 3 revives. At the edge of the Grey Wolf spawn, a cold wind whistled. Yunin and the others were taut with tension, knuckles wide around their weapons. Captain, are we really pressing on? We're still on the rim. We can still pull back, several teammates urged. Gu Huai remained calm. Move in. I told you we're wiping them out. Anyone would risk their life for a final 100% stat bonus. But to Gu Huai, 100% was trivial, 200% hardly worth noting. Only a 1000% payout could make him take things seriously. Wipe them out. Yunin and the rest felt their scalps tingle. If they didn't have 3 revives, they would never attempt something this foolhardy. Seeing Gu Huai's resolve, they knew persuasion was useless and could only sigh to themselves. Fine, let's treat it as burning one life. That first life was their show of respect to the nation and to Gu Huai's strength. but their second and third lives couldn't be wasted so carelessly. The third life in particular held no chance of resurrection once lost. Everyone had entered ready to die for their country, yet if death could be avoided, who would willingly throw their life away? The uproar around Gu Huai was echoing across the globe. Every forum and live stream was filled with debate and ridicule. At that moment, the Grey Wolf clan's army arrived. 1,000 Grey Wolves appeared at the spawn point in unison, their presence overwhelming. Hui stood at the front, a cold wind stirring his silver-gray cloak as amusement flickered in his eyes. He had intended to coast until the final 3 hours of the countdown and stir up no extra trouble. These Grey Wolves were the backbone of his power outside the game, and while losing a few was fine, losing half would shatter his standing in the clan. Although the continent they inhabited was vast and the Grey Wolves were influential, Hui's branch sat only in the middle tier. He was acutely sensitive to casualties and was unwilling to risk his troops lightly. Yet plans could never keep up with change. Just as he was about to sheath his fangs, someone offered themselves up, leaving him dumbfounded. Are these people insane? How dare they run to the spawn point just to die? In this zone, everyone was capped at level 80, but the Grey Wolves still enjoyed a 100 boost to every attribute, so he feared nothing. Only a freakish existence like a divine scion or imperial progeny could threaten them, and in a bracket restricted to entry-level worlds, even a half-step transcendent bloodline was rare. With that double bonus in hand, caution felt unnecessary. With a single order, his clansmen tightened their encirclement. Outsiders before them were nothing but walking points. The base score in this game was 2,000, but the real payoff came later. Capturing a city earned 5,000 for a primary, 20,000 for an intermediate, and 100,000 for an advanced stronghold. Killing members of non-NPC factions also granted points, 1 for a regular member, 100 for a captain. Because solo kills were worth so little, Hui normally refused to let his men take unnecessary risks, but when the enemy threw themselves at you, that was a different story. As for the other 4 NPC factions, killing them didn't grant even a single point, so both sides tacitly stayed out of each other's way unless a city battle forced them together. Even when they crossed paths outside the game, they rarely fought. There was simply nothing to gain. The instant the Grey Wolves appeared, Yun and the others finally grasped what was happening. Their hearts felt as though they were being squeezed, and the color drained from their faces. We're done. They hurriedly pulled up the Grey Wolves data panel, and line after line of stats filled their screens, leaving their faces completely bloodless. Monster, Grey Werewolf, Boss Bloodline. Red Legendary Rank, Level 80. Combat Power Index, 68.9 million, double state bonus included. A junior officer within the Grey Werewolf tribe, competent enough to command a squad. Monster, Grey Werewolf, Boss Bloodline. Gold Legendary Rank, Level 80. Combat Power Index, 87.91 million, double state bonus included. A mid-level officer who can serve as a company commander, leading 100 warriors. Monster, Grey Werewolf, Boss Bloodline. Mythic Rank, Level 80. Combat Power Index, 128 million, double state bonus included. A high-ranking officer capable of commanding 1,000 troops. At this moment, the valley before Gu Huai was packed edge to edge with Grey Werewolf legions. Most of them bore orange epic bloodlines. Their vast health pools filled the front lines. More than 100 sported red legendary bloodlines. Rarer still were the gold legendary and mythic bloodlines clustered near the center and rear, just over a dozen gold legendary and only 2 mythic. Yet what truly unnerved everyone was the lone figure standing at the very front, emanating a distinctly different aura. Monster, Grey Werewolf Chieftain, Boss Bloodline. Half-step Transcendent Bloodline, Level 80. Combat Power Index, 168 million, double state bonus included. Chief of a small Grey Werewolf tribe. When this stat panel appeared, every gaze locked onto that 168 million. 168 million. Outside the battlefield, Long Lao and the others felt their scalps tingle. Even Long Lao, with all his trump cards, wouldn't dare face this chieftain heathen. This time, Gu Huai seemed doomed to suffer a crushing defeat. Though Long Lao and Li Long had always trusted him, they now saw no path to victory. Yi Chen spread his hands, speaking with casual resignation. Sometimes the young have to take a hard hit to learn their lesson. The situation looked hopeless. The enemy could send their weakest Grey Werewolf and still shatter the Yunnan squad. Only the Dragon Kingdom's strongest 1,000-man unit could hope to stand against such a force, and Gu Huai's group had been in their new classes for less than 3 years, nowhere near that level. Silence fell. Even Luo Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This is the so-called prelude to the national war? The difficulty is insane. Such an enemy force would be normal, perhaps even considered weak in the full national war, but here in the prelude it was deadly. What Luo Xiao didn't realize was that the prelude was never meant to go easy on lesser microworlds. In truth, the 18 cities were never intended for ordinary microworlds at all. Out of 1,000, scarcely one could hope to capture an advanced city. Both the prelude and the main national war function as trial dungeons to select the best microworlds. Only the strongest earn the right to advance. Otherwise, when the real cosmic scavengers arrive, the slaughter will be far worse. Everyone agreed with Luo Xiao. At the same time, they began to worry about the main round. If it was as tough as the trial, they were in trouble. Luckily, the challenge would pit all 5 nations against the same threat. They only had to outperform the other 4. Heads nodded all around. Luo Xiao offered a simple analogy. A dozen explorers run into a hungry tiger in the forest. To survive, you don't have to outrun the tiger, only most of your companions. Everyone understood. They knew nothing about the next phase or what the so-called cosmic trash would unleash. Their only option was to claim every advantage they could at each stage. As Yasan Wang had warned, the more they won now, the more leverage they would have later. Before the words had faded, the curtain of light rippled. The first to move wasn't a gray werewolf, but Gu Huai. His sudden action startled the crowd, but they quickly realized it wouldn't change the outcome. To the nations of Waterblue Star, the gray werewolves were a calamity that demanded every ounce of their combined strength. To Gu Huai, however, 9 dragons, everything except the black orb, could wipe them out with ease. Even a lone Ender Dragon could manage, though it might take some effort. The Shadow Realm unfolded. Third tier, Shadow Doppelganger. In an instant, the level 14 skill spawned more than 10 Ender Dragon Phantoms, each boasting a combat rating just over 220 million. Gu Huai's real body now stood at 221 million, another sharp jump since the start. Every level brought a huge leap in power. Next, third tier, Shadow Sphere. Instead of watching Gu Huai get overwhelmed, everyone saw the sky fill with inky projectiles. Greyleaf's calm turned to shock. This was absurd. A dozen fist-sized spheres streaked into the werewolf ranks and exploded. The gray werewolves had dismissed the dark orbs and barely tried to defend, but when the shadows burst and tore through flesh, they understood too late. Wherever a sphere detonated, bodies were shredded and instantly converted into experience for the Ender Dragon. One volley cost the werewolves over 100 fighters. Seeing so many fall, Greyleaf's eyes went blood red, and he roared. How dare you? He charged. The power Gu Huai had just displayed was on par with his own, and that rattled him. Across all races, only the most gifted prodigies could push their combat rating past 150 million at level 80. A genius of this caliber showing up in a low-tier minor 1000 world was nothing short of absurd. Hui's heart trembled. He even missed half a breath. Within the entire Grey Wolf clan, an elite power that ruled an entire region of the Grand World, so extraordinary a talent could be counted on one hand. Yet he had run into such a monster inside a mere assessment dungeon. The moment he struck, Hui realized something even more unbelievable. His estimate of Gu Huai was completely off. He activated his bloodline secret art, doubling his attributes and believing he could at least trade blows for a few dozen moves. Instead, on their very first clash, Gu Huai shattered the bones in his arm and sent blood spewing from his mouth. The disparity was far beyond anything he had imagined. High above, the Moying dragon circled in midair, its pitch-black wings casting a sweeping shadow. It had assumed no one in the Grey Wolf clan could survive a single attack. Yet someone below was still barely holding on. Excitement colored its resonant roar. In a flash, it split off a shadow clone wreathed in black flames and dove at Hui. Hui was in utter misery. Was this not supposed to be a novice trial world? How had such a creature appeared? He blocked in haste, lasting only a handful of exchanges before the dragon's point-blank Tier 3 Shadow Sphere detonated against him. His protective demonic aura and his body alike were blasted to dust. More than 800 gray wolves were still frozen in shock when a dozen shadow clones swept through them, hurling shadow spheres that rained down like black meteors. Blood mist fell like dark rain, and in less than 5 minutes the once boisterous wolf formation had been reduced to fewer than 100 survivors clinging to life. Through dungeon projections, every spectator saw the scene as clearly as if they were there. Silence descended both inside and outside the instance. Eyes widened, expressions locked in place. Only after the gray wolves were completely wiped out did someone manage to speak. Well, what just happened? Even the normally unflappable Long Lao stumbled over his words, his brows knotted tight. Had anyone seen him make such a face under ordinary circumstances, they would have been stunned, but now every eye was fixed on Gu Huai. No one had attention to spare. Li Long's mouth twitched. Many of those gray wolves had been on par with him, a few even stronger, yet they had been swept away in an instant by the unfamiliar dragon Gu Huai had summoned on a whim. The sight had nearly shattered his confidence. He felt as though Gu Huai might erase them all in the very next second. Almost involuntarily, he glanced at Long Lao. In Li Long's view, the power Gu Huai had displayed already eclipsed that of the Elder. That meant that, as of today, Gu Huai was the foremost combatant in Long Gua, perhaps even the strongest in the world. The realization made Li Long swallow hard. Memories of their first meeting surfacing. Back then he had thought the kid might, with a couple of years tempering, make the national second team, maybe even fight his way into the first. Yet barely a month had passed since that day. Li Long opened his mouth, ready to curse, but no words came out. Gu Huai had just wiped out a pack of gray werewolves as strong as, or stronger than, Li Long himself. That meant he could erase Li Long just as effortlessly. The realization turned the old man's face scarlet, his ears burning. He mopped the cold sweat from his brow with a sleeve and silently berated himself over 70 years on this earth, a granddaughter older than Gu Huai by a year, yet he still couldn't match the boy. When Gu Huai comes out, I'd better stay well clear of him. Li Long backed half a step, scuffing the ground, shrinking into the shadows in sheer embarrassment. Worse, Gu Huai had been a class changer for barely a month. The gap was too painful to contemplate. Li Long's discomfort was shared by everyone present. Every face wore the same flush of shame. Elder Long felt it as well. As the mightiest warrior of Longwon of the world had always known a newcomer would surpass him someday, but he had never imagined it would be a youth who had changed class only a month earlier. Thank goodness Gu Huai is one of ours, he murmured. Heads nodded in unison. Had Gu Huai been born elsewhere, Longwo would be in serious trouble. Luo Xiao and Yi Qin exchanged helpless looks. They had always put the nation first. Although jealousy had led them to badmouth Gu Huai before, his record now left them speechless. Gu Huai, ahem impressive, Yi Qin muttered, cheeks aflame, embarrassment barely disguising genuine pride. No one spared a thought for Yi Qin's feelings. Every eye was fixed on Gu Huai's monstrous power. The whole world was in an uproar, but Longwo's jubilation stood in stark contrast to the gloom that blanketed the other four nations, especially Migua. In Migua, the top-ranked fighter codenamed Shangdi, second in the world, sat glowering. Useless. Every one of you is useless. Shangdi always wore a silver mask. Anyone who had seen his face was long dead. He was not only Miguo's strongest warrior, but also the ruler of its most formidable faction, Heitao. The mask could not hide his fury. Harsh breaths and clenched fists betrayed the storm inside. Yet anger solved nothing. Gu Huai now stood a full tier above him. One Long Wuyao was terrifying enough. Why did Long Wu have to produce a Gu Huai as well? He raged inwardly. Gu Huai's arrival had wrecked all his plans. With one glance, he could see what the young man meant for the national war prologue: slaughter, total slaughter. No one could survive even half a move. He could storm the starting zones and flatten opponents with a single punch. Everyone else was playing by the rules, while Gu Huai could upend the board at will. If this continued, the world would inevitably fall to Longwa. The thought tied Shangdi's brow into a knot. Now there's only one option left, and you and Longwa have driven me to it. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He had never wanted to take that path. The cost was enormous, and bargaining with the tiger was almost certain death. But circumstances left him no choice. For now, though, he could only bide his time. If we do this, there's still a sliver of hope. If we refuse to bargain with the tiger, everything is finished. The resentment between the United States and Longwa runs too deep. If the tables were turned, he knew Longwa would never grant an enemy a moment to breathe. You left me no choice. In the Oval Office, the figure in power clenched his fist, and after a long silence decided to cooperate with the mysterious outsiders no matter the cost. Gu Huai had no idea that the strength he had revealed on camera had pushed the American leadership into this desperate gamble. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Yi Sanwang had already told him about the rules that governed the great world and the lesser world. As long as those rules held, he feared no undercurrents. Rule 1. People from the great world can descend to the lesser world by special means, but the price is enormous. Rule 2. Upon arrival, their level is capped by the local ceiling. Waterblue Star's current limit is 80, so outsiders can retain at most level 75. Rule 3. Equipment and any power that exceeds the lesser world's laws are strictly sealed. Rule 4. Death in the lesser world is final. Even the great world's top resurrection arts are useless. Conditions this harsh scare off most high-level beings unless the reward is rich enough to bend fate itself. Back on the battlefield, the stench of blood still hung heavy. After Gu Huai's sweeping assault, fewer than 100 gray werewolves remained, scattering in terror. To him, they were nothing more than moving experience bars. He raised his hand and summoned another draconic Biasta mutated two-headed Tyrannosaurus. Twin maws filled with interlocking fangs roared in unison, shaking the air. Side by side with the mysterious dragon-type creature, it lunged forward. One charge was enough to turn the werewolf's escape route into a mist of blood. Each gray werewolf could revive 3 times. Gu Huai waited patiently at their corpses. Revive, instant kill. Revive again, another instant kill. Within minutes, the 4th round of slaying delivered the final verdict, virtually erasing the entire tribe from Waterblue Star. Only a handful of gray werewolves burst out of the spawn point and fled without daring to look back. Yunin and the others stared blankly at the ruins before them, severed limbs, wolf tails, scorched earth, while their experience bars rocketed upward, hitting the level 80 cap in the blink of an eye. Their Adam's apples bobbed as they recalled whether they had ever spoken a single arrogant word to Gu Huai. If so, they were ready to drop to their knees and beg forgiveness. No one, joke Naruki or veteran alike, could see Gu Huai's terrifying power. Even Long Wuya, hailed as the world's strongest, might not be his match. The Grey Wolf clan had been almost wiped out. Only 2 or 3 fugitives slunk away from the spawn point and wandered along the outskirts. In barely a few hours, an entire faction had been erased. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. Gu Huai did not bother to pursue. If he wished, he could have obliterated every last one of them with a flick of his wrist, but he was unwilling to reveal too many of his cards at this stage. To him, this match belonged solely to the mutant two-headed Tyrannosaurus and the Ender Dragon. While the rest of his mounts would remain hidden, those two were more than enough to intimidate the entire field. The spoils were equally remarkable. After clearing the swarm of monsters, every dragon under his command rocketed to level 80, and more than 80 teammates were pushed to the same tier. The arena held 1,000 level 80 bosses, each capable of resurrecting 3 times, totaling nearly 4,000 bosses, an opportunity unheard of elsewhere, with experience points pouring in like a tidal wave. Had more players completed their 3rd advancement beforehand, he could have boosted even more of them to level 80. Unfortunately, only about 200 had done so, which left him slightly regretful. In contrast to his calm understatement, Yunin and the others were ecstatic. Gu Huai had not only won their respect with overwhelming strength, but had also delivered tangible benefits. Under normal circumstances, even Yun and would have needed 6 months of hard grinding to reach level 80. For everyone else, the jump from 72 to 80 would have taken at least a year and a half. Now that tedious stretch had been erased in an instant, and their eyes shone when they looked at Gu Huai. Gu Huai raised a hand. Enough. Anyone at level 70 who hasn't completed the 3rd advancement will stay in camp and run the advancement dungeons. Those already at level 80 will head back as well. The rest will follow Muir, continuing the hunt. Too many people will only slow us down. Yes, sir. Yun and the others wanted to go with him. But once Gu Huai had spoken, they could only obey. His authority in the group had reached its peak. A quick headcount showed more than 80 players at max level, and over 400 at level 70, without the advancement nearly 500 in total, cutting their numbers in half. After watching the main force withdraw to camp, Gu Huai led the elite squad like a gust of wind toward their next target, the Sun Never Sets Empire, a journey of roughly half an hour. In less than 30 minutes, Yunin and the others escorted the main team back to the vicinity of the spawn point. At that moment, Zeus' party, who were about to leave, ran straight into them. The 2 groups locked eyes across the distance, sparks flying. "We've been waiting for you," someone growled, fighting spirit blazing. Zeus and his companions were in an exceptionally foul mood. At the very start of the match, they sent out their most elite units exactly as planned. There were only 300 of them, yet every member had completed a 3rd-class advancement, making their levels, skills, and teamwork top tier. The 3 nations' leaders were convinced this joint strike force could wipe out Dragon Nation's main army in one decisive blow. Even if each country was weaker on its own, their combined power would be more than enough. Thrilled by that prospect, they waited at the rendezvous point, barely able to contain their excitement. After 5 long hours, their prey finally appeared, and they believed that once this core force was destroyed, Dragon Nation would never again be able to challenge them. Meanwhile, Yun An's main battalion spotted Zeus' group in the distance, and his first instinct was to retreat and minimize casualties. Just as he began to redeploy the lines, it dawned on him their overall strength had surged, so why run? Dragon Nation had added more than 80 level 80 powerhouses. Their gear was still level 70 or 75, but the raw stat boost from their levels more than compensated for any equipment gap. Take Yunin himself. His combat rating had leaped from just over 20 million to 45 million, an astronomical upgrade. With that in mind, Yunin and the other top players exchanged amused smiles, as though they were watching a farce whose ending was already written. The spectators were equally stunned, especially those from the United States. When Zeus and the others suggested sending in their elite vanguard, American viewers had been ecstatic, already imagining Dragon Nation's forces covered in blood. Now they sat in grim silence. Dragon Nation's overall combat power had jumped by an entire tier, and on top of that monster Gu Huai, another 80-plus level 80 players had appeared. With odds like these, how could Zeus' 300 elites possibly win? There was no real battle to fight. Their expressions were those of condemned prisoners being led to their deaths, because that was exactly what was happening. Dragon Nation's players, by contrast, were all grins. Moments ago they had cursed the tripartite coalition for its shameless ambush. Now the whole plan just seemed laughable. 3 nations had pooled their strongest fighters and served them up on a silver platter, like a 5-man squad that spawns with 3 mythic items and camps a bush, unaware the enemy team is already fully geared. At this point, every ambush or sneak attack was just free loot. No matter how flashy the moves, it all amounted to feeding. United states, "Wow, we're so scared you finally caught us," a Dragon Nation player taunted in the world chat. Usually the Americans would fire back with trash talk, but today they had nothing to say. Everyone understood what this opening act of a national war meant. Dragon Nation's advantage had grown terrifyingly large, and in the real conflict they might capture 18 cities in one sweep. With the buffs from 18 strongholds stacked up, Even if the United States pulled in 2 more allies, they still wouldn't stand a chance against Dragon Nation. I feel awful, on the verge of tears. Beyond the Dragon Kingdom, the leadership of the other 4 nations looked ready to cry as well, and even the Bear Kingdom, traditionally on good terms with Long, was no exception. The Dragon Kingdom was simply overwhelming. Its strength was enough to make even the Bear Kingdom quake. On the giant screen, the battle was being broadcast live. Zeus wore a wild grin, staring smugly at Yunin and the others while hurling threats. In return, Yin An's group met his gaze with bemused eyes, too bored to bother answering. The fight exploded in the very next second. At the first clash, Zeus froze. How was this possible? How could they be so strong? Someone had never taken seriously dashed in and sent him flying with a single punch, his body spiraling through the air while confusion spread across his face. And that was only the prelude. The Dragon Kingdom sent just over 80 competitors, each one descending like a war god. Even the weakest among them outclassed Zeus. They sliced through the battlefield like razor-sharp blades, while more than 400 other Dragon Kingdom fighters stayed on the perimeter, watching at ease, not a hint of tension on their faces. Zeus' ears buzzed. He had never imagined it would come to this. Yun An's team could have finished him off instantly, yet Yunin dragged it out on purpose. The two had been the brightest talents of their generation and had fought countless times, breeding deep grudges. Given this chance to toy with Zeus, Yunin had no intention of holding back. Zeus' face turned ashen, and he no longer cared to speak. Yunin pressed harder, every strike merciless. The result was inevitable. The coalition of 3 nations was wiped out. After being publicly humiliated, Zeus was personally dispatched by Yunin. The Dragon Kingdom lost no one, only a handful were slightly injured, and the victory was swift and clean. Yunin felt an exhilarating rush, yet he knew he owed it all to Gu Huai. Without Gu Huai's help, his talent would have put him at best on par with Zeus. He might still have won, but never with such ease. For that, his gratitude to Gu Huai ran deep. At that moment, Gu Huai had no idea what was happening on Yun An's side. His march was a bit slower, and while Yun An was raising the battleground, Gu Huai was leading the main force toward the Britannia Empire's spawn point. Stay close to me and don't wander off, Gu Huai said in the team channel. And in a moment, disband the party. Everyone paused, then understood. Gu Huai was level 80, and nobody in the Britannia Empire came close. If they stayed in a party, the others would gain no experience from enemies below his level. A rule was clear. You only earn experience from targets at least equal to your own level. They nodded and silently disbanded. Let's move. At Gu Huai's word, they plunged into the spawn area. Respawn zone, Britannia Empire spawn point. Victor stood dazed at the center of the teleportation array. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Those were the only thoughts in Victor's mind. After a brief blank spell, he wondered if he was dreaming. What the Dragon Kingdom had just displayed was so outrageous, so unbelievable, that he could barely accept it. There's no way Yunin and his crew are that strong. I've got to be dreaming. With that thought, Victor felt the tension in his chest ease. If it's a dream, there's nothing to worry about. But when he looked up, he found himself standing at the center of the respawn point, surrounded by the elite troops of the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun. His teammates looked just as bewildered as he was. Boss, how did you guys respawn too? Someone outside the circle shouted in surprise. Victor answered offhandedly. Must be because we're dreaming. Since it was only a dream, he saw no need to hold back. Desperate to relieve himself, he unzipped and peed right there in full view of several female teammates. The crowd gaped at him, exchanging stunned looks, but Victor felt nothing except how vivid the dream seemed. He zipped up, fixed his gaze on the girl had been secretly crushing on, and walked straight toward her. Shaolin, creep. A crisp slap echoed through the air. The fiery sting on his cheek jolted him awake. Pain doesn't exist in dreams. No way. Swallowing hard, Victor replayed the humiliating scene in his mind, his face blazing to the tips of his ears. Social suicide. Before the shame could fade, a breathless teammate rushed over. Captain, the Dragon Kingdom's players have reached our spawn. They're inside our spawn. Victor blinked, then anger flared. It wasn't enough to wipe us outside. Now they barge in here? They're courting death. Even as he barked, doubt crept in. Hadn't Yun An's squad just wiped them? Who else could it be? Another dragon team. Yun An's monsters were still outside. There shouldn't be any top players left. Whatever. Even if Yunin himself comes charging in, they'll get my revenge. Victor waved his arm. Move out. But after his earlier disgrace, his authority was shot, and only a handful followed. Seeing the pitiful turnout, Victor wanted to explode, yet the memory of his blunder shut his mouth. He turned the anger into action and sprinted for the exit. The moment he stepped across the threshold, he saw figure after figure materializing inside the respawn point, the numbers still climbing. What's going on? He faltered, unease twisting in his gut. Could this dragon squad be even stronger? Impossible. The thought wasn't finished when 2 enormous dragon-shaped beings burst into view. Wings unfurled, claws swept wide, and anyone in their path was ripped apart with no chance to resist. They're dead. All of them are dead, someone screamed, voice hoarse. Victor's pupils constricted, and the color drained from his face. How could this happen? Why Kichuo's resolve shattered in an instant. Ahead of him, two mutated, double-head tyrannosaurs rampaged across the field, their massive tails lashing out and their roars shaking the air. They were clearly determined to burn through everyone's remaining revives and erase them for good. Death was every player's deepest fear, and for Waikto, a member of the royal family, it was even worse. Had always pictured a future of luxury and privilege. Why should he die here? Regret crushed the breath from his lungs. Crash! A tail slammed into him again, hurling his body through the air where it burst into a cloud of blood. A flash of light marked his second resurrection. The moment his feet hit the ground, he cast aside all dignity, throwing himself down like a beaten dog. Kneeling toward Gu Huai, he begged, "Honored Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, I am royalty of the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun and captain of this squad. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Spare my life, and it'll be your dog. Order me to do anything, and I'll obey." Before he could finish, a massive claw descended. Crack! He didn't even have a second to defend himself before he was smashed into pulp. Third death, one more, and he would vanish forever. What was he yelling just now? Gu Huai tilted his head toward the Dragon Kingdom player beside him. The player shrugged. All had seen was someone groveling in the distance, their words drowned out by the battlefield's roar. Gu Huai lost interest and motioned for the two giant beasts to continue the assault. White light flared again. Waikichuo revived a third time, terror etched on his face. One life left. He spun around, desperate to flee, but the respawn point was already encircled by the monsters. No way out. This time Gu Huai was determined to leave no survivors. No one from the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun was escaping the trap. In less than half an hour, the battlefield fell silent. At that moment, every survivor NPC or player heard the same prompt. The yellow side, Empire of the Never-Setting Sun, has fallen. The yellow side, Empire of the Never-Setting Sun, has fallen. The yellow side, Empire of the Never-Setting Sun, has fallen. When the triple announcement ended, the 9 remaining factions reacted very differently. Dragon Kingdom players such as Yun and froze for a second, then erupted in barely contained excitement. They'd known the Empire's fate and that Gu Huai was making his move, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly or so thoroughly. Wiping out every last member, NPCs included, was immensely satisfying. They might despise the United States the most, but the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun and the Romantic Kingdom had fanned the flames all along. Without their help, the US wouldn't have dared be so arrogant. For the other factions, the mood was far more complicated. The United States and the Romantic Kingdom reached the same conclusion. This couldn't have been the Dragon Kingdom's doing. The Dragon Kingdom had just annihilated their elite troops. How could they instantly jump to the Empire's starting area and pull off a total wipe against opponents enjoying a 100 stat bonus? Yin A&S squad was strong, but not that strong. So they dismissed the obvious answer and instead blamed the NPC nations they'd faced head-on, each of which had shown absurd power levels. This is bad. If the NPC countries are really that strong, what are we supposed to do? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? They no longer dared to set foot outside. Instead, they clustered together, drawing what little sense of safety they could from the group. The demon, angel, elf, and vampire clans received the announcement at the same time and froze, especially the vampires who had managed to act so quickly. Having dealt with America before, the vampires knew that its players were only middling in strength. They had hesitated merely for fear that a stronger force might be hiding in the wings. That moment of doubt cost them the deal, and the elders made a snap decision. Mobilize everyone and seize a country first. Before the debate even died down, they had already fixed their sights on Dragon Nation and marched out in full force. The other 3 races had yet to encounter any aquamarine players, so the announcement left them baffled. Playing it safe, each sent out a small reconnaissance squad before deciding on their next move. As for the handful of battered gray werewolves, the moment the notice dropped, they clawed shallow pits, buried themselves, and shivered. Why do we have to be dragged into this horror game? After the empire on which the sun never sets was wiped out, the prelude to the national war seethed with turmoil, but for Gu Huai personally, little changed. From the moment the instance opened, he had set a single rule: spare Dragon Nation's players, slaughter everyone else. Only then could Dragon Nation claim all 18 cities. Aquamarine exploded with outrage. Media outlets and power brokers worldwide denounced Dragon Nation for indiscriminate slaughter, their voices unending. The Dragon Nation government couldn't be bothered to respond. They were busy counting their enormous haul and bracing for the 4 remaining top-tier countries to strike. A global war might break out ahead of schedule, so they rushed their preparations and kept a wary eye on America in case it lashed out in desperation. Despite the turmoil, no one pinned the blame on Gu Huai. Everyone knew he was fighting for the nation. Amid the chaos and smoke, Gu Huai drove his army forward without pause, smashing into the next target. In less than a day, Dragon Nation stood alone in the Prelude world. 9 countries had perished at the hands of a single man, Gu Huai. The campaign even produced several absurd side tales. The vampires stormed Dragon Nation's starting zone only to find they couldn't make a dent and were chased across the border overnight. When America's high command, especially Zeus, learned that Dragon Nation had orchestrated the Empire's collapse, they nearly went mad, muttering in the war room, "Impossible, this is impossible." When the final country fell, every player heard the system's flat electronic voice. Only one nation remains. The other 9 have been annihilated by the same country. The prelude to the national war ends early. Calculating rewards. Dragon Nation is the sole beneficiary and receives the bonuses of all 18 cities. By capturing 18 cities, the Dragon Kingdom unlocked a cascade of buffs, 6 levels, 30 to all final stats, 60 experience gain, 60 equipment effectiveness, a 30 reduction to the final attributes of monsters within its borders and in class change dungeons, and 60 to resource yields and gathering speed. The 6-fold blessing fell like a sudden storm on every citizen. Attribute panels rocketed upward in real time. The numbers were not just rising, they were exploding. Hang Province, Provincial Team Rookie Camp. On the wide training field, Zhang Wanchen had just finished a grueling endurance run. Sweat slid down her temples as she felt a power inside her roar awake. Her stats climbed madly, pupils contracting in shock. For the past month, she had pushed herself to the limit. Yet her talent had capped her at level 32 with a combat rating barely over 2,500. Now, the 6 stacked buffs hit all at once. Level 32-38. Equipment effectiveness 60. Final stats 30. Her combat rating shot from the low 2,500s to more than 5,300, doubling in a heartbeat. The daunting second-class promotion suddenly looked easy. Once I hit level 50, I should clear that dungeon in one run, she thought, clenching her fists as adrenaline surged. Across the field, Lu Jun felt the same flood of strength. At level 70, he had been stuck at the third-class dungeon for a year, failing 3 attempts and stalling his resource grind. Now his numbers erupted. Level 70-76, an effective 1.77 multiplier. Final stats 30. Equipment effectiveness 60. Third-class dungeon monsters 30 final stats. With these 4 buffs, I don't need any more prep. I'll clear the 3rd promotion right now. The urge to roar shook his chest. Similar scenes played out nationwide. Countless players stalled at third-class promotions, hadn't even checked their supplies before their power soared to unbelievable heights. National Team Center. In the training hall, giant screens flickered while statisticians' cursors jumped. Krasilith data simply couldn't keep up. The Dragon Kingdom had previously boasted only 3 players with combat ratings over 100 million. Now the count was climbing too fast to track. Li Long's numbers were the clearest example. Original combat rating, 86 million. Level 80 multiplier 2.59, at level 86, now 4.59. With the new stat and equipment buffs, his rating rocketed to 198 million, nearly breaking the 200 million barrier. Veteran Long Lao went even higher, spiking to 288 million. This nationwide surge pushed the Dragon Kingdom's overall strength to a whole new tier. Even if the other 4 nations allied against it, the kingdom would face them without fear. The developers of the National War's opening phase had never planned for such an extreme outcome, one nation seizing all 18 cities. It was meant to be impossible, a scenario no one had accounted for. The boost Longwo received this time is nothing short of terrifying, instantly propelling the nation into a league of its own. When Elder Long felt the sudden torrent of power coursing through his body, he stood rooted to the spot. His breathing half a beat behind the scene alone spoke volumes about the bonus' sheer magnitude. If even he reacted like this, it is no surprise that the other senior officials could only stare at one another in speechless shock. The prelude to the national war has already granted us a boost of this scale. What will the official phase be like? Luo Xiu finally blurted out, unable to suppress his awe. His words shattered the brief silence, and everyone fell into deep thought, but Elder Long quickly waved them down. This is not the time to fantasize about future rewards, he said. We need to figure out how to take over the territories of the other 4 major nations. Given Longwo's current comprehensive strength, absorbing 4 nations seems almost inevitable. Yet launching a national war is far from a casual declaration. With populations in the tens of billions, any move could trigger an avalanche. This is a war of annihilation, and the goal is precisely to erase them completely, leaving no empty shell that could recover and strike back later. In fact, Longwo is not alone in this mindset. Migu, Xiongwa, and the other powers share the same stance. True war has never been anything less than a duel to the death. Since the appearance of transferee professions, the notion of harmony between nations has become a joke. One top-tier transferee is enough to wreak havoc on an enemy state. The populations of the other 4 nations are largely black and white, with the remaining few ethnic Chinese mostly descended from the former Bangzi nation and Dao nation. Keeping them would be like planting a live-time bomb at Longwo's doorstep. In the pre-transferee world, these issues might have seemed minor, but humanity has survived a brush with extinction and shed any naive sense of mercy. Take over their territory? Someone repeated under their breath. With that, fervent gazes erupted across the conference room. Although Shueilon's star has expanded more than 100-fold since merging with the game world, the areas truly suitable for human habitation have only doubled. The rest swarms with monsters. In theory, clearing those creatures would open new living space. But without a city-building decree, all efforts are futile. Monsters respawn in the wild, like waking up in the middle of the night to find a beast in your bedroom. A city-building decree does more than mark a safe zone. It activates the city-level system. By completing city quests and gathering resources, a city can level up and gain additional benefits. For now, the system is far from complete. The main perks are extra territory and a reduction in monster spawns around town, but even that is enough to make every decree priceless. At that moment, a crisp, commanding system announcement exploded in every player's mind. The prelude to the national war has ended. A new level cap is now unlocked. The cap increases by 10 levels. The global maximum is now 90. The message repeated 3 times, its echo hanging in the air. The world fell silent. Everyone froze, and Lao Long was no exception. They just raised the cap? And by 10 levels at once? Lao Long stared into the void, memories racing. Each previous increase had been only 5 levels, and always came after clearing a dungeon. This time the cap had jumped to 90 merely for finishing a prelude event, and he couldn't fathom the reason. While confusion still lingered, a second announcement followed, again repeating 3 times. Version 90, the National War Preparation phase will open as soon as any player reaches level 90. At that moment, the city system will go live to pave the way for the coming war. The city system? Players exchanged puzzled looks. Up to now, a city had meant nothing more than a bigger plot of land after leveling up, yet the system's wording clearly hinted at something far more complex. Lao Long narrowed his eyes and decided at once. Postpone further invasions, push the entire faction to reach level 90 as quickly as possible, and use the profits from the 18 captured cities to consolidate resources. That groundwork would be invaluable when they moved against the remaining 4 nations. Would those 4 nations unite? The answer was obvious, of course. If Dragon Nation marched south today, the others would instantly band together. Faced with a common threat, any rift would be set aside. Let Gu Huai know. I want to hear his thoughts. Got it. After the announcement, the already turbulent world lapsed into an eerie calm. On the international channels, the 5 great nations went silent. There was no more finger-pointing or pointless arguing. Everyone knew why. The old balance had been shattered. In the past, even the strongest nation could never defeat 2 others at once. Winning a unknown still came at a brutal cost, so everyone held back and settled for trash talk. Now everything was different. Even a 4-nation alliance might not match Dragon Nation, whose strength had surged with 18 cities. Dragon Nation had no reason to waste time bickering. Instead, it would wait for the right moment, crush the 4 nations in a single sweep, and become Azure Star's only country and sole overlord. In this situation, arguing was pointless. The other nations could only hoard their trump cards or pay any price for outside help, praying they would have enough strength left when Dragon Nation finally struck. They quickly assembled elite squads to grind levels. If anyone could push toward level 90 and close the gap, even slightly, the elites of every nation would go mad. Dragon Nation wasn't idle either. Dozens of teams rotated around the clock, farming monsters at high intensity. Thanks to the unique buff from its 18 cities, the quantity, quality, and overall loot of monsters across Dragon Nation surged by a full 60%. The number was staggering on paper, and even more so in practice. In less than 3 days, more than 100 new rifts opened within its borders, unleashing level 70, level 80, and even higher level creatures. More resources did not equal an easier life. A 60% spike would once have overwhelmed Dragon Nation. The sudden flood of rifts and roaming monsters could have thrown any country into chaos. Now, however, with several additional buffs in play, Dragon Nation not only kept things under control, but consumed every last resource. Tens of thousands of players who had been stuck in the level 73rd Ascension dungeon felt as if their shackles had been removed. Under the new bonuses, the dungeon's difficulty collapsed, and they cleared the Ascension with ease. The old rumor that monsters go berserk after level 70 with shattered stack buffs for players and debuffs on monsters made many realize that level 70 mobs were less threatening than the elite level 50 mobs of the past. Newly ascended players swarmed every level 70 spawn point. In the past, these monsters would have been wiped out within minutes. Now, with the 60% boost, the supply barely kept pace. Everyone understood this was temporary. As more people cleared the 3rd Ascension, demand for level 70 mobs would soon outstrip supply. The same pattern emerged near level 80. A group of experts averaging level 86 tested the waters and found that leveling beyond 80 was still easy. Long Lao confirmed it firsthand. In 3 days, he jumped from 79 to 85 progress so fast, even he found it unbelievable. Yet only Dragon Nation enjoyed this windfall. The other 4 nations had no buffs or extra resources, making post-80 leveling brutally hard. Over 3 days, the United States formed an all-star national team of its top 10 players, yet none of them gained a single level. The one with the most progress had pushed the level 80 bar just over 10%. At that rate, reaching 81 would take more than 20 days. The gap between them and Dragon Nation was immense. The 18-city bonus had left the four nations in the dust. Deep inside the Celestial Rift, Gu Huai was still fighting alone. 3 days earlier, after completing the prelude to the national war, he met with Long Lao and the other core leaders. The conversation quickly turned to the four rival nations and the next phase of leveling. Gu Huai dismissed them with a single comment: clowns jumping around, and thought no more of them. His gaze had long since lifted from Shuelan Xing to the stars. His plan was simple: reach level 90, unlock the city system, then clean up the four nations. When the time came, he would act. Charge. 10 dragons formed up behind Gu Huai. 5 of them beat their iron-hard wings and circled low in the sky, while the other 5 reared on the ground, their massive bodies blocking clouds of dust and rubble like a wall of living bronze. If a photographer pressed the shutter from the front, the shot would land on the cover of any major newspaper. 10 dragons bellowed in unison, shaking the air itself. The last remaining grunts were obliterated by the shockwave, and the final boss of the celestial realm stepped out of the black mist. A towering warrior in pitch-black armor, a great sword in hand, emerged. I am the mightiest commander under the celestial throne. All trespassers will be slain without mercy. The frigid, heavy voice drowned out the dragon's roar, and the ground fractured beneath his boots. The killing intent around him was so thick it felt solid, stabbing at Gu Huai's mind. Even a trace of that pressure forced him to hold his breath. Standing over 3 meters tall in black plate, the figure was visually overwhelming. Gu Huai pulled up the enemy's stats, and his eyes lit up. This was a genuine apex foe. Monster, Celestial Guard Grand Commander Jun, Boss. Bloodline, Half-Step Transcendent. Level, 88. Combat Power, 765 million after a 30% reduction. Description, Grand Commander of the Celestial Guard under the Celestial God. Even this faint avatar can rival a deity. So strong, Gu Huai marveled, and the new term Celestial God left him confused. Yi Sanwang knew little more. According to all.I, reaching level 100 unlocks the 4th Ascension dungeon. Clearing it grants 4th Ascension status and raises the cap to 120. At 120 you may challenge the 5th Ascension dungeon. Success unlocks the 150 cap. At 150 the 6th Ascension dungeon appears. Mentioning the 6th Ascension darkened Gu Huai's expression. Yi Sanwang had said that up to the 5th Ascension one is still human, with a normal lifespan at most 3 to 5 centuries for a 5th Ascension powerhouse, unless extended by rare longevity items. The 6th Ascension is different. It is the demigod tier, with lifespans of tens of thousands of years. Beyond the 6th Ascension, even Yi Sanwang had no data. As the strongest in his small world, he only knew that the 7th Ascension is called True Godhood, with lifespan starting at 1,000,000 years. In terms of level brackets, 1st Ascension at 20, 2nd at 50, 3rd at 70, 4th at 100, 5th at 120, 6th is demigod, 7th is god now. Above that, they had to add Celestial God. Gu Huai jotted the words Celestial God into his rulebook, but did not dwell on them. It was far beyond his reach when he had yet to clear even the 4th Ascension dungeon. He shook his head, banishing the distraction, and kept only the direction in mind. At that moment, Grand Commander Jun swung his sword. The space behind the black armor twisted, and an honor guard of the same level, all 88, appeared 2 to 300 strong. Their power was hardly inferior, each posting combat ratings above 300 million even after the 30% nerf. Even the newly strengthened Elder Long and his comrades would stand no chance against this mini Imperial Guards. Defeat was inevitable. Rows of armor and gleaming halberds reflected a cold light in the darkness, spelling out certain death. That despair, however, belonged only to Elder Long, and his group Gu Huai felt none of it. To be honest, Gu Huai never took this detachment seriously. Even the famed Iron Wall commander was nothing more than background waiting to be cut down. The reason was simple. In just 3 days his power had taken a quantum leap. During those 3 days the Dragon Kingdom threw almost all of its resources at him, exposing every hidden realm and ancient ruin to the world's top-ranked fighter. Gu Huai sped through them without rest, clearing 3 ruins and 8 secret domains in one sweep, and each excursion yielded astonishing gains. His greatest prize was that every one of his dragons now carried a transcendent bloodline. All 10 dragons under his command were elevated, and their combat ratings skyrocketed. The most dazzling of the lot was the young Azure Dragon, Qing Mo. In the second ruin, they stumbled into a site tied to Xuanwu, another of the 4 sacred beasts. Xuanwu's lingering will reawaken Qing Mo's dormant power, pushing its bloodline to mid-tier transcendent. Gu Huai then synced their levels, locking himself and the 10 dragons at level 86. Qing Mo's current combat score was an outrageous 2.36 billion, so high that Gu Huai dared not reveal it for fear of crushing everyone else's resolve. With such overwhelming power, Qing Mo naturally claimed the top spot. Second place did not belong to Gu Yuezi, but to Dai Ming. Fate had tied it to the Doomsday Evil Dragon. It had obtained one drop of evil dragon blood earlier and found a second in the secret realm. After this double tempering, it too entered the mid-tier transcendent class. Restricted by its base stats and limited skill set, it still lagged behind Qing Ma, starting at 7,128 points and posting a combat score of 1.84 billion, leaving a clear gap to first place. Gu Yuezi ranked third. Her opportunities were thinner this time, and her bloodline remained at the lower transcendent level. Even so, her foundation was solid, a starting stat total of 4,987, just shy of the 5,000 needed for mid-tier transcendent. Gu Huai knew that once she crossed that threshold, her stats would jump to 6,000, giving her a massive overall boost. Even while missing those 13 points, her lavish skill panel still drove her combat score to 1.76 billion, only slightly below Dai Ming's. Gu Huai estimated that once Gu Yuezi raised her bloodline to mid-tier transcendent, her combat index would rocket past 2.2 billion. The other 7 dragons all carried low-tier transcendent bloodlines, with Gaian at their head. Once one of the big 3, she was now in a foul mood. Newcomer Dai Ming had shot straight to the top and stolen her spot. Gaian could only stew in frustration. Once your bloodline falls behind, the gap becomes a chasm. Every leap in a transcendent bloodline brings a massive power boost, and the jump from low to mid-tier means billions of points. Gaian's base power was just 4,886, giving her a total combat index of 1.68 billion, slightly below Gu Yuezi's. The rest of the dragons followed close behind. Their current rankings were: Number 2, Miamo, Bone Dragon King, base 7,128, total 1.84 billion. Number 3, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon Wan, base 4,987, total 1.76 billion. Number 4, Primordial Desolation Dragon God Gaian, base 4,886, total 1.68 billion. Number 5, Archaic Thunder Dragon Lama, base 4,512, total 1.37 billion. Number 6, 7-Colored Elemental Dragon Yuanin, base 4,510, total 1.36 billion. Number 7, Sea Dragon God Yuan, base 4,332, total 1.21 billion. Number 8, Mutant 3-Headed Tyrant Dragon Batian, base 4,112, total 1.06 billion. Number 9, Shadow Terminus Dragon Godingtong, base 4,100, total 1.02 billion. Number 10, Evil Demon Ghost King Dragon Hachio, base 1,200, total 440 million. Except for Hachio, who lacked direct combat ability, every dragon on the list boasted more than 1 billion points. Truly terrifying. Gu Huai glanced at the panel and had to admit it looked ridiculous. Any one of them could scare Elder Long and the others half to death. Once this group hit level 90, their overall power would soar even higher. He muttered under his breath, and a rapid string of experience prompts filled his mind. The Grand Marshal of the Imperial Guard, June, had been one-shot, and the instance was declared cleared. Congratulations, Challenger Gu Huai, on completing the Celestial Realm instance. Please choose 3 of the following 5 rewards. 1. Profession Talent Evolution Essence 5. Substitutes for designated talent evolution essences. Exchange rates below: Advanced 1:1, Advanced 2:1, Hidden 3:1, Unique Hidden 5:1. 2. Celestial Dragon Egg. An egg carrying a half-step transcendent bloodline, capable of hatching into a celestial dragon mount with divine potential. 3. Artifact Shards 60. Upgrade legacy equipment into artifacts imbued with divinity. 4. Heart of Eternity. A half-step transcendent grade treasure with many uses, primarily as an evolution material for battle pets. When taken directly by a human, it can awaken latent potential and boost attribute growth. Reward 5. 3 drops of celestial dragon blood, drawn from a demigod-level Tian Shin dragon, brimming with fierce, unadulterated power and useful in countless ways. Gu Huai glanced over the 5 rewards floating before him, his eyes lighting up at once. Every single one was a masterpiece. His first target was Reward 1, the Class Talent Evolution Essence. He already possessed 1 shard. With this second piece, he would meet the 2's hard requirement, and afterward, he would need only 1 more to trigger a complete talent metamorphosis. I have to take it, he told himself, and without the slightest hesitation he redeemed it. It might be of limited use right now, but once the set was complete, the transformation would be game-changing in allure no one could refuse. He showed the same decisiveness with Reward 2, the Dragon Egg. None of the many dungeons and ruins he had cleared had ever dropped an egg. Now that one finally appeared, he could not let it slip away. Dragons were the backbone of his power. How could he forget his roots? Besides, he still had 21 vacant contract slots. Leaving them empty would be a waste. A legendary gold dragon had never figured into his original plan. He had intended to settle for nothing less than mythic bloodlines. Yet over the past 3 days he had confirmed firsthand that, with his current strength and dungeon clearing speed, Evolving a legendary gold bloodline into mythic was not difficult though, not difficult applied only to Gu Huai. High-level dungeons, a snap of the fingers to him. Rare treasures, especially mythic grade, practically at his fingertips. However, pushing a mythic bloodline another step to half transcendent, let alone true transcendent, would be a different story. In comparison, gathering a batch of legendary gold dragons was far more time efficient, and he could personally raise them into a full army of mythic beasts. With that realization, he had already made up his mind. If necessary, he would head to Dragon Island and capture a clutch of legendary gold hatchlings. That locked in rewards 1 and 2, leaving him to choose just one of the remaining 3, 4, or 5. The divine artifact shard held the least appeal was already dripping in god-tier gear, and a lone shard could no longer upgrade his equipment any further. Between the two half-transcendent items left, Gu Huai ultimately picked 5, the celestial dragon blood. Decision made, he redeemed it at once. 3 rewards dropped into his palm in turn amid golden light. He stowed them away and exited the rift. The moment he stepped through the teleport gate, he contacted Old Dragon and explained his intentions. Where are you? He'll be there immediately, Old Dragon replied, his voice brisk and urgent. Gu Huai sent over his coordinates. Moments later, a vast shadow appeared in the distant sky, a massive black dragon tearing through the wind. It was Long Quang. Kid Gu. Old Dragon, Uncle Quang. After a brief exchange of greetings, Gu Huai vaulted onto Long Quang's broad back and laid out his entire plan regarding Dragon Island and the upcoming contracts. Old Dragon listened carefully and offered no objections given Gu Huai's current foundation. The plan was perfectly fitting. Without delay, he redirected Long Quang, and the black dragon beat its wings, slicing through the sky toward the distant horizon. This was Gu Huai's second trip to Dragon Island. Only a month had passed since his last visit, yet his mindset had completely changed. When he first set foot here, had been a fragile weakling any dragon could squash, excited and anxious in equal measure. Now the island's master was his ally, and his own power surpassed every creature on the island. Even the mighty Black Dragon King couldn't challenge him. Claiming he could destroy the entire island wasn't an exaggeration at all. The thought stirred a mix of feelings in Gu Huai, and he let out a quiet sigh. Hey kid, what's eating you? Long Lao called over, eyebrow raised. Nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental. Sentimental about what? My strength climbed so fast my mindset hasn't caught up, Gu Huai said, shrugging with a wry smile. Long Lao blinked in confusion. As they arrived, the salty, humid sea breeze carried a distinct draconic scent. For the first time, Gu Huai truly sensed the island's vastness. On his last visit, Head had no concept of its scale. He muttered, each of the 4 draconic subspecies can give me 1 offspring, plus 1 from each of the 4 pure bloodlines. 8 dragons in total should make up the numbers. Whether those dragons agreed or not hardly mattered, could make them submit if he wished. Elder Long, stow Uncle Quang for now. I want to test these sub-dragons, Gu Huai said, turning back. Long Wuya paused, then grasped Gu Huai's intent and nodded. Fine, just don't cripple them. With your current power, he left the rest unsaid, but both understood. Once, Dragon Island had dazzled. More than 20 great dragons, each stronger than Long Lao at his peak, roamed freely while Long Wuya ranked low among them. After the level cap lifted and the Dragon Kingdom gained attribute bonuses from 18 cities, everything changed. The island's dragons hadn't weakened, but Long Wuya's strength skyrocketed, outpacing them all. He now believed he could not only stand against the Black Dragon King, but even defeat him. On this return, he planned to showcase his new might before the Black Dragon King and the others. Long Quang shared that goal, eager for his companions and kin to see his growth. Gu Huai's plan meshed perfectly with theirs. With that thought, Long Lao's face broke into an irrepressible grin. The old dragon and the young man both wore equally mischievous smiles. That stretch ahead belongs to the 9-headed dragon serpent clan, and one of those brutes roughed me up once. Dragon Ya's tone sharpened. I did get payback, but it was a bloody win. Stick with me, I'm going to return the favor properly. Deal. Gu Huai agreed without hesitation. He had always believed that hiding your strength was like wearing brocade at night. Flaunting it was half the fun, provided the occasion amused him. They raced forward and soon reached the serpent's domain. Volcanoes studded the landscape, and crimson magma churned through deep fissures, ready to erupt at any moment. For ordinary mortals, this was a death trap, but for the quasi-divine 9-headed dragon serpents, the searing lava was a daily tonic. Their constant siphoning had even robbed the mountains of most eruptions. Neither Gu Huai nor Dragon Ya bothered to mask their aura. The moment they set foot on the territory, the guards stirred. Identify yourselves. A patrolling serpent roared out of reflex, then froze when it felt Dragon Ya's overwhelming presence. It spun around and dashed off to alert a clan elder. The serpents had inherited draconic blood. Their wits were sharp enough to know these two were trouble. Moments later, an elder arrived with several dozen kin in tow. Gu Huai scanned him, and an information panel flickered into view. Creature, 9-headed dragon serpent boss. Bloodline, golden legend. Level, 81. Combat power, 93 million. Notes, third of the clan's 4 elders, ranking high in status. Only 93 million? Gu Huai clicked his tongue. Before the level 90 update, that figure would have been nasty. Dragon YA had once struggled against opponents like this. But YA was now level 86 with a combat power of 288 million, could wipe this elder out in a heartbeat. The elder lifted his head proudly. You stand on 9-headed dragon serpent ground. Leave now or suffer the consequences. Behind him, dozens of serpents bared their fangs as his eyes flashed coldly. Were the clan chief not away and the other elders out would have attacked first. Consequences? Dragon YA raised an eyebrow, voice calm. I'd like to see what you've got in mind. Death. The elder roared, striking instantly. Sevenfold assault. A full-grown serpent could sprout 9 heads and wield 9 elements. And even the clan chief managed only 8. This elder controlled 7, which was still terrifying. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice and lightning. The 7 elements converged in a deafening surge, hurtling toward Gu Huai and Dragon YA. Gu Huai was just about to act when Long Huai's voice rang out. He'll handle this. Excitement colored Long Huai's tone. Gu Huai halted, glad for the chance to see the man once called the strongest fighter in the original world. He had heard the legends of Long Huai's matchless strength, but had never watched him fight. All he knew was that everyone linked the old master to dragons. Dragons clash in the wild. Long Huia raised his hands, and a pair of bright silver gauntlets condensed around his fists, their cold metallic sheen almost blinding. Ghostly dragon shadows rippled across the surface, as though serpents coiled around his arms. He stepped forward, the air detonated with a boom, and he drove one fist into the terrifying barrage woven from 7 elemental forces. In a single instant, the mixed energy beam crumpled like paper, scattering in every direction. That's it. The aftershock still hummed while Long Huia clasped his hands behind his back, arrogance dripping from his voice. Gu Huai stared, stunned. Was this the calm, self-contained elder he remembered? The figure before him radiated raw, overbearing confidence, nothing like the man he had imagined. You. The elder of the 9-headed dragon serpent clan paled. He could feel the terrifying power packed into that punch-and par with their patriarch. Unease flooded him. Quietly invoking a clan's secret art, he contacted the patriarch. A formidable enemy has arrived. Prepare immediately. Elsewhere, another battlefield. The Black Dragon King, the 4 Dragon Kings, the 4 Lesser Dragon Kings, and their elite troops were gathered inside a private realm crackling with spiritual energy. News that the level cap had risen to 90 was a godsend, and the Black Dragon King refused to waste a second. He had assembled everyone to farm monsters and reach the new cap before the next crisis threatened Dragon Island. Every time the cap rises, new dangers follow. His voice echoed overhead. With a casual swipe, he shredded a vicious beast, its blood spattering across his scales before Dragon Fire evaporated it. He scanned the surroundings, a flicker of longing in his eyes. I wonder how the Dragon King is doing now. When the cap jumped to 80, the Dragon King personally led the charge, and their levels soared in his wake. Now the Dragon King had become someone else's battle companion, and the burden of safeguarding the island rested on the Black Dragon King's shoulders. The gulf between their strengths was immense, and progress had slowed to a crawl. 3 days in, he had only reached level 82. At this pace, months would pass before anyone touched 90. Once the Dragon King returns, he'll lead Dragon Island to new heights. He growled, pushing the others forward. Keep grinding. Without the Dragon King, we're too slow. If the Behemoth clan hits 91st and marches on us, we're in real trouble. His words drew a spirited reply from the 4 Dragon Kings, the 4 Lesser Dragon Kings, and every elite present. Their fighting spirit burned bright, yet every heart sagged beneath the looming threat. They could all feel the storm on the horizon. Back when Lord Longwang was around, they never felt this way. But things are different now. The Baiman clan has always been slightly weaker, yet that only mattered because Lord Longwang was there to keep the balance. Without him, they have no one who can rival the Golden Baiman King. The dragons were just getting comfortable in the secret realm when an urgent roar rang out. Jodo Longshi Wang's voice, laced with panic. Dragon Island is under attack. Our chieftain is being ambushed, and the elders can't hold them off. What? Every dragon's expression changed at once. We have to head back now. The secret realm could wait. If their clansmen died, the loss would be irreparable. Most of their elite fighters were inside the realm, leaving Dragon Island with only a handful of strong defenders. They had to return immediately. Hei Longwang opened the portal without hesitation and darted through first, the others following close behind. Because the realm floated directly above Dragon Island, it took them less than 10 minutes of all-out flight to reach the battlefield. What greeted them was a strange scene. Members of the Jodo Longshi clan writhing and roaring on the ground, everyone injured, but no one dead. Hei Longwang and the others were puzzled. Invading enemies who only wounded but didn't kill made no sense. They soon discovered the reason. Long Huia, what do you think you're doing? Hei Longwang snapped when he spotted the Black King Dragon standing there at ease. Long Huia chuckled. Old Hey, I'm just sparring with these guys, that's all. Sparring? Hey Longwang's mouth twitched. If you want a match, at least pick opponents on your level, not them. Long, you scoundrel. You want to fight? Then fight me. Jodo Longshi Wang roared, leaping in before He Longwang could answer. His entire clan had been humiliated, and he refused to let that stand. He might not usually care much about their lives, but they were still his people. Long Wuya trampling on their dignity was something he couldn't swallow. Besides, his strength had grown recently, and he wanted to show Long Wuya a thing or two. The other dragons didn't try to stop him, they were just as eager to see Long Wuya get put in his place. Come on then. Long Wuya laughed, though he still checked his opponent's stats just to be safe. Creature, Johto Longshi Boss. Bloodline, Quasi-Divine. Level, 82. Combat Power, 145 million. Profile, Chieftain of the Johto Longshi clan, a formidable fighter with 8 heads. Only 145 million, Long Wuya thought, feeling confident as his grin widened. Great. Time to show off in front of these old fossils. Jilong Break. Dragon Clash in the Wilds. Johto Longshi Wang charged in with overwhelming force, but Long Wuya simply smirked, raised his fist, and struck with a single mighty punch. Boom. The entire arena rumbled with the force of Long Wuya's fist. His blow crashed Hedon into the raging offensive of the 9-headed dragon Serpent King, sparks scattering in every direction. In the spectators' minds the outcome was clear. Long Wuya was only a shade stronger than the Serpent King. They should have battled through at least 300 exchanges, and only by summoning Long Quang to fight beside him could Long Wuya hope to prevail. Alone, he should have been outmatched. Naturally, everyone expected him to call Long Quang the instant the fight began and turn it into a Tunon. Instead, Long Wuya stayed perfectly calm, raised his fist, and charged straight in. The dragons traded puzzled looks. Had he lost his mind? Was he asking to be humiliated? One heartbeat later, the unbelievable happened. The torrent of force around Long Wuya's punch tore the Serpent King's attack to shreds. Without losing an ounce of momentum, the punch howled toward the Serpent King's true body at annihilating speed. A chill flashed through the Serpent King. This power absurd. He frantically gathered demon energy for a shield, but the fist was far deadlier than had imagined, utterly unstoppable. Impossible. All 9 vertical pupils widened in shock. In the next instant, his massive body was blasted through and flung to the ground. After 2 heavy rolls, he lay unconscious. The 9-headed dragon Serpent King was down. For a moment the arena fell silent. Then it erupted. Every dragon stared in disbelief. The Black Dragon King's scales tingled. He knew Long Wuya's limits better than anyone. Even with recent gains, at best the man could have fought the Serpent King to a draw. But a one-punch knockout? Utterly impossible, so had thought. Long Wuya dusted off his hands as if had just brushed away a speck of dirt. Old Black, what do you think? The Black Dragon King swallowed hard. How did you get this strong? Had a bit of good fortune. Long Wuya's smile was full of meaning as his gaze swept over the Black Dragon King. Care to trade a few blows? Or should I let Long Quang entertain you? A moment ago had used his innate eye to check the Black Dragon King's battle power, 266 million. His own was 288 million, and Long Quang's 286 million, more than enough to teach the Black Dragon King a lesson. He and Long Quang had wanted to do so for a long time. Years ago, when Long Quang returned to Dragon Island to train, the Black Dragon King had beaten him under the guise of instruction. Now it was time to settle the score. At the challenge, the Black Dragon King's eyes narrowed, dragon might surging around him. You want to play with me? Long Wuya gave a slight nod. Fine, they'll grant your wish, but don't start crying when I beat the stuffing out of you. With a casual arch of his brow, he spoke as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. The Black Dragon King's eye twitched, his pupils blazing with fury. That whelp dares provoke me? He has no idea who he's dealing with. His scales bristled, black dragon fire roiling across his body as he swore to give the human before him a lesson he'd never forget. Then come. He roared, wings snapping wide and blasting the air like thunder hitting the ground. Facing an opponent with 2.66 billion combat power, Long Wuya couldn't afford the slightest mistake. He opened his palm, a blood-red contract seal flaring to life, and Long Quang answered the call. The crimson behemoth slammed onto the ground, its roar shattering the cliff face. 2 against 1 gave him the best. Odds-honor duels had never been his style. Off to the side, Gu Huai stood with his arms folded, watching the spectacle as if it were theater. At that moment the Blue Dragon King noticed him and strode over, each step heavy with authority. Boy, how is the Dragon Lord? The Blue Dragon King's voice was low and proud. Had Gu Huai not been the contractor of the Supreme Dragon King, he wouldn't have bothered to speak at all. Gu Huai barely lifted his eyes, cast the dragon a glance, then looked away again, too indifferent to answer. In the past, when his strength had lagged behind, he might have responded politely. Now, after his meteoric rise, he had left the Blue Dragon King far behind. If the dragon had approached him courteously, he would have shown some respect. Since the tone was hostile, he saw no reason to oblige. That single glance made the Blue Dragon King's face darken. As ruler of the Blue Dragon, one of Dragon Island's 4 great clans, his word was law. Being ignored by a human youth was an intolerable humiliation. Are you deaf, boy? He snarled, unable to hide his anger. Gu Huai stayed unhurried, lifted his eyes, and replied coolly, noisy. What did you say? The Blue Dragon King thundered, his voice shaking loose stones from the cliffs. At that moment, a deafening boom rang out. Long Wuya and the Black Dragon King had finally clashed. Long Kuang's blood-red wings tore through the sky while Long Wuya became a streak of emerald light, smashing straight into the Black Dragon King. Mountains split apart, dragon fire and sword light wove a blinding curtain as shockwaves exploded one after another. The Blue Dragon King's attention was yanked toward the battlefield, and he froze. He watched the Black Dragon King driven back and could hardly believe his eyes. Impossible. The Black Dragon King is the strongest of the 4. If the Black Dragon King was overwhelmed, then he, the Blue Dragon King, would stand no chance against that human. For the prideful dragons, the realization hit like a hammer blow. Most of the dragons present struggled to accept what they were seeing. They prided themselves on being the pinnacle of power at their tier, yet the mightiest dragon on the Islanda, Quasidivine Black Dragon King, was now being suppressed by a mere human. The brutal fact left no room for denial. Impossible. The Blue Dragon King growled, disbelief thick in his voice. Gu Huai gave him a cool glance. Why is it impossible? You're courting death. Already in a foul mood, the Blue Dragon King finally erupted. Blue dragon fire surged up, forming a wall of flame 10 feet high. Even in his rage, he kept a shred of restraint. Gu Huai was the Dragon Lord's contractor and a citizen of the Dragon Nation, so he couldn't truly kill him. What he intended was a harsh lesson, enough injuries to keep the insolent brat in bed for a few days. Boiling with frustration, the Blue Dragon King prepared to strike, determined to make Gu Huai pay for his disrespect with wounds painful enough to confine him to a sickbed for several days. Facing the Blue Dragon King's attack, Gu Huai had no intention of waiting to die. His face remained calm, and not a ripple stirred in his heart. A battle power of 254 million was nothing more than a few punches to him. If the Blue Dragon King's moves had carried true killing intent, Gu Huai would already have reduced him to ashes with a single blow. Just as Gu Huai gathered his strength, the fight on the other side shifted dramatically. Long Wuya and Long Kuang seized an opening and dealt the Black Dragon King a crushing blow, flipping him to the ground. The sudden reversal riveted every dragon's gaze on the center of the arena. In that brief moment of distraction, Gu Huai made his move. The Blue Dragon King sauntered forward, wearing an expression that said, "Struggle all you want." In his eyes, this human youth, even if talented, was still an ant to be crushed. The next instant, their fists met. The exchange he imagined never happened. Instead, a force that seemed to tear bone and grind flesh exploded from the point of contact. A dull ache flooded the Blue Dragon King's chest. With a thunderous boom, his entire body shot backward like a cannonball, tracing an arc of several dozen yards before smashing into a stone wall, sending shards of rock flying. Gu Huai had purposely pulled his punch. At full strength, the blow would have turned the Blue Dragon King to dust. Even so, the dragon's organs shifted in his chest, and dark red blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Were it not for the inherent toughness of dragon bodies, that one strike would have ended him. It happened so quickly that few witnessed it. Most eyes were still locked on the clash between Long Wuya and the Black Dragon King. By the time they realized something was wrong, they saw the Blue Dragon King sprawled on the ground, blood staining the stone, and alarms went off in every mind. Who's there? Furious roars echoed across the arena. Thinking an enemy had infiltrated, 2 Dragon Kings and 3 Sub-Dragon Kings snapped into formation, muscles taut, eyes scanning for the threat. Cough, cough. Long Wuya cleared his throat awkwardly. Though locked in battle himself, he had been watching Gu Huai out of the corner of his eye and had seen everything. It's not an outsider, he called out hastily. He's one of us. One of us. The dragons exchanged puzzled looks. It was Gu Huai, Long Wuya explained. And the Blue Dragon King struck first. When his words fell, the dragons stared at him with strange expressions, clearly unconvinced. The last time Gu Huai set foot on Dragon Island, he was only level 50. How much could he have grown in a single month? Did Long Wuya really take them for fools to spout such nonsense? Seeing their skepticism, Long Wuya could only sigh inwardly. He understood why they didn't believe a word Head said. After all, had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Long Wuya was the first to break the silence, calling out, Gu Huai. Gu Huai let a faint smile curve his lips. Understood. He stepped forward, swept an arm through the air, and a ribbon of darkness split open as though water were sliced by a blade, hardening at once into a towering portal. Golden light churned behind the doorway while he spoke casually. Go say hello. The next moment, a golden dragon nearly 100 meters long thrust its head through the gate. Its blazing scales caught the sun and sent beams of light stabbing outward, and the oppressive power it carried rolled across the island. Every dragon on the isle stared wide-eyed. There was no doubt in their minds who this was, the true sovereign of Dragon Island. What? I'm gone for a little while, and you've already forgotten me. The golden dragon's voice was born with arrogance. This was Gu Yuezi, once a five-clawed golden dragon, now ascended to the rank of five-clawed golden dragon king. With her appearance, a regal aura flooded the sky, the very air humming under the weight of it. Before her words faded, every dragon, including the veteran powerhouse Long Quang, was forced to sprawl on the ground. It was not submission by choice. They simply could not withstand Gu Yuezi's kingly might. Terrifying, the same thought flashed through almost every dragon's mind. Heads that were once held high now bowed, gazes filled with awe and devotion fixed on the radiant creature overhead. Gu Yuezi gave a short, displeased snort. Though she had stayed in the Yulong space and never shown her face, she had seen everything that happened outside. Returning to her old territory, she had long since sensed the movements on the island. Worse yet, she had bragged inside the Yulong space about the island's strict rules and her obedient subordinates. Because of that, Gu Yin and the others had paused their cultivation to watch events unfold. When they saw the Blue Dragon King attack Gu Huai, the sisters let out exaggerated goose squawks. These are the obedient little brothers you talked up? Gu Yuezi's face had turned livid on the spot, utter humiliation. Her pent-up fury burst forth now. The terrifying pressure she unleashed crashed like a tidal wave, leaving every dragon on the island rocking like skiffs in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Gu Huai made no move to stop her. He had never liked these arrogant dragons, and this was the perfect chance to give them a lesson and pave the way for what would come next. The backlash, however, spared no one. Even Long Huai's longtime companion, Long Quang, was caught up in it. Long Huia cast an awkward glance at Gu Huai. Gu Huai. Only then did Gu Huai realize and give a light cough. Gu Yuezi. The two shared a tacit understanding. Gu Yuezi immediately pulled back the indiscriminate pressure. She lifted the weight from Long Quang alone. The remaining dragons stayed pinned in place, trembling from head to toe. A wave of dread swept through the dragons gathered there. The Dragon Queen's power was even more fearsome than before. How was that possible? Only recently she had used a divine art to reincarnate as an egg and had started cultivating from nothing. Everyone knew her talent was unparalleled, yet no one expected her to recover this quickly. The pressure she now radiated was so intense they could scarcely breathe. Gu Yuezi, that's enough. Ease up or they'll start dying, Gu Huai said in a low voice, glancing around and noting the beads of blood seeping from the gaps in several dragon scales. Gu Yuezi finally withdrew her aura. With a light beat of her golden wings, she obediently settled behind Gu Huai. As the oppressive force disappeared, the dragons let out a collective sigh of relief and cast grateful looks at Gu Weiwat, a lifesaver. For the first time, they truly understood his standing. The master-servant roles were the exact opposite of what they had imagined. The Blue Dragon King had been knocked out by a single punch from Gu Huai had likewise believed Gu Yuezi should command, which was why he had dared to insult Gu Huai. Now the truth was plain, they had all been wrong. When Gu Yuezi was first reborn, she had held the same thought, but she had no memories then and knew only that she was an egg. Not until she had reached the mid-70s in level did her shattered memories reassemble. She realized the power backing Gu Huai was absurdly strong. Even at her peak, she would not have been his match. And now her strength had surpassed that former peak. Reflecting on it, she felt genuinely thankful she had chosen to follow Gu Huai. It had cost him almost nothing, yet missing that chance would have cost her an unimaginable future. With his support, she believed she could obtain power beyond measure and might even surpass all her forebears to become the greatest five-clawed golden dragon in history. Gu Huai stepped forward. His voice was soft, yet it carried clearly to every dragon present. Greetings. I'm Gu Huai. Most of you have probably heard the name, so we'll be brief. I'm here for one simple reason. He paused, sweeping the crowd with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Spines tingled, and every dragon was reminded of how terrifying his own power was. I intend to take 8 more dragons, one from each lineage, the strongest you have. He'll give you time. Bring me the finest offspring of every clan. With just a few sentences, the dragons of Dragon Island realized Gu Huai was nothing like the man who had visited in the past. In former days, when he came to form pacts, he still had to consider the island's stance. Now, a single order was enough to mobilize them all and have their most promising hatchlings laid at his feet. There are 3 ways to forge a pact with a great dragon. The first is to hatch the egg yourself, the method Gu Huai had always used before. The chief benefit of raising a dragon from an egg is its innate devotion. Betrayal is virtually impossible, and the dragon and its handler move as one, sharing thoughts with ease. The drawback is equally clear: the creature's growth slows to a crawl. The second method is to contract with a hatchling. In this context, hatchling refers to age, not strength. Any dragon under 3 years old qualifies. After roughly 3 years, a hatchling sits around level 50. That number sounds low, but the reality is different. Young dragons are naturally lazy and, without a handler, rarely hunt monsters or gain experience, much like children who want study unless an adult insists. Once bound to a professional, however, the situation changes instantly. It's as if the child is sent to school, learning at a rapid pace. For many tamers, the appeal lies in acquiring usable combat power almost immediately. Yet this choice brings a serious flaw. It takes years of painstaking training to make the hatchling follow orders and synchronize with a fighter's rhythm. The final option is to contract with a fully grown dragon. This path suits veterans who have reached high levels without a battle companion and now want instant force on the field. It does grant an army in a single step, but persuading a mature dragon to obey let alone become an intimate partneress next to impossible. It's like adopting an 18-year-old. The youngster already has a worldview and life plan. In routine battles the dragon may help, but at a life and death moment, that decisive strike in your back could come from it instead. Most people refuse to gamble their precious pet slot on such risk, and Gu Huai is no exception. If circumstances allow, Gu Huai still favors the first approach. Limited potential can be offset by patient nurturing and rare resources. He added pointedly, if you can bring an egg, all the better. Go. At his command, the dragons exchanged glances, yet none moved first. Then Gu Yuezi spoke up. What are you waiting for? This is a fortune falling from the sky. The instant her words landed, the dragons scattered, racing to their nests to fetch either their most outstanding offspring or their most prized eggs. Gu Huai's request they might weigh carefully, but Gu Yuezi's order could never be ignored after all. She is the mistress of Dragon Island. Within less than half an hour, more than half of the dragons and drakes on Longdao had converged here, crowding so tightly that not even a drop of water could slip through. The creatures were layered one above another, compressing the broad valley until only a narrow passage remained. A quick sweep revealed at least 1,000 eggs and nearly as many hatchlings, each varying in color and form. Pure white light affinity eggs, dark red fire affinity eggs, wind-aligned eggs streaked with green. The young dragon's scales glinted like burnished metal in the sunlight, their soft hisses rising and falling in waves. However, not all of them were pure-blooded true dragons. Genuine dragons were scarce on Longday. Fewer than 1,000 in total, while draconic hybrids were everywhere, far beyond the 4 dominant subspecies usually mentioned. Those 4 merely represented the strongest lineages. Plenty of other hybrids could be just as formidable. Seeing so many eggs and hatchlings at once made Long Huai's throat tighten. If Longhua could contract this entire brood, it could raise 1,000-strong dragon rider corps capable of sweeping across the realm. The prospect made his eyes blaze. In the past, contracting a dragon had been almost impossible. The dragon's trials were brutal, and even reaching level 50 was nearly unattainable for most class changers, let alone completing a second advancement. But everything had changed. The Guozhan Prelude delivered a triple boost: 30% to all stats, 60% to equipment effects, and an instant 6-level jump catapulting everyone's power. A typical high schooler who had just changed class in an ordinary city now matched the baseline once reserved for elite academy trainees. Gifted youths were brushing the threshold of the National Reserve, and the true prodigies were on another level entirely. The more Long Huia thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Last year, barely anyone had earned a dragon contract an average, not even one person. Now he could casually select 1,000 qualified candidates. The Guozhan Prelude's boon to Longhua was nothing short of outrageous. He immediately shared his idea with Gu Huai, who, after a moment's consideration, agreed. Dragons were formidable by nature. Once contracted by Longhua, they too would enjoy the 30% stat boost, 60% equipment amplification, and the extra 6 levels, sending their combat strength through the roof. Once they were back home, they could assemble a force at once. The only regret was that the 30% debuff applied only to monsters within Longwo's borders. If it extended to Longdao as well, things would be perfect. Gu Huai sighed softly, and Long Huiya nodded in shared disappointment. Dad Gu Huai, everyone's here, Gu Yuezi said as she stepped forward. Instinctively, she had wanted to call him Dad. Before her memories returned, she always had. But with her memories restored and the current formality, she changed the address at the last second. Gu Huai understood her hesitation and, truth be told, was relieved never been comfortable with Dad anyway. He gave a slight nod to show he had heard her. Since everyone was present, it was time to begin. Gu Huai lined the hatchlings up, then had everyone sort the eggs by species. This time he ignored potential entirely and chose purely on personal preference, keeping at most 1 dragon of each type. The variety on Dragon Island was staggering. Beyond the 4 great pureblood dragons and the 4 great subdragon species, there were more than 200 additional subspecies. Faced with such an array, even the well-traveled Gu Huai had to slow down and choose carefully. Woe, he muttered as a few familiar shapes caught his eye. Fire dragon. One subdragon breed looked nearly identical to a Charizard. Nearby he also spotted variants that resembled an Aerodactyl, a Gyarados, and a Salamence. Sentimental value through the roof, scooped up all 4 without hesitation. Low potential? No problem, this batch wasn't about power. Next he picked 3 of the 4 great pureblood dragons, passing on the Thunder Dragon. From the 4 great subdragon species he kept 3, skipping the Tyrant Dragon already owned a ferocious 3-headed Tyrant Dragon. In total, Gu Huai secured 10 dragons, 7 eggs, and 3 newly hatched wormlings. Incubation went smoothly. The 7 eggs, along with the celestial dragon egg, split open one after another, and new life emerged. In an instant, his draconic retinue jumped from 10 to 21. Of the newcomers, only the celestial dragon held a half-step, transcendent bloodline. The strongest of the rest were merely quasi-divine, and the weakest had orange, epic bloodlines. Gu Huai didn't mind, was confident he could raise every one of them to mythic rank. With his haul complete, he bid farewell to Long Wuya and Dragon Island. A larger flight would slow leveling, but Gu Huai's own pace was already blistering, so the change hardly mattered. Watching him leave, Long Wuya clenched his fists in excitement, planning to recruit gifted youths to bond with dragons. The Dragon Kingdom will flourish, he whispered. Time flew by, and a dozen days passed in a blink. Everyone kept grinding monsters and leveling up, pushing their combat power higher. Since the preliminary phase of the national war ended, the kingdom's leveling frenzy had exploded. Out of 2.3 billion class holders, 1.8 billion had reached first advancement, only 120 million managed a second, and just 240,000 achieved a third. It wasn't due to lack of desire, but lack of strength and stamina. Without talent or power, you can't even defeat monsters, so where do you find resources or experience? Leveling isn't just brute force, it demands time, effort, and money. Tougher monsters require potions, and potions cost money. Damaged gear needs repairs, and that costs money too. When your power is lacking but expenses skyrocket, your balance sheet bleeds red fast. Without deep pockets, you simply can't keep going. The situation is different now. With a series of new incentives and resource allocations, Longwa has pushed 9 out of every 10 of its 2.3 billion job changers back into the monster-infested wilds, even if not everyone has returned to the front lines. Dungeons and hunting grounds are swarming with players, and for a while the sudden shortage of delivery vans, repair crews, and cleaning robots made city streets look chaotic. Had the government not immediately raised benefits, insurance, and promotion channels for all logistics positions, everyday life might really have ground to a halt. The strategy is clear. Give the support corps high rewards first, then rotate them onto the battlefield in waves so morale and order stay intact. The leadership is in no rush, because everyone knows Longwa is about to declare war on the other 4 great nations, and a full-scale melee is coming. When that happens, post-war reconstruction will be the real headache. Right now, all that matters is leveling up as fast as possible. In just half a month, the overall strength of Longwa's 2.3 billion job changers has shifted into overdrive. 1. More than 99% have completed their first advancement with ease. 2. Second-tier professionals have surged by over 600%, jumping from 120 million to 890 million. 3. Even more staggering is the third advancement. Once limited to 240,000 elite players each hailed as a regional powerhouse, the number has rocketed past 30 million, a 10% increase that has turned third-tier status into the new normal. Sky-high ads in every major city update nonstop. Someone who was a level 60 rookie yesterday is flaunting a level 70, third-tier badge on the guild board today. Many veterans who had spent a decade stuck at the threshold shattered it in 2 weeks. Equipment stats jumped by 60%, pushing a base combat rating of 60 up to about 78. A state-sponsored comprehensive boost added another 30%, lifting combat power to a rating of 102. Hitting level 70 tacked on more attributes, sending their panels even higher. At the same time, third-tier dungeons were nerfed by 30%, dropping their difficulty from a rating of 100 to just 70. With 6 extra levels thrown in and the challenge rating slashed, those dungeons have practically lost their bite, letting players clear them with ease. At this pace, it won't be long before third-tier powerhouses are everywhere in Longwa. The rank itself is rapidly losing value. Elite no longer fits. These fighters now feel as common as passersby. The 4 foreign coalitions, however, are in a far different situation. They've been grinding around the clock too, yet this pre-war event has only cost them a host of gifted youngsters. After half a month, their highest level player has just reached 83. Longwo's rise, by contrast, is rocket fast. Even without counting Gu Huai, domestic players have already pushed to level 89, one step shy of 90. At that moment, a thunderous system notification echoed in every player's mind. Congratulations to player Gu Huai for reaching level 90, becoming the first player in the world to do so. Nation, Longwa. The city system is now live. The announcement blared 3 times, etching Gu Huai's name even deeper into global memory. As the message ended, cities everywhere seemed to activate. Walls lit up with pulsing sigils, and fresh energy veins traced the ground. The city system had officially launched. Gu Huai stepped from an ancient ruin and heard the broadcast himself. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at the bronze token at his feet. So this is a city token? The square, brick-like token bore 3 archaic characters that read City Decree, faint dark gold patterns flickering across its surface. He picked it up, and a system window appeared. Item, City Token. Bound, none. Quality, none. Function 1. Claim an unowned city. Function 2. Upgrade a city. Simple enough, he thought, tossing the token into his backpack and leaving the ruin. Over the past 10 days, he hadn't just been farming experience, had been bonding with the young dragon's head recently contracted. Dawn to dusk, the dragon's stable rang with their roars and his laughter. By funneling rare materials from various secret realms into them, had boosted every one of their bloodlines to at least mythic grade. The luckiest was the Gyarados type dragon, and artifact perfectly matched to its attributes had pushed it to half transcendent. His original 10 dragons benefited too, several breaking through to higher bloodlines. With so many on his roster, the status panels stretched on endlessly, and Gu Huai couldn't be bothered to check each one. A glance at his own stats was enough. Name: Gu Huai. Class: Dragon Master, unique hidden. Level: 96, 3rd evolution. Combat power: 3.83 billion. Skill enhancement points: 17. Skills retained after 4th evolution. Tier 3 Dragon Control, LV 22.5. Tier 2 Share Pain, LV 20. Bloodline Resonance, LV 20. Strength Amplification, LV 20. Spirit Amplification, LV 20. Constitution Amplification, LV 20. Agility Amplification, LV 20. All Stats Amplification, LV 20. Contracts: 26, 393. 3.83 billion combat power, and 17 skill points still unused, he mused. The growing number of contract slots was a mixed blessing. Head spent 10 slots before. During the last stretch, Head opened 8 more, leaving plenty of room. Fortunately, Head recruited a promising batch of dragons, bringing the total to 26. Too many dragons to keep track of, he laughed, closing the interface. At this rate, by the time he reaches the 6th evolution, he might command an entire dragon legion. Gu Huai shook his head just as the phone began to ring. He pulled out the state-issued, custom-built handset, saw that the caller was Old Dragon, and answered at once. Gu Huai, where are you? The voice on the other end was unusually urgent. I'm out of town. Get to the imperial capital immediately. The city system overhaul is massive. This is a huge chance for us. On my way. He ended the call and pocketed the phone. The capital might be far, but at his speed it was only minutes away. Raising a hand, he sliced open the air itself. A dragon's roar cracked across the sky as a teal figure pushed through the rift. Ching-mo. A resonant screech answered him. The Azure Dragon was still Gu Huai's ultimate trump card. Level 96. Combat rating 5 billion, its bloodline elevated to high-tier supergod class, and possessed of a dizzying array of abilities. With a single beat of its wings, Ching-mo whipped up a gale. Gu Huai landed on the dragon's brow, steady as bedrock. In under 3 minutes, they were hovering above the imperial capital, their presence masked from every defense sensor. He didn't bother calling again. Instead, he released his psychic power, nearly a billion points fanning out like invisible radar and bringing the entire city into focus. Within seconds, he located Long Wuya, the current city lord, inside the mansion. Let's go. The mansion's conference room blazed with light, but buzzed with noise. The 9 elders, National Team 1, National Team 2, and nearly every other top-tier powerhouse had assembled. Only a few still locked in secret realm battles were absent. Eyes kept drifting to the closed double doors, hushed conversations weaving a current of unease through the air. Long Wuya sat in the front row, brow furrowed. Old Dragon, is Gu Huai close? Someone finally asked. He'll be here any second, Long Wuya replied with conviction, and every gaze swung back to the doors. They didn't wait long. Less than 2 minutes later, the doors eased open and Gu Huai strode in. Chairs scraped as everyone rose to greet him. With his unchallenged record and overwhelming strength, the titles Dragon Kingdom's strongest and world's strongest already belonged to this young man. As the first individual on Earth to break level 90, he was the natural pillar of the room. Gu Huai, you made it. Long Wuya called. I'm here, Gu Huai answered, a broad grin sweeping over the assembled heavyweights. These are the urban overhaul documents, all the intel we have, Long Wuya said, handing him a folder. Identical folders lay on the table. Every seat had one. Gu Huai accepted the document without hesitation and began to skim through it. While he read, Long Wuya gave a detailed explanation. To form a bond with a city, you need an item called a city token. Every city's level is reset to 0. Once the token is linked, a city system is generated. After the first city is bonded, any city that hasn't bound a token within 3 months will disappear, and every bonded city will face its first wave of monster attacks. Gu Huai's eyes moved quickly over the text. The level cap only rises with the city's level? Even the Tier 4 instance is locked behind it. He memorized the key points. When the city system is activated, city level becomes the core of everything. The rules are explicit. The nation no longer needs a scattering of useless towns, only a few main cities with concentrated resources. Raising a city's level expands its territory and unlocks satellite cities. The higher the level, the more satellites can be built. This system is crucial, Gu Huai thought, weighing whether he should personally build a city to test it. In the conference room, Everyone watched in silence as he finished reading. When he looked up, Long Wuya asked, "Well, looks good." Gu Huai replied with a smile. "I just happen to have a city token." He pulled a crystalline badge from his inventory. "You have a city token?" The room erupted in disbelief. The rules made it clear that the drop rate was abysmal. Gu Huai nodded and tossed the token to Long Wuya. Long Wuya scrambled to catch it and checked the stats immediately. "It's really a city token." He saw the word bound and fell silent, unsure what to say. Gu Huai didn't rush him. He simply met his gaze. The room grew even quieter as everyone raced through possible strategies. At last, Long Wuya returned the token, drew a deep breath, and said with rare solemnity, "Gu, the Dragon Nation is yours." Gu Huai wasn't surprised. From the moment he read the rules, he knew this was coming. Refusing would be pointless if he wanted his plans to unfold smoothly. Becoming the Lord of Dragon Nation was the only logical choice. He had never been a saint. Elder Long and the others had done more than anyone for the nation and once held power, but national affairs couldn't rely on sentiment. Strength decided everything. Only with sufficient power could he guide the Dragon Nation against the other four great countries, against the monsters and dungeons at every level, and ultimately against the cosmic horrors ahead. Those were his real opponents. "Very well," Gu Huai said, eyes firm as he nodded. Long Wuya finally exhaled in relief. Dragon Nation at last had someone to take the helm. The crowd listened to Gu Huai and Long Wuya, their expressions a tangle of emotions. Gu Huai had switched classes barely a month ago, and still looked young, almost untested. Yet he was widely acknowledged as the world's strongest player, his potential seemingly endless, making him the safest choice to lead Longhua. Besides, they were all stationed in Daidu. If Gu Huai took charge, they could support him up close and ensure a smooth transition of power. Li Long felt especially conflicted. Of everyone, he knew Gu Huai best, but right now he didn't know whether to speak as a senior or as a subordinate. Gu Huai caught every flicker of hesitation but didn't care. In this era, strength alone defined status, and his was more than enough to silence doubts. "Let's begin." Guided by Long Wuya and the others, Gu Huai entered Daida's control center. A metal console stood before him. Once he slid the city token into its slot, he would become Daida's city lord. Because Daidu was Longhua's capital, the city lord was the nation's highest authority, no exceptions. He glanced back at Long Huai's group, then inserted the token. System prompt. Player Gu Huai has successfully used a city token and bound the city Daidu. Congratulations to player Gu Huai for becoming the first player to bind a city. Rewards: City Secret Realm 3, City Double XP Cards 10, City Coins 100,000. The rewards landed instantly. A new interface, visible only to him, floated before his eyes. City name, Daidu. City Lord, Gu Huai. Nation, Longhua. City level, 1. Population, 110,000. City coins, 100,000. Secret realms, 3. Warehouse. City Double XP Cards, 10 provides 100 XP to all residents for 24 hours. Personal level cap, 1. Allowed satellite cities, 1. Upgrade requirements. Consume 10 city tokens and have 1,000 residents reach level 91. Then clear the city upgrade instance to advance the city to level 2. As soon as he became city lord, Gu Huai's personal level cap rose again. City Secret Realm and level cap especially caught his eye, making him smile. Long Wuya and the others crowded around to look, so he shared the panel. City level is clearly the key, Long Wuya murmured. Each bump in the cap boosts overall strength by at least 10%, someone calculated. Long Wuya turned to Gu Huai. "What's the plan?" Gu Huai smiled. "Simple, we pour everything into raising this one city first. Once Daidu is upgraded, we'll split up and take over the others." He traced a line in the air, repeating the system rules. "After you become a city resident, leaving takes a 7-day cooldown. And we only have 3 months of grace. If we don't convert the other cities within that time, they vanish. In 3 months, every occupied city will face the first wave of monster attacks." After weighing the situation, Gu Huai reached a quick conclusion. Gather the most talented people in a single city and spend 2 months building it up. He was confident that, with his strength, 2 months would be enough to raise the city to a relatively safe level. During that time, the elite residents would also level up quickly thanks to the city's buffs, giving them more options in battle. Once the 2 months were up, they would withdraw and each take charge of a still vacant city. With their higher personal levels and roughly 20 days of buffer time, Gu Huai was sure they could manage those new cities smoothly. There was one key assumption: Longwood did not need an excessive number of cities. Gu Huai estimated that about 500 would suffice. A level 1 city could hold only 10,000 people, but as cities ranked up, 500 of them could easily house 20 to 30 billion. Whether they would need more in the future would depend on how things developed. For now, it was only his own projection. Everyone developing in one place? I like the idea. Great, let's do it. At the meeting, the proposal passed almost without debate. Everyone knew it was the best plan for the moment. Let's allocate the slots. Our top 10,000 will move in first. The imperial capital had been founded, but its level was low and its effective range limited. Fortunately, it would not be attacked within 3 months, giving them precious time to prepare. Move quickly. Understood. Less than 3 hours after the orders were issued, the 10,000 strongest people in Longhua had arrived in the capital and officially became residents. Aside from Gu Huai himself, their levels ranged from 84 to 89. Every last one was an ace. Good. Everyone's here, time to head for the secret realm. During those 3 hours, Gu Huai had also learned every detail of the realm. All 3 zones were experience-focused. He could adjust monster levels, though each change carried a 3-day cooldown. The realm teemed with monsters, dropped loot at a high rate, and was rich in rare resources perfect for grinding. Move out. The group already understood the situation. Though they were stunned to learn Gu Huai was now a city lord, Long Lao and the others raised no objections. Growing stronger was the priority. As soon as everyone entered the realm, Gu Huai activated the city's double EXP function. Raising the city's level was impossible on his own. Every resident had to push for it. To unlock the next city upgrade instance, at least 1,000 citizens had to reach level 91. Gu Huai did not yet know the requirements for higher tiers, but one thing was certain. The residents would have to keep leveling up right alongside the city. Gu Huai designed all 3 secret realms with distinct difficulty tiers and monster lineups, so every player can find the ideal place to level up. The first secret realm is tailored exclusively for Gu Huai himself. Every creature inside is level 91. Even the weakest trash mobs possess a golden mythic bloodline, and a few bosses reach the near-divine tier. Yet Gu Huai could still wipe them out with a flick of his wrist, even if they were bumped up to true mythic. The instance caps regular monsters at golden mythic, with only a handful of bosses allowed to hit near-divine, and that ceiling can't be broken. The second secret realm targets the core forces, the 9 elders, the national first squad, and the second squad. Its monsters are also level 91, but their bloodlines are precisely distributed. 80% epic, 15% legendary, and 5% mythic, with bosses following the same ratio. This setup keeps the grind efficient while avoiding heavy casualties. The third secret realm serves the weaker players. Their foes remain level 91, but their bloodlines are set at the lowest permissible tier blue. Gu Huai isn't deliberately dumbing things down. The system simply won't let him lower them to white or green. He chose this configuration so these players can farm comfortably and gain levels quickly. The moment he entered the first secret realm, Gu Huai unleashed all 26 of his dragons, letting them roam and slaughter at will across the vast space. He had zero safety concerns. Even the strongest near-divine boss inside wasn't a match for his weakest hatchling. When he tweaked the instance, Gu Huai could see the combat rating attached to each rarity tier. For level 91 monsters, the numbers looked like this: 1 blue, about 82 million, give or take 10%, 2 purple, 95 million, 3 orange epic, 120 million, 4 red legendary, 160 million, 5 gold mythic, 250 million. Elite sit at roughly 1.2 times a standard mob, while bosses range between 1.5 and 2 times. Because baseline monsters have grown so much stronger, the gap between elites and bosses has narrowed. Gu Huai's camp is no pushover either. Take Long Wuya as an example. Although Gu Huai dethroned him from the world's top spot, he is still level 89 with a combat rating of 380 million. At his current strength, he could go toe-to-toe with a gold-tier mythic boss all by himself. The combat ratings on the screen haven't yet been reduced by 30%, so even a fully geared level 91 legendary gold boss drops from 500 million to 350 million once the debuff is applied. 350 million is still within Long Ya's striking range. The others trail him slightly, but all sit above 250 million. Yi Chun is next to Long Ya with the same 350 million rating, while Xiao Patian, Zhang Lingqing, and Wang Chong each boast more than 330 million. Aside from Gu Huai, these 5 are now the strongest players in the city. They had formed a 5-man squad to rush to level 90, and they kept the lineup intact as they pushed for level 91. Dragon fights in the wild, the Great Freedom Buddha Palm, the 5 Thunder True Method, and Tai Chi Fist, 5 top-tier martial arts blended together, carving a bloody path toward the heart of the dungeon. The monsters couldn't slow them down at all, and experience points and loot poured out like a waterfall. Old Long, this place is amazing. Xiao Patian, the abbot of Shaolin, wiped the golden glow from his palm and laughed. These mobs drop faster than anything outside. Wang Chong chimed in. If Wad had a whole dungeon of level 91 monsters earlier, Wudong would have hit 90 long ago. Everyone nodded. With Gu Huai's double experience buff on top, their levels were climbing at breakneck speed. After a long bout of slaughter, Long Ya suddenly halted. We should split up, he suggested. The other 4 paused, then quickly understood. In the open world, a united front is best for farming both levels and chance encounters with hidden ruins, but this dungeon offers only monsters and sky-high drop rates. No matter how long they grind here, they'll never run into those rare opportunities. If the 5 of them break apart, and each leads a smaller party, The rest of the city will reach level 91 much faster. Agreed. Let's divide up and each take a few people. That's the most efficient way, Yi Chen said, and Xiao Patian, Zhang Lingqing, and Wang Chong voiced no objections. The five opened their panels and began reorganizing their teams. As city lord, Gu Huai ignored the logistics. He only cared about raising his own power and left the rest to Long Huai's group. Under Long Huai's lead, the parties were split and the dungeon's carry mode began something awkward to pull off outside, but absolutely perfect in here. After all, the monsters here aren't just plentiful. Their power levels are remarkably even. Everyone cranked the shared EXP slider to the max, and with Gu Huai's personal double XP buff on top of that, their leveling speed could only be described as blazing. When the city was first founded, the average level was 85.6. 24 hours later, it had jumped to 88.3. Now a full 30% of the residents have broken past level 90, and more than 800 have hit 91, just a few shy of the 1000 mark. The old dragon. Did you guys get a city token over there? As soon as the double XP effect faded, Li Long sent a private message to Long Huiya. City token? Long Huiya finally realized he hadn't seen one drop. He switched to the city channel. Anyone picked up a city token yet? City tokens are hard currency needed to claim a city, and even more crucial for upgrades. Going from tier 1 to tier 2 alone takes 10 of them. Nope. Nothing. The channel was a chorus of negatives. I got one. Li Long posted a screenshot showing a single city token sitting quietly in his inventory, instantly earning a wave of envy. Long Huiya finally understood why Li Long had asked. Before he could reply, Gu Hua complete with the city Lord Tag spoke up. Screenshot. Is this what you're talking about? Everyone opened the image and backed out just as fast. Li Long included the shot showed 22 city tokens neatly stacked in 2 rows. Gu Huai's luck wasn't broken, had simply killed more. The weakest of his 26 dragons has a combat power of at least 10 billion. Secret realm mobs go down in a blink, and even a quasi-god boss falls with a single swipe. In under 3 hours, Gu Huai and his dragons had leveled from 90 to 91. After that, he quit farming XP and focused on tokens. In one day, he collected 22 city tokens, while everyone else combined managed just one. I'd better stay out of the secret realm for a while, Gu Huai thought. The monsters were plenty and the EXP was good, but what he needed now wasn't experience, it was opportunities. He was still more than 10 dragons short of a full roster, and the 26 he had desperately needed rare treasures to upgrade their bloodlines. After thinking it over, Gu Huai decided he should head outside to hunt for those chances and leave this secret realm to the others. The 2 secret realms are big enough for now, but with only 10,000 people inside, they still feel spacious. As the population keeps climbing, these 2 dungeons will eventually run out of room. So everyone has agreed to wait for the city to level up before venturing farther afield. Thanks to the recent double XP event, they have been grinding non-stop for 24 straight hours. Once the boost expired, they finally put their weapons away, found places to rest, and prepared to recharge for the next push. United States, Spade Headquarters. The former base is unrecognizable. Altars, corpses, and offerings are scattered everywhere, and the air reeks of blood. At the center altar, the man known as God kneels on both knees, chanting in a hushed, reverent tone. After a long silence, a pillar of blinding light descends and unfolds into a brilliant hexagonal star array, its radiance stark against the surrounding gore. Watching the runes flare, a feverish gleam flickers in his eyes. Had he finally succeeded? The moment the global level cap was raised to 90, he rushed here instead of farming mobs. He knew that no amount of grinding would let the United States catch up with the Dragon Nation. Reality proved him right. In just half a month, Dragon Nation already had players at level 90, while the top American player was only 83. That gap made God even more grateful he had turned to higher powers and time only outside. Help could give America a fighting chance. Even all 4 great nations combined would be outmatched otherwise. His one wish now is for more reinforcements from above. Did you awaken me? Inside the hexagonal array, an angel with 12 pairs of wings slowly opens his eyes. His gaze is icy, regarding God the way one might study an ant. Yes, most revered Archangel. God bows low, his voice humble. State your purpose. I beg you, Archangel, grant me the power to destroy the Dragon Nation. Before he can finish, the Archangel raises a hand. A trivial request. I will assign a legion of angels to aid you. With a casual wave, an entire host materializes, feathers gleaming. Looking up, God sees tens of thousands of angels standing in perfect ranks. The weakest have 2 pairs of wings, making them 4-winged angels, while the commander boasts 4 pure white pairs. The Archangel explains in a cold voice. They will automatically match this world's level cap. Right now that cap is 90, so every one of them is level 90. All you need to do is let them escort you while you kill monsters. When a city token drops, have them convert to citizens. Each time the city upgrades, their cap will rise again, and the cycle will repeat. This time the Archangel provides unusually detailed instructions, though a fleeting, unreadable glint passes through his eyes. Had Yi Sanwang been present, he would have seen through the 12-winged angel's scheme instantly. His previous world had been infiltrated by the angelic race in exactly the same way. The angels' favorite tactic is to pose as saviors, hide behind a nation's throne, and use that country's power to extend their own reach across the world. Once embedded, everything proceeds smoothly. They keep harvesting devotion under the guise of redemption while secretly dealing with the cosmic refuse they claim to despise. Birth alone grants them an overwhelming edge. Even a newly hatched fledgling with only 2 wings carries a red legendary bloodline. Within the clan, status is judged solely by the number of wings. 1. 2 wings red legendary bloodline. 2. 4 wings golden epic bloodline. The most gifted may brush the proto-divine tier. 3. 6 wings mythic bloodline, though poor growth can leave them stuck at proto-divine. 4. 8 wing shaft step transdivine. If their talent peaks, they might even break into the lower transdivine rank. 5. 10 wings the true aristocracy. At minimum, they possess lower transdivine blood, but when their feathers turn silver, the bloodline rises to mid-transdivine. 6. 12 wings beings that stand beyond comprehension. Information about them is sparse. Even Yi Sanwang knows little, and Gu Huai knows nothing at all. Of the angels dispatched this time, the highest rank is a single 8-winger with a half-step transdivine bloodline. The rest are all 4 or 6 wingers. No 2-wing fledglings are present. The youngsters are locked away in cultivation, never to be sent to die. The 4-wingers form the legion's backbone, while the 6-wingers usually act as squad leaders. God knows little of these hidden truths. At the moment, he's only concerned with their combat stats. The cursor blinks, his pupils widen. Level 94 Wing Angel. Combat Index 520 million. 6-Wing Angel. Combat Index 680 million. The lone 8-Wing Angel, 1.03 billion. Those stark numbers blaze across the screen, igniting his blood like wildfire and sending tremors through his body. He can already picture leading this army to steamroll Longwo total domination. The image makes him throw back his head in laughter, the sound ringing off steel walls. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. With a force this unstoppable, he struggles to imagine failure unless Longwa also has a trump card capable of summoning something just as powerful. They had to strike before the Dragon Kingdom could react. With that thought, Shangdi made an immediate decision. Longwa would not be given a single breath. The 12-winged angel beside him caught the murderous intent, but merely smiled. To him, this infant world could never withstand the elite forces he was about to unleash. Unless the enemy wielded weapons of the same tier and, from what he knew, only angels dared to do that. The outcome was already decided. As long as someone summons us, this world cannot escape, the 12-winged angel mused, a feverish light flaring in his eyes. Conquering a new realm meant a steady stream of faith. Handled well, his silver wings might even turn gold, carrying him half a step closer to the supreme bloodline. The only annoyance was having to share the spoils with the cosmic riffraff. The thought dulled his mood for a moment, but he soon regained his calm. Qingming, this world is yours, he said, calling out the 8-winged angel. Yes, my lord. Qingming bowed. As a favored junior of his lineage, he had been earmarked for such missions. To the angels, invading an unclaimed pocket world was a priceless chance. Resources could be plundered at will, and authority far beyond their station could be enjoyed. 4- and 6-winged angels were cannon fodder. Only 8-winged ones were deemed valuable enough to keep alive. Orders given. The 12-winged angel turned and left. The vast hall now held only Shangdi, Qingming, and the remaining angels. The higher angel's departure let Qingming's ferocity break through the surface. He stepped forward, his inky gold pupils locking on Shangdi. Yu Shangdi had meant to order the angels to march on the Dragon Kingdom, but the angel's icy gaze froze the words in his throat. He swallowed hard, dread rising within him. Perhaps summoning these angels had been a mistake. Still, regret was pointless. Without them, Longwo would have hunted him down. Live or die, he would gamble. The murderous flash faded and Qingming calmed himself, reminding himself of his savior role. Though nearly invincible here, he needed a flawless image to harvest faith long-term. A mask was required. With that in mind, he smiled gently, lowered his gaze to the mortals, and asked, "People of the lower realm, how may I assist you?" Deep beneath the city of the dead, in the innermost crypt, a cracked, pitch-black coffin had lain silent for years. The instant the angels arrived, its lid began to tremble. His Majesty is waking. The low cry echoed through the hall, and the entire palace erupted. Their king was finally rising. Yet the awakening came ahead of schedule. Had something happened in the outside world? Nor was the upheaval limited to the city of the dead. Across Longhua, hidden corners flared with strange signs. Figures of legend from a millennium past returned, most in undead form, mindless wraiths, armored bone riders, ancient sorcerers wielding deathly miasma. All of this occurred the moment the angels descended. For now, though, none of it had much to do with Gu Huai. Because Gu Huai had just gathered everyone, he launched the city upgrade instance. The system interface flashed into view, listing the requirements one by one. Invest 10 city tokens and muster 1,000 players at level 91 or above. Only then could the Tier 2 city upgrade dungeon be activated. The mode was a city siege. Inside the instance, a brand new Tier 1 city would spawn, and the city lord could summon everyone to defend it. Over the next 12 hours, successive waves of beasts would attack from all four sides. If they held for the full 12 hours, the city would immediately rise to Tier 2, unlocking a wealth of new functions and benefits. If the defense collapsed, the upgrade would fail, all city experience would be wiped, the city tokens would be lost, and a cooldown lasting city level 10 hours would prevent any new upgrade attempt. City experience? Gu Huai paused. Tier 1 cities, as far as he remembered, didn't even have an EXP system. The prompt offered more detail. A Tier 2 city still couldn't generate EXP on its own. Only at Tier 3 could it earn experience through daily quests. For now, all EXP from killing beasts would be stored in a temporary city EXP pool to be allocated afterward. Death in the instance wasn't permanent either. Any fallen player would be forcibly ejected instead. Start the city upgrade instance? The prompt appeared one last time. Gu Huai clicked confirm without hesitation. In his view, moving from Tier 1 to Tier 2 should be manageable. With his own strength, he could probably hold the walls alone, but that wasn't the point. He needed to train a capable fighting force instead of carrying everyone himself. Since death here only meant a teleport out, it was the perfect live fire drill. The moment the instance opened, everyone was pulled inside. An ancient-looking city covering several square miles erupted from the ground, its four gates facing east, west, north, and south. Gu Huai promptly explained the rules and assigned roles. A Tier 1 city allowed 2 deputy city lords and 6 council representatives. Gu Huai named Long Wuya and National Team 1's captain, Yi Chun, as his deputies. The 6 representatives were Shaolin Abbot Xiao Patian, Celestial Master Zhang Lingqing of the Celestial Master's Mansion, Wudong Taoist Wang Chong, Amei sect leader Li Yuqing, Unicorn Group Xiao Ma Wu, and Li family patriarch Li Long, jointly holding partial authority over Imperial Capital City. Yi Chun, he'll guard the east and south gates. You take the west and north, Gu Huai said. Understood, Yi Chun replied with a nod. As executive deputy lord, Long Wuya ranked just below Gu Huai. He quickly split the force into 5 combat groups based on strength. For groups of 2,000 defenders, each manned the 4 gates, while the remaining 2,000 formed a mobile reserve to reinforce any threatened position. They had barely finished deploying when the earth began to rumble. The first beast wave surged in, a solid black tide of monsters that filled the horizon. Be rough estimate, at least 100,000, surrounding the city on every side. Even Gu Huai, no stranger to large-scale battles, raised an eyebrow at the sight, though his surprise faded quickly. He knew this was only the opening wave, intimidating in number but limited in danger. Every creature was level 91, and for this 10th Sandstrong force, that was hardly a serious threat. These 10,000 soldiers were the finest Longwa had to offer. They lined the ramparts shoulder to shoulder, armor catching the dawn light in a steely gleam, their killing intent almost palpable. With a lineup like that, wiping out the first beast tide was a foregone conclusion. In under half an hour, the swarming dire wolves, ironhide rhinos, and bone-gnawing wasps were shredded by arrow storms, spell arrays, and gunfire, leaving trenches packed with shattered bones. Gu Huai's forces lost barely a dozen people, and most of those were friendly fire casualties. Under the system rules, only members of the same squad were immune to one another's attacks. Everyone else could be hit, or the difficulty would break. The moment the first wave fell, the second and third rolled in. The monsters had clearly leveled up in bulk, numbers, and attack patterns. Breath weapons and charge attacks came almost twice as often. In an ordinary city, those 2 waves alone would have torn the defenses apart, yet against Longwo's elite they were nothing but free experience points. When the third wave collapsed, Longwo's side had lost a little over 50 soldiers, with just over 200 wounded. A tally so low it even surprised Gu Huai. Looks like I still overestimated the difficulty, he muttered, glancing at a breach that was already being patched. Just then the crisp system chime rang out. Player Shangdi has founded a second city, named City of Angels. No additional rewards are granted for the second city. That fast? Gu Huai raised an eyebrow. He knew little about Shangdi, only that the player was widely regarded as Miguo's strongest. He had meant to deal with those 4 troublemaking nations in 3 months' time, but the name City of Angels reminded him of the hidden threat King Yasan had mentioned, possibly tied to the so-called angel race. If it really was a ticking bomb, he had to disarm it early. Since Migwa had already made its move, he saw no reason to grant them a breathing space. The thought had barely formed when a more triumphant notification echoed over the battlefield. The Imperial Capital has completed its upgrade quest. Current city level 2. A golden pillar of light shot up from the city center, sketching a massive hexagram in the air as the defensive barrier visibly thickened. Rewards rolled in one after another. Congratulations. The Imperial Capital has received 1 Mystic Realm, 2 to player level cap, 60,000 city coins. Gu Huai couldn't suppress a grin and immediately pulled up the city panel to confirm. City name, Imperial Capital. Lord, Guhuai. Nation, Longwa. City level 2. Population, 10,000 50,000. City coins, 160,000. Mystic Realms, 4. Warehouse, citywide double XP card 9 after activation. All residents gain 100 extra XP for 24 hours. Level cap bonus, 3. Allowed satellite cities, 2. Upgrade requirements. 1. Spend 20 city tokens. 2. Once the city's average level reaches 91, launch the upgrade quest. Successful completion will raise the city from level 2 to level 3. Can we really support a population of 50,000 now? The moment the system notice popped up, Guhuai broadcast the news. Satellite cities could be built concurrently, though each was limited to 1/10 the size of the main city. They offered no extra functions, but they shared the capital's level bonuses and could shoulder part of the upgrade tasks, basically a few extra city cards to play. Old Long, recruit another 40,000 people. We also need to pick 2 sites for satellite cities right away, one for 5,000 residents. Together they'll hold 10,000, so let's not waste the slots. Got it. Long Weia was so excited his voice shook. Since the city system went live, he seemed rejuvenated, and the capital's elites felt the same. When satellite cities were introduced, many of them briefly thought about staying in the capital for 2 months, letting the main city grow, then moving out. The idea faded fast. Rather than live under someone else's roof, they preferred to build and strengthen cities of their own. Once the order was issued, Long Wuya plunged into recruitment. The first batch of 10,000 had already been decided the highest level, best-equipped veterans. The second batch of 50,000, including the 10,000 earmarked for the satellite cities, fell into 2 groups. 1. Fighters whose levels and power were also high, so the main city could hit the average level 91 requirement. 2. Highly gifted newcomers a bit lower in level, who could become mainstays quickly if supplied with resources. While Long Wuya handled the roster, Gu Huai finally had a moment to himself. Confident in his strength, he locked onto the coordinates of the United States Angel City and set out alone. With more than 2 billion residents, the country was too large for a one-man slaughter. His objective was simple: wipe out Angel City. Once that was done, the rest would be small fry. Angel City. God was in a foul mood. Though he had theoretically founded the second city, he possessed no real power and was nothing but a puppet mayor. Both vice mayor posts and all 6 council seats had gone to angels. After soothing his complaints, the angelic clan ignored him and began a massive recruitment drive, start with high levels, then drag them into secret realms to grind. Simai and the others weren't thrilled, but the upgrade conditions were spelled out in black and white, leaving them no alternative. The method they adopted was simple: 1 carries 4. Their mission was clear: raise everyone's level as fast as possible and erect a vast city of angels. The city would serve both as the sanctuary of their faith and the world's final hope. A banner above the governor's residence now proclaimed Angel Clan Longwa, announcing a tenuous alliance between the angels and the Dragon Nation. Shangdi's fists clenched. His jaw tithe hated the Angel Clan, but he loathed Longwa even more. Had Longwa not burst onto the scene, he would never have been forced to rely on angels. Soon, very soon, Longwa would be destroyed, and the thought set a feverish light in his bloodshot eyes. Suddenly he looked up, brow nodding. A surge of power cracked across the sky like thunder. Angels again? He muttered. They won't even give me a shred of dignity. The insecurity buried deep within him was ripped wide open. For years he had been the strongest man in Migwa, and sheer power had hidden that self-doubt. Now the angel's oppression dragged his old shadows into the light. He inhaled sharply, forcing the turmoil back down. This grudge would last a lifetime. He shoved open the door and stepped out of the mansion's side wing. Yes, the mightiest warrior of Migwa was allowed only a guest room. If Qingming hadn't thought it unseemly to evict him entirely, had already be on the street. Even so, his quarters lay in the darkest corner of the estate, and whenever no other Migwa natives were around, the angels publicly ground his pride into the dust. But when he looked up, it wasn't an angel, it was a western dragon. Its scales burned crimson, its belly shone snow white, and though barely 3 meters long, its tail blazed like an eternal torch. What is that? He whispered, bewildered. He had never seen such a creature. He tried at once to pull its data, but the system only returned access denied. That could mean only one thing: the dragon belonged to someone. One name surfaced in his mind: Gu Huai. Only Gu Huai possessed the power to make the system fail. Not bad, you actually guessed me. High above, a young man lounged on the dragon's back. Hearing Shangdi's murmur, Gu Huai lazily got to his feet. The dragon caught the cue, swept its wings, and glided down to land squarely before Shangdi. The city of angels was eerily quiet. Besides Shangdi, no one was left. The angel clan had taken every resident into a secret realm to grind monsters and gain levels, leaving Shangdi alone to guard the city. He had tried to follow, but the angels waved him off with a breezy, "You stay and watch the house." He knew the truth: it was just another calculated humiliation meant to keep the city's throne beyond his grasp. Shangdi knew the truth, yet he had no way to control the angels. If he obeyed them, he would only lose face and keep his life. If he resisted, the outcome was certain death. So he chose to live in disgrace. Why are you the only one left? Gu Huai let his gaze rest on Shangdi before sweeping it across the surroundings. His senses told him that inside the entire city of angels, apart from Shangdi, not a single soul remained. The city was indeed newly built. At its center soared a colossal 12-winged angel statue identical to the one Shangdi had summoned earlier, wings spread wide, as if looking down on all creation. Gu Huai, what do you want? This is U.S. territory, Shangdi stammered. U.S. territory? Gu Huai smiled without replying, his eyes as sharp as chilled steel, and Shangdi's panic deepened. Fine, let's call it the United States. But are you sure you don't want your people to come out? Gu Huai jumped from his fire-breathing dragon, his boots thudding heavily on the ground. Shangdi instinctively retreated a few steps, his face drained of color. What are you going to do? Kill you. Gu Huai's voice was terrifyingly calm. Shangdi swallowed hard and sent an urgent message to the angels in the secret realm. Someone is attacking the angelic idol. If those angels arrived, he would be safe. He admitted Gu Huai was powerful, but he was certain that the angels, especially the 8-winged angel who bore his own name, could crush any threat. Once Gu Huai was slain, the danger to Long Guo would drop sharply. Gu Huai saw through the ploy but made no move to stop it. Let the angels reveal themselves. It would be easier to take them down one by one than to stumble around inside the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Qingming received the alert immediately. Someone's attacking the angelic idol? The thought that their idol, which gathered all angelic faith, was under assault ignited his fury. This was the honor of the angel race. He was sure mortals could never destroy it, yet he would tolerate no profanation. You lot, go seize the fool who dared lay hands on it. Yes, sir. A 6-winged angel accepted the order, blasted into the sky with 4 4-winged angels, and headed straight for the real world. In truth, Gu Huai had never touched the idol. The story was Shangdi's lie to force the angels to appear, who knew they would otherwise ignore him and might even wish him dead. When Shangdi exhaled in relief, Gu Huai understood that reinforcements were coming. He felt a flicker of curiosity. They really came? How many? Any 12-winged ones among them? Even so, he remained untroubled. His confidence lay in his own strength. King Yi-san had once warned him that when angels descended, their level would still be capped by the city's limit. A max-level city was level 10, which only added 60 levels to their ceiling. They must merge into a city and rely on its rank to lift their own level cap. Otherwise, they can never surpass level 90. Since Angel City is only rank 1, the angel's practical ceiling sits at level 91. Even a 12-winged angel doesn't bother. Gu weighs more than capable of handling one. The angels acted quickly. Within 3 minutes, holy light blazed at the secret realm exit, and 5 snow-white figures emerged in succession. God's eyes brightened at first, but when he confirmed only 5 had arrived, his brows pinched together. The strongest among them was absent. Gu Huai was frighteningly strong. He doubted these 5 could pin him down. Still, if they could at least destroy a few of Gu Huai's dragons, it would weaken the man and offer a sliver of reassurance. Gu Huai's class dragon tamer had been exposed during that globe-spanning livestream battle. Everyone had seen him summon a 2-headed mutant Tyrannosaurus and a shadow-end dragon. Afterward, God did some digging. Dragon tamers can contract multiple dragons. He couldn't pin down the exact number, but his data pointed to roughly 10. Dragon strength varies wildly, and God felt 6-winged angels could manage most of them. Yet he worried Gu Huai might ignore the angels and come straight for him. If only all 5 had been 6-winged, he silently lamented, edging backward a step. Gu Huai clocked the retreat, but couldn't be bothered to spare another glance. The man was a clown he could crush any time. If God kept luring angels over, all the better. Killing angels grants experience, and by Gu Huai's math, enough of them could push him to level 93. Truth is, had already left 3 dragons inside the realm. Grinding for exp leveling wasn't exactly a problem. Who dares attack the statue? Bathed in golden light, the leading 6-winged angel landed, eyes as sharp as searchlights as they locked onto Gu Huai. The stranger looked unfamiliar, and the dragon beside him radiated a crushing aura. Attack the statue? Gu Huai chuckled, turning toward God. God guiltily averted his gaze and stayed silent. Fine, let's say it was me. Gu Huai stroked the dragon's horn and lifted an eyebrow. But just the 5 of you birdbrains? With that, he flipped up their data panels. The 4-winged angels showed a combat rating of 520 million, while the 6-winged leader just cleared 600 million. Numbers that would stun most people were, to Gu Huai, merely bigger digits. To him, these angels were nothing more than slightly oversized ants. What did you just say? The 6-winged angel flew into a rage the moment Gu Huai spoke. His 3-meter wings snapped open, holy radiance bursting around him, eyes almost spitting fire. How dare you address the great angelic race like that? He'll toss your soul into the 9 hells and show you real cruelty. With a flick of his wrist, a fist-sized sphere of pure light took shape and screamed toward Gu Huai, its glare blinding. It was a casual strike, yet in the eyes of the nearby god it was more than enough to end Gu Huai's life. That so-called deity's gaze brimmed with excitement. Surely, this time Gu Huai would be hurt. Gu Huai merely yawned. Too weak, he said flatly. He didn't even bother to dodge. The attack couldn't scratch him. Still, he couldn't be bothered to let it hit. Before he could give any order, Charizard was already on the move. The massive oranger dragon flashed in front of Gu Huai and swatted the light sphere away with his tail, as if brushing aside a flyboom. The sphere ricocheted straight toward a nearby angelic statue. Crash! It slammed into the statue's head. Had the stone not been exceptionally hard, half of it would have been blown off. Even so, spiderweb cracks spread across the surface. They'll kill you. The remaining 5 angels roared in unison. That statue symbolized their faith. Striking it, even without damaging it, was blasphemy. Holy light, lightning, and wind blades tore through the air toward Charizard. Gu Huai raised a hand. Easy, Charizard. Don't scare them off. Let's collect a little interest first. Charizard had planned to unleash a torrent of fire and reduce the 5 birdmen to ash, but at his master's word he swallowed the flames and considered a milder approach. Truthfully, he had the power to do it. Charizard was technically a sub-dragon, his original bloodline only at Scarlet Legend rank, but he resembled the Pokemon of the same name, and Gu Huai was fond of him. Gu Huai had poured resources into the dragon rare herbs, body-forging elixirs, anything he could find, forcing Charizard's bloodline up to the half-transcendent level. Now the dragon stood at level 91, half-transcendent realm, with a combat rating of 1.89 billion. Among the 26 dragons under Gu Huai's command, that placed him 14th. The more dragons he raised, the tighter resources became. Splitting the same treasures among 26 dragons gave Gu Huai a constant headache. After some thought, he arrived at a compromise: stage a grand dragon tournament. The dragons would spar, and their final rankings would determine who received resources first. It wasn't ideal for those who landed near the bottom, but given the circumstances it was the fairest solution, balancing distribution while sharpening every dragon's combat instincts. Gu Huai hit on an idea and instantly had a plan. Once the current affair was wrapped up, he would host the first Dragon Clan battle. God had no clue that, in such a tense moment, Gu Huai's mind had wandered. Instead of focusing on the fight, he was busy plotting the Dragon Clan battle, a thought that secretly thrilled him. The first to charge was a 4-winged angel with a power level of more than 500 million. As its wings trembled, blinding light gathered, and it swooped from midair toward the fire dragon, firing a beam straight at the dragon's head. Instinctively, the fire dragon raised a claw, ready to tear the birdman apart, but it remembered Gu Huai's repeated warning: hold back, don't look too strong. The dragon halted in mid-strike. Bang! The beam landed, a searing white blast erupting across the dragon's head. It didn't hurt at all, yet the fire dragon, determined to put on a show, staggered back 5, 6, 7, 8 steps, threw back its head, and let out a pained roar, looking as though it might collapse. The other 4 birdmen arrived and gave the dragon no breathing room, flooding it with light blades, holy spears, and lightning bolts. The famed Scene 1 dragon against 5 birdmen was now underway. Beams roared through the air, and the dragon appeared to be taking a savage beating, so it seemed. But the fire dragon's hide was thick. While absorbing the blows, it quietly searched for a counterstrike. When the 4-winged angels paused to catch their breath, the dragon lunged, claw and flame working together to blast one unlucky angel into charred debris within seconds. The loss of their comrade drained the color from the remaining 4 birdmen's faces. Shocked by the counterattack, they still believed they held the upper hand, so retreat never crossed their minds. They merely slowed their assault and widened the distance, afraid of being one-shot again. It can't hold out much longer. Once we finish this dragon, that human is next. That was the shared thought of the 4 birdmen. Minutes ticked by, another full 5 of them. The fire dragon kept up its on the brink of collapse act, breathing heavily as though it might drop at any second, yet it stubbornly stayed upright. The birdmen, however, were being drained dry. Doubt and frustration swirled in their eyes. Then the dragon spotted another opening. It sprang forward, pouring dragon fire onto another birdman while claws and fangs tore in. After a brief, brutal struggle, the second birdman was shredded, feathers scattering as it fell dead. The battlefield flipped in an instant. The remaining 3 birdmen turned pale, an intense urge to flee surging up inside them. This is a joke. We came to enjoy a new world, not to die in it. Bullying the weak was fine, but none of them intended to throw away their lives. Angels were notoriously selfish, always putting personal gain first. They would look after their race only when it cost them nothing. Gambling their lives was out of the question. The 3 birdmen backed away several steps, planning a tactical retreat to fetch reinforcements. At the very moment they turned, boom, the fire dragon crashed to the ground. Its massive body made the earth tremble, and its breathing was so faint it seemed about to stop. The 3 birdmen froze mid-retreat and glanced at one another. Was it really over this time? God, who had been watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes. He had sensed something was off from the very start. Gu Huai could have sent another dragon, and avoided this mess. Could Gu Huai be up to something, he wondered. But God soon shook his head. In the face of overwhelming power, every conspiracy was nothing more than a futile death struggle. Gu Huai's might had long been verified armed with a single dragon. He could stand toe-to-toe with 5 angels, one of them bearing 6 wings. More frightening still, at least 10 dragons resided within him, meaning he alone could challenge a small battalion. God also knew their exact numbers, 2,000 angels. This was no coincidence. It was the optimal figure calculated after countless conquests of minor worlds. With 2,000 troops, they could deploy a 1 leads 4 expansion strategy, 1 high-ranked angel guiding for companions, leveling up at lightning speed, then splitting off to repeat the cycle and form a closed loop of reinforcements. The angels possessed the fastest, most stable method to push a city from level 1 to level 10, along with mature contingency plans for any unexpected scenario. In short, they were professional conquerors who had never been defeated. Even when a minor world boasted unusually strong native forces, this Tuthisan-strong configuration never failed, and God had never questioned it. Yet while he reflected, the battlefield Chanita, dying fire dragon, clinging to its last spark of will, erupted once more. With 1 claw it shredded the defensive line and killed a 4-winged angel. The sudden counterattack made God's heart jolt. That dragon should have been running on empty, so how could it still unleash such power? After slaying the angel, the fire dragon collapsed again, its breath so faint it was barely detectable. The remaining 2 angels hardly dared breathe. They hovered at a distance, afraid to strike the finishing blow and unsure how to proceed. They had studied every manual in their race, yet none covered a case like this, leaving them at a complete loss. Left with no choice, the 6-winged angel opened a communications channel and sent an urgent call for reinforcements. Inside the secret realm, the squad Qingming had dispatched had barely departed before he stopped paying attention. In his view, this young minor world had only just activated its city system. Nothing here could threaten a 6-winged angel. The priority was to push the city to level 10, open a cosmic gateway, dump the universe's refuse into it, and harvest faith as quickly as possible. For the angels, descending at the birth of a city system was the ideal scenario. Qingming inhaled deeply. The realm's murky air made him frown, yet it couldn't dampen his elation. According to the textbooks, if they followed procedure, the entire plane would soon become an angelic vassal. Should the operation succeed, the merits he earned would elevate him to 10 wings, possibly even straight into the ranks of the silver-winged 10. Buoyed by the thought, Qingming issued an order over the internal channel. Accelerate the upgrade, raise the level as fast as you can. The last word had scarcely left his lips when a flashing red SOS appeared in the channel. The distress call arrived at that very moment. Commander Simai, we've run into trouble outside. 3 of our brothers are down. The enemy's acting strangely. We need backup now? The moment the communication pearl flared, Simai looked up, a faint crease forming between his brows. 3 casualties? According to headquarters, Red Lineon, a level 10 city, and before formal contact with any cosmic trash, the death rate had to stay under 5%. No more than 100 soldiers. Such losses were nowhere near the alarm threshold. Ordinarily, he'd have ignored it. But someone had dared claim 3 wings in the very heart of Angel City. To Simai, that was open provocation. On my way, he sent the terse reply and turned to leave, but stopped after 2 steps. Marching in alone lacked gravitas, so he summoned a full regular angel company, partly for show, partly to overawe the foe. Angel core structure was exacting. 5 soldiers made a squad. 4 squads formed a 20-man platoon. 5 platoons became a 100-strong company. 10 companies made a 1,000-strong battalion. Above that stood the brigade he commanded. As an 8-winged angel, Simai led the brigade, while each battalion was headed by a 6-winged angel poised to ascend to 8 wings. Today he intended to take an entire company across the border himself. Follow me. With a sweep of his wings, 100 angels poured from the secret realm like a silver tide. Outside, the battlefield had stalled. A fire dragon sprawled motionless on charred ground. 2 4-winged angels gripped holy spears at a distance, afraid a dying lunge might finish them. Farther off, Gu Huai lounged on a rocky rise, chin in hand. Bored stiff, these featherfolk were every bit the cowards had heard. He was about to end the farce and order the dragons into the secret realm when the air rippled. 100 fully armed angels stepped through, snow-white wings blotting the sky. At their head, wrapped in holy radiance, was Simai. Simai touched down, gaze ice cold, locking instantly on Gu Huai and the fire dragon. You killed my angels? Bold move. He pointed forward. Take them. Because only 4-winged angels had died, he sent 5 6-winged elites, one boasting a combat index of 760 million, top of the bracket. Simai was certain they'd be enough. Seeing Simai arrive in person, the so-called god finally relaxed, a smile tugging at his lips. The other angels spread out, sealing every escape route. Gu Huai, this time even wings won't save you, God muttered with a cold laugh. The 5 6-winged angels closed in, yet Gu Huai felt only growing indifference. His divine sense had already probed Simai's identity, the overall commander of this angelic expedition to Azure Star. Tut, so that's the best the angels can do? He murmured, all interest in the game gone. Fire Dragon, time to lay our cards on the table. Obeying Gu Huai's order, the flame dragon that had been lying motionless on the ground suddenly leapt to its feet. The charred wounds across its body vanished as if erased. Its crimson scales regained their luster, and a mischievous, mocking light appeared in its eyes. God's heart sank. Instinct told him something was terribly wrong, and he wondered if the dragon had been playing dead all along. Yet when his gaze shifted to Qing Ming and the fan-shaped formation of six-winged angels, he relaxed again. Even if the dragon had been pretending, it could never surpass King Ming's strength, let alone overcome the squad of angels behind him. Not even Gu Huai at full power could shake them. Faking it, Qing Ming sensed the dragon's changed aura, but merely sneered. He had seen this draconic subspecies in the omniversal bestiary. Most possessed only an epic bloodline. A rare few reached red legendary, and even with heaven-defying luck, they climbed no higher than golden mythic. Trash like that, he thought, even at level 91, could never make real waves. Kill it. Understood. The 5 six-winged angels answered in unison. They also deemed the dragon insignificant, yet they still unleashed their full power. 5 terrifying torrents of energy roared forth. The weakest carried a combat index above 6.5 billion, and the strongest neared 7 billion. In their minds, defeat was impossible. The flame dragon, no longer concealing its power, let its aura burst forth. A storm of fire elements swept out, the ground glowed red hot, and the very air ignited into a sea of flames. Tier 3 domain of fire. Scorching heat billowed, and every angel's pupils constricted in disbelief. Before their attacks could approach, fire shields born of the domain intercepted them without causing so much as a ripple. King Ming's eyes shrank to pinpoints, a chill of dread stabbing his heart. Impossible, he thought, as the oncoming sense of death threatened to drown him. No, my future is limitless. I cannot die here. He instantly produced his trump card, a one-use relic with a devastating cost. Once activated, he would forfeit the right to gather faith in this realm forever, damage his own essence, and render a future promotion to 10 wings nearly hopeless. Had death not been certain today, he would never have dared. Meanwhile, the flame dragon raised its head, a deep violet glow of annihilation gathering between its fangs. Tier 3 flame breath. Boom. Violet fire capable of shredding space erupted. In a single heartbeat, God's figure disintegrated into ash, his lifemark erased. Regret overwhelmed him. Had he known, he would never have set foot here. But there is no cure for regret, and his existence was wiped from the world. The moment God perished, a voice echoed inside the minds of people across the globe. Shangdi, the lord of Angel City, is dead, and the city has been left masterless. Whoever among its original inhabitants reaches Angel City first within the next 3 hours will take his place as the new lord. In the imperial capital, the drill grounds were packed and deafening. Long Wuya and the others were still scrambling to pick contestants when the loudspeakers overhead suddenly blared, drowning out every other sound. Shangdi is dead? Long Wuya, Li Long, and Yi Chen looked up at the same time. The red words flashing across the light screen washed their faces with shock. Shangdi had been a titan of their age, a man they had crossed swords with on more than one battlefield, each side prying loose most of the other's secrets. No one doubted his right to sit on Angel City's throne, so news of his death barely an hour after taking power flew in the face of every expectation. How could he die so fast? Li Long frowned, unable to shake his confusion. Something occurred to Yi Chen. He glanced toward the city gate and spoke with certainty. Gu Huai left the capital a moment ago. It must have been him. Kid Gu? Long Huai's eyes cleared, and surprise faded. However strong Shangdi had been, he was doomed the moment he crossed Gu Huai's path. At the same moment, the other 3 nations received the same message: Shangdi is dead, but their reaction was nothing like Long was. It was raw, unfiltered panic. If even Shangdi lasted only a few hours, how much time do we have? Despair spread like a plague across their borders. Training grounds were abandoned as the masses flooded into taverns and casinos to indulge in whatever time remained. Law and order crumbled. Looting and arson erupted in every street. Knowing more than their subjects, the rulers felt even greater helplessness and simply watched their nation slide into chaos. If things continued unchecked, Longhua could flatten their lands without lifting a finger. Minor realm, the scorched fire domain. A crimson tide of flame rolled like an ocean swell, angels' wails rising and falling within it. In the blink of an eye, the once orderly angelic legion had been whittled down to a single survivor: Qingming. He lived not because the flame dragon spared him, but because of the silver feather clasped between his palms. Pure silver, softly luminous, the feather wrapped Qingming in a cocoon that held the raging fire at bay. Yet as the heat climbed ever higher, the feather trembled and its glow began to falter. Kneeling, eyes shut, voice hoarse yet devout, Qingming prayed, Lord Qingtian, Save me, save your most faithful servant." His plea echoed on and on until a blurred figure surfaced at the feather's core. Had Shangdi still been alive, he would have recognized it instantly. The 12-winged angel who once communed with him, Qingtian. "Qingming, why is it you?" The apparition solidified, surprise etched across Qingshan's brow. He had only just sent Qingming to the trial. Why burn the lone trump card so soon? Did the fool not grasp the price of awakening it? "Lord Qingtian, there's something unbelievably strong here. Our entire legion was wiped out." Before Qingming could finish, Qingtian had already sensed the source, the searing, suffocating blaze. Following the torrent of fire, he caught sight of the figure wheeling across the sky. A flame dragon? Amid the roaring inferno, the great dragon's wings beat once, and molten gold fire cascaded to the earth as though splitting the world wide open. Qingtian froze. A single flame dragon had annihilated an angelic army and forced Qingming to exhaust his last resort. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined a flame dragon could wield power like this. "Fine, I'll end this crisis for you and give you a taste of a 10-winged angel's power." Before the words had fully left his lips, Qingtian, whose veins carried a high-tier transcendent bloodline, swept his gaze over the battlefield. In his eyes, a flame dragon was little more than an ant. Though only a projection, his innate arrogance remained undimmed. He raised a hand and brushed a fingertip through the air, testing the laws of this realm. "So the ceiling here is level 93? HM, 93 will do." At once, his status panel surged to that number, yet the fresh power made him frown. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Beside him, Qingming felt his own blood ignite. Heat raced up his spine, and with a rustle, two new, pristine wings unfurled behind him. In a heartbeat, 8 wings became 10. Power flooded his body, shattering the level 90 barrier and settling at 93. The sweetness of that strength, however, brought no joy. Qingming knew the price. The climb to a permanent 10th pair of wings had just become 3 times harder. Even before, the leap from 8 to 10 wings bordered on impossible. Now it was nearly inconceivable. Worse, this boost would last only 3 years. When the time was up, he would fall back to 8 wings. He had come to this small realm to gather faith and break through, yet the path had only grown steeper. Grief welled inside him. He clenched his fists, one thought pounding in his chest. You must all die? He longed to wipe out Gu Huai and the nation that sheltered him, to drown his despair in blood and ruin. Qingtian spared no attention for Qingming's turmoil. He could remain in this projection for only minutes, and the flame dragon had to be dealt with before he faded. A needle-thin beam of light gathered at his fingertip. Die. With his power, defeating the dragon was child's play. An instant kill, though, was less certain. Qingtian had no doubt all the same. The beam tore through the air, aimed straight at the creature's heart. He turned to leave, then stopped dead. The strike had been blocked. Interesting. His eyes narrowed, curiosity fully peaked. This little realm actually produced a transcendent life form? In his experience, only a true transcendent bloodline could withstand a casual blow from him. What he didn't know was that the flame dragon was merely half a step into transcendence. It survived solely because of Gu Huai's gift-shared pain. Seeing that the Spitfire dragon was clearly outmatched, Gu Huai unleashed his own ability. A beam of light called shared agony burst from his palm, wrapping the dragon in a shell that cut 99.96% of all incoming damage, erasing almost every threat more than enough for a counterattack. At the same time, the phantom facing the dragon pressed down like a mountain. The dragon understood at a glance that it would lose if it fought alone. It had wanted Gu Huai to summon Big Sis for backup, but shared agony coursed through its body like lightning, igniting its inner cosmos. Overwhelmed by the surge of power, it threw back its head and roared, "Ayo! Long live Dad!" Every scale on its body glowed. Not far away, Qingtian sensed the change as well. His brow tightened, and his gaze locked onto Gu Huai. A beastmaster? Annoying. He'll start with you. He knew beastmasters all too well. They wielded little personal power, yet their contracts let them warp a battle. Years ago, he had fought one who fielded 6 weaker beasts, but through bizarre tactics nearly dragged him into disaster. Since then he had hated beastmasters and followed one rule. Kill the handler first. The beasts are easy after that. You're coming for me. Gu Huai caught the killing intent and smiled. Perfect. I haven't stretched in ages. His grin bloomed as he spoke. Qingtian beat his wings and shot forward, speed spiking. The Spitfire dragon tried to intercept, but Gu Huai's single command held it back. Off to the side, Qingming stood calmly, face unreadable. Die? Out of my way. Qingtian closed in, a fist wrapped in gale force wind. Gu Huai didn't dodge. He simply raised his right hand and swung a slow, casual slap. The strike looked sluggish, yet Qingtian suddenly found himself in the space around him frozen. He could only watch the hand grow larger. Smack! A sharp crack split the air. Searing pain flooded Qingtian as he was sent flying, mind reeling. Aren't beastmasters supposed to be weak? How? Before the thought landed, the dragon's roar thundered. Tier 3 flame jet. All its power gathered in its throat, and a pillar of blinding white fire streaked across the sky. On a normal day, Qing Tian could have blocked it, but Gu Huai's psychic force pinned him where he stood. He could only watch the flames rush toward him. The blistering heat twisted his features in pain, and the already insubstantial phantom wavered violently in the scorching blaze. No, Qing Tian bellowed, his rage splitting the sky. The form that had been destroyed was only a projected phantom, yet it carried a shred of his will. Had the projection dissolved on its own, he would have lost little more than a sliver of energy. Being blasted apart, however, meant that fragment of consciousness was wiped out instantly, and he would have to spend several times the effort to reforge it. What stung even more was how completely off guard had been. Before arriving, he hadn't spared this world a second thought. A lesser world that had only just activated its city system could hardly stir up any trouble, or so had believed. Reality slapped him hard. Within a few heartbeats his projection was erased, and the will head left behind vanished with it. Great Thousand-World Angel Domain. The angel's territory was vast beyond imagining. If you flattened Shuelon Star 100 times, the resulting area would still be less than 1% of Angel Domain. Yet Angel Domain was only a speck among the myriad domains of the Great Thousand World. Beside that colossal planet, Shuelon Star was dust. Inside a towering palace, a thunderous roar shook the vaulted ceiling. Shuelon Star, very well. They'll make you pay? The voice was Kingshan's. The moment his phantom was shattered, the debt had been tallied. Someone, bring me everything we know about Shuelon Star. With the order given, he forced down his fury. By rights, a low-grade lesser world could never produce such a heaven-defying being. Something was off. He would learn the cause before he struck. Occurrences like this were rare, but not unheard of. A handful of lesser worlds had been classified as source realms, unique anomalies where monstrous talents appeared with alarming frequency, strong enough to clash heat-in with angelic legions. Roughly 3,000 years ago, a 12-winged angel fell within one such source realm. When the angels arrived, the realm had already built an 8th-level city. Their landing force was routed immediately, blasted straight back into the void. More outrageous still, the realm's prodigies pursued them, carving a screeching tower in the starry emptiness in a bid to invade Angel Domain. That insult enraged the angel god, one of the race's 12 divine kings. The god personally snapped the tower, then joined forces with their so-called cosmic trash allies, mustering an army of 100,000 angels, the weakest of them 6-winged, to wipe out the realm. In the end, even a source realm could not withstand such numbers. What happened afterward, Qing Tian knew only in fragments. Rumor had it the source realm used some unknown method to sever all links with the angels and the cosmic trash, sealing itself off from the universe. Whether any of it was true, Qing Tian had no way of knowing. 3,000 years ago, after all, he was only a 10-winged angel who had just clawed his way into middle management. On Shuelon Star, the defensive barrier above Angel City still glowed with holy light, yet inside the Lord's manor Qingming could no longer keep up his calm facade. The news slammed into his ears like muffled thunder. Lord Qing Tian is dead? The shock almost shattered his mind. To gain the 10-wing form, he had paid a horrific price, sealing off any chance of becoming a true 10-winged angel in the future, and in the end he hadn't even won the most basic protection. Forcing himself to stay clear-headed, Qingming took stock of his power. With the temporary 10 wings, his combat rating had rocketed from 1.02 billion to 1.52 billion, an increase of $500 million. Once that would have let him sweep an entire region. But he knew even a single projection of Lord Qing Tian could crush him with ease. Now that the projection itself had been erased, how could he possibly survive? Despair had barely settled in when a cold, impatient voice came from outside the hall. Enough time wasted on these useless wretches. Go. Gu Huai pushed the door open, his voice devoid of emotion. With a casual wave, 5 colossal dragon shadows appeared in the center of the hall: Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Dragonite, and the Charizard that always followed him. Too lazy to invent names, he had simply lifted them from Pokémon 5 Dragons, the perfect strike team. Flames and gales erupted as the hot-headed Gyarados struck first, blasting Qingming into ash. Before the blood mist had dispersed, the 5 dragons obeyed Gu Huai's command and charged toward the entrance of the neighboring secret realm. Their objective was simple: wipe out every resident there who served Angel City. The pocket dimension was vast, a maze of mountains, sanctuaries, and narrow streets. But to the dragons it only meant a few extra laps. They became 5 cyclones of death, scouring the land with firestorms, dragon breath, and rending hurricanes. Any hint of resistance collapsed instantly beneath their overwhelming might. Within 2 hours, the realm's last angel died screaming and turned to dust. A frigid system message echoed in every mind. All residents of Angel City have fallen. Angel City name retained. The entire Shuelon Star seemed to freeze. People could hardly believe that a city barely 3 hours old had been wiped off the map. Players and survivors in Xiongua, the Ribulo Empire, and Langmingua were the first to break down. Their nations were already near collapse, yet a few diehards had still been grinding monsters and planning to rebuild. After hearing Angel City's fate, every last ember of hope went out. Build a city? That was just asking to die sooner. Despair spread like a plague. Many stopped leveling altogether and drowned themselves in fleeting indulgence and chaos. Gu Huai cared nothing for any of it. The surrender of a few countries did nothing to his power. The gap was already too vast. If anything, less resistance would make future campaigns easier. After raising Angel City, he returned to the main world and began mapping out his next move, preparing for the inaugural Dragon Dao Conference. First, the prizes. In this Dragon Dao assembly, Gu Huai has promised the privilege of choosing heavenly treasures first, but once the rankings are announced, he will still need extra rewards to keep up appearances. The problem is that he has already handed out every rare resource he owns, not a single drop left. 26 ravenous true dragons would devour any stash he could amass. Their needs are staggering. After thinking it through, Gu Huai decided the only solution was to raid a few more secret realms and secure at least 26 mythic-grade treasures to be safe. Next came the matter of spectators. What fun is a tournament with no audience? He planned to invite a dozen acquaintances to witness the event in person and give everyone else a proper shock. The old dragons around Long Wuya were mandatory guests, and with a few other trusted friends the crowd would be large enough. The exact list could wait. The urgent task was still plundering secret realms. Meanwhile, Long Wuya and the others were busy selecting candidates and helping them level up, while Gu Huai had dumped every organizational chore for the first Dragon Dao assembly, acting like a hands-off boss. If the dragons knew the truth, they would be speechless. Just as Gu Huai was about to lock onto the first secret realm, Long Wuya called. Gu Huai, we've got slots for 2 satellite cities. Which one should we pick? Old Long, handle it yourselves. Choose whichever city lords you like. You don't need my input, Gu Huai replied, unwilling to waste any effort. If the authority tied to a city lord title weren't vital for dealing with future cosmic trash, he wouldn't bother at all. Fine, Long Wuya said, hanging up before calling yet another meeting. Gu Huai then stepped into one secret realm after another, sweeping them clean of valuables. Angel Domain. Ever since 2,000 of his angels were wiped out, King Shin's link to Bluewater Planet had been severed, and his mood had turned foul. 3 days later, his subordinates finally returned with a report. One of the 12 angel gods had summoned him at once. The Seraphim God King? King Shin's heart tightened. Ranked 7th among the 12, the Seraphim lineage had taken charge of the Great War 3,000 years ago. Could this really involve the Origin Realm? It was the only explanation he could think of. Either way, he knew the answers awaited him in person. King Shin's residence lay near the core of the Angel Domain, not far from Seraph City, and with his strength it took only 3 hours to reach the gates. The moment he crossed the threshold, he suppressed every trace of pride. The reason was simple: the sheer scale of the Angel Domain defied imagination. 1 trillion angels? Even that number sounded small, for the domain was vast beyond measure. Within the angel realm, angels are only one of many races, the most numerous, yet not the only. Even so, just 12 angels have ever earned the title of Divine King. Each of those 12 is a king among gods. Although Qing Ming holds a respectable post within his clan, he is only at the half-step divine stage, separated from true divinity by an unbridgeable gap. Beside a seraph, the difference is vast. If a seraph wanted him dead, he wouldn't even dare fight back. The moment Qing Tian entered the city of Seraphim, his first impulse was to seek an audience with a seraph. Before the thought could take shape, it became unnecessary. A beam of dazzling holy light fell from the sky and engulfed him. In the next heartbeat, the radiance withdrew, depositing him inside an opulent palace. Are you certain the place you described is Shuelanxing? A voice like living light rolled through the hall, so majestic it nearly tore King Shin's spirit apart. He looked up to see only a blazing silhouette, even pairs of golden wings spread like knives, their presence suffocating. Yais, he croaked, swallowing hard. Good. Tell me everything you know. The flat tone brooked no refusal, and Qing Tian spilled every detail. Excellent. We've finally found them, the seraph said, barely containing his excitement. They slipped away last time, but this time they have nowhere to run. He paused, his voice turning icy. Qing Tian, I have a task for you. Command me. I will tear open that world's passage again. You will infiltrate it. Remain inconspicuous. Understood? Yes. King Shin's whole body trembled. To rend space again? The cost was unimaginable, yet he could only accept. Very well. The matter is yours. The seraph's chill tone made it clear there could be no peace with Shuelanxing. 3 days later, after sweeping 27 secret realms in a row, Gu Huai received a system prompt. Average player level in Imperial Capital City has reached 91. Spend 20 city tokens to initiate the city upgrade quest. Upon completion, the city will rise from level 2 to level 3. Note, this instance will be extremely difficult. Prepare with caution. Average level 91. Already? Gu Huai was stunned. Last time, only 1,000 players needed to reach level 91, and that had been tough. This time the entire capital, at 99% population capacity, had to average 91. Thankfully, residents of the satellite towns didn't count, otherwise the challenge would have doubled. That they met the requirement in just 3 days still felt unreal. By his calculations, settling everyone and pushing the average to 91 should have taken at least a week. Elder Long and his crew had done a flawless job. Gu Huai watched the progress bar on the command console surge to full green. He nodded once, then sent out a top-level meeting alert. Within 3 seconds, the icons of Long Wuya and the other core members lit up. Their access had already been unlocked, and they, like Gu Huai, received the same red emergency notice. Long Lao, pull everyone together. We're about to run a city upgrade mission. It's a tough one, so let the brothers rest up first. Gu Huai went straight to the point. Understood, Long Wuya answered crisply, then asked, when do we start? It's 3 in the afternoon. Keep leveling for another 3 hours, halt at 6 sharp, rest, and roll out at 8 tomorrow morning. Gu Huai's voice was steady, without a wasted word. Roger. Everyone fell in line. Although they were in the middle of the leveling rush, city upgrades mattered more than personal levels, so no one dared delay. At 6 o'clock sharp, every squad packed up and returned to the city. Restaurant lights flicked on, clouds of steam drifted out of the kitchens, and the sound of running water echoed from the bathhouses as the players washed off the day's fatigue and turned in early. Imperial capital now belonged to Gu Huai, yet its foundations were still the original city. The planned upgrade covered less than 1% of its total area, but the old bustle remained untouched. Neon lights, hawkers' cries, and the roar of crowds. The real difference was that only 50,000 people enjoyed the newly unlocked level cap. The rest of the city had no share in it for the moment. Both satellite cities were also chosen from the top tier, just below the megacities. They were smaller than the 4 main hubs of Imperial capital, but came with complete infrastructure. As for the other 3 major hubs, Long Wai's group had their own plans. They certainly wouldn't settle for satellite status. A little after 6 the next morning, the sky had only begun to pale when most people woke in excitement. Washing up and breakfast ran like clockwork as they waited silently for the upgrade order. At 8 sharp, pillars of pure white light descended onto the plaza, enveloping 60,000 people at once. Their vision warped as if they were sucked into a massive transit tunnel. In the blink of an eye, they left the familiar world and landed on a field of ashen soil. A clear system announcement echoed in every mind. Welcome to the simulated battlefield. This map recreates a real historical engagement. You will take the role of the defeated army. Objective, achieve final victory. Note, death here only forces you out of the simulation. Time dilation is 24:1. 1 day here equals 1 day outside. Experience gains are reduced by 90%. Rewards vary by completion level. The glowing prompt faded, and the crowd exchanged baffled looks. A simulated battlefield? Someone murmured, eyes full of doubt. Dungeons can work like this? No previous instance had ever used this format, and even the well-informed Gu Huai was seeing it for the first time. Still, he knew a bit more than the rest. The battle before them mirrored that massive peasant uprising. Yet the difficulty of this mission seemed far too high. Gu Huai skimmed the intel and felt a chill crawl up his spine. The facts were undeniable. The emperor had checked out, the realm was in chaos, and warlords and peasants alike had risen in revolt. Their 60,000-strong army had been branded a peasant uprising, complete with a neatly fabricated backstory. Early in the war, sheer numbers and morale might have earned them a future. Now, with the conflict nearly over, the Dalong dynasty was on its last legs, and the imperial capital was barely hanging on. All 18 regional warlords had already been folded into the ranks of a man called Yong Wang, clearly the biggest winner in this turmoil. Unless something drastic happened, he would soon be the sole ruler. The reason was simple and brutal. He had overwhelming force, and 17 of the 18 warlords had knelt, becoming his sharpest claws. The situation grew even thornier when Yong Wang's envoy arrived 3 days ago, inviting Gu Huai to defect with the promise of a general's title. The letter didn't spell out the price of refusal, but the message was obvious: say no, and you die. Once Yong Wang stamped out the last Dalong loyalists, Gu Huai's 60,000 would be next. He glanced at the troop numbers. 60,000 his own force. 200,000 Dalong loyalists making their final stand. 3 million elite soldiers, Yong Wang's hand-picked kill squad. And that wasn't even his entire army. 3 million was more than a number. It was shorthand for unbeatable. The gap was staggering. By every normal forecast, they were doomed, and the realization tugged at the corner of Gu Huai's mouth. Then he spotted their one true advantage: his 60,000 were no ragtag farmers. They were top-tier fighters, culled from more than 2 billion class changers in Longhua, each one capable of carrying a battlefield on their own. 60,000 against 3 million sounded suicidal, yet Gu Huai grinned. The edge was theirs. Priority 1 was minimizing losses. Let Yong Wang and Dalong tear each other apart, then sweep in for the kill? Good idea, but it had to be run past Long Lao and the others. Large-scale warfare wasn't Gu Huai's forte. Longhua had specialists for that. Stick to your lane, he reminded himself. A city lord should play mascot until the moment comes for a decisive strike. Taking everything on personally was a fool's game. He fired off a call for help without hesitation. Long Lao, we've got a situation. And the fantasy of storming in solo with 26 dragons to wipe out the enemy? Fun to imagine, utterly unnecessary. First of all, this was a trial for the entire city, not a personal showcase. Gu Huai could have swept the board single-handedly, but he had no intention of doing so. Because death merely triggered a system reset, this was the perfect live-fire exercise, and he had no plans to waste it. So, once again, he cheerfully took the role of a hands-off supervisor. Of course, hands-off didn't mean standing idle. He simply wasn't going to unleash his full firepower from start to finish. Just before the fighting began, he handed command to Yi Chun. Commander Yi, the field is yours. With that, he spread his fingers, and 5 colossal dragons burst into the sky. 1. Flame Dragon, level 93, power index 2.22 billion. 2. Storm Wyvern, level 93, power index 2.20 billion. 3. Swiftwing Dragon, level 93, power index 2.18 billion. 4. Leviathan Dragon, level 93, power index 2.15 billion. 5. Fossil Terradrake, level 93, power index 2.09 billion. Each beast was equally fearsome, their bloodlines elevated by Gu Huai to the brink of demi-transcendence. Upgrading a dragon to mythic blood was easy for him, but nudging it into demi-transcendent territory had cost tens of millions in resources. Of the 16 dragons he had captured later, only the Celestial Dragon and the Luminous Shadow Dragon were born with such blood. Gu Huai had favored these 5, forcing them up to the same tier. As for true transcendent bloodlines, that would take a stroke of fate. The few treasures he held were either spent or set aside as future rewards. With the firepower in place, Gu Huai turned to the human command structure. Yi Chen, captain of the National First Team and now Deputy City Lord of the Imperial Capital, was named overall commander. The reason was simple. He knew the art of war, mastered the 36 stratagems, and had led forces numbering in the tens of thousands. No one was better at deployment. And you, City Lord? Yi Chen asked tentatively. He'll improvise, Gu Huai replied with a smile, waving off any further questions. In other words, he would watch, but not interfere. On the first day, Yi Chen held his troops back. Their strength lagged far behind the enemy's, so he embraced total low-key mode. Publicly he bowed and scraped to the envoy sent by Yong Wang, looking every bit the obedient subordinate. Privately, he sent out scouts to gauge Yong Wang and the other 17 warlords. The data on the standard dashboard was too polished. He needed granular, first-hand intelligence to truly know the enemy and himself. Gu Huai had given him this exam, and he refused to fail it. Yet that night's reports were mostly trivial gossip, useless for strategy. On the second day, the routine repeated and the scouts went out again. This time the haul was far better. They learned that Yong Wang's personal tastes were strikingly similar to those of Cao Cao. Prince An ranked second among the 18 warlords and was Prince Yong's sworn brother, commanding a formidable corps of heavy cavalry. Because he stood at Yong's side, the other 16 warlords willingly surrendered their power and gathered beneath Yong's banner. Though not related by blood, the two were closer than true brothers. The trouble stemmed from Prince An's wife, Lady Lin. Fiery, stunning, and impossible to ignore, she drew every eye wherever she went. Fearing others would covet her, Prince An kept her close at all times. Yet at their first meeting, Prince Yong was instantly bewitched. A brother's wife was forbidden, but once desire took hold, reason faltered and Yong began searching for an opening. Yi Chen noticed the crack. If he could let Prince An catch Yong in the act, the brothers would surely turn their blades on each other, giving him room to profit. That very night, Yi Chen's men quietly set a flawless trap. 3 days later, the 18 warlords marched with 3 million troops to the capital's gates. Gu Huai and his forces formed up, ready for a decisive assault. At that volatile moment, Prince An caught Prince Yong in flagrant, brother or not. No man tolerates another's hand on his wife. Blazing with fury, and drew his sword. Had Yi Chen not planted guards to intercept several lethal strikes, the battlefield veteran might have died on the spot. Yi Chen then seeded every camp with rumors. If Prince Yong dares covet An's wife today, whose wife will be safe tomorrow? With such proof before their eyes, gossip spread like sparks in dry grass, igniting suspicion among the 18 warlords. The loose alliance shattered instantly, splintering into rival factions that turned their weapons on each other. Yi Chen quietly stoked the chaos, slipping his own troops into the brawl to muddy the waters even further. Next, Yi Chen led the 5 Vajras and Gu Huai's 60,000 elite soldiers to crush each faction in turn. No one could match them in single combat. The so-called 3 million elite foot soldiers possessed a combined combat index of only 120 million. Some captains and officers barely reached 200 million, while generals topped out at 250 million. Even the strongest Prince Yong and Prince An stood a mere 800 million. Meanwhile, Long Wuya and the other Vajras had all risen to level 93. Backed by abundant resources and surging skills, Each boasted a combat index above 500 million, and Long Wuya alone had broken through to 620 million. The rest of the elite force had climbed to level 89 or 90, starting at 150 million. Faced with such overwhelming power, none of the 18 warlords could stand. In a single day, the 3 million-strong host suffered catastrophic losses, a full third wiped out. By the time Princes Yong and En realized what was happening, it was far too late. The melee had erupted, grudges were set in stone, and the coalition of 18 warlords descended into chaos. The battlefield boiled like an overturned cauldron of oil, and no one could pull back. Inside the imperial city, panic engulfed the Delang dynasty, and Emperor Longdi was completely stunned. When he learned that the 18 warlords were bearing down with 3 million troops, he had already planned to surrender and save his own life. Yet watching those 3 million soldiers slaughter one another sparked a daring thought. Perhaps he could keep the throne after all. The moment that thought took root, Longdi launched a flurry of frantic maneuvers. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's strategy churned the simulated battlefield into utter confusion. With 60,000 elite soldiers, he fished in troubled waters, striking only at key points for maximum gain. Only an outsider could manage this. His people were absolutely loyal and shared information instantly through the chat channel. Gu Huai stood aside, dumbfounded. 60,000 against 3 million, and they were winning. He finally understood why this was the core quest for upgrading a city from level 2 to level 3. The challenge was brutal, but there was room for clever play. A straight fight against 3 million elite troops would be hopeless, yet exploiting rule loopholes made victory possible. As Yi Chen's plan unfolded, the balance shifted rapidly. In the turmoil, the two major warlords Yong Wang and En Wang were quietly slain by the 5 Vajra Guardians. Yi Chen seized the moment, absorbing the scattered remnants of the 3 million-strong army and swelling his own force to nearly 1 million, making him the largest power on the field. Then, without deploying his full core force, he used the reorganized units, the 5 Vajra Guardians, and 500 hand-picked elites to launch the final strike. All 18 warlords were annihilated, and the Delang royal family fell with them. By the end, Gu Huai's army of 60,000 had lost only 3,212 men, less than 10%. The system judged their performance perfect and awarded a perfect gift pack. The imperial capital was successfully upgraded to a level 3 city. New feature unlocked. The city quest system will periodically release daily, random, and group quests. Completing these quests grants city experience, contribution points, and city coins. Contribution points can be exchanged for items in the city shop, which unlocks at level 4. Settlement rewards, Secret Realm 1 and 200,000 city coins. The city is named Imperial Capital. The lord is Gu Huai. It belongs to the nation of Longhua. The city is level 3 with 0,1,000,000 experience. The population is 50,000 out of a maximum of 200,000. It holds 360,000 city coins. Access to the city shop will be granted once the city reaches level 4. Secret Realm, Warehouse 5. Citywide double EXP cards 6. When activated, every resident of the city gains a 100% experience bonus for 24 hours. Level cap 6. The city may now manage up to 3 satellite towns. 2 are already in place, each with a population limit of 20,000. To upgrade the city, spend 50 city tokens, raise the average resident level to 95, and max out the city's EXP bar. The specific quest can be accepted at City Hall. A flood of new entries flashed across the panel, making the entire city system look larger and more organized than ever. Gu Huai glanced at it and muttered, "Even upgrading needs EXP? What a pain, I've no idea how they calculate that." He grumbled, but didn't dwell on it. What really caught his eye was the line that read level cap 3. That pushed his personal ceiling from 93 to 96. Add the 6 extra levels unlocked in the prologue, and he would break triple digits, reaching 112. Not bad. Once the full national war starts, will any kingdom even dare to fight us? The thought made Gu Huai smile. By the end of the prologue, the other 4 kingdoms had been beaten half to death. Even the world rules probably hadn't expected such a one-sided outcome. In fact, the rules had been caught completely off guard. When they were drafted, the 5 kingdoms were roughly equal. No single power was supposed to handle 2 others at once. Balance had always been firmly in the system's grip. According to the script, the strongest kingdom in the prologue might seize one city to, at most, keeping its advantage in check. Then the 5 kingdoms would build their holdings in parallel, copy those cities into the secret realm, and launch the formal national war. Nobody foresaw things spiraling so wildly. Longhua pulled so far ahead that the system could only follow the letter of the law. The manual never said Longhua can't win too much, so it had to let the victories stand. The city finally leveled up. The capital's population cap jumped to 200,000. With 3 satellite towns at 20,000 each, that added another 60,000 spots. In other words, the imperial capital could still admit 200,000 residents. Long Wuya and the rest of the leadership got busy at once, though this time was much easier. Last time they had agonized over pushing out 50,000 people. Now they could simply invite that group back and run a lottery for the new slots. The minimum requirement for the draw was a third-class advancement. Anyone below it didn't even get a ticket after all. They were still far from level 90, so the capital's raised level cap and other perks meant little to them for now. The two biggest benefits of moving into the city were obvious. First, the higher level cap, which only mattered after level 90. Second, the secret realm, a monster-dense, neatly tiered paradise for grinding EXP. Even so, no matter how juicy a hunting ground is, you still have to be the right level to farm it efficiently. There were only 5 instances, so to squeeze out every drop of EXP, Guhuai naturally had to fine-tune which level ranges were assigned to each one. The number of control slots has to be allocated based on immediate needs. They won't waste one on someone who hasn't even completed the third advancement. The era has completely changed thanks to the layered bonuses from the National War Prelude. Third-class players in Longhua have surged like water from a geyser. The total count of advanced players is still holding at 2.3 billion because the new year hasn't arrived and no new people have joined the ranks. Yet the number of second and third-class players has skyrocketed in just a week. Last week the tally for second-class players stood at 890 million. Now it has exploded to 2.01 billion, practically turning the nation into an everyone's second-class scenario. The third-class figures are just as eye-popping. Although the base was smaller, the growth rate is even scarier, more than tripling from just over 30 million to 120 million. A month ago, that number would have been a joke. Today, people see someone cross the third-class threshold almost every minute. At this pace, racing from level 1 to third class will be normal in another year or two. Everyone knows this is all riding on that mysterious National War Prelude buff, and even senior leaders like Guhuai and Longhua can't say how long the windfall will last. All they can do is push Longhua's overall strength up as many tiers as possible while the window is still open. Which brings us back to the present. With 120 million third-class powerhouses to choose from, why waste a slot on anyone who hasn't made the cut? There are plenty of candidates in that pool. Hengqing. The streets glowed under the night lights as Lu Jun stared at the floating lottery panel, palms damp with sweat. He considered himself a prodigy. He'd reached level 70 in the old version, and after the perfect era arrived, he rushed through the third advancement and climbed to level 76 in less than half a month, something he would never have dreamed possible. Now his eyes were glued to the words Imperial Capital Resident Lottery, and his heart pounded. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The elders had announced that only a few functions were available in the Imperial Capital so far. Lu Jun wasn't fooled. He was sure the city module would keep expanding until it became the core pathway to advancement and power. By then, resident slots would be priceless, and top players would fight tooth and nail for them. But right now the opportunity was right in front of him. How could he pass it up? Lady Luck, don't let me down. Guhuai, I'm coming to be your resident. He shouted in his mind, his breathing quickening. As that last thought crossed his mind, a strange surge of emotion washed over him. Even in the old era, he had sensed that Guhuai would become one of the country's main pillars, perhaps even stand at the very top of the pyramid. He had never expected Guhuai to be this remarkable, to rise so quickly to the top of the world rankings, and even become the ruler of the imperial capital. Impressive. When the lottery page froze on the gold words "Congratulations, you've won," Lu Jun almost jumped out of his chair. Sweat still slicked his palms when a blazing white column of light slammed down, swallowing him and another 190,000 lucky winners across the country. The radiance faded, and they were no longer where they had been. Beneath their feet stretched the Imperial Capital, a gigantic city, both familiar and strange. Soaring energy spires, crisscrossing levitating railways, and rows of data terminals combined into a vast, orderly vista. Newcomers, snap out of it, and form up. The guide shouted, his voice echoing across the plaza. Sort by role. Tanks over here, supports that way, carries this side, move it. Once you're in squads, well, power level you so you can stand on your own 2 feet. This was the senior leadership's veterans carry rookies plan designed to integrate new arrivals into the city as quickly and safely as possible. Lu Jun was still dazed, shuffling forward with the crowd. His class, a hybrid tank carry called Jantia, was coveted in any team. In the end, he and 3 other newcomers were assigned to a squad led by a burly, bald man. Hey everyone, I'm Louis Show, the bald man said with a big grin, patting the haft of his massive cleaver axe. He'll be your temporary captain. Class, Guillotine, level 92. Over the next few days I'll walk you through the dungeon rules and speedrun your levels. Introduce yourselves: name, class, level. Don't hold back. Zhang Song, Shield Warrior, level 76. Ma Yin, Frost Archer, level 74. Lu Jun, Jantia, level 76. Shang Run, Beastwalker, level 73. After they finished, Louis Shou nodded. Good. We move out now. Heads up. The city just hit level 3 and unlocked the quest system. Daily musto kill 1,000 monsters at or above your own level inside a dungeon. I was too slow and only grabbed that one. Everyone else snatched the other dailies. He sighed, but was already charging toward the portal. The rookies hadn't fully caught on yet. but they would soon adjust to the pace. Meanwhile, the imperial capital ran like clockwork. With a population of 260,000 under the rules set by Long Wuya and the others, every resident fought for their own levels, the city's level, and the fate of the entire Dragon Nation. City Lord, all 260,000 citizens have been recalled. The higher level 200,000 were placed directly in the capital. Our current average level here is 79.3. The report came from a young woman in a professional skirt suit and gold-rimmed glasses, her nylon-clad legs clicking crisply across the floor. The original 50,000 in the capital had already ground their average level to 91.8 on the simulated battlefields, terrifying by any standard. But taking in 200,000 people at once inevitably dragged the numbers down. Even though 140,000 went straight into the core zone and another 10,000 pulled up the satellite city's residents, the overall average still dropped to 79.3. At level 79.3, they were still more than 15 levels short of the target of 95A gap, so daunting it felt like a trip through hell. With the current pace, even gaining 1 level a day was considered normal. Closing a 15-level gap would take at least half a month. The situation was even trickier now that they had to drag along an additional 140,000 recruits. Compared with the original 60,000 elite fighters, this new batch was only a group of ordinary experts picked from tens of millions of third-class combatants. Their talent lagged far behind the first group, and in Gu Huai's eyes, 2 weeks would never be enough to push everyone to level 95. How long do you think it'll take them to hit an average of 95? Gu Huai asked casually. City Lord, the aide replied respectfully, according to Elder Long, if you burn the last 6 double XP cards, 10 days should be enough. 10 days? Gu Huai clicked his tongue. Elder Long was getting more optimistic by the day. Fine, give him the 6 cards. And line up some guests for the first Long Dao tournament. He paused, then added, post an announcement. Any battle pet with dragon blood may enter. He'll personally fund all the prizes. Originally, Gu Huai only meant to invite a dozen spectators to cheer for Qing Mo and the others, but the more he thought about it, the duller that plan seemed. He decided to go big, staging a full-scale tournament to give his team a stronger sense of achievement. The rules are simple, he continued. Pets enter on their own and must possess dragon blood. Work out the details and show me the proposal. The task fell to Lu Xia, the secretary Long Wuya had assigned to him. Formerly the chief secretary of the Dragon Nation, she had an hourglass figure and a waist so slim it fit easily in one hand. With a graceful sway, she slipped out of the office like a willow leaf in the wind. Once Lu Xia was gone, Gu Huai planned to rest for a moment. During the past 3 days he hadn't stopped for a second, roaming the wilderness, hunting for secret realms, clearing dungeons, and grinding monsters just to gather top-tier treasures and rack up as many tokens as possible. Meanwhile, a new legend was spreading through the imperial capital. The class change system had existed for barely 30 years, and scholars were still debating its long-term impact on lifespan. One fact, however, was clear. The oldest class holder in the Dragon Nation was now 106 and still walked as briskly as a man in his prime. Remarkably, he had been 76 white-haired and stooped when he took his class. Thanks to a favorable profession and his children's care, he had crawled all the way to level 70 before the prelude to the national war, only to be stuck at the third-class trial. Even then, the silver in his hair had begun to turn black, leaving him looking younger than he had at 70. When the prelude hit, he was one of its biggest winners, completing his third class in record time and, by sheer luck, being drafted straight into the capital. His name was Shangren. Lu Zia's tiny waist truly knew how to sway. Gu Huai spared her a quick appreciative glance before she disappeared from the office. With the secretary gone, he finally allowed himself a breather. For 3 solid days he had prowled the wilds, raiding secret realms, slaying monsters, and hunting for rare treasures and extra tokens. When it came to levels, Gu Huai had already outgrown the scale. A quick glance at his status screen showed a striking LV 96, a pillar of light at the very top that reminded him he was only 4 steps from the cap. All he lacked was upgrading his city to tier 4. Once that was done, he could push himself to LV 100, unlock the 4th advancement dungeon, and officially join the ranks of true 4th-class powerhouses. King Yesan liked to say the gap between the 3rd and 4th advancement was the difference between earth and sky. Everything before the 4th was just child's play. The real path to strength began there. From that point on, every new level depended on a player's foundation. The deeper the foundation, the greater each level's bonus. That's why many prodigies lingered at the 3rd advancement, packing their foundation as densely as possible before making the leap. Gu Huai understood all of this and knew the 4th advancement dungeon was nothing like the first 3. Those earlier dungeons came in many forms, but the 4th had only one: tower climbing. Each floor of the tower provided real-time feedback on a challenger's combat power and stats. In other words, when the tower calculated a player's combat index, it factored in stat bonuses, city buffs, temporary stats, final stats, the growth gained from LV 70 to LV 100, and the eventual equipment bonus. Yet no amount of flashy multipliers mattered without solid base stats, because every later bonus was stacked on that single figure. Take an ordinary max-level player as an example. Skills could supply roughly a 12-fold boost, base stat bonuses about a 3-fold boost, and final stat bonuses another 30%. Temporary stats and city buffs could be ignored for now because they weren't truly personal power, and equipment bonuses could be set aside since gear could change at any time. Running the numbers, if someone's base combat index was 2 million, their total power without equipment would hover around 1.63 billion. Suit them up, and they could easily break 2.5 billion, even touch 3 billion. So what did the tower actually give? Still base stats, but in a transformational leap the exact amount depended on how high the player climbed. Gu Huai had already been tipped off by King Yeson, though he would have realized it the moment he stepped inside. Of course, entering the fourth advancement wasn't free of barriers. Every stair in the tower was a credit check. Those without sufficient foundation would be thrown out mercilessly. Using the same 2 million base combat index, a recalculation under fourth advancement rules could boost that base number to 34.9 million. At first glance, total power wouldn't look much higher, but that was only temporary. Once all the multipliers were applied again, the numbers would snowball. And that was just the standard feature everyone received at the fourth advancement, without counting the tower rewards. For every floor cleared, the challenger earned a new boost called base stat amplification 1% per floor. The first 10 floors alone meant a 10% increase to final base stats, and the more floors you conquered, the higher that bonus climbed. After the fourth advancement, the level cap rises to 120. Starting at level 100, every step up grants a massive boost to both base and final stats, magnifying their impact as if strapping heavy-duty wings on a character and sending their power skyward. The size of this bonus is tied to how many floors each player has cleared in the tower. The higher the floor, the more outrageous the stat growth. Because of that, countless prodigies deliberately stop at level 100, hoarding resources to raise their attributes and climb higher for permanent bonuses. Reaching the fourth advancement is already the limit most cultivators can touch despite their best efforts. In many minor World 7 in the late stage where people battle cosmic debris, most residents remain stuck at the fourth advancement. Each level after that is brutally hard, because every monster turns into a boss. Bloodlines awakened and stats through the roof. A world full of bosses makes killing them exponentially tougher. Fortunately, you can still gain experience through daily cultivation, but progress hinges entirely on raw talent. The gifted race ahead, while the less capable crawl. That's why forcing out even one level past the fourth advancement yields a staggering jump in combat strength. Level 120 is the absolute summit of the fourth advancement, and reaching it unlocks the fifth. Only the fifth advancement puts someone in the true powerhouse bracket, and calling a fifth advancement dungeon difficult hardly covers it. In any minor world's late stage, those who manage it become the backbone of their realm, and their cap climbs to level 150. Yi San Wang is one such fifth advancement veteran, standing at level 150. Half a day later, afternoon light slipped through the blinds, scattering mottled patches across the couch in the governor's office. Gu Huai lay curled in the cushions, arms pillowed behind his head, indulging in a pleasant nap. When he sat up rubbing his eyes, the door opened quietly, and Lucia stepped in on slender heels, her jacket neatly folded over one arm. Lord Governor, hey, race the plan I drafted. What do you think? She handed him a stack of printed pages, easily more than 10. Gu Huai glanced at the cover and felt a faint throb between his brows. Seriously? It's just a tournament, does it need an annual strategy binder? Still, it was her hard work, so he bit back the comment, straightened up, and opened the first page. A concise table of contents, a clear flowchart, key points in bold. One look told him Lucia knew her way around event logistics. His original idea had been dead simple. Draw lots on stage, single elimination, seed a few top players so the heavyweights wouldn't clash too early. Lucia, however, had prepared several full packages: venue layout, prize structure, spectator flow, even safety contingencies. The proposal that impressed him most was a qualification round held inside a secret realm, ranking contestants by how many monsters they killed. It would let them level up while producing accurate standings, laying the groundwork for the final showdown. Excellent. Well, use this plan, Gu Huai said, closing the folder with a nod. But if we go this route, we'll wait until the city reaches tier 4 before starting. Once it does, they'll pick a secret realm for the arena so it won't cut too deeply into everyone's leveling time. These are going to be the prizes for the tournament. Record every single treasure and make the list public. While Gu Huai spoke, he kept pulling items from his storage space. Lucia stood beside him, writing furiously. When the small mountain of treasure finally sat in full view, her breath nearly stopped. Not a single piece ranked below mythic, and several had already brushed the threshold of the transcendent. The extravagance left her speechless. These 26 items, Gu Huai began, then changed his mind. No, we'll make it 32. The top 32 contestants can choose one apiece in order of rank. With a casual wave, he added a few more things to the pile. Quasi-divine crystal shards and artifact fragments followed. The former could push a golden legend inheritance to proto-artifact status. The latter could raise a proto-artifact into a true artifact. To most people, they were dream-level resources. To Gu Huai, they were merely stock he didn't need right now. Next came Saint Beast pills and high-grade bloodline pills. Once, a single pill would have made him think twice. Now, every visit to a secret realm let him scoop up dozens. His 26 dragon pets had already consumed them to the limit, and he still had hundreds left. Handing out a handful as prizes did not bother him at all. Anyone who reaches the round of 64 can choose from a second pool, he added. Got it, Lucia replied, finishing her notes. With the prize pool settled, Gu Huai stepped back into the secret realm. Strength was something you could never have enough of, he reminded himself. Once the city reached level 4, his personal level could break past 100, unlocking the 4th class advancement dungeon, a true proving ground for all his training. He refused to waste a single second. He didn't know how many floors the tower contained, but that 4th class dungeon would be a test paper, and he intended to score a perfect mark. Time slipped by as Gu Huai and the entire Dragon Nation pressed forward. Unbeknownst to him, during his repeated realm sweeps, another 100,000-strong angelic army descended on Azure Star. Leading them was the 12-winged Qin Tian in the flesh, accompanied by 3 more 12-winged angels. Compared with the 2,000-strong vanguard from before, this force was terrifying. The weakest soldier bore 6 wings. For every 5 6-winged angels there was an 8-winged one. Every 1,000 had a 10-winged angel. Every 10,000, a 10-winged silver angel. Together with 4 12-winged silver angels, the legion's might was obvious. Yet the Seraph King's order was simple. Keep a low profile, cause no trouble, and await further commands. 12 days had passed since Dragon Nation became a level 3 city. Including that span, nearly 2 months had elapsed since Gu Huai's initial class change when he finally received the prompt. The city was eligible for a level 4 upgrade. The message flashed across his mind, and his eyes lit up. Those 12 days had been dull indeed. 12 days ago, Gu Huai had already hit the current level cap 96. For 12 straight days, no matter how much experience he earned, his level refused to budge. With his growth locked, real power-ups were off the table. He had to settle for squeezing out a few extra combat points by upgrading skills. The gains were so tiny that even dungeon grinding had become a chore. Head run that particular secret realm so many times had gone numb, definitely over 100 runs, though Head lost count long ago. The loot was generous, but even mountains of spoils couldn't spark his interest anymore. The only noticeable change was the number of dragons at his side, up from 26 to 32. The sudden surge made Gu Huai a bit self-conscious, plan to recruit only the top 26. Yet now Head ended up with the top 32. Benching some of them wasn't an option. Once they'd signed up for the tournament, they had to give it everything. Looked like Head have to expand the prize pool later to do right by the 6 new arrivals. That could wait until the city upgrade was over. Pulling himself back to the present, Gu Huai studied the upgrade requirements in front of him. Imperial Capital players have reached an average level of 95. Spend 50 city tokens to unlock the city upgrade quest. Completing the quest will raise the city from level 3 to level 4. A system prompt popped up right after. Note: this promotion jumps a low-tier city to a mid-tier one. The difficulty will be extreme. Attempt only after reaching peak strength. Also, if the microworld has no existing level 4 city, the difficulty will rise even further. Rise even further? Gu Huai's face darkened at the line. Pushing from tier 3 to 4 was bad enough. Now the system wanted to pile on extra pain. Sure, the prompt said the bonus difficulty vanished if a level 4 city already existed, but that was useless to him. Imperial Capital was destined to be the first. Trailblazers don't get easy paths, they cut their own. Start it, he said. He ignored the kindly advice about maxing out his strength. The ceiling was already reached. Waiting was pointless. Begin level 4 city upgrade quest? Begin. Quest activated. This city upgrade dungeon is Source of the Aberrant. Warning: because this world has no level 4 city, the dungeon's difficulty has been greatly increased. Details flooded the screen. Name: Source of the Aberrant. Level restriction: none. Difficulty: Deity Slayer. Description: a sinister world crawling with aberrant creatures. One misstep spells death. Survive here. Your survival time, social standing, and combat strength all contribute to your score. Your final score determines whether the city upgrade succeeds. Target score: 10 billion. Additional rules: you may check your score at any time. After entry, you must not reveal your true identity. All abilities and items from your original world are sealed. Only your memories remain. Reading: do not reveal your identity, and all abilities reset. Gu Huai froze. A survival quest? Survival type dungeons were still exceedingly rare in this world. He had never run into anything like this before, and the supernatural twist only made it stranger. Standing atop the city's main wall, he frowned deeply. If the instance ahead was anything like the intel claimed, every one of his advantages, including the Dragon Legion that could sweep away anyone at the same level, would be nullified. Trouble, Gu Huai muttered, clenching his fist. He had never imagined restrictions like these, and, for the first time, felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. But the level 4 city instance was right in front of him. If he refused to clear it, he would forfeit the quest, and the reward was 10 billion points she simply could not afford to lose. Even as the thought flashed through his mind, the instance activated. Begin. The word had barely left his lips when the figures of the city's 260,000 residents flickered, then dissolved like a retreating tide. A heartbeat later they were all cast into a warped, foreboding realm. Eerie World Shitta Village. Dear husband, it's time for your medicine. After a wave of dizziness, the ground vanished beneath Gu Huai's feet, and his vision slowly refocused. The gentle call prickled him like a needle. What did she mean? Dear husband, time for your medicine. The sudden roleplay left him uneasy. He followed the voice. A frail girl stood there holding a steaming black clay bowl. Her patched-up clothes and sallow skin spoke of hunger, yet her features were striking. The tear mole at the corner of her eye added a hint of allure. Who are you? Gu Huai asked in a low voice. Don't you recognize me, husband? I'm alien. Her tone was soft as she balanced the bowl with one hand and reached for his forehead with the other. Not hot, is it? Alien. Alarm bells went off in Gu Huai's mind. He quickly checked his own body hands. Height, face, everything was the same. He had not turned into the pitiable, 5-foodle Wu Dalong of legend, which was a relief. Still, who was this alien urging him to drink medicine? Panjinlian? The thought made him eye the bowl with grave suspicion. Who knew what she might have put in it? What's wrong, husband? Alien twisted the hem of her clothing, her voice urgent. You must be having another attack. Drink the medicine quickly. It will cure anything. The more earnest she sounded, the more certain Gu Huai became that the medicine was trouble truly. Nothing is more poisonous than a woman's heart. He decided to keep acting and see where this went. You're alien? I remember you're my. He paused, pretending to be weak. Child bride. Yes. Alien nodded eagerly. She steadied the bowl, scooped out a spoonful of the dark concoction, blew on it, and brought it to Gu Huai's lips. Gu Huai cast a casual glance at the steaming spoon, the corner of his mouth twitching. If he weren't still trying to figure out the rules of this bizarre world, he would have snatched the spoon and forced the medicinal broth down Alien's throat himself. The next moment he lifted his hand as if by accident and deliberately knocked against the bowl in Alien's hands. Crack! The porcelain shattered, shards scattering across the floor, and the dark brown medicine splashed over the bedding, leaving blotches everywhere. Please, don't hit me. Alien's face went bloodless. The sound of the bowl breaking was like thunder. She recoiled, shrinking into a corner with her arms shielding her head, her entire body trembling. Gu Huai saw it clearly. The terror in those dark eyes was impossible to hide. He narrowed his eyes. This was no simple matter. A few pointed questions later, Alien spilled everything. The answer was even more straightforward than he had expected. His predecessor had done nothing but beat and curse her, and his cruelty had driven her to hatred. A few days earlier he had fallen at a construction site, cracked his skull, and slipped into a coma. Seeing a chance to get rid of Gu Huai and strike out on her own, Alien had laced the medicine with poison. So that's how it is. Gu Huai sighed, looking at the tear-streaked girl in the corner. Convinced she was doomed, she was sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. All right, stop crying. I'm not going to kill you, Gu Huai said calmly. Really? Her eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. Then you'll just beat me, and then drain my blood. I'd rather die? The crying erupted again. Gu Huai felt a headache coming on and raised his voice. Enough, stop. Sniffling. Alien fell silent and stared at him pitifully. Gu Huai sat back on the bed, a slight frown between his brows. From his questioning just now, he had finally pieced together a rough picture of this place. Shirtu Village, one of many settlements in this eerie world, had a population of several thousand, but roughly 80% were women and only 20% were men. The reason could be summed up in 2 words: they died. During the day, women could not remain outside for long. According to Alien, if a woman stayed under the sun for more than a moment, she would collapse on the spot. Unless someone carried her back indoors, her life force would quickly drain away and she would soon perish. So in daylight, women only dared to step out briefly and then return at once. Real outdoor labor was left to the men, while the women stayed indoors cooking and washing, nothing more. But at night the restriction vanished, and women could move about freely. Unfortunately, Shirtu Village became even more dangerous after dark. Wandering wraiths roamed outside, and anyone caught outdoors would be sucked dry and reduced to a mummified corpse. The only way to ward them off was to leave fresh blood at the door of every house, and the amount depended entirely on how many men lived inside. 1 man, 1 cup of blood. Under this bizarre rule of survival, Stone Village has warped into an equally bizarre household system. A man typically shares a home with 2 or 3 women. The man goes out to earn money or barter for grain, while the women stay behind, running the house and taking turns drawing blood to feed him. A single cup a day sounds small, but day after day it wears a woman down. Gu Huai's family was no exception. He originally lived with 2 women, his birth mother and a second woman named Alien. After years of bloodletting and hard labor, his mother died a few days ago, leaving Lien alone in their shabby hut. Now Lien must bleed every day and endure Gu Huai's beatings and curses, her resentment deepening with each cut. When Gu Huai awakened in this body, he instantly understood the local custom. If he didn't bring another woman into the household, Lien would eventually be drained dry, and he himself would become the next source of blood. But without blood, how could he keep working? And as an ordinary man, he had no hope of overturning the rule by force. The thought left him sighing in frustration. While he racked his brain for a solution, a faint, familiar child's voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Dad, dad, daddy. It was so weak it seemed to drift through fog, yet because it sounded directly in his consciousness, he caught it at once. Hey Chio. Gu Huai recognized it immediately. It's me, Daddy, the hoarse little voice answered, brimming with the relief of someone who had survived a disaster. Joy flashed in his eyes. A moment ago he had been worrying about how to stay alive. Now, discovering that Hey Chio had awakened with him felt like a gift from nowhere. Hey Chio, what about the others? Gu Huai asked. They're still trapped. I'm special, so I woke up first. Hey Chio had no combat strength at most it could bluff people and that disappointed Gu Huai for a heartbeat. Then he reminded himself that in an unfamiliar world, any ally was a blessing. Yet another, even thornier problem soon surfaced. Each day he could remain in normal time for only half an hour. For the rest of the day, he was forced into a hundredfold time acceleration. During acceleration, he could sense the outside world, but he couldn't act, and the hours tore past like a gale. Observation revealed more about the Bodhi's original life. He was a laborer in a mine. Every day he dug until his bones ached, earning just enough rations for 3 people. If he skipped even a single shift, those rations were docked, so the former Gu Huai had never dared to rest, hoarding every crumb in case the household ran out of food. Time, in its frenzied rush, slipped by. In the blink of an accelerated eye, a month was gone. Throughout that month, Gu Huai kept his head down, testing the world's rules and waiting for a chance to change his fate. To blend in, he had taken a second bride as well. It was never Gu Huai's intention, but at the moment he had no choice. Relying on Alien alone to bleed every day would doom the entire family within weeks. Marrying another woman was the only way this wretched place offered to stay alive. The newcomer looked delicate and timid, her features refined, yet he knew she was nothing but a string of cold data. Treat this virtual world too seriously, and you lose. A month passed, and he had gained almost nothing. Stone Village was the very picture of isolation. Most villagers spent their whole lives inside this scrap of land. Because of an old taboo, women could not travel, and the men dared not wander far. Once night fell, roaming wraiths would drain anyone caught outdoors. Under such conditions, they worked the fields by day and made babies by night. Average life expectancy barely touched 35. Sudden deaths were common. Even so, the headcount hovered around 2,000 to 3,000 and still edged upward. Gu Huai learned in secret that only the mine's manager and a handful of overseers had ever set foot in the nearby town. The manager carried a white token that spared him from the daily blood tribute, and he was a martial artist to boot. With that status, anyone willing to break their back in the mine could eke out a few extra years. But grinding for points in the mine was far too slow. Gu Huai glanced at his panel, the numbers stark. Players who entered, 260,000. Currently alive, 231,200. Total points, 52.12 million. Target points, 10 billion. Personal points, 143. In just 1 month, nearly 30,000 players had died. 52 million points sounded huge, yet divided among 260,000 people, it was barely 200 each. To reach 10 billion, every person had to cough up over 30,000 points, and, with 30,000 players already gone, the pressure only grew. Gu Huai himself had 143, not even half the average. He muttered, "This boat is weaker than a normal adult's. What am I supposed to do?" The only way out was to become a martial artist, but he had no idea how to start. Class changers always leveled up by killing monsters, and had neither cultivation manuals nor secret scrolls. Kill monsters to level up. The idea made his eyes light up. If slaughtering beasts worked outside, maybe it worked here too. The problem was where to find monsters and how to kill them. Gu Huai frowned, turning the thought over and over. After all, this world wasn't the same as the one where people could switch classes at will. In the job change world, monsters were everywhere, and newcomers could level up fast by clearing dungeons. In this place, though, there were almost none. During the day, only human figures could be seen, not a single creature in sight. At night, a handful of wraiths crawled out, their health paper-thin, yet their ferocity terrifying. One glance was enough to make a person's scalp prickle. "Black Orb, how's your recovery coming along?" Gu Huai asked in a low voice, leaning against the damp wall of the mine. He had stayed put for a month because of the orb. Until recently, it could communicate only through consciousness, its true body barred from the mine. A week earlier, it had finally forced its way into the strange space. Paying a steep price, its body was badly damaged, and it had slept for 7 days to heal. "Dad, I'm almost back to normal," the orb's voice echoed in his mind. But my power has been stripped away. I'm only level 1 now, and my bloodline and base stats are suppressed. Gu Huai raised an eyebrow. Then how strong do you think those wraiths outside are? Weak, the orb replied after a pause. Gu Huai was about to smile when it added, weak compared with what I can do outside. In here, I probably can't beat them. Gu Huai rolled his eyes. Then why bother calling them weak? The orb hurried on. Still, they probably won't attack me. To them, I'm one of their own. Gu Huai finally relaxed. Once you're fully healed, go out and farm some monsters. Got it, Dad. Elsewhere, luck had favored Lu Jun, too. He had also landed on this monster-ridden continent, but as the young master of a prominent county clan small by imperial standards, yet powerful within its borders. With that status and his own effort, he reached level 17 in just 1 month. This world offered no combat power stats, only the single word level. By coincidence, the county seat where he lived, the only one within 100 li, lay not far from Gu Huai's village. Level 17, Lu Jun murmured by the bamboo window. By my reckoning, that equals the late stage of first advancement back home. With my technique, I could even spar with someone newly in second advancement. In the county, a second advancement fighter already counted as a regional powerhouse, and the strongest local figure was only fourth advancement. The local tiers differed from those outside, and Lu Jun had worked it out on his own. Around level 10 matched the first advancement. Even so, the young master of the county's leading clan had scraped together only 731 points. How hard can this quest possibly be? He sighed. Days slipped by. With the orb's help, Gu Huai's strength climbed steadily level 2. Level 3 half a month later, he stood at level 20. He had not been idle. When he broke past level 10, he felt power explode inside him, as though he had stepped into what the locals called the warrior realm. Even then, he kept a low profile. Who knew how deep the waters ran in this mine? He was only a fledgling warrior, hardly in a position to change anything. For safety's sake, Gu Huai decided to keep his true strength hidden. Until he could protect himself, he would reveal as little as possible. During the day, he still toiled in the mine, hammering at the rock face while sweat and dust coated his cheeks. At night, he took turns spending time with Alien and Yuer, drawing blood from them alternately so that neither woman grew too weak. In the 3 days leading up to level 20, he let a hint of his ability show. He dug up twice as much or as anyone else and earned double the rations. Following local custom, he even brought home another woman. Marriage also boosted his points, which delighted him. More importantly, another body spread out the bloodletting and eased Alien and Yuer's burden. On day 48, he expected to face a first-stage dungeon after reaching level 20, but the Black Sphere kept slaughtering monsters and pushed him straight to level 21. In that instant, he felt the massive bottleneck inside him shatter and his power surge. The strength he recovered was still modest, yet the long-lost sense of fullness lifted his spirits. Even so, he refused to grow complacent. In this world, the longest-lived are not the most gifted or the strongest, but those who know how to lie low. He chose to keep hoarding power, letting the Black Sphere fight outside while he led a quiet life. He showed just enough strength to secure better provisions for his household, but never enough to invite disaster. By day 60, his bursts of astonishing mining speed caught the overseer's eye, and he was given more work. More work meant more pay, and now collected 5 food portions a day. By the rules, that was enough to take another woman. But he was in no hurry. Slow accumulation and a decisive release of power were the keys to lasting survival. 3 months passed before he finally clawed his way to level 35. Progress was slow because monsters were scarce. An area might hold only a handful, so efficiency was terrible. The Black Sphere roamed non-stop, yet could kill only so many targets and was often stalled by stronger creatures, wasting precious time. By then, Gu Huai had 4 women and a personal score of 3,693 points. The panel read, players who entered the instance, 260,000. Players still alive, 78,000. Total points, 152 million. Target points, 10 billion. Personal points, 3,693. Survival time, 90 days. It was still a drop in the bucket. With his current strength, he had no way to withstand a real calamity. The moment it struck, he would be a paper boat on a raging sea. Gu Huai had no intention of entrusting his fate to luck. He needed another plan. The number of survivors kept shrinking, and fewer than a quarter of the original players remained. With less than 2% of the quota completed, Gu Huai's head was throbbing. Dad, I am here too. The childish voice in his mind made Gu Huai jolt. The Nether King dragon had arrived. Gu Huai had contracted this dragon later on. Born with a half-step transcendent bloodline, it possessed frightening destructive power. Gu Huai remembered it vividly. He had even set aside time to bond with it. Although people privately called him a player, he never shortchanged any of his dragons. The sheer number of them just made it hard to give everyone equal attention. Even so, he kept a solid rapport with each one, though none of the later arrivals could match Qing Mohi's first and still his strongest dragon. I'm almost there. Dad, wait for me. Got it. Gu Huai's eyes lit up. Besides Black Orb, another dragon had actually managed to cross over. His combat strength was about to soar. Black Orb carried a low-grade, transcendent bloodline, but it specialized in ghosts and spirits and wasn't great against physical foes. Letting Black Orb possess him was far too risky. It would expose his trump card. And if he got into trouble, he couldn't pull himself into the dragon space the way he could with Black Orb. With the Nether King Dragon acting as a heavy assault weapon up front and Black Orb's possession ability layered on top, Gu Huai figured it wouldn't take long before he could challenge stronger phantoms or even hunt down corporeal monsters outright. Day 98. The Nether King Dragon descended safely, though it started at level 1. Fortunately, like Black Orb, it could ignore ghostly entities and operate freely at night. Day 101. The Nether King Dragon reached level 10 and linked up with Black Orb. With two dragons fighting side by side, Gu Huai's leveling speed shot through the roof. Day 108. Gu Huai himself hit level 45. Day 118. He climbed to level 50. Day 121. Shadow End Dragon emerged from the Shadow Realm and contacted its master. Day 128. The Nether King Dragon and Black Orb pushed into a new zone and seized territory. With their combined level 50 own power, Shadow End Dragon's arrival pushed their overall strength even higher. Day 154. Daimang crossed over. In an instant, the Nether King Dragon, Black Orb, Shadow End Dragon, and Daimang stood united in this world. Day 178. Together with Gu Huai, the entire group reached level 70. In the Blackwind domain, they founded a small faction, rapidly expanding their borders by hunting monsters and pushing outward. Meanwhile, Gu Huai stayed in Stone Village, outwardly content to mine ore. As his strength began to show, he demonstrated the results of a first-rank martial artist, catching the mine supervisor's eye and earning a direct promotion to foreman. With the new position came a flood of perks, and the number of women in Gu Huai's household doubled, was now keeping 7 women under his roof. Each of the 7 women was more beautiful and more obedient than the last. Alian, who had once plotted to poison Gu Huai, now gazed at him with undisguised tenderness. She understood that this world had only one rule: stay alive. By staying with Gu Huai, she could live in safety, eat hot meat every day, and only had to give blood once every 7 days. For Alian and for the other 6 women, that already felt like luxury and happiness. Gu Huai had finally reached level 70, just one step short of his third awakening. Level 70 was a well-known bottleneck. In the Jachange world, breaking through required clearing a personal dungeon. Here, Gu Huai assumed he could shatter the barrier simply by stockpiling experience. That misunderstanding came from the fact that his outside world avatar was already level 96. Long Wuya and the others made the same mistake. Otherwise, completing a third awakening would be anything but easy. Although stuck at level 70, Gu Huai held 4 trump cards: the Black Sphere, the Mingwang Dragon, and 2 other exotic beasts, so even if he ran into someone who had truly completed a third awakening, he felt no fear. He pulled up his personal interface. Entrants, 260,000. Survivors, 3,124. Total points, 1.6 billion. Target, 10 billion. Personal points, 268,000. Time survived, 178 days. Only 16% of the target was complete, and fewer than 4,000 players were still alive. Gu Huai did the math. They still needed 8.4 billion points, which meant each survivor would have to earn roughly 2.6 million more. The figures made his scalp prickle. His own 268,000 points had taken forever to scrape together. Worse, the power of the Mingwang Dragon and its companions didn't count toward his points or directly boost his stats. He had tried many times. The system always said invalid. Still, with the 4 beasts backing him, he could level up almost effortlessly, his combat strength rising steadily, and that was good enough. Without them, cracking this dilemma would have taken far more scheming. He couldn't help but marvel at the prodigies the Dragon Nation produced. Only with the Mingwang Dragon's help had he reached level 70 and married 7 beautiful, obedient wives. Without those 4 beasts, he would likely still be swinging a pickaxe in the mines, one misstep from death in a cavian. That thought deepened his respect for anyone who could reach the top through sheer personal effort. What Gu Huai didn't know was that everyone dragged into this strange world was assigned a random identity. No older than 18, barely beginning cultivation, or not yet started at all. Among all the newcomers, the luckiest one was Li Long. Li Long was born under a lucky star straight into the Holy Land as the long-desired son of its holy lord. In this bizarre world, the higher one's cultivation, the harder it is to produce an heir. A holy lord having a child is almost unheard of. From his first breath, Li Long enjoyed unmatched prestige. When he finally arrived, his body was already 12, the golden age for starting cultivation. Inside the boy's soul lay decades of combat experience and keen battlefield intuition, so training felt effortless. With the Holy Lord's limitless resources behind him, he shot from level 1 to level 70 in just 2 months. Even his battle-hardened father was stunned, and the entire Holy Land erupted, hailing Li Long as the chosen one, the reborn great emperor. Seeing his status rise, he quickly grasped the value of building influence. He recruited disciples, formed a team, and gathered gifted youths willing to serve as his retainers. Were he not so young, he would have sought another shortcut through marriage alliances. While Gu Huai clawed his way to level 70 in 182 days, Li Long had already broken past level 100 and was battering at the next bottleneck. His score 18.95 million points towered over the 260,000 competitors, thanks to the authority of being the Holy Lord's son and the steady contributions of his followers. He sat unchallenged at number 1. Few others shared Gu Huai's humble origins. Of the 3,000 or so contenders left, only Gu Huai came from a small village. The rest were at least town mayors' sons, and many were heirs of county powerhouses or major clans. With higher starting points and richer resources, their levels and scores naturally rivaled Li Long's far beyond what a lone struggler like Gu Huai could match. Take Lu Jun. As young master of the county's influential Lu clan, he possesses remarkable talent. The clan's top fighters had only reached the 4-turn warrior level, yet Lu Jun surpassed that in short order. He knew well that a 4-turn inside the inner realm is not on par with its outer realm counterpart, but that didn't stop him from becoming the clan's brightest star and receiving unprecedented attention. This attention differed from what a clan leader's son might enjoy. The Lu clan is sprawling, and the family head is not its strongest. His cultivation doesn't even rank in the clan's top 5. The true pillars are the Grand Elder, the former clan leader, and several seasoned powerhouses veterans whose strength should never be underestimated. Lu Jun used to be just another son of the clan, important but hardly irreplaceable. Now everything has changed, has become the Lu family's darling, buried in cultivation resources. In no time his level shot up to 76, nearly matching him from the outside world. Not long ago, Lu Jun killed an enemy in the wilderness, unaware the man belonged to a powerful faction. When that faction came demanding his head, the Lu family refused, and the two sides went to war. The opponent's first wave was small and quickly routed, retreating to summon reinforcements. Soon after, they returned with a 5th-rank martial artist. The moment this expert appeared, the battle turned. The Lu family's defenses were torn apart, and Lu Jun's men were slaughtered. Only because several elders fought to the death did he carve a bloody path out and escape with his life. 204 days later, dawn in Shirtu village was as noisy as ever, the clanging of pickaxes echoing through the mine. While Gu Huai was digging, a chill ran down his spine. Danger was close. Several men in black vaulted the wall, urgency in their stride. They cared nothing for the villagers. Anyone who blocked them was cut down, and any woman who caught their eye was groped on the spot. The mine overseer hurried over. Gentlemen, this is Soul Hall territory. He wasn't merciful, merely worried about his quota. Soul Hall had entrusted him with this mine. If the workforce died, production would plummet. The leader gave him a cold glance, killing intent fading slightly. Relax. We know the rules. They feared Soul Hall, one of the top 3 powers in the province, yet also knew it treated shittest villagers as livestock and wouldn't protect them in earnest. We're here for one person. Bring everyone out for inspection. Once we find him, we leave. The overseer bit his lip and nodded. Fine, they'll gather them now. Moments later, every man, woman, and child was herded into an open space. Gu Huai and his 7 young wives were pushed forward as well. When these 7 women married in, they were sallow and thin. Now, with better food and clothing, their skin was porcelain white, and their beauty undeniable, enough to top any county's list of great beauties. Their appearance stunned even the overseer, greed flashing in his eyes. The men in black stared openly. They called themselves disciples of the Wuji sect, but as outer sect followers they rarely glimpsed such loveliness. With no senior officials nearby, lust flared instantly. These women look suspicious. We're taking them, the leader growled, pointing at the 7. Any objections? The mine's foreman felt as if his heart were bleeding. The 7 women before him were stunning, each one more beautiful than the concubines in his own household, yet the men in black were about to take them away. Though tempted himself, he forced a smile and meekly said, no objections. Seeing that he knew his place, the men in black broke into satisfied grins. Their eyes clearly said, this time we can really enjoy ourselves. The moment Alien and the others heard this, their faces went ashen. Life in the mine had been bearable, but now they were about to fall into the hands of these brutes. Terrified, they instinctively looked to Gu wait here, men even while knowing he might be powerless against the vast influence of Wujizong. Gu Huai sighed and spoke in a low, steady voice. They're my women, so much for having no objections. His words weren't loud, yet they landed like a muffled thunderclap. What are you doing, Gu Huai? The foreman froze, and even the nearby miners panicked, afraid he would anger the men in black. They shouted, apologize. Get on your knees and kowtow 100 times. Amid the clamor, a glimmer of hope flashed in the women's eyes. Their man had actually spoken up for them. Too noisy. Gu Huai flicked his hand. The loudest complainers instantly burst into a mist of blood, leaving not a bone behind. The stench of blood spread, and the scene went deathly silent. The foreman's pupils contracted. In a low voice he asked, Gu Huai, you're actually a second-tier warrior? Gu Huai answered with a mocking smirk. The men in black were not alarmed, just a little surprised. The area was crawling with Wujizong lookouts. One signal would bring reinforcements immediately. Even if Gu Huai were third tier, they would not be afraid. Their leader sneered. Kid, these are your women? Too bad they're about to be our playthings. Before he finished speaking, he reached for Alien. Gu Huai moved. His figure blurred, a black streak slicing through the air. With a single raised hand, he unleashed a devastating blast of spiritual force that swallowed a dozen men in black. They mustn't send a signal, he thought. If the nearby Wujizong cultivators were alerted, things would get ugly. His level was 75 now, many times stronger than before, yet still not enough in this unfamiliar world. Kill. The men in black were engulfed by blinding light and reduced to ash before they could even scream. Gu Huai swept his gaze around and cut down the foreman and anyone who had cursed at him. Blood sprayed, limbs fell, and the once raucous mind was left to the howling wind. Move. He turned, took Alien's hand, and led the 7 women away. He calculated their escape routes. Fleeing with 7 companions was far harder than running alone. Worse still, night-wandering wraiths could strike at any moment. They would have to find a cabin before dusk. Maybe we should just head to the county seat and find somewhere to settle. We certainly can't stay in Stone Village. You. Die. Gu Huai gave the mine overseer no chance to defend himself. A cold flash danced across his fingertips, and the man collapsed in disbelief, dead before he hit the ground. The thugs who had come with him were cut down just as easily. Their bodies lay in a neat row, blood spilling across the night-dark ground. When it was done, Gu Huai turned to Alien and the 6 other women, his voice calm. Will you travel with me, or stay in the village? We'll go with you. The 7 answered in unison, without the slightest hesitation. Staying meant certain death. Following Gu Huai at least offered a sliver of hope. Gather any grain you can from home. We leave at once. His carefully crafted plan was now in shreds, but Gu Huai adapted on the fly. Nothing ever goes exactly as expected, and he had prepared more than one contingency. Earlier he had sent Haichio to scout the area and found a hidden valley sheer cliffs, a canopy so thick it blocked the sky. A few cabins there would let them lie low for a while. Food was the real challenge, yet even that did not worry him. With his strength, hunting, foraging, even stealing would be easy. All he prayed was that the pursuers would not arrive too soon. Meanwhile, another force entered Stone Village. Dozens of black-clad cultivators from Wujizong strode in, their faces dark. Some of their own had been slain. Opposite them came a single figure, half-transparent, edges blurred, shrouded in drifting black mist. The oppressive aura it carried showed it had no regard for the black-robed men at all. Was it your people who killed him? The spectral figure's voice was ice-cold. The black-robed cultivators shuddered and rushed to explain. Honored envoy of the Soul Hall, it wasn't us. Our people were wiped out as well. If you doubt us, ask the villagers. The specter snorted. Though not even an outer disciple of the Soul Hall, he was a hired overseer for these living granaries, and his tone stayed frigid. It had better not be you. Otherwise, you'll taste the Soul Hall's methods. Yes, of course. The Wujizong cultivators blanched. They knew how terrifying the force behind the Soul Hall was. Even a major power like their own sect would be doomed if the Hall marked them. A brief interrogation revealed the truth. The mine owner and his guards had been killed by Stone Village's own people. The Wujizong cultivators fumed, ready to slaughter the culprits, but one glance at the specter's chilling eyes stayed their hands. These villagers were Soul Hall rations for breeding wraiths. Killing too many would invite disaster. Interesting. The specter chuckled, black mist swirling. That man belongs to the Soul Hall now. Understood. The Wujizong cultivators bowed repeatedly, not daring to argue. Night fell thick and heavy. The frames of the cabins in the valley had just gone up when Gu Huai asked Alien to bleed herself for the pill furnace. The metallic scent drifted through the air. Suddenly a surge of warning flooded his mind, sending a chill down his spine. So, you're the one who killed the mine owner? A cold, merciless voice tore through the darkness. The translucent figure stood among the trees, wreathed in black mist, eyes empty. Gu Huai held his breath, tightened his grip on his weapon, and felt his blood turn to ice. Is this where it all ends? That was Gu Huai's first thought. Whoever owned that voice was unimaginably strong. The sound seemed to fall from a sunless sky, so heavy it could snap a person's spine. For the first time in his life, Gu Huai understood what it meant to be powerless. If the speaker wished to kill him, he wouldn't even have time to blink. At his peak in the outside world, he had still been nothing more than an ant on thin ice. Interesting, a fourth-turn warrior. The soft chuckle that followed cut through the night like a blade. Gu Huai's heart lurched. He was only at the 4th turn, yet the stranger had seen through him at a glance. That kind of insight was terrifying. Bone age, 16. To reach this level in a remote village, impressive. Praise? Gu Huai froze, unsure what it meant. I'm an elder of the Soul Palace, the voice continued. Would you like to join us and become my disciple? I won't force you, but if you refuse, I'll have to kill you. Take me as a disciple? On the brink of death, he was suddenly offered a lifeline tutelage under a master. Between life and death, the choice was obvious. Gu Huai nodded without hesitation. Good. Come with me. He glanced at the unconscious girls in the corner and whispered, what about them? We'll take them too. The invisible man stepped outside. His feet seemed to skim the ground, leaving no trace of dust. Beyond the door, dark shapes writhed like an encircling tide. They were the Soul Palace's spirit beasts, yet they silently parted to form a straight path at the elder's approach. They won't touch you, he said. 203 days later, Gu Huai officially entered the Soul Palace as the elder's final disciple, and his understanding of the world was completely upended. The Eternal Continent sprawled across 18 vast provinces, each controlled by its own premier forces. Jin Province was a battleground of power, and the Soul Palace was one of its 4 transcendent factions. The other 3 primordial sanctuary, Tianji Sect, and Nightshade Pavilion stood as equals only because each housed a demigod. What did demigod truly mean? Gu Huai still couldn't measure it. He had, however, pieced together the basic hierarchy. 1st to 9th turn warriors, and beyond the 9th turn lay the demigods. A 3rd turn outside equaled a 4th turn here, but did a 6th turn correspond to the 7th? Perhaps not. There were finer distinctions he had yet to learn, and for now he shelved those questions. The most pressing fact was this. The Soul Palace had become his unshakable backing. The thought made the corners of his mouth lift in an irrepressible smile. He had also noticed an amusing detail: his contribution points had once been 369,000. The moment he became the elder's disciple, that figure shot upward, landing at 418,000. Even this can earn contribution points? It seems that becoming an elder's disciple in the Soul Hall really boosts one's status. The Soul Hall is a highly unusual power. Most of its members focus exclusively on cultivating soul force, while a handful study additional systems. In front of the crowd, Hanyan the Elder, who now passed as Gu Huai's convenient master and a true authority within the hall, casually tossed him a manual titled Soul Heart and ordered, "Ask me if anything confuses you." With that, Hanyan left, hands clasped behind his back. From that moment, Gu Huai rose straight to the rank of a personal disciple and enjoyed the corresponding prestige. Ranks among the hall's disciples are strictly defined. 1. Servant disciples. With mediocre talent, they receive brief training before either being sent outside to gather resources for the hall or remaining within to handle chores. Inside the hall, they hold nearly no standing, yet once dispatched, the hall's name shields them from ordinary forces. 2. Outer disciples. Of average aptitude, they are not prized above all, but their future promotions depend on later performance. When traveling, they already represent the hall and command respect even in counties and large cities. 3. Inner disciples. 1 tier higher in status. 4. Personal disciples. In theory, the peak of the disciple hierarchy, but still divided by whom they serve: ordinary elders, influential elders, grand elders, sub-hall masters, and the hall master himself. Benefits vary widely. Each master may take several personal disciples. Hanyan has 3, with Gu Huai being only one of them. There are also outer elders who handle menial affairs and cannot accept disciples. Consequently, even the lowest personal disciple outranks an outer elder. The hall regards its personal disciples as its future leaders. There are currently more than 400 of them, and they address one another as senior and junior brothers or sisters. The hall master's first disciple is honored as the chief personal disciple and is widely expected to inherit the hall master's seat, though, with cultivators' vast lifespans, no one can say when that transition will happen. Having sorted all of this out, Gu Huai allowed himself a faint smile. His new identity was respectable, and leveling up would be much easier. For now, however, he had no plans to summon Netherdrake or any other contracted spirit. A newcomer should keep a low profile. No one really knew how deep the waters ran in the Soul Hall. He would focus on cultivation first, learn the rules step by step, and stay safe that way. After arriving at Soul Hall, Gu Huai threw himself into the grind with single-minded determination. Barely settled, he spent every day shuttling between the training arena and the Soul Beast enclosure, swinging his blade, casting spells, and clearing monsters from dawn until late at night, too busy even to wipe the sweat from his face. During those early days, he befriended 2 personal seniors. 1. First senior brother Li Wei, a 5th-tier powerhouse whose greatsword can split a 100-meter cliff with one strike. 2. Second senior sister Yu Shuhan, also 5th tier, light on her feet, her slender sword swirling around her body to seal an enemy's throat in a heartbeat. Gu Huai greeted them warmly and often sparred or shared insights, and the 3 grew close in short order. Li Wei and Yu Shuhan looked after him for one simple reason: talent. In this world, power reigns, and potential is the most prized resource. Time flashed by. Gu Huai has now been here for a full year. In the first 6 months, the death rate was horrifying. In the latter 6 months, everything changed. After the brutal early cull, the survivors found ways to stay alive, and now deaths are rare. Of the original 3,000+, more than 2,700 are still breathing. Point growth, however, has slowed dramatically. Data panel. Entrants, 260,000. Current survivors, 2,726. Total points, 2.7 billion, target 10 billion. Personal points Gu Huai, 3.88 million. Survival time, 365 days. The slowdown is not because Gu Huai stalled. On the contrary, his score has multiplied several times in 6 months, rocketing to 3.88 million. The bottleneck lies with the masses. Fewer people and limited gains mean the pool grows slowly. At 2.7 billion points, each of the 700-odd survivors must still average around 3 million to hit the 10 billion mark. The goal feels close, yet remains daunting. For the first time, Gu Huai dares to think it might be possible, though he knows the road is long. His personal progress over the past half year is even more startling. Level 123. Combat equivalents, 6th-tier powerhouse. Such terrifying growth shook Seoul Hall and its environs. Hun Yun, seeing his personal disciple sprint ahead without extra resources, could hardly contain his joy. Taking in this outsider had already been a gamble. Now it was paying dividends. In just a year, Gu Huai has reached 6th tier, and with proper support he could go much farther. So Hun Yun ordered more offerings sent that very night. A personal disciple of Seoul Hall graduates in one of two ways, choosing either path. 1. Turn 50 and receive a post-ordinary elder, senior elder, or guardian ranked strictly by strength. 2. Break through to 8th tier at any age and graduate instantly with the title of heir, gaining the right to inherit a branch hall or even the main hall. Not yet 20, Gu Huai already stands at 6th tier, and Hun Yun believes he has a real shot at 8th tier before 50, which would see him leave as an heir. Yet the continent is shifting. Geniuses are sprouting like bamboo after rain, and Hun Yun recalls an old saying. In chaotic times, prodigies multiply. Joy tinged with unease, he looks to the distant horizon, a faint melancholy in his chased arrow of blood, and storm is surely on the way. Even Hun Yun feels the weight of it. As Gu Huai's strength grew, even his nominal senior sister began to look at him differently, and when Gu Huai made the first move in pursuit of extra points, she ended up marrying him. This world is brutally straightforward. Once a man is powerful enough, assembling a harem is effortless. After passing level 120, his progress slowed sharply. At 123, he could almost feel an invisible barrier. It took a full year to push to 132 and enter the ranks of the 7-turn warriors. 3.5 years later, he finally reached level 140, becoming a revered 8-turn warrior. The moment Gu Huai broke through to the 8th turn, the entire Seoul temple trembled. Bells echoed inside and out, shaking countless elders from seclusion to witness whether the young prodigy could clear the graduation trial. If he succeeded, he would be the fastest graduate in the temple's history. Even more astonishing, his bone age was still under 20. To reach the 8th turn before 20 was not merely rarite, was virtually unheard of. Sharing the spotlight was Li Long, another outsider who had arrived on the same day. He had been only 12 at the time. 3.5 years later, his level had climbed to 126, making him a 6th-turn warrior. At this pace, hitting the 8th turn before 20 seemed a foregone conclusion to rising stars illuminating the Seoul Temple at once. Main hall of the Seoul Temple. Beneath the vast bronze dome, the examining elder's voice cut through the hush. Gu Huai pass. Thunderous cheers erupted. The crowd surged, applause and shouts crashing like waves. Even the chief senior disciple, long at odds with Gu Huai, split into a broad grin. The stronger Gu Huai became, the stronger the temple grew. Rivalry aside, excitement was impossible to hide. When the final pillar of ceremonial light soared skyward, Gu Huai was formally granted the title of Dianzith Temple's sole Dianzi at present. A supreme honor untouched for more than 8 centuries had settled on a young man once again. At the instant of investiture, his points panel went berserk. 13.21 million, 14 million, 18 million, finally stopping at 21.22 million, an instant jump of 8 million. The reward signaled a leap in status and left Gu Huai in high spirits. At this rate, he'll finish the quest soon, he calculated, though he had no desire to leave too early. The power system of this world kept letting him break his limits. That thrill was addictive, and none of the survivors were ready to quit. Live dungeon data hovered before everyone. Entrants, 260,000. Current survivors, 1,109. Total points, 7.3 billion. Target points, 10 billion. Personal points, 21.22 million. Time survived, 3.5 years. In just 2.5 more years, another 1,600 people had fallen, yet overall points had soared. Only 2.7 billion remained before the final goal. Every survivor knew that with one last push, they might clear the game. Gu Huai now stood at the summit. The temple's disciples were brimming with morale, and countless outside factions swiftly caught wind of the news. Once he became Dianzi, the entire world took notice. To keep Gu Huai safe, Seoul Hall even stationed a 9th-turn powerhouse at his side. In this world's hierarchy, anyone above the 9th-turn demigod exists only in top-tier factions such as the so-called Holy Lands. Their numbers are so scarce that they rarely appear in public, serving instead as the hidden pillars of their sections. Ninth turn cultivators, therefore, constitute the strongest forces active outside those sanctuaries. The fact that Soul Hall assigned one of them as Gu Huai's escort says everything about how highly they value him. Do not be fooled by the single-step gap between the 8th and ninth turns. A chasm lies between them. Ninth turn experts, often called grandmasters, can effortlessly subdue any 8th turn opponent, even if they have just crossed the threshold themselves. For most factions, ninth turners are both the backbone and the public face, and many leaders never advance beyond that realm. Since Gu Huai was named heir apparent, outside attention has surged. Spies, informants, and every sort of watchful gaze now converge on Soul Hall. Gu Huai ignores them, devoting himself entirely to cultivation. His only aim is to reach the demigod stage before venturing deeper into that unpredictable world. He understands how dangerous it is out there and refuses to act until he can protect himself. Thus the lights in his training chamber burn year-round. Gu Huai spends his days either sitting in quiet meditation or rehearsing sword forms, pressing every stray thought into the depths of his spiritual sea. This low-profile diligence delights Soul Hall's senior council. Talent matters, but in their eyes, character and judgment matter just as much. If Gu Huai were merely another gifted youth, no matter how eccentric or arrogant, they wouldn't spare him a second glance. But as their heir and future Hall Master, his behavior will one day define Soul Hall itself. What about his habit of getting married at the drop of a hat? The elders do not consider it a problem. Lust only hinders cultivation when a cultivator wallows in it. And Gu Huai treats marriage as business. He weds when appropriate, then immediately returns to training. He moves so quickly that the elders are at a loss for words. His bloodline promises remarkable offspring, and Soul Hall would love nothing more than for him to sire several children who might become future prodigies. Unfortunately, the stronger a cultivator grows, the harder it becomes to conceive. Even with many wives, after several years, only 2 of his ladies are expecting. 6 years pass. One day the silent training chamber erupts with a tide of spiritual power. The ninth turn guard at the door tightens his grip on his weapon automatically, then breaks into a pleased smile. Gu Huai's aura is surging upward, finally settling at level 151. A brand new ninth turn grandmaster has been born. The news reaches the upper echelons, and the hall keeps its lamps blazing all night. Elders raise their cups in celebration. The ladies of the household cannot hide their joy, and the entire Soul Hall revels in the rise of its young powerhouse. Only Gu Huai himself feels conflicted. After the breakthrough, he stands alone on the corridor roof, night wind tugging at his robes, his expression still taut. The reason is simple: his goal is now within reach. 9.6 billion points, 342 survivors. That was the situation. Gu Huai stared at the interface and rubbed his temples. He had just advanced to the 9th rebirth, only to be forced to leave almost immediately, with no chance to savor his new power. Had once thought clearing the quest would be next to impossible, yet the score had soared to 9.6 billion with surprising ease, leaving him half amused and half exasperated. The instance was infamous for its hell-level difficulty. Under normal circumstances, almost no one cleared it. The tide had turned only because a bundle of Longwo's top prodigies had been dropped in at once, barely prying open the door to victory, something Gu Huai had never expected. With the mission all but complete, he abandoned the grind and used the final window to enjoy the 9th rebirth's power to the fullest. Over the next few days, he stopped hiding, roaming far and wide to challenge every talented youngster he could find. Within weeks, he distilled an entire set of new techniques from those countless dual solid takeaways he could etch into his memory and bring back to the real world. The last 400 million points, however, trickled in painfully slowly. The 300-odd survivors all had the same idea: delay the settlement, linger in this world a little longer, and squeeze every ounce of value from their road to power. At normal speed, those points would take a month or 2 at most, yet they managed to stretch it into a full 2 years. Yes, 2 years. During that time, their levels barely moved, but they scoured every dangerous zone, hunted for secret arts, and refined their techniques, all to stockpile a little more foundation before leaving. This slow honing was worlds apart from the earlier mad rush for levels, and the experience sank in much deeper. At last, the interface flashed a cold prompt. Congratulations, 4th rebirth quest complete. City upgrade successful. Current city level 4. New functions are being unlocked. New function 1. City shop system level 1. Description: residents can spend contribution points to buy items, granting the shop experience that raises its level. Upgrading or unlocking merchandise costs city coins. Reward: the imperial capital gains 1 secret realm, city coins 500,000. The city dashboard updated simultaneously. City name: Imperial Capital. City Lord: Gu Huai. Nation: Longwa. City level: 405,000,000. Population: 200,000. 1 million. Current city coins: 1.34 million. Note: new items can be unlocked in the city shop. Secret realms, 6. Warehouse, no level cap 10. Satellite cities, 6 allowed 3 already established. Satellite city population cap, 100,000 each. Upgrade requirements. Consume 200 city tokens. Have 104th rebirth powerhouses in the city. Average level of all other residents must reach 96, after which the upgrade quest can be activated. System chimes overlapped, and then a shaft of white light swallowed every figure. Amid the rising clamor, Gu Huai and the others were forcibly ejected from the eerie world. Most of their memories from the instance shattered with it, leaving only fragments of cultivation insight locked in their minds, a loss that left Gu Huai and the others distinctly regretful. It didn't take them long to realize that this was actually the norm. The system's cold notification followed at once. Notice: all bonuses from the prelude to National War will disappear once a character reaches level 100. Please upgrade with caution. Gu Huai, who had just leveled up, froze along with the others, and hushed commotion rippled through the crowd. What? The bonuses vanish the moment you break level 100? The bad news swept across the city in an instant, and countless faces darkened. Those bonuses were the lifeblood behind Dragon Nation players' meteoric rise. 1. An extra 6 levels worth of stats. 2. A blanket boost to every attribute. 3. Reduced monster stats. These perks had allowed Dragon Nation players to surge ahead. Without them, the nation would never keep up its current pace. Aside from the outlier Gu Huai, the highest level player in the country was only 85, maybe 86 at best. That's some nasty news, someone in the crowd muttered with a wry smile. Gu Huai wasn't surprised by the warning. After the 4th class advancement, a character's power scale jumped so high that early bonuses were bound to become obsolete. He just hadn't expected them to vanish at level 100 instead of after the advancement itself. Looks like the system only meant to give us a head start, he muttered, still a little annoyed. In no mood to dwell on it, he shifted his attention to the newly unlocked city functions. Recruitment and administration could go to veterans like all.I. Those schemers would keep the city running smoothly. What he cared about was the city shop. He opened the interface only to be greeted by a blank screen. Are you kidding me? Nothing at all. Left with no choice, he clicked on the Locked Items tab. Locked Item 1. Double XP scroll, 24 hours. Unlock cost, 20,000 city coins. Exchange cost, 200 contribution points. Personal version? Gu Huai raised an eyebrow. A line of small text popped up. Tip: spend 20,000 contribution points to convert this item into the city version, granting all players in the city double experience for 24 hours. Now that's value, he calculated. 200 points would only benefit him, whereas 20,000 would let millions enjoy the boost. The difference was obvious. 2 bad contribution points couldn't be traded otherwise. He could have everyone in the city funnel a few points to him each day and max out the city version. The thought made him sigh wistfully. He then scrolled down to the second item. Locked Item 2, Divine Gear Essence. Unlock cost, 100,000 city coins. Exchange cost, 5,000 contribution points. Effect: infuse into equipment to awaken its divinity. The more essence poured in, the stronger the effect. Tip: divinity greatly increases base attributes. Another gem. Gu Huai's pupils contracted, then a smile spread across his face, and his eyes lit up. Gu Huai's excitement faded almost immediately. The scroll everyone else coveted was little more than a trinket to a dragon lord whose own stats had long since ceased to be a bottleneck. The daily attribute returns from his legion of dragons dwarfed anything a piece of parchment could offer. No wonder Yi Sanwang keeps saying battle pets lose their relevance in the late game, he murmured, shifting his attention to the third locked product. Locked Item 3, Kung Fu Fruit. Unlock cost, 200,000 city coins. Purchase price, 200,000 contribution points. Effect: a myth-grade heavenly treasure suitable for both humans and pets. It grants a substantial power boost, with the exact increase varying by user. Myth-grade sounded impressive, but Gu Huai could pick up resources of that caliber in almost any secret realm. He had never lacked such materials himself. Still, just because he had plenty didn't mean the whole imperial capital did. If these fruits could be supplied on a large scale, they would greatly strengthen the city's population. He filed the thought away and kept scrolling. Item 4. Compared with the earlier goods, the last 3 drew most of his attention. Locked Item 4, Earthen Jar. Unlock cost, 100,000 city coins. Purchase price, 2,000 contribution points. Effect: a random loot pot with no empty draws. Each jar guarantees 1 piece of equipment scaled to the buyer's level, with quality ranging from white grade to ultra divine. Ultra divine? Gu Huai's eyes lit up. In the current job change world, the highest public quality cap was legendary gold. No tier above that had ever appeared. The divine gear he wore had advanced solely through the inheritance system, fundamentally different from naturally spawned equipment. He had already classified inheritance gear into 2 types. 1. Standard inheritance, limited growth, topping out at proto-divine. He never used it. 2. Extreme inheritance, the set he wore, capable of reaching mythic grade, the finest equipment he had seen to date. Only items of this class could evolve into true divine gear. If so, wouldn't ultra divine sit above divine, much like the Saint tier in bloodline systems? That thought made the seemingly playful earthen jar suddenly appealing too. 000 contribution points each was hardly unreasonable. After reviewing all four products, Gu Huai noticed a curious imbalance. The city coins required to unlock an item bore almost no relation to the contribution points needed to buy it afterward. For example, Item 1, Double XP Scroll unlock 20,000 city coins, purchase 200 contribution points. Item 2, Godforge Essence unlock 100,000 city coins, purchase 5,000 contribution points. Item 3, Kung Fu Fruit unlock 200,000 city coins, purchase 200,000 contribution points. The fourth item turned out to be an earthen jar. It cost 100,000 city coins to unlock and another 2,000 contribution points to purchase. The wildly different prices of the first four items convinced Gu Huai that the shop followed no fixed pricing formula. He then glanced at the fifth and sixth listings, both myth-grade resources that meant little to him right now, so he didn't bother to study them. With plenty of city coins on hand, he simply unlocked everything in one go. All six items came to 620,000 city coins, a trivial expense for the current Lord of Daidu. Individually, these resources offered Gu Huai little benefit, but for others they could be lifesavers. As a city lord, he was no longer a lone adventurer. Every decision had to serve the city first. Rapidly upgrading Daidu would take more than his own power. The overall strength of its residents mattered just as much. Two hard requirements stood in the way of reaching level 5 city status. 1. 100 residents had to complete their 4th class transfer. The transfer itself wasn't difficult, but it shaped a person's entire future, so most people waited until they were near their limits. Gathering a full 100 would not be easy. Even Gu Huai wasn't rushing his own 4th transfer. 2. The average level of 1 million residents had to reach 96. It sounded harsh, yet the Dragon Nation's current national war initiative had dramatically boosted experience gains, softening the blow of this requirement. While he was mulling this over, a system announcement popped up. The Dragon Nation's second city Maja had officially been born. A local powerhouse had used a city token to establish the new settlement on the spot. Long Weia had known this would happen. Without his blessing, no one could have claimed the right to build Modu. His original plan was to allocate people to new cities with 30 days remaining, but he made it clear that early construction didn't clash with the overall strategy. The sooner a city began accumulating its foundation, the faster it could upgrade later. After all, Daidu and its hundreds of satellite towns still couldn't house the nation's massive population on their own. Unlocked, Gu Huai spared the news of Modus founding only a passing glance. Even as Lord of Daidu, he was never going to sink much energy into administration. Personal strength was the bedrock. Everything else was just talk. After unlocking the 6 items, he casually checked what would be needed to upgrade the shop itself. Upgrading the store system from level 1 to level 2 requires 1. Unlock all 6 items. 2. Make a cumulative 1 billion purchases in the store. 3. Spend 5 million city coins. The list looks complicated, but it is far less daunting in practice. The first requirement is easy. Gu Huai unlocked all 6 items long ago. The second sounds outrageous at first, 1 billion purchases. Yet spread across 1 million people, that is only 1,000 purchases each. At the moment, an ordinary resident earns roughly 2,000 contribution points just for completing daily quests. If they grind monsters on top of that, 3 to 5,000 points a day is perfectly doable. With 3 to 5,000 points you can buy about 20 of the cheapest items, priced at 200 points apiece. At that pace, the goal can be reached in 50 days. And for a powerhouse like Gu Huai, casually pocketing 70 or 80,000 points at a time is nothing. Of course, he never planned to make everyone spam the cheapest double experience card just to pad the numbers. Most people will pick items that actually meet their needs. Leveling is no longer urgent for them. The third requirement is almost incidental. 5 million city coins sounds steep. Gu Huai has only a few 100,000, but he has never worried. Residents earn city coins mainly through daily and system quests. Individual output is low, sometimes not even 1 coin a day, but sheer numbers make up for it. The main city has 1 million inhabitants, and its 6 satellite cities hold another 100,000 each, adding 600,000 more, for a total of 1.6 million residents. For an imperial capital that can eventually house over 50 million, this is just the tip of the iceberg, yet it already amazes Gu Huai. This is only a level 4 city. What will it look like at level 10? Xia, spread the word. 10 days from now, we're hosting the first dragon tournament. Revamp all the prizes as well. Gu Huai's order was brief and decisive. Over the next few days, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted. The capital had just risen to level 6 and absorbed more than 1 million new residents overnight. The news dominated every channel. The phrase level 100, 4th rebirth, electrified the city. People could finally grasp what it meant to be truly powerful. Then an even bigger announcement dropped. Gu Huai, master of the capital and universally acknowledged as the kingdom's strongest, would host the inaugural Dragon Dao Championship. The news shook not only the Dragon Kingdom, but the entire world. Anyone with a dragon-related bloodline, whether their battle pet or their own class, can participate. If that were all, the news would have been exciting but hardly earth-shattering. However, when the full prize pool was revealed, everyone instantly lost control, eyes blazing as if they wanted to crawl through their screens. The rewards for the top 32 places were shocking. The worst among them was still a semi-transcendent item. Until then, people had thought golden legendary was already rare. Few knew that above it sat quasi-divine, mythic, and then semi-transcendent. Incredibly, 16 of the top prizes skipped even that stage and reached true transcendent rank, driving the crowd to madness. The clear-headed realized those 32 spots were out of reach. Yet the real explosion of enthusiasm came from the next tier. Every contestant in the top 256 would be guaranteed at least a mythic-grade reward. Gear, battle pets, heavenly materials, resources, everything imaginable was there. And the higher one placed, the earlier one could choose. A prize pool this extravagant set every pulse racing. Entering the tournament, though, was anything but simple. Registration opened 5 days before the start and closed 2 days prior. Contestants had to meet one of two requirements. 1. Own at least one dragon-type battle pet with a combat rating above 200 million. 2. Belong to a dragon-related class and possess a personal combat rating above 100 million. The conditions seemed straightforward yet eliminated nearly everyone. The Dragon Kingdom housed almost 200 million third-tier powerhouses, but fewer than 10,000 had broken the 100 million mark, and among those only 2 or 3,000 had dragon ties. Most people could do nothing but envy from afar. Still, enthusiasm never waned. This was the inaugural Dragon Path tournament, hosted by the world's strongest and most influential figure. Tens of millions set out overnight, flooding into the imperial capital from every corner of the kingdom to witness the spectacle firsthand. The days flew by in a frenzy, and the eve of the tournament arrived. Crowded no longer sufficed, it was a genuine ocean of humanity. From a high vantage point, Gu Huai was stunned. Within the capital and its outskirts alone, at least 1 to 200 million people had converged. City traffic was paralyzed, and beyond the walls a dense, ant-like swarm stretched to the horizon. Even veterans like Long Wuya felt their scalps prickle. They had no idea how to accommodate such numbers. With the capital at capacity, they issued an emergency order. Anyone without a permanent residence had to leave the metropolitan area for the moment. Though disappointed, the crowd understood. To ease the blow, officials announced multiple high-definition live streams, so everyone forced to leave could still watch the tournament in its entirety. Long Wuya and his team promised no one would miss a single moment of the competition. Even so, it was nearly 2 in the morning before the crowd was finally brought under control. At 8 o'clock sharp the next day, dawn barely broken, Gu Huai gave a single order. 32 colossal dragons burst into the sky, their wings slicing through the morning mist, scales scattering shards of golden light. They circled the arena once before hovering in place, announcing the official start of the tournament. For a heartbeat the grandstands were silent, then they erupted. Is this the true power of Lord Gu Huai? He's so gorgeous. I'd have his babies. Gu Huai, I love you. The shrieks and declarations were loud enough to squeeze the air itself. Gu Huai's keen ears caught every word, and his face darkened. Who the hell asked you to have my babies? The opening event was an exhibition match he had arranged personally. Charizard versus Gyarados. At the referee's whistle, Charizard surged upward, unleashing a torrent of flame several meters wide. Gyarados reared back with a thunderous roar, hurling a wall of water stories high. Fire and water collided in midair, steam billowed, prisms of color rained down, and in an instant the battlefield became a seething ocean of heat and fury, breathtakingly beautiful, yet terrifying. Most of the spectators could only gape, feeling that the word spectacular fell short. The true elites of the Dragon Kingdom, however, read the awful depth of power in every clash and ripple of energy. Luo Xiao, once a member of the National First Team and now a representative of the Imperial City Council, whispered, Lord Gu grows more terrifying by the day. Either of those dragons could beat me into the ground. I wonder where they rank in his lineup. Yi Chun, standing beside him, replied, they've got to be near the top. No way they're outside the top 5. Li Long let out a chuckle. What's so funny, old Li? Yi Chun's face tightened. In terms of raw combat power, he was top 3 in the entire kingdom, and Li Long's reaction rubbed him the wrong way. Privately, everyone agreed on the hierarchy of strength. First, putting Gu Huai himself aside, was Long Wuya. Second was Zhang Lingqing, the current celestial master of the Heavenly Master's Palace, who had lucked into a Thunder Law scripture and forced his way into the top 2. Third was Yi Chun, former captain of the National First Team. If not for that Thunder Law, he would have held second easily. Fourth was Xiao Patian, the abbot of Shaolin. Fifth, Wang Chong, head of Wudong. Sixth through 8th included 2 more members of the first team and a civilian prodigy who had burst onto the scene to make a name in this very tournament. Only then, at 9th, came Li Long. Age had caught up with him, and if not for decades of experience and polished technique, he might not even have stayed in the top 10. They were undeniably slipping, and with time the next generation was bound to overtake them. Ma Wu was barely clinging to 10th place, while Wenren Sanan had been pushed out of the top 10 to 11th and Gu Huai was still excluded from the ranking altogether. Even more startling, every name in the top 10,000 of the world list now belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. Not a single competitor from the other four nations remained. If Gu Huai wished, he could raise an army in the capital and, with one city's strength, sweep all four countries. That was the confidence the Dragon Kingdom now possessed. Yet, at King Yi Sanwang's suggestion, the four nations were being kept around for future use. The lavish opening ceremony ran for 2 full hours and finally ended at 10 o'clock amid a volley of ceremonial cannons, after which the real contest began. The format was almost brutal in its simplicity. Everyone who had successfully registered would receive a legend-grade prize. Only 2,549 people signed up, so Gu Huai ranked them by their recorded battle index and paired them number 1 versus number 2,549, number 2 versus number 2,548, and so on in a single elimination round. With that many entrants, an initial cull was unavoidable. When the first round was over, 1,275 fighters advanced, counting one lucky bye. A revival bracket would then top the field back up to 1,500 before the next round. Gu Huai announced only the matchup order, hiding everyone's exact combat stat. She feared that if his 32 dragons were exposed, the rest would lose hard on the spot. Even so, the top 32 slots on the ranking were all held by Gu Huai. The opening bout drew the eyes of the entire arena. First onto the platform was Qing Mo, facing an earth-rending dragon. This beast carried legend-level blood and was famous for its ferocity and granite-headed stubbornness. Normally, it would fight to the last breath no matter how badly it was wounded. Yet today, the instant it set foot on the stage, its pupils met Qing Mo's for half a heartbeat. Then it dropped flat to the ground and conceded without hesitation. Its beastmaster stood there stunned even against overwhelming opponents. The dragon had always fought until skull and scales were cracked. He had never imagined his battle pet would surrender without a blow. The exact same scene had already played out in the 32 matches before Qing Mo took the field. Whenever one of Gu Huai's dragons appeared, the opponent capitulated immediately, without exception. The gap in strength was wide enough to crush any will to challenge. The tournament rolled on, most bouts ending in a quick surrender and clearing the stage in moments. On the rare occasion someone tried to hold out, they were felled in a single strike. To speed things up, Gu Huai had Shiado set up 10 additional arenas so 10 matches could run simultaneously. Combined with the rapid-fire concessions, the more than 1,000 first-round duels wrapped up in little more than half a day. As soon as the initial round concluded, the revival bracket kicked off, but Gu Huai did not stay to watch. After giving a few instructions to the officials, he turned and left. The tournament marched on. When the first revival round ended, all 1,500 contestants moved straight into the second elimination stage. According to the rules, there would be one more, also the last revival round after that, and then the lifeline would disappear for good. Gu Huai had designed the 2 revival rounds for one purpose only: to trim the roster to exactly 1,024 and hand out prizes on the spot. To hit that target, he fished another 274 names back out of the second round elimination list. The subsequent culls were swift and decisive, driving the event toward its finale. Once the field dropped to 1,024, the very next day launched the 5-12 qualifier. Almost every challenger surrendered the moment they ran into one of Gu Huai's 32 dragons. The sole exception came against the dragon ranked 30th. That opponent, confident in his own power, refused to yield, so Gu Huai casually one-shotted him. That challenger sat at number 994. Don't let the 3 digits fool you. Yoha earned that slot after carving his way through the entire Dragon Kingdom. By composite strength, he would still crack the world's top 5,000, a bona fide powerhouse, the elite of the elite. Picture someone whose wealth ranks in the global top 5,000. The idea is staggering. Even top 5,000 within a single nation would be frightening. China has just over 700 prefecture and county-level cities combined, which means fewer than 10 such people per city, enough to place him firmly in the local top 10. Yet a man of that caliber failed to survive even one move from Gu Huai. Only then did the crowd grasp the extent of Gu Huai's power, utterly terrifying. Concede. One shot. One shot again. The audience kept expecting deeper rounds to produce a contender who could trade blows with Gu Huai's 32 dragons, but reality swung only between instant surrender and instant defeat. No exceptions. When the bracket shrank to 128, then towards 64, the arena hit a boiling point. By the time the top 32 seats were announced, Gu Huai alone occupied every single one, doubling the spectators' shock. The Longdao Championship is not universally hailed as the world's toughest event, yet even the former world number 1, Long Wuya, had entered and now sat at 33rd, proof of its prestige. All eyes turned to the final standings, eager to see where Long Wuya would ultimately land. Among the viewers in the live stream were members of the angelic race, and Qingtian was one of them. They descended from the macrocosm with orders to keep a low profile, cloaked by a supreme relic that made them look human. Even the insight spell revealed nothing of their true nature. The instant they stepped onto Bluewater Star, they masked their aura. The planet was on edge, and they knew any stray surge of power might draw the attention of its sharpie elites. They were stronger than ordinary humans, yet against the Dragon Kingdom's peak experts they had no guarantee of victory. Their real constraint was rank. Without a city of their own here, their level was capped at 90. 90 sounded high, but one careless move at this stage could invite a crushing counterattack, and none of them dared take that risk. This Gu Huai is a real thorn in our side. Qing Tian stood on the edge of a skyscraper, eyes cutting through the morning haze toward the imperial capital, where 32 dragons circled overhead, their wing beats audible from miles away. He remembered too well how Gu Huai alone had torn his shadow projection apart and shattered a carefully laid plan. If not for that mishap, he would never have needed to risk his life here. Lord Qing Tian, what do we do next? Stay low, Qing Tian said, raising a hand to silence his subordinate. For now we're ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Keep to a normal human routine, seep into the capital bit by bit, and raise our levels slowly. Then well seize the initiative. He paused, then added, the Seraphim have already contacted the dungeon life forms. They intend to arrive ahead of schedule. What? Dungeon life forms? At those words, the subordinate's pride vanished, terror flashing in his eyes. Among the 4 cosmic scourges, the dungeon creatures were both the strongest and the most troublesome. Even the noble, supposedly holy angelic race shunned them. Alliances often ended with the angels themselves being devoured. Yet Bluewater Star mattered too much. They had to swallow their misgivings and cooperate. Legends of the dungeon's horrors were endless. No one knew their true form. What was certain was that any minor world they marked was doomed. They planted a dungeon seed, which rooted like a parasite and grew into a shadowy, sinister labyrinth. The dungeon devoured life force as it expanded. In its twisting, lightless passages, warped and evil beings were bred. The more deaths within, the richer its nourishment and the faster it swelled. Once its bulk blanketed an entire realm, that world became a living prison. Before that, the dungeon would deliberately spawn treasures, conflicts, and crises to lure more beings in so they could slaughter one another, feedlet and abattoir in one. That was the true terror of the dungeon life forms. A terrifying breed indeed. If sheer brutality were the only factor, the cave dwellers would never have earned the title of the universe's most dangerous scourge. What truly makes every race shudder is their raw, unstoppable power. Even when spotted early, they can still steamroll vast swaths of civilization and devour other life forms as casually as eating snacks. Apart from the cave dwellers, who sit firmly atop the 4 great cosmic scourges, the other 3 are equally hair-raising. Second place belongs to the abyssal demons. They are backed by 108 abyssal hells, each ruled by at least one abyssal archdemon. Any single archdemon could plunge most worlds into eternal night. Numerous, ferocious, and deviously smart, abyssal demons take the runner-up spot on the danger list. Third place goes to the Crystal Clan, a race of beings whose bodies look as if they were sculpted from pure crystal. The more facets a crystallite possesses, the more terrifying its power. Unlike abyssal demons, the Crystal Clan is not especially numerous, but they wield a despair-inducing replication gift. Every new facet allows them to copy another creature's appearance and 90% of its power, while also gaining an extra ability the original never had. As these copies accumulate, even the source being struggles to keep up. Worse still, a crystallite's strength skyrockets geometrically with its facet count. A naturally grown, untrained adult crystallite typically has just over 300 facets, letting it field more than 300 copies. A crystallite deity usually starts at 10,000 facets. By duplicating 10,000 gods, it effectively commands 10,000 divine powers at once. Were their reproductive rate not so low, the Crystal Clan might already share dominion of the universe with the cave dwellers. Fourth place is held by the Swarm. Whenever the Swarm is mentioned, every civilization thinks first of their numbers. Given enough time, a single queen can hatch trillions of warriors, and a handful of queens working together can strip a minor world bare. Luckily, the Swarm has a glaring weakness. Each individual is far weaker than those of the other 3 scourges. With precise strikes against their vulnerable points, the Swarm is actually the easiest of the 4 to defeat. These, then, are the 4 great cosmic scourges that roam the myriad worlds and treat them as little more than pastures. Terrifying as they are, they remain bound by supreme laws. Every campaign they launch faces a strict troop limit. If they exceed that quota, the cost almost always outweighs any gains. Therefore, once their baseline deployment is achieved, they never commit additional forces to the same minor world. Of course, that was the standard protocol. If they ever discovered valuable resources in a minor world like this, they would spare no expense and send someone else. This time, however, the Seraph had resolved to pay a hefty price to summon the cave dwellers into this realm and strike a deal with them. Qing Tian had no idea what that deal entailed. His sole duty was to cooperate, fully provide support, spread the radiant god's glory, and transform this world into a paradise for the Seraph's faithful. Once the cave dwellers arrive, everything will fall into place, Qing Tian assured himself. Not a single minor world had ever survived their invasion. Intelligence showed that when facing any of the four cosmic scavengers abyssal demons, the Crystal Clan, or the swarm of small world survival rate was 8% against abyssal demons, 11% against the Crystal Clan, and 14% against the swarm. When the angels joined the assault, those numbers dropped to 1%, 2%, and 3% respectively. As for the cave dwellers, there was no data. The angels had never fought alongside them before, and according to Qing Tian's information, this was their first partnership. The unknown only made the angels more excited. Uncertainty promised greater destructive power and, by extension, a higher chance of victory. Under the cover of the master artifact, a force of 100,000 angels had already slipped into Longhua, disguised as ordinary citizens. Following Qing Tian's orders, they concealed their power and quietly awaited the cave dwellers' arrival. Gu Huai knew nothing of this, and no one in Longhua had the slightest clue. Imperial capital, the colossal arena. The round of 32 was underway. Instead of running multiple matches at once, each battle was held one at a time, and tens of thousands of spectators watched every move. Up next is the first matchup. Number 32, the Blood Dragon, versus number 33, Deputy Lord Longhua. The announcer bellowed. The Blood Dragon was an exceptionally rare breed. Able to manipulate blood and combat it, could detonate the blood inside an opponent's body, causing unavoidable internal damage. When Gu Huai first tamed it, the creature possessed only a half-mythic bloodline, but it had since been raised to full mythic status. At the center of the arena, the Blood Dragon stood tall, vertical pupils blazing with excitement. With tens of thousands watching, its urge to perform was fully ignited. It had already choreographed an entire dance in its mind. Across from it, Longhua wore a conflicted expression. Just a month ago, he had been the undisputed number one in Longhua indeed, in the world. He still held a lofty office, but the title of strongest was gone. Gu Huai, a rising star, had eclipsed him completely. Staring at the Blood Dragon and the crushing aura it exuded, Longhua felt that being left behind no longer captured the gulf between them. He ended up being ruthlessly slammed into the ground. The reason was simple. The gap between him and Gu Huai had become absurdly so wide that Longhua couldn't even count the differences anymore. He therefore decided to start small. The Blood Dragon before him was the weakest of Gu Huai's 32 dragons. If he couldn't beat even this one, it would be downright humiliating. Longhua's mindset stayed calm. He knew full well he wasn't Gu Huai's equal. If he faced any of Gu Huai's strongest dragons, he would be annihilated in seconds. Since this match involved only the weakest dragon, he psyched himself up. If he still couldn't win, he might actually cry. The fight was about to begin. New King challenging Old and the attention skyrocketed. Bullet chats in countless live streams and forums scrolled at lightning speed. Gu Huai is definitely stronger than Longhua, but this Blood Dragon is the weakest, so Longhua should win. I think so too. Most people agreed until someone raised an objection. You're forgetting one key point. What point? Old Long's power is largely built on his battle pet. That reminder silenced the chat. Exactly. Longhua's profession was Dragon Knight. Rider-Dragon synergy was his backbone. Yet the tournament rules were strict. Since Longhua himself hadn't registered, only his battle pet, Long Quang, could take the field. A black dragon without its knight and a dragon knight, without his mount, were both incomplete. As the crowd debated, Longhua raised his command token, and the black dragon Long Quang ripped through space onto the arena. The stone floor shattered under its landing. Ebony wings spread wide, scales flashing with a cold metallic gleam under the lights. On the opposite side, a crimson vortex churned, and Gu Huai's Blood Dragon appeared, scarlet eyes shining like merciless gems. Both creatures' stats flashed on the giant screen. Blood Dragon, level 100 cap. Black Dragon Long Quang, level 100 cap. Long Quang had recently enjoyed a string of lucky encounters, upgrading its bloodline to mythic rank, theoretically putting it on par with the Blood Dragon. But once the numbers appeared, the gap was obvious. Long Quang's combat power, 490 million. And that wasn't even its peak. At level 99, it had enjoyed the aura boosts of 18 cities. Those vanished at level 100, sending its stats plummeting. Many who broke past level 100 faced the same problem. They could no longer gain experience from killing monsters and had to rely on loot, gear, and skill refinement to keep growing a real handicap. Now look at the Blood Dragon. Although it was Gu Huai's weakest, he had flooded it with resources. Talents, skills, equipment, elixirs, nothing was missing. Stack Gu Huai's personal buffs on top, and its combat power reached 1.64 billion. When those numbers appeared, the arena erupted. A 3-10 power gap was simply overwhelming. The Blood Dragon dropped Long Quang in a single heartbeat. Had it not held back a fraction of its strength, that strike would have been lethal in every sense of the word. With a burst of terrifying psychic power, it detonated the blood in Long Quang's veins, leaving him crippled. Crimson mist drifted across the arena as Long Quang collapsed, and the grandstand fell silent save for a collective gasp. Everyone had considered the possibility that Long Quang might lose, but no one imagined he would be overwhelmed so utterly taken out before he could even struggle. Faced with the brutal truth, the crowd had no choice but to swallow its disbelief. Long Wuya himself stood frozen, as if struck by a hammer. The remaining 31 bouts became a formality. After witnessing the Blood Dragon's display, every other contender chose to forfeit. If Long Quang, Long Wuya's pride and joy, had been humiliated so easily, what hope did the rest of them have? When the round ended, all 32 spots belonged to Gu Huai's dragons. The result renewed everyone's awe of Gu Huai and stoked their curiosity about the upcoming friendly fire matches. Just how wide was the gap among those 32 dragons, and which one truly stood at the top? Under a stadium full of eager eyes, the internal elimination began and jaws started dropping. Each dragon that entered the ring was stronger than words could convey. Spectators had assumed the Blood Dragon represented the pinnacle and that the rest would be comparable. Yet when the creature that had one-shot Long Quang was itself dispatched in an instant by another of Gu Huai's dragons, every prediction shattered. One swift victory followed another, lightning quick and absolute. The more Long Wuya watched, the more disoriented he became. He had thought his own power measured 100, that Gu Huai's was perhaps 200, a comfortable margin. Now the truth was clear, Gu Huai was at least 1,000. The round of 16 soon emerged. Leading the bracket stood Qing Mo, an adolescent azure dragon whose bloodline had advanced to high-tier supermythic. Its combat rating was an absurd 6.6 billion, giving it an uncontested first place. On top of that, Qing Mo still had 109 unused skill points. Gu Huai estimated that once its skills were leveled and those points invested, the dragon's combat rating could break the 10 billion mark. Even so, Gu Huai had no intention of spending the points immediately. He preferred to save them for the stage when upgrades became truly difficult. His reasoning was simple. He had been class changed for barely 3 months, an eye blink for any profession. Rather than rush headlong into a 4th-tier dungeon, he would consolidate his strength. Thus, Gu Huai decided to cap his level at 100 and hold steady for at least another 9 months, waiting until he had been class changed for a full year before tackling the 4th advancement. During that time, he aimed to push his power to the absolute limit. Second place no longer belonged to Daiming. The leaderboard blazed across the giant screen, its gold-lit names impossible to miss. Gu Yuetsu's bloodline had fully awakened, vaulting her straight into the high super deity tier and shooting her combat rating to an outrageous 62 billion, forcibly shoving the erstwhile runner-up down a slot. Daiming now sat in 3rd. Her bloodline was also high super deity, but at an even 60 billion, she could only watch Gu Yuetsu's shadow loom over her. Qingma, Gu Yuezi, and Daiming, dubbed the Big Three by the crowd, were Gu Huai's keenest blades and the odd-son favorites to win the tournament. Outside that dazzling triangle, the gap grew stark. Guyan, once counted among the Big Three and for a time the undisputed number 1, had slipped to the second line. Frustration simmered inside her, yet the ceiling for a mid-super deity bloodline was undeniable, and her combat rating had stalled at 48 billion, no longer enough to spar with the leaders. Even so, that figure left her alone at the head of the 2nd tier. No other dragon possessed a mid-super deity bloodline. The 3rd tier was crowded. Lama, Yuan Yin, the sea dragon god, the mutated 3-headed tyrant dragon, and the shadow end dragon shone brightest, each carrying a low super deity bloodline and keeping combat ratings between 35 and 40 billion. Close behind came Black Orb, Charizard, Gyarados, Salamence, Aerodactyl, and Dragonite, who shared the same bloodline tier but hovered just above 30 billion, Black Orb being the lone exception. Black Orb was an outlier. Since its last trek into the Bizarre World dungeon, it had awakened a fearsome combat instinct. Its visible stats sat at only 19 billion, yet it could square off against foes rated at 25 billion and even had a real chance of winning. With it, the 15 dragons mentioned above all boasted super deity bloodlines, forming the fearsome 15 stars of Gu Huai's roster. The 16th slot belonged to the underworld dragon that had appeared in the same dungeon. Its bloodline hovered a half-step below the super deity threshold. Though the last run had granted it considerable gains, the line remained uncrossed, and its combat rating stayed at 25 billion. Thus, Gu Huai's strongest 16 dragons were assembled, the very group that made up the tournament's newly minted round of 16. Every subsequent knockout match revolved around this elite cadre, and the crowd's excitement caught fire. The arena did not disappoint. Citizens of Dragon Nation watched clash after spectacularly brutal clash, each one expanding their sense of what was possible and driving home the truth that there is always someone stronger. Roused by the spectacle, the populace threw itself into training with a zeal even Gu Huai had not foreseen. Quarterfinal qualifiers, semifinal qualifiers, finalist qualifiers, the championship showdown. Every match drew a sea of spectators. When the title bout began, The entire arena seemed to hold its breath. Qing Mo versus Gu Yuezi. Their spiritual power clashed, and the several hundred-meter platform instantly became a shattered spatial maze, debris and shockwaves sweeping through the stands. The fight raged for 3 full hours. Again and again the arena was forcibly restored, only for the two combatants to blast it into ravines once more. In the end, Qing Mo edged Gu Yuezi by half a move, claiming the first Dragon Dao tournament crown, while Gu Yuezi settled for runner-up. The rest of the rankings were finalized quickly, and when the leaderboard went live, a trove of envy-inducing rewards changed hands, officially closing the inaugural Dragon Dao tournament. During the competition, Gu Huai had briefly unveiled staggering strength that stunned every participant. Yet after the closing ceremony, he slipped away without a sound. Even top figures like Long Wuya rarely caught sight of him again. In his wake, the entire Dragon Kingdom plunged into a cultivation frenzy. Everyone was madly stockpiling power. 2 months after the city system came online, Gu Huai was still nowhere to be found. Amid the quiet, the Dragon Kingdom welcomed its first 4th-tier powerhouse, a former member of the national 3rd team. Convinced he had squeezed every drop out of the 3rd tier, he charged straight through the bottleneck and became a true trailblazer. His breakthrough spread like wildfire, and a 4th-tier craze swept the nation. In just 10 days, the number of 4th-tier cultivators topped 1,000 and kept climbing. The imperial capital's average level rose in tandem. More than 700,000 recently relocated residents shot from level 70 to at least 95, pushing the citywide average to 97.8. The 6 satellite cities, with a combined population of 600,000, averaged 96.1. Out of these 1.6 million people, at least 320,000 had reached level 100, and most of the rest hovered at 98 or 99. With only 20 days left before the 3-month deadline, Long Wuya and the others sought out Gu Huai and proposed redeploying the capital's high-level fighters to bolster other cities. Gu Huai agreed. Overnight, more than half of those 1.6 million citizens simply vanished. Legions of level 96 plus experts fanned out across the land. Simultaneously, a new urban blueprint was released, and the Dragon Kingdom added several cities in one stroke, bringing the total to an even 100. That figure 100 was the optimal scale Long Wuya's group had arrived at after countless simulations. Although the network still couldn't absorb the nation's entire population, once these 100 cities flourished, they could take everyone in. If, when the 3-month mark arrived, capacity remained insufficient, they were prepared to erect thousands or even tens of thousands of provisional cities as temporary housing, later converting them into satellites. The number of formal cities, however, would stay fixed at 100, with all others classified as satellites. Satellite cities or not, every existing city structure would, for now, remain intact. After the imperial capital lost so many residents, it quickly refilled its ranks. The replacements were noticeably weaker. The average level in the core districts fell to 82.5, and counting the satellite towns, it sank to 81.5. Gu Huai paid it no mind. He kept crisscrossing the land, hunting for newly born heavenly treasures, capturing untouched dragon hatchlings, purifying their bloodlines, and honing his own skills to the limit. For the next 20 days, he barely touched the ground, clearing map after map and treating every random encounter as a stroke of fate. During the same period, Longwo's cities boomed. Guided by the capital's trilanderer, the other 100 cities leveled up at breakneck speed. Aside from the capital, all 99 reached level 3, each able to host 200,000 permanent residents and more than 60,000 temporary slots. Over 28 million people were relocated in a flash, yet that was a drop in the bucket for a nation of more than 2 billion. So, in the final 3 days, Longwo went into a frenzy of construction. Contracts shot skyward and embedded themselves in brand new city cores. A swarm of level 1 and level 2 cities lit up the land like a grid. They were low tier, but good enough to catch the surging crowds. By the last day, every one of the 2+ billion citizens had been resettled. With the population secure, Long Wuya sought out Gu Huai, who was training deep in the mountains. Gu Huai, the city system has been live for 3 months. What's next? Are you preparing for the 4th advancement? The capital was no longer the bustling hub it once was. Most top fighters had scattered to other cities, and Long Wuya was no exception. Elder Long, I'm not planning to advance yet, Gu Huai replied, gazing at the distant peaks. Not yet. Then when? Give me another half year. They'll do it after I push my strength to the limit. Fine, we'll go first, Long Wuya said with a nod. I'm taking a team through the 4th advancement and raising the capital to level 5. Sounds good. Gu Huai offered a brief nod and set off once more in search of opportunity. Half a month later, Long Wuya's group completed their 4th advancement. They far outperformed the first wave. None of them stopped short of the 50th floor. Relying on his extraordinary talent, Long Wuya charged straight to the 70th floor and secured a 70% boost to all attributes. Had Yi Sanwang been there, he would have been impressed. His own record had been 62 floors. A 70th floor record would shine even in the vast realm. where countless people advance and the tower's rules are nearly identical. The top races there start strong and rarely fall below the 50th floor. Even excluding the three most overpowered races, 80% of candidates still stall around the 50th. Against that backdrop, Long Wai's feat stands out even more. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. Someone like Long Wuya, who could charge straight to the 70th floor, was already regarded as a prodigy in the vast world. After his group completed their fourth advancement, the Dragon Kingdom's overall combat strength skyrocketed. For more than 10 days they honed their newly gained power. Once everyone's realm had stabilized, they departed their own cities, converged on the imperial capital, and triggered the dungeon that would raise a Tier 4 city to Tier 5. The instance proved far tougher than expected. Monsters attacked in savage waves, and even Long Wuya was nearly overwhelmed. At the critical moment, Gu Huai unleashed 32 contracted elder dragons. Dragon fire swept across the battlefield, eradicating everything in its path, and the dungeon was forced into its final phase. At last, the imperial capital advanced from Tier 4 to Tier 5. The upgrade brought immediate, tangible changes, essentially doubling the city's size and capacity. The population cap of the main city jumped from 1 million to 3 million. More importantly, the number of satellite cities rose from 6 to 10, and each one could now house 300,000 residents instead of 100,000, for a combined total of 6 million. Long Wai's team launched a fresh recruitment drive and quickly filled every vacant slot. Once everyone was settled, they chose to remain in the capital and push toward the new level cap of 105. Each level beyond the fourth advancement offered a significant boost in power. Reality, however, proved far harsher than their ambition. Even the earliest fourth-class adventurers, after more than a month of grueling battles, had stalled at level 101. Monsters were scarce yet devastatingly strong, and experience accrued at a snail's pace. Reaching the fourth advancement had been possible through sheer determination. Climbing beyond it was like reaching for the heavens. Gu Huai cared little for these setbacks. He devoted himself entirely to cultivating his skills and deepening his insight, dismissing logistical concerns as trivialities. 3 months earlier, Gu Huai had already pushed his personal strength to its limit. Without hesitation, he maxed out every skill point, expanding his contract slots and theoretically allowing him to bind even more dragons. In the months since, he had scoured the land for new dragon species, forging contracts with each one he found and steadily reinforcing his own power. Under these circumstances, Gu Huai's power soared at an astonishing pace. Although he was still stuck at level 100, his combat strength was now worlds apart from what it had been half a year earlier. Name: Gu Huai. Class: Dragon Tamer Unique, Hidden. Level: 103rd Awakening. Combat Index: 10.3 billion. Skill Enhancement Points: 0. Skills reset for the 4th Awakening. 4th Tier Dragon Mastery, LV 38-6. 4th Tier Shared Agony, LV 37. 4th Tier Blood Bond, LV 35. 4th Tier Power Amplification, LV 35. 4th Tier Mind Amplification, LV 35. 4th Tier Constitution Amplification, LV 35. 4th Tier Agility Amplification, LV 35. 4th Tier All-Stat Amplification, LV 35. Contracts: 4949. His personal panel alone pushed his combat index past the 10 billion mark, an absolutely absurd figure. Every enhancement point had been spent, catapulting all of his skills to the 4th tier, most of them hovering above level 35. 4th Tier Dragon Mastery, LV 38-6. 1. Active. Allows equal rank contracts with up to 48 dragons. 2. Passive. All contracted dragons receive a 300 boost to every stat. 3. Effect. Reduces damage taken by 99.99. 4. Effect. Grants total damage immunity to Gu Huai. 1/10th of any incoming damage is evenly distributed among all connected dragons. 4th Tier Blood Bond, LV 35 Passive. Links Gu Huai's bloodline to his dragons, sharing 350 of their base attributes. With 14 contracted dragons and a 350 boost to base stats, Gu Huai's overall strength skyrocketed. If that 350 applied to every attribute, his numbers would be even more terrifying. Yet even with base attributes only, his personal stats had already sailed past the 10 billion threshold. He estimated that once he completed the 4th Awakening, his dragon's base attributes would spike again, pushing his power to another level entirely. For now, though, the results were more than satisfying. After a full year on the path of a class changer, he decided it was time to step into the 4th Awakening. Any further delay would only waste time. Gu Huai didn't bother summoning his dragons for additional strengthening, could handle that on the way up the tower. Let's begin, he whispered to himself, informing no one else. Months of silence had already made most people forget about him. Meanwhile, Longwo was developing at breakneck speed. All 100 of its cities had reached stage 5. Each main city could house 3 million residents, while its satellite settlements held another 3 million. giving every city a capacity of 6 million and a nationwide total of 600 million. With a population of 2.5 billion, however, those 600 million slots were nowhere near enough, forcing the remaining citizens to rely on other cities. Unfortunately, among those 100 Stage 5 cities, not a single one had reached Stage 6. Several cities had tried to jump from level 5 to level 6, yet every attempt had ended in failure. The first leap beyond level 5 was brutally difficult, and most cities simply lacked the foundation to pull it off. During this period, Long Wuya personally came to invite Gu Huai to join the assault team, but Gu Huai politely refused, admitted he was not ready, and planned to make his move only after his fourth advancement. Long Wuya could do nothing but keep gathering strength and wait for the next chance. To outsiders, a half-year of stagnation might have seemed surprising, but if Long Wuya and the others had not advanced so quickly earlier, no one would have expected the climb to continue at breakneck speed. In fact, the slowdown made everyone face reality. In most lesser worlds, taking a city from level 1 to level 5 usually required 2 or 3 decades. Pushing a mid-tier city into the level 7 high tier was even harder, often demanding at least a century of accumulation. Under normal circumstances, a lesser world needs roughly 200 years to reach level 90, the threshold for entering the city system. Raising a city from level 1 to level 7 takes another 200 years, and each step beyond levels 8, 9, and 10 typically costs an additional 200 years apiece. Add it all up, and a millennium of development is the norm. The fundamental reason is simple. Residents of high-level cities cannot leave easily. Once they do, they are saddled with extra restrictions and a long recovery period. But that is getting ahead of the story. Under cover of darkness, unnoticed by anyone, the Dragon Nation's strongest combatant Gu Huai, whom many believe to have vanished quietly, stepped into the fourth transition instance. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and when his vision cleared, he stood in a brand new world that did not resemble the tower's interior at all. He was not surprised. Long Wuya had already told him that the tower contained fully realized worlds. Challengers had to fight their way through countless random events, and each cleared floor increased the difficulty. Welcome to the fourth transition mission. From here, a new tower rating life begins, an icy voice echoed in his mind. Your identity, an orphan boy from Luofeng Town, parents deceased. At this moment you are being bullied. Stand up, boy? First checkpoint. 3 teenagers who enjoy tormenting you are on their way. Defeat them. So it's a life simulation, is it? Gu Huai muttered, eyes glinting with interest. According to Long Wuya and the others, the world inside the tower follows no rules at all. Everyone who enters lives out a completely unique life. The tower keeps insisting that no two paths are ever the same. Gu Huai found the idea intriguing. A faint smile tugged at his lips, and for once he felt relaxed. Sampling a different life now and then sounded fun, especially when most of the story flew past and fast-forward and only slowed to normal speed at key checkpoints. The pace was as brisk as flipping through pages. Bang! Lost in thought, he barely had time to react before the already unstable wooden door was kicked wide open, sending splinters and dust everywhere. Even though he was only subbing in, being challenged to his face still rubbed him the wrong way. A moment later, the tower's mechanical female voice announced, "Reminder, your actions will affect the difficulty of future stages. Please choose carefully." At the same time, memories belonging to the Bodis' original owner flooded Gu Huai's mind. If his spiritual sea hadn't been vast, the impact would have split his head open. Within a few breaths, he pieced together this world, or rather, this teenage version of Gu Huai's world. The boy was also named Gu Huai, born and raised in Luofeng Town. His parents were strong and well off, and his childhood had been carefree. Everything shattered when he was 8, during the event known as the Dark Tide. A dark tide is one of the realm's most terrifying calamities. After nightfall, the evil lurking in the shadows surges out like a tidal wave. Cities can protect people, but only if the monsters are kept outside the walls. That night, every resident was forced to fight, including the boy's parents. Dawn found the walls still standing, but the ground was strewn with corpses. Both his parents had fallen, leaving him an orphan. Because they died defending the town, the boy was recognized as a martyr's relative and received a pension. Yet money couldn't ease the ache of loss, nor could it blunt the dangers outside. Beyond Luofeng Town lies endless darkness. Day and night, threats prowl everywhere. Of those who leave the walls, barely 1 in 10 survives unless they possess exorcist power and become hunters. Hunters hold the highest honor in this world and represent an unattainable dream for most. Among the town's 100,000+ residents, only 2 are true hunters, a testament to how steep the threshold is. Hunters enjoy privileges, but they are still bound by law. Take a life, and they must pay for it, same as anyone else. Having sorted through all of this, Gu Huai's lips curved. This world was far more interesting than had expected. Brat, hand over half of this month's subsidy. 3 vicious teenagers swaggered into the room. To them, Gu Huai was nothing more than a walking meal ticket and a punching bag. Every afternoon after school, the three boys blocked the mouth of the alley, split Gu Huai's living allowance in two half into their own pockets, half flung back at him. Don't kill him, they all thought. Only an idiot slaughters the goose that lays the golden eggs. If Gu Huai starves, the money stops. Today, Gu Huai passed the money over as usual, wearing a smile no one could read. Wipe that grin off your face. I'm in a foul mood today. Before the words had faded, the leader snapped a kick into Gu Huai's stomach. The pointed shoe tore his uniform, the dull impact booming through the narrow alley. The other two lit up, excited as if they'd found a new toy. Kai, don't cripple him, save some strength, they urged, all the while hoping Kai would hit even harder. But something changed. All his life Gu Huai had only known how to hunch his shoulders and take the beating. This time he looked up. Before Kai's foot could land, a hand clamped around his ankle light as a feather, yet locked like iron. Let go, Kai yelped. Gu Huai merely flicked his wrist. In the next instant, Kai's 100+ pounds floated up like foam and slammed into the concrete, raising a puff of dust with a heavy thud. Gulp. The other two sucked in a breath, Adam's apples bobbing. Impossible. Kai ranked among the most gifted in their class, a bona fide third-tier channeler, able to thrash Gu Huai 10 times over on any given day. Now had been tossed around like an empty sack. Channelers were the most common cultivators in this world. From childhood, everyone tried to condense mana within their bodies to strengthen flesh and mind, hoping to walk the path of power. Yet more than 90% would remain ordinary channelers all their lives, never reaching the rank of magister. But on this arduous road, there was another possibility awakening. When a bodis mana mutated and birthed a primal power, a demon hunter was born. Demon hunters were the jewels of the world. Even freshly awakened, one could crush cultivators of the same tier. With mediocre talent and scarce resources, Gu Huai had spent 7 years of training yet remained a first-tier channeler. Kai was third tier. The gap between them should have been a chasm. The scene before their eyes offered only one explanation: Gu Huai had awakened. Awakening was the miracle every channeler dreamed of. Gu Huai's sudden eruption, his effortless command of strength, matched every tale they had ever heard. The realization dropped the two boys into an icy abyss. Their minds went blank. A life for a life. That rule was for ordinary channelers. The law was tissue paper before a demon hunter. As long as they didn't cause mass casualties, a hunter could kill a handful of people and it would be written off as a minor incident. Their daily bullying didn't even count as motive. If Gu Huai flattened them in the street right now, no one would lift a finger on their behalf. Terror climbed their spines, draining every trace of color from their faces. Be brother Gu, one of them stammered. Both of them dropped to their knees at once. Faced with death, dignity was worth nothing. Gu Huai's grasp of this world was still fragmentary, yet for once everything was clear. Two boys knelt on the cracked earth, faces bloodless, knees scraped raw, whispering for mercy. Half a meter away, a Kai had been tossed aside, chest heaving, blood saturating his shirt, clinging to life by a thread. Gu Huai gazed down at them with a faint, almost amused smile. Put everything you have on you right here. Yais, they stammered. After a quick glance at each other, they swallowed hard and dumped purses, rings, amulets very valuable onto the ground, trembling all the while. When he was sure nothing had been withheld, Gu Huai finished them off in one clean move, avenging the boat's former owner. Stage 1 cleared. The task panel flashed. The storyline had shifted. An instant later, time accelerated. He could no longer steer his body, only watch as a spectator while events blurred past. Because he had killed 3 local youths, he became the talk of Luofeng town. A search party was dispatched, triggering Stage 2. The town guard would bring him in, and the sole objective was to survive Stage 2. Gu Huai weighed his options. Option 1. Kill the guards and flee. They were no match for him. Yet how strong were the continent's law enforcement forces? If he alerted higher authorities, escape might prove impossible, and he had no wish to stumble into unknown dangers in a strange wilderness. After a moment's thought, he chose option 2, pose as a demon hunter. Demon hunters held high standing and formidable power. The title would justify his killings and make the town hesitate. He donned a weatherproof cloak, released a harsh yet restrained aura, and warned the guards in a low voice. Anyone who lunges at a demon hunter pays the price. I merely removed a potential threat. The guards already feared demon hunters. Hearing this, they exchanged uneasy looks and backed off. Informed of the incident, the mayor invited him to the manor at Ansia. Demon hunter warranted a guest of honor. Stages 3 and 4, and the ones that followed, unfolded under this guise. The first 10 posed little real danger, mostly trivial errands. After clearing Stage 15, he finally exited the Luofeng town instance. Stage 16 opened with Gu Huai boarding a vast, luxurious airship alone. The deck stretched wide, metal railings flashed coldly in the sun, and Magitech engines rumbled, coughing pale blue flames. Destination, Tianyan City, a sprawling metropolis that housed a guild composed entirely of demon hunters. Gu Huai's goal was to take the aptitude test that would chart his future path. Of everyone in Luofeng town, he alone set off for Tianyan City. Naturally, The massive airship had not flown out from Tianyin solely for him. Although demon hunters are rare and highly esteemed, the world is vast, and their overall number remains considerable. Most of them flock to large cities where resources, intelligence, and fellow hunters are concentrated. There they can trade insights, exchange supplies, and strengthen themselves quickly. Small towns, by contrast, are too narrow in scope and offer almost nothing for their growth. Hunters who drift to tiny places like Luofeng Town are usually the less gifted, the ones with little hope of advancing further. Aware of their limited prospects, they stop pouring time and energy into training and instead choose a small corner of the map where they can throw their weight around and enjoy the rest of their lives. Changing course slightly, there is a special airship that rises from Tianyin City at regular mealtime intervals. Its mission is to patrol the 1,000-plus cities surrounding Tianyin, collect every newly awakened demon hunter, and deliver them to the Tianyin Hunter Association, supplying the organization with a steady flow of fresh blood. Where people gather, competition follows. Tianyin may be a vast metropolis, but it is far from the only city of its caliber in the world. Gu Huai happened to be on that airship, and on its deck he made two new friends. Through their conversation, he learned more about the world. First, the concept of nation does not exist here. Law and authority belong to the hunter associations, and the associations are the undisputed rulers. Territory is divided accordingly. There are 108 associations worldwide, each headquartered in a metropolis that rivals or even surpasses Tianyin City, spreading its influence in every direction. Luofeng Town lies within Tianyin's jurisdiction, so any hunter born there must report to Tianyin City. These 108 cities are the lifeblood of every hunter. In practice, each association functions like a small, independent state, beyond outside interference. Yet for global development and mutual benefit, the 108 cities assess their overall performance every 4 years and elect a new 9-member leadership: 1 chairman, 1 executive vice chairman, 2 vice chairmen, and 5 directors. Rankings are more than symbolic. They directly determine the resources and quotas each association will receive over the next few years, so every association fights fiercely for points. Training newcomers and hosting their competitions carries significant weight in the scoring, so rookies receive exceptional attention. Learning all this only deepened Gu Huai's curiosity about the world. Still, the hunter's framework is only half the picture. His two companions also spoke of another colossal power, the Dark Tide, a force whose strength rivals that of the associations. The Dark Tide is, in fact, a faction made up of humans. Unlike demon hunters, who awaken by unlocking their latent potential, these people bow to darkness in exchange for power, wagering their very souls and ultimately turning themselves into monstrosities that are neither fully human nor ghost. Though still technically human, they have strayed far down a twisted path. Had that been all, the Dark Tide would not be so terrifying. What truly inspires dread is this: once a person surrenders their soul, they can establish contact with dark entities from another world. Those beings cannot yet set foot here, but they can send over treasures beyond anything this realm can produce. The nights outside have grown ever more frightening precisely because the Dark Tide controls these artifacts, making the darkness their undisputed domain. Demon hunters now operate only in daylight. Once night falls, even the boldest among them must lie low. Everything above was what Gu Huai gleaned from those two men. He did not accept that wholesale rumors are always once a dead, so he chose to keep his doubts. Time flew, and another day slipped by. After picking up a dozen more recruits along the route, the airship finally descended onto the central plaza of Tianyin City. The moment they stepped out of the hatch, the newly minted demon hunters froze. The sight before them was worlds apart from their hometowns. During the flight, they had talked up Tianyin City as if it were paradise, and Gu Huai had treated it as idle boasting. Confronted with the real thing, he realized that his so-called worldly experience was nothing at all. Tianyin City is a massive metropolis suspended in midair, billowing seas of cloud churn beneath its heavy metal foundation. The plaza where the airship docked stretched so wide it seemed endless, its surface etched with intricate energy runes. Hundreds of equally colossal airships were moored all around, each one gleaming as if newly minted, their hulls lavishly adorned. These means of transport alone spoke volumes about this world's level of technology. This world is far more advanced than I expected. Gu Huai frowned slightly and reined himself in. Staying low-key was the best way to avoid stumbling in unfamiliar waters. Welcome, new demon hunters, to our great organization. The reception staff, energetic and upbeat, led them to fully furnished single villas and told them to rest first. A welcome banquet would be held that evening. Night fell, and the banquet began amid crystal chandeliers and music. The newcomers introduced themselves one by one and met the upper echelon of the Tianyin Demon Hunters Association. The association placed high hopes on this batch, greeting them with warmth and enthusiasm. All told, 36 demon hunters had been recruited, this to me a considerable number even for the Tianyin Association. A new batch of 36 recruits had arrived, one of the larger groups in recent years. The association was determined to make a good impression. Every round of recruitment produced a few demon hunters who would later become its backbone. To keep these promising talents close, the staff had devised an entire charm offensive, a warm welcome, an elegant banquet, and a seamless transition into training and assessments. The young newcomers, oblivious to the plan, laughed and clinked glasses without a care. They were, after all, still very young. When the banquet ended, the coordinator announced that the recruits would enter a 7-day, closed training camp starting the next morning, followed immediately by a test of their aptitude and strength. Because their mysterious gift defied standard instruments, the association relied on its own methods to gauge potential. The week of training was meant to familiarize the newcomers with a demon hunter's combat rhythm, teach them to draw on their newfound power, and lay the foundation for the upcoming evaluation. A system prompt followed. Stage 17 mission unlocked, rank within the top 10 for aptitude in the upcoming test. Note: the type of aptitude you reveal will affect the path and difficulty of later stages. Gu Huai frowned. The prompt offered no specifics about the advantages or drawbacks of being stronger or weaker, leaving no basis for a calculated choice. From bits of gossip, he suspected that those who stood out received more resources and information. Once the stages rose high enough, they might even gain access to the world's source. Staying low-key early on could make later trials far harder. The 7 days flew by, and the test began. The format was brutally simple combat. Each recruit had already tasted the unique tempo of a demon hunter's fight and tried to channel the power within. A live battle was more than enough to measure their progress. The association knew the method was not foolproof, but it could reveal roughly 80% of a person's true strength. The 36 recruits were roughly ranked on their training performance and paired off. Gu Huai's showing had been so strong that the higher-ups already had their eye on him, so his first opponent was relatively weak. He knocked the boy to the ground with hardly any effort. What separates demon hunters from ordinary cultivators is the torrent of power that floods their bodies at the moment of awakening. A novice hunter feels as if a colossal beast has just been strapped to his back and may need years to tame it. Aptitude is therefore everything. Anyone who can master that force quickly, even before reaching the higher ranks, can claim a place among demon hunters. Your guidance, please. Gu Huai reset his stance, his voice calm, yet brimming with quiet confidence. No sooner had the first bout ended than the system assigned him a new opponent. This fighter's aura was steadier, sharper, unmistakably stronger. Bang! After trading more than 20 moves, Gu Huai had sized up his opponent's strength. The man had awakened only a few days ago, yet already broke the 1 million mark in combat power. Outside this world that would be unthinkable, but among demon hunters teeming with elites, it was merely not bad. With the trial run over, Gu Huai stopped holding back. His outrageous 10 billion power level was no joke. Across from him, the hunter rode crackling lightning, his body flickering into blue-white arcs that blinked through the air, as if he were Enel after devouring the rumble fruit. It was only an imitation, though. The real fruit's power was still on another level. Gu Huai quietly judged that no one here could truly suppress him, even if hunters fought with far more esoteric methods than ordinary martial artists. When the lightning shattered again, Gu Huai raised a hand. The intent of his heavy sword gathered into an invisible tidal wave that slammed his opponent to the ground, tearing at the very air around him. Several board members exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. A real prodigy. If they could fully excavate the terrifying power inside Gu Huai, the association's performance this year would be spectacular. With that decision made, they messaged the chairman, the organization's highest authority. The Hunter system governed 108 cities and 108 local associations, all run under a chairman responsibility model. Each city followed the structure of the Grand Council, yet remained clearly separate from the middle ranks. Apart from the 9 chairmen who also served on the Grand Council, the remaining 99 held the title of association representative there and possessed voting rights. Within minutes, energy rippled, and the chairman appeared. He was an elderly man in a gray-white mage's robe, silver hair flowing, his steps as steady as a mountain, and his gaze so deep it seemed able to split the night itself. For the first time at home, Gu Huai felt a hint of threat, only a trace, but enough to prove the old man was anything but ordinary. After all, Gu Huai's 10 billion power meant little without true combat skill. He relied mostly on the sword intent tempered day after day. Seems this world has deeper foundations than I thought, he mused. If a chairman from an average city could project such presence, how strong must the top chairman among the 108 great cities be? Not to mention the acknowledged #1 hunter Liu Yan, the man said to shatter the void with a single palm. Gu Huai had first heard Liu Yan's name from the pudgy kid he met on the airship. Every time the boy mentioned him, worship spilled from his eyes. On the day 12-year-old Liu Yan awakened, the sky exploded and thunderclouds boiled. From then on, the youth walked an almost unbeaten path. That same year, he joined Fengyan City, then ranked outside the top 50. At the Rookie Hunter tournament, Liu Yan single-handedly swept aside countless prodigies and carried Fengyan City to first place. At 15, he had already been appointed to the Council of Fengyun City, and he almost lifted its chairman into the ranks of the Nine. Unfortunately, the chairman's strength fell short, and the honor slipped away. For years flashed by, and when the next election arrived, Liu Yan was 19. Everyone assumed he would simply reclaim his council seat, but he shocked the assembly by defeating, single-handedly, the hunter widely acknowledged as the strongest of the previous generation, earning the title of greatest of the new era. Had Fengyun City possessed deeper resources, he might have claimed the post of Grand Chairman outright. Even so, he was elected Executive Vice Chairman, and his star soared. This was only the prologue. What truly stunned the world was the pace of Liu Yan's subsequent ascent. He once led his disciples in a raid that nearly carried them into the heart of the Dark Realm, cutting down countless horrors that tried to claw their way back into the human world. In those bleak days, people dared not leave the city walls even in broad daylight, and the wilderness teemed with shadow spawn. Liu Yan's relentless hunts brought sunlight back to the plains, and with escorts at their side, ordinary folk ventured beyond the gates again. Nights remained perilous, the monsters grew mightier after dusk, and only true powerhouses dared step outside, but the era in which humanity could only cower behind its walls was broken by him alone. Shockwaves rolled across the battlefield as if the very air were being crumpled, making one phrase flash through Gu Huai's mind. The tremor fruit. He muttered to himself, this hunter's awakening feels a lot like a devil fruit from One Piece. Those convergers, though, look more like regular bodyforgers with so many worlds. Power systems are bound to overlap. Shaking off the thought, he pushed the coincidence aside. The arena brawl raged on, and soon Gu Huai's turn came again. As always, he traded 20 or 30 moves to gauge his opponent's rhythm, then finished the fight in a single, decisive burst. With each victory, the crowd's cheers grew louder, and the chairman's eyes on him burned as though he wanted to swallow the young man whole. The other three contenders who had also advanced watched him with grave expressions clearly. Gu Huai was now the greatest obstacle between them and first place. After being knocked out in the semifinals, the chubby youth bounced over to Gu Huai, thumping his chest and exclaiming, "Brother Gu, I never knew you were this talented." The two already knew each other, and the flattery instantly narrowed the distance between them. Gu Huai smiled and nodded. "I'm all right," he replied. The tournament pressed on, and Gu Huai swept through the brackets with ease. To avoid revealing all his cards, he feigned exhaustion in the final bout and only barely edged out his opponent. But the championship was his just the same. The moment the duel ended, the chairman personally invited him backstage, promising to bestow a tremendous opportunity. And so Gu Huai joined the Demon Hunters Association of Tianyan City, quickly becoming one of its key members. From that moment, the path ahead grew straightforward. The chairperson personally mapped out a string of opportunities for Gu Huai, some hidden in ancient secret realms, others disguised as live combat trials. Each time he pushed open a stone gate or stepped into a teleportation array, he knew he was facing not just fortune, but a test. The chairperson also announced in advance that a rookie tournament would be held 3 months later, open only to awakened who had changed classes within the last 3 years, and he asked Gu Huai to lend a hand. Gu Huai accepted without hesitation. During those 3 hectic months, he plunged in and out of countless secret realms, a blistering lake of lava, towering halls of crystal ice, vine-choked mazes veiled in poison mist. One environment followed another, tempering his strength again and again. What thrilled him most were the unique resources found inside. They directly nourished the 14 true dragons within his body, their scales growing ever thicker and sharper with each breath. Gu Huai could not have been more satisfied with the harvest. Time flew, and the rookie tournament arrived right on schedule. A protective dome arched over the arena, while myriad lights turned night into a perpetual day of battle. From the first match, Gu Huai bulldozed his way forward. Thunder-forged arrows, shadow step assassins, explosions of burning blood, opponents unleashed one dazzling skill after another, yet none left a mark on him. Even the prodigies who had hunted demons for nearly 3 years fell within moments. In the end, Gu Huai claimed the championship single-handedly. On the podium, he met Liu Yan briefly. A few quiet words passed between them, and their eyes made it clear they would cross paths again. 8 short months later, Gu Huai challenged and defeated a veteran counselor of Yan City, seamlessly taking his seat. The following year, he pressed on. In the chairperson election, he dominated the field, becoming Yan City's new chairperson and earning the right to compete on a higher stage. In that clash, chairpersons from every city were eliminated. Gu Huai alone raised Yan City's banner and secured himself a place among the High Council. By then, he had completed 62 missions, and the difficulty of those to come rose accordingly. His meteoric ascent had a simple motive: he wanted to get closer to the world's true secrets. As a High Counselor, he finally touched the deeper truth, the link between the dark world and the human realm. It was a mirror reflecting the shadows of human nature. Every monster sprang from the negative power accumulated within humanity itself. Over the long ages, that power had birthed overwhelmingly strong dark creatures. Were it not for the symbiosis of the two realms, if the outer world perished, the dark world would collapse, with its present world might already have fallen. After hearing this, Gu Huai felt a shock course through him. For the first time he grasped the layered walls of information. 1. Civilians know only that the world is dangerous and that demon hunters guard the cities. 2. Demon hunters understand that dark tides consist of dark creatures and that some humans are tempted to become their lackeys, yet they remain ignorant of the creature's origin and purpose. 3. Those of greater power believe dark creatures wage war over scarce resources, unaware that these monsters are merely the long-spawned power of the human realm itself. Some even naively assume that the dark creatures are no stronger than they are and can only emerge at night because they cannot prevail in daylight. This world is truly sinister. Gu Huai muttered under his breath. He knew that once certain truths were revealed, chaos would follow. Genuine secrets were always held by a select few, while the majority, ignorant of reality, mistook their fragments of knowledge for the whole picture. With the situation laid bare, he quickly deduced his next mission: shatter the dark realm and lead all beings toward genuine happiness. During this time his friendship with Lu Yin grew rapidly. They even sparred once, fists roaring like thunder, arcs of light crackling between them, and the match ended in a draw. Afterward, Lu Yin confided that the dark realm housed many dreadful demon gods, each stronger than he was. Gu Huai remained unfazed. He offered a calm smile. What gave him confidence were the 14 divine dragons sleeping within his body. Everything that followed felt almost inevitable. Acting strictly according to his calling, Gu Huai tore down the barriers of the dark realm step by step, paving a road to the light for the people. Then he uncovered a staggering secret: Lu Yan's true identity. His dear friend was actually the dark realm's grand demon god, its most powerful being. Using a mysterious artifact, Lu Yan had obtained life, entered the mortal world in disguise, and pursued a single goal: to become the absolute ruler of both realms. Had Gu Huai not appeared, that ambition might have succeeded. Congratulations on clearing 100 stages in this world. Your outstanding performance has unlocked the subsequent tower challenge. Would you like to continue? Just when Gu Huai thought the 100th floor marked the end, the system notification exploded in his ears. There's more? Surprise flashed in his eyes. This was beyond his knowledge. Neither Long Lao nor Yi Sanwang had ever broken through 100 floors, and no one knew what lay beyond. The moment Gu Huai cleared the 100th stage, thunder erupted across the great thousand world. Electricity crawled over the clouds, deafening booms echoing so loudly that people thousands of miles away heard them clearly. The masses were not startled. They merely whispered, "Another prodigy has conquered 100 floors. It looks like a new god will be born." Envy flickered in their eyes, but quickly faded. The great thousand world was vast, its gods numbering in the millions. The thunder of 100 floors only signified the potential for godhood. True reverence awaited those who climbed higher. Gu Huai knew none of this. He had already chosen to keep climbing. Welcome to a new tower world. Here you will face countless terrifying and powerful enemies. Current level, floor 101. Completion rewards increased by 10%. The mechanical, solemn voice echoed in his ears. Darkness swallowed his sight. When his vision returned, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The floor was smooth as a mirror, and the vaulted ceiling glimmered with a dark golden glow. The chamber was enormous, yet its sealed walls made it clear he was trapped within a confined space. A 10% bonus? Gu Huai's eyes lit up at once. He had scraped together just 100% over the last several stages, and this round alone would add another 10. That was excellent news, though the objective remained a mystery. While he was still mulling it over, the final level descended without warning. The first thing that appeared was a colossal brood mother, several stories tall, its dark green carapace glimmering with a bluish sheen and veils of acidic mist swirling around its breath. Massed around it were more than 100 hulking insects of every shape imaginable: razor claws, crushing mandibles, venomous stingers, and avalanche of malice rolling straight toward him. Gu Huai instantly pulled up his data panel. Creature, Model 103 Insect. Level, 106. Bloodline, half-step transcendent. Combat rating, 3.8 billion. Note: rank and file Zerg Soldier. Mediocre in all respects. Creature, Model 108 Battle Insect. Level, 108. Bloodline, half-step transcendent. Combat rating, 5.2 billion. Note: combat specialist with considerable power. The numbers kept scrolling, and Gu Huai took a sharp breath. So this was the 101st floor. The difficulty spike was brutal. If Long Wuya and the others, still stuck at level 100, were dumped here, they wouldn't even dent the weakest bug. None of them had broken 10 billion in combat strength. His focus stayed locked on the broodmother. 4 elite insects flanked her, smaller in size, but exuding a wholly different aura. They were the true threat, but at this range he couldn't read their stats yet. The moment their eyes met, disdain flashed in the broodmother's huge compound eyes, as though she instinctively rejected any non-insect life. Broodmothers, after all, considered themselves the universe's perfect life form. Titan Dragon, Swift Dragon take them, Gu Huai ordered, unfazed by foes whose combat ceiling barely topped 50 billion. This was the ideal chance to study, up close, what one of the four great scourges of the universe could really do. The worst thing about Zerg was that brood mothers usually hid underground, endlessly spawning new waves. With one exposed in the open, the danger level dropped dramatically. The Titan Dragon and Swift Dragon were species he had subdued in the last 3 months. Their bloodlines were still half-step transcendent, but after Head force-fed them mountains of elixirs and treasures and buffed them with his own skills, their combat ratings had been muscled up to 80 billion. The Titan Dragon was cloaked in gold, standing on 2 legs like a fusion of ape and western dragon. Muscles bulged under its scales, and every punch looked capable of cracking space itself. Among the 14 dragons under Gu Huai's command, it was 5th from the bottom 8 to 12 billion. The Swift Dragon, also bipedal, looked like a velociraptor from a primordial age. It was one size smaller than the Jingang Dragon, which made it look almost live. Yet its combat rating was virtually the same, actually a shade higher at 8.3 billion. The moment the Jingang Dragon and the Xuanji Dragon appeared, Gu Huai cast share pain on both of them. He believed the pair could topple the brood queen, but he also knew that even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, so caution was vital. One was raw power, the other pure speed. Side by side they plunged into the field like twin meteors. With each thunderous impact, what others considered an impregnable Zerg army crumbled like wet plaster beneath their claws and whip-like tails. Entire swaths collapsed. The brood queen's once proud eyes finally flickered with alarm, though she kept her composure, her gaze growing ever heavier. An instant later her abdomen ballooned, and hundreds, then thousands of cocoons spewed out in a torrent, slamming onto the ground with wet thuds. They split open almost immediately, turning into fresh Zerg soldiers. She spat them out so fast, she nearly kept pace with the dragon's slaughter. Gu Huai felt a chill. If the Zerg could all breed at this rate, they only had to hide and multiply to overwhelm any equal-tier foe. Fortunately, such spawning had to drain massive energy. The real question was how long the brood queen could keep it up. As for the Jingang and Xuanji dragons, their current instant kills depended on a brief burst. Once that burst waned, a mere 3 to 5 billion gap in stats wouldn't be enough for one-shot kills. The fight had become a war of attrition. On another front, Gu Huai simultaneously locked onto the profiles of 4 elite Zerg, each rated around 7.0 billion below the dragons, but not by much. Unknown, they were no threat, yet shielded by the swarm, their harassment forced the dragons to split their focus, letting the hive's numbers swell rather than shrink. I still underestimated the Zerg in the 101st level, Gu Huai muttered, brow furrowed. At this pace the dragons would eventually fall. After a moment he sighed. Time to spend some points. He acted at once. Every dragon sat on a pile of skill points. The Jingang and Xuanji dragons alone held more than 50 each. Gu Huai poured them in without hesitation. Their stats skyrocketed. The Jingang dragon's combat rating leaped from 8.2 billion to 13.1 billion, a raw increase of nearly 5 billion. The Xuanji dragon followed, climbing from 8.3 to 12.9 billion, slightly lower, yet just as frightening. The surge brought more than brute strength. Their abilities evolved as well. With a deep roar, the Jingang dragon unleashed its Tier 4 Jingang Shadow Fist. What once swept merely a sector now blotted out the sky, a rolling tide of fists flooding the battlefield, an ocean of pulverizing blows. Fists like a raging sea crashed down from the sky. A storm of solid-looking fist shadows squeezed the air until it boomed. A massive shadow swept over the swarm. The next instant, an overwhelming blast slammed into the ground, flesh and chitin tore apart under the shockwave, raining scalding blood. The once dense insect horde was reduced to a dark red mist and scattered limbs. Even the 4 elite insects who usually strutted with pride shattered on impact under Jingang Long's ultimate strike. Bony shells burst, bodily fluids sprayed, and their screams were swallowed by the thunderous blast, leaving only wreckage tumbling in the fading gale. When the myriad fist shadows finally dispersed, the vast battlefield held only a hulking brood queen. Her torso split wide open, green ichor gushing out, yet she still clung stubbornly to life. The queen's towering compound eyes flickered in disbelief. She had proclaimed herself the universe's most perfect life form. How could she lose to a human who hadn't even completed the 4th advancement? Humiliation and confusion drove her mad, but no amount of rage could stop her life force from draining away. As her vital aura plunged, she felt death's chill crawling over her carapace. At that moment, Gu Huai stepped out of the lingering fist wind and looked down at the fallen tyrant. A translucent panel floated before his eyes. Monster, Brood Queen. Level, 110. Bloodline, Primary Supergod Bloodline. Combat rating, 2.6 billion. Description, one of the universe's 4 great pieces of trash. Its terrifying fertility can overrun an entire planet if given time. Its vitality is so high it can survive blows from foes several times stronger than itself. Just a primary supergod bloodline can do all this? Gu Huai muttered. If she had an advanced bloodline, how much worse would it be? He had no interest in finding out. I'm not that easy to kill, either. With a casual flick, a razor-sharp pulse of fist energy sliced across the queen's neck. Crack! Her massive head thudded to the ground, a fountain of green blood shooting skyward. The brood queen was dead. Congratulations, floor 101 cleared. Open floor 102. The system prompt echoed over the battlefield. Far above, another bolt of thunder ripped across the heavens. Boom. The second thunderclap carried the same force, yet struck deeper in meaning. He cleared the 101st floor? That's the threshold where godhood is almost certain. Excited voices spread through factions, secret realms, and ancient stars. Clearing floor 100 only proves potential. Floor 101 means that barring disaster, divinity is virtually guaranteed. With the extra 10% bonus, once the human youth becomes a god, he'll be a powerhouse among gods. In a vast stretch of void, a hazy figure eyed the thunderclouds. Interesting, but 101 only draws attention. It's still not enough. If he passes 102, maybe even reaches 104, the figure dissolved into nothingness before finishing the thought. Continue? The system's query still hummed in his ears. Gu Huai didn't hesitate. Keep going. Current floor, 102. Clearing it will grant an additional 20% bonus. 20%. Gu Huai's eyes lit up. That makes 130 in total. A bright smile spread across his face. Old Dragon only managed 70 back in the day. If I clear this floor, it'll hit the full 130. The fist wind had yet to fade when he strode through the next light gate. Welcome to floor 102. The familiar voice triggered the same wave of dizziness, but it faded just as fast. Gu Huai inhaled deeply, vigilance flaring in his eyes as he swept the area. Last time, he had fought the weakest of the 4 pieces of cosmic trash, an insectoid race. Would the other 3 appear now? If so, an early clash could give him valuable intel. Instead of cosmic trash, a pale apparition drifted down in front of him. The figure wore a snow-white robe. Its body looked like mist and smoke. Its face showed no emotion, only a pair of utterly indifferent eyes. The moment those eyes locked on him, Gu Huai felt death reach for his throat. A chill ran down his spine, and he swallowed hard. The sheer pressure told him this was no ordinary creaturite, could be a true god. He had no time to think. The apparition lifted a hand and tapped the air. Boom. An unseen hammer smashed down, making the entire space tremble. Gu Huai's pupils shrank. He instantly unleashed every ounce of strengthened 11 billion combat index fully unlocked. Beside him, the Titan Dragon and the Swift Dragon, both veterans of the last round, lunged left and right. Each exceeded a 10 billion index, and together their 3 auras barely held back the single void god finger. You actually blocked it? For the first time, surprise flickered in the apparition's eyes, deepening when it saw Gu Huai command 2 dragons at once. A heartbeat later it shook its head, face cold again. 1 void god finger you can stop, how about several? Before the words faded, Gu Huai's chest tightened. Alarms blared inside him. Without a stronger trump card, stage 102 might become his grave. He hesitated no longer, summoned his strongest battle pet, and poured every skill point he had into it. Come out, Flame Dragon. Flames erupted as a dragon larger than a Mega Charizard Y burst from the inferno. Even unenhanced, it carried a 12.3 billion combat index. In a heartbeat, more than 60 skill boost points flooded every scale. Ruhar. Its combat rating rocketed from 12.3 to 19.3 billion, almost touching the 20 billion mark. Power surged like a tide, and the flame dragon roared in giddy delight, as if the whole world would soon bow beneath its fire. With the dragon present, the suffocating danger pressing on Gu Huai eased noticeably. Yet the void flashed again. Crack! 3 more void god fingers plunged down in quick succession, each one bearing the same annihilating force as the first, their trails slicing the air and tearing visible rifts in space. Gu Huai finally let out a breath. Good thing he had deployed the flame dragon in time. Without it, he and the other 2 dragons might have survived the strike, but they would have been shattered in the effort. The flame dragon's eyes turned savage the moment it saw the 3 ethereal divine fingers plummeting from above. A deep growl rumbled from its chest, scorching air rolling out with each vibrationo one touched its old father Gu Huai and got away with it. Roar! With a second furious bellow it swung a colossal, red glowing claw at the sky. Tier 4, Dragon Claw. The talons tore through the void, rifts appearing like jagged black seams across space. Air was sucked away, hissing and popping. The 3 phantom fingers were shredded on contact, their fragments fading into motes of light. Far off in the void, a gray-white silhouette narrowed its eyes. A mid-tier transcendent life form? In a place like this, interesting. A pity I'm only a feeble projection. It sighed just as the flame dragon lunged. The young dragon glared at it with fierce, protective resolve. Violet-black lightning coiled around its left claw, deep blue fire blazed around its right, and the twin elements warped the air like crushed glass. The projection's brow tightened, then eased. After a long look at Gu Huai, it abandoned any thought of resistance. There was no chance of blocking the next strike. Tier 4. Chaotic Thunderflame. Boom. Lightning and blue fire struck in tandem. The projection disintegrated instantly. Every shard and lingering ember turned to ash. As it vanished, a familiar chime rang in Gu Huai's ears. Congratulations on clearing floor 102. Bonus increased by 20. Current bonus, 130. Proceed to floor 103. Proceed. Gu Huai's grin was radiant. His only regret was never seeing the projection stats appraisal returned a blank panel, not even a question mark, as though no data existed. He could only shrug. The system continued. Reward for floor 103, 30 bonus. Difficulty, extreme. Space warped again. When the dizziness passed, Gu Huai stood in a realm of birdsong and blossoms, a paradise of emerald grass, exotic flowers, and a crystal stream running beneath soft, filtered light. The more beautiful the scene, the more alert he became. Beauty often hid danger, and this floor offered a 30% bonus. You've arrived, Challenger. The voice was cool and pure, like an orchid in a secluded valley, yet it came from nowhere. Gu Huai's pulse jumped. Even the flame dragon tilted its head, wary. A heartbeat later, the speaker appeared, a man who looked exactly like Gu Huai. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes. A copy? Or a simulation? Confronted with his own likeness, he remained calm. Monsters of this sort were rare, but hardly unknown to him. He had explored countless secret realms and ancient ruins. At this point, virtually no monster could still surprise him. Creatures able to reproduce his combat power one-tune were nothing new either. Unfortunately, such imitations were always limited by blood lineage. Their target's lineage passed a critical threshold, or the gap in strength grew too wide. They could only cobble together a pale copy, never matching the original. Enough, Charizard, rip it apart. Gu Huai didn't want to waste time on this trial, and gave the order immediately. With Charizard's current power, even if it couldn't finish off the dummy, it would force the opponent to reveal its trump card. Challenger, you're in such a hurry. The duplicate Gu Huai chuckled, voice and mannerisms flawless. Before his words faded, a Charizard identical to Gu Huai's appeared at his side. Bone wings, scales, and flame patterns matching down to the tiniest seam. It even copied my dragon? Gu Huai narrowed his eyes, but sensed something off. He flicked his wrist, summoning another Charizard. Flames roared forth. Simultaneously, the mirrored Gu Huai raised his hand and called out a second Charizard. The dragon's roars overlapped in midair. This is Gu Huai instantly pulled up the opponent's status panel. Monster, Jingzhu. Level, 110. Bloodline, mid-tier super sovereign. Combat power index, 22 billion. Description, one of the 4 cosmic trash species, the Jingzhu. Born with a terrifying replication talent. This adult Jingzhu houses more than 300 facets, enabling it to copy over 300 different life forms. Jingzhu? Gu Huai arched a brow, a flicker of surprise in his heart. So this was the race hailed as the progenitors of replication. A single adult rivaled a small tribe. Having faced the Zerg, running into a Jingzhu now felt almost inevitable. Compared with the Zerg, the Jingzhu were even more troublesome. They replicated indiscriminately, and not just appearances, but every ability. By duplicating him, it had duplicated his dragon realm as well, meaning it now commanded the same squadron of dragons. The only consolation was that this Jingzhu's bloodline plateaued at mid-tier super sovereign, capping its replication ceiling. The surest way to deal with a Jingzhu was to deploy someone of even higher bloodline and crush it outright. The catch, Jingzhu bloodlines were already sky-high. Few fell below super sovereign, so finding stronger allies was no small feat. Fortunately, their exalted lineage carried a cost, an extremely low birth rate. Otherwise, given their compulsive copying, they would have become universal pariahs long ago rather than merely being labeled cosmic trash. The 4 cosmic trash species earned that tag because their growth hinged on plundering other races' resources. For that reason, the myriad clans of the Grand Expanse united against them and ultimately drove them out of the known worlds. Since that's how it is, we'll have to finish this quickly. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes, running through everything he knew about the Crystal Clan. In addition to their outrageous replication ability, they possessed another terrifying edge: stamina. Every duplicate was a fully independent life form, and their clan's secret art let them share energy. In theory, they could generate more than 300 faces, push the strongest handful to the front, and use the rest as living batteries or support units, feeding power to the fighters without end. Because of tactics like that, the Crystal Clan ranked among the 4 cosmic trash species, infamous for their ability to drag out any battle, a headache even for Gu Huai. Luckily, this layer of space didn't favor them. To copy, they had to face their target first, starve them of material, and their replication engine stalled. Gu Huai decided, keep most of the dragons hidden and focus on fielding Gu Yuezi. Gu Yuezi was his second strongest combatant, peerless at sweeping the field. With that plan in mind, he opened the Dragon Dominion. A blinding white rift tore wide, gale winds laced with draconic might roaring through. 14 true-form dragons streamed out in formation. With the extra fire dragon head duplicated earlier, 50 colossal dragons now filled the arena, each indistinguishable from its source, their presence pressing against the sky itself. Across the field, the Crystal Clan's Gu Huai raised his head, the identical face showing both admiration and regret. If your opponent weren't me, those trump cards could have carried you much higher. Staring at his mirror image, Gu Huai kept his composure. A copy is still a copy. It can't surpass the original. Let's see. The Crystal Clan Gu Huai pointed behind him, where more than 300 blurred faces stood ready. Gu Huai didn't hesitate. Come forth, Gu Yuezi. Purple light erupted from the rift as a massive dragon, scales gleaming deep violet, spiraled into view. She spread her wings and roared, the sound rattling the air. Her aura had climbed again, her bloodline now perched on the brink of upper-tier transcendent, a single step from the unknown realm beyond. Even with 130-plus skill points still unused, her combat index had shot to 20.4 billion, her regal pressure almost solid. The instant her draconic might swept the field, Gu Huai used another face to duplicate her. 2 Gu Yuetsis and 2 fire dragons now faced the crystal ranks. A satisfied smile touched Gu Huai's lips. If they could copy, so could he. Gu Yuezi, he called, raising his hand. The Crystal Clan Gu Huai mirrored the motion. Both Gu Yuetsis beat their wings, channeling the same technique Jiu Long, Intian Pa. Their roars boomed like thunder, sonic shockwaves tearing at the air. Yet Gu Huai instantly sensed a gulf between them. Identical moves, worlds apart in power. When Gu Yuezi unleashed Jiu Long, Intian Pa, heaven itself seemed to tremble and the earth to quake. The single roar wiped out every dragon behind Gu Huai on the spot. A brutal shockwave ripped through the air, turning dragon blood into crimson mist. Even the 2 Gu Yuzi replicas created by the Crystal Clan exploded inch by inch under the call of their own kind, their bodies shattering like out-of-control crystal statues and scattering as dazzling shards. The difference in power was nothing short of despair. How is this possible? Flashed through Gu Huai's mind a split second before his aura vanished completely. In truth, the real Gu Huai was not surprised at all. The Crystal Clan's bloodline tops out at mid-tier super sovereign. Their duplication technique can only reproduce bloodlines of the same strength. Although those 2 replicas looked identical to the original Gu Yuzi, they still possessed only a mid-tier super sovereign bloodline. The real Gu Yuzi had already stepped into the high-tier super sovereign realm. More importantly, Gu Huai had been feeding her rare heavenly treasures, pushing her bloodline close to the super sovereign limit. If breaking that final shackle were not so difficult, and if Gu Huai had found the key to it, might have advanced even further by now. The gulf between high-tier and mid-tier super sovereign power cannot be bridged by sheer numbers. Nicely done, Gu Huai praised inwardly. The effortless victory made his smile even brighter. He had always disliked the Crystal Clan's habit of stalling with sheer numbers and duplication, but he was no pushover either. 14 dragons, each with its own element and combat style, still had weaknesses he could exploit. What truly troubled him were Crystal Clan warriors with superior bloodlines, and the one before him was merely mid-tier super sovereign, hardly worth mentioning. Floor 104, Floor 108, Floor 109. One light screen after another was torn apart, as Gu Huai cleared every trial in his path. The farther he advanced, the harder it became. By floor 109, he was fighting at full power, yet the results were still spectacular. When the last light screen shattered into a torrent of data, the payoff was indescribably satisfying. Clearing floor 109 granted a 90% boost to all attributes. The base reward for floor 100 is 100%, with floors 101 through 109 adding 10, 20, and so on. Stacked together, that was a staggering 550% total boost. Staring at those numbers, Gu Huai could not keep the grin off his face. He had already been a cut above Elder Long in Raw Foundation, and with more than 5 times the bonuses piled on top, the gap between them instantly widened into an abyss. Diqian World. The major powers were in turmoil. Spies raced back and forth, desperate to identify the mysterious expert who had reached floor 109. Even the top factions in the Diqian rankings could no longer sit still. Passing floor 100 proves one has the potential to become a god, but potential is all it is. Anyone who sets foot on floor 101 is virtually guaranteed to attain godhood sooner or later, barring a fatal misstep. Yet gods, too, vary in strength. Lesser deities enjoy exalted status in mortal realms, but within the divine hierarchy they are merely passing grade, seldom commanding true respect. To many higher gods, they have only barely crossed the threshold. Someone capable of reaching floor 109 clearly will not stop at lesser deity. The factions knew full well that once this person ascended, he would likely outstrip most peers of the same rank. They were prepared to pay any price to make contact. Even a single favor owed would be worth betting their fortunes. Gu Huai watched his stats soar across the board and calculated silently. With this 550% boost, plus Gu Yuzi's near-limit bloodline, the next breakthrough will guarantee my ascent to godhood. At that thought his lips curved upward, his gaze growing keener. Before the true storm swept through the Daiqian world, he would seize every minute and every second to consolidate his newfound edge, waiting for his path to divinity to swing wide open. These are the 4 stages of divinity. Within the entire pantheon, the gap between each stage is vast, and their social standing differs just as sharply. Put 10,000 deities in one place, and roughly 9,000 will be stuck at the first rung, the primary deity stage, which is where most remain for life. Only a lucky few, armed with opportunity and resources, ever break that ceiling. In a top-tier clan, a primary deity is no more than a respected elder, far from the real center of power. Yet among ordinary people, such a being is usually the pillar that holds the tribe together. Above them stand about 900 intermediate deities. Members of this rank can secure a seat on a great clan's ruling council, an instant elevation in status. In lesser tribes, they are almost mythical. The appearance of even one can lift an entire people from ordinary to elite. Rarer still are the advanced deities, roughly 10 in 10,000. Possessing one of these powerhouses is the unofficial threshold for being called a great clan. Having an advanced deity does not automatically make a clan great, but every truly great clan has at least one. Lose that anchor and their territories will soon be carved up by rivals, and any attempt to hold out will be paid for in blood as enemies swarm in. Advanced deity and great clan are practically synonyms. When a clan confirms its opponent hosts an advanced deity, even if it has 5 or 6 of its own, it rarely commits all its forces. First, an advanced deity is so formidable that even a supreme deity finds it hard to pin one down. Second, a full-blown war with such a clan simply isn't worth the cost. Above them is the supreme deity, about 1 in 10,000. Also called the mightiest deities, they wield overwhelming power. Any clan boasting a supreme deity is known as a great clan among great clans, its strength nearly unshakable. All these stages top out at the 108th trial. Anyone who clears the 109th is said to have the potential of a god king. Yet potential does not guarantee the crown. In all the Daiqian world, only 12 have truly entered the realm of god king, each heading a paramount force. Together, these 12 powers form the bedrock of the world, and it was only by joining hands that the 12 god kings expelled the so-called 4 cosmic scourges. The angel race belongs to the clan of light, one of the 12, and even within that lineage it ranks among the strongest. Those who pass the 109th trial but cannot break into god kinghood are called quasi-god kings. They command a portion of a god king's might, but are no match for a true one. Across the Daiqian world, such figures are exceedingly rare. Subtract the 12 paramount clans and the 4 cosmic scourges, and fewer than 10 factions can field a quasi-god king, placing them in a league of their own. Although they rank among the greatest clans, even factions backed by high deities regard them with dread. The reason is simple. No matter how many peak deities you field, they can only cripple a high deity, never slay one. A single quasi-god king can do so effortlessly, and even peak deities cannot withstand that killing intent. Thus, the title quasi-god king carries a crimson aura of menace throughout the vast realm. Back to the point. Everyone cares about those who can clear the 110th floor. Only a handful have ever done it, and more than half of them went on to become members of the 12 god kings, the highest powers in the vast realm. Now Gu Huai has stormed through the 109th floor at a breathtaking pace, and the realm is in an uproar. Who is he? Which world produced him? Within half a stick of incense, someone used celestial divination to trace Gu Huai to a minor cosmos. Yet when they tried to lock onto the exact coordinates, they slammed into an invisible wall. The point of light on the star map winked out without warning. What just happened? The god kings exchanged bewildered looks, tasting failure in a matter that should have been trivial. At their level, fake calculation is usually as easy as lifting a hand. Yet this time, they had been rebuffed. Almost in unison, they reached the same conclusion. The primordial realm. Only the primordial realm is born with the power to block every form of divination. Nothing else could have kept even a minor cosmos hidden from them. The 12 god kings' eyes lit up at the thought. At their tier, few things can still stir desire, and the primordial realm is one of them, a place brimming with fortunes that could make even a god king jealous. If they could claim its hidden creation, their strength would rise yet again. And Gu Huai? Promising quasi-god king seed though he is, the moment primordial realm was mentioned, his importance diminished. Among the 12 supreme factions, the poorest still command 5 quasi-god kings, while the richest hoard 11. Valuable, yes, but hardly irreplaceable. If they can recruit him, great. If not, so be it. Smaller powers, however, find Gu Huai an even tougher problem. Should they bring this monster under their banner, and he one day outstrips them, he would rewrite their entire hierarchy. That hidden danger keeps them wavering. Search. One faction ordered. Comb every minor cosmos in that entire quadrant. Whenever the primordial realm surfaces, countless nearby worlds are thrown into turmoil. Spiritual energy surges and plummets. Void fissures flicker in and out of sight. All obvious clues. Yet the very chaos it radiates becomes its thickest fog, forcing every would-be hunter to grope blindly through the star sea. such as the primordial realm's instinctive defense, a haze that shields its location and buys it time to grow stronger. Gu Huai had no idea that the 12 strongest divine kings in the vast universe had already detected the origin realm better known as Shuilan Xing because of him. If he knew, he would be in a panic. At his current level, even an ordinary 6th-turn powerhouse could erase him without effort, let alone a divine king. For the moment, however, his real headache was the monster guarding the 110th floor. Welcome to floor 110, the final stage. Clear it and receive a 450% bonus. The electronic voice echoed through the empty cavern. 450%. Gu Huai's eyes lit up instantly. He had already accumulated a 550% bonus on the way here. With this last boost, the total would reach a full 1000%, an offer no one could ignore. He was determined to succeed. The difficulty, though, was absurdly high. He stood in the damp, dim grotto as icy droplets seeped from the ceiling and cracked. Dark brown rock crunched underfoot. His opponent was the so-called strongest cosmic trash, known as cavern life forms. What little he knew about them was simple. They were clingy and almost impossible to kill. Gu Huai tried probing the ground with his senses, but detected nothing. The whole cavern felt dead. He wandered the shadowy passageways for more than 2 hours, exploring every tunnel he could find, yet came across neither a patch of moss nor an insect hiding in a crevice. The place was nothing but barren emptiness. Frustration gnawed at him. Cavern life forms, how am I supposed to break this stalemate? With no other options, he gritted his teeth and switched strategy's destruction mode. Everyone, come out. At his low command, gold-red light flared across the ceiling. 14 dragons erupted from the void, their scales catching the fire-blue glow. Gu Huai poured every enhancement point he owned into them. Muscle reinforcement, elemental affinity, soul resistance, everything. This battle was his endgame. Win, and he would reach the 4th turn. Lose, he would still advance, but the power gap between victory and defeat was huge. He had to win. As the skill points sank in, the dragon's auras rose visibly, dragging his own attributes higher. On the system panel, his combat rating surged to 20.1 billion, surpassing most of dragonkind. Numbers alone, however, did not make him the strongest. In real combat, he was still the weak link after all. The enemy was an overgod-class creature. Luckily, more than half of his dragons were overgod life forms in their own right, each one monstrously strong. With every skill maxed, their power tiers became clearer. 1. Top tier and tri-level overgod dragons. Combat ratings hovered around 20 billion, from 18 billion on the low end to 22 billion on the high end. 2. Second tier, still at the threshold of overgod, but a step below the first echelon. More than half of Gu Huai's dragons carry only a primary bloodline. Beyond this basic force, his camp has gathered over a dozen mid-tier super divine dragons, each boasting a combat rating above 25 billion. The standout is the sea dragon deity, Yuehen, whose 30.1 billion rating ranks first at her level. Close behind, the Shadow End dragon deity and the mutant 9-headed tyrant dragon dominate the same tier, keeping every nearby enemy on edge. Gu Huai's true trump card, however, is a roster of 6 extraordinary dragons. 1. Azure Dragon Qing Mo 53.4 billion, universally hailed as Gu Huai's strongest head dragon. 2. 5 Metal Dragon Deity Gu Yuezi 52.0 billion, balanced in both offense and defense. 3. Doomsday Bone Dragon Deity Daiming 50.1 billion, bone wings shrouded in an aura of annihilation. 4. Primeval Desolate Dragon Deity Gaian 45.6 billion, a fusion of savagery and ancient blood. 5. Primeval Thunder Dragon Lama 41.8 billion, crackling lightning hiding lethal intent. 6. Elemental Dragon King Yuan In 41.3 billion, swirling elements. The weakest of the 6, yet still fearsome. There is also a special case, the demonic Ghost Dragon Deity, Hachio. Though it carries a high-tier super divine bloodline, its purely psychic nature limits its combat rating to 20.7 billion. Even so, Haikia's talent for mind control and possession is irreplaceable. With or without it, the entire team fights in a completely different style. Across the realm, an ordinary high-tier super divine bloodline usually caps at roughly 30 billion at level 100. Breaking 40 billion is almost reserved for a supreme bloodline. Yet, even those struggle on the 110th floor, over hundreds of millions of years, this plane has produced more than 1,000 supreme bloodlines. But only a little more than 20 have ever cleared floor 110, and barely any have passed floor 109. Now, all 6 of Gu Huai's dragons have surpassed 40 billion at level 100, leaving every observer stunned. Yuan Yin currently sits last at 41.3 billion, with Lama 5th at 41.8 billion. Gaian claims 3rd at 45.6 billion, still tens of billions behind the leading trio. Qing, Mo, Gu Yuezi, and Daiming have already pushed their super divine bloodlines to the brink of the supreme level. Their accumulated power has forced their combat ratings beyond 50 billion. 50.1 billion for Daiming, 52.0 billion for Guyuezi, and an unmatched 53.4 billion for Qingimo. Not even many supreme bloodlines can hit 50 billion at level 100, yet these three have done it. Go all out, destroy this world, Gu Huai murmured, clenching his fist. If he couldn't find a natural flaw in this cavern, he would make one himself. He refused to believe its denizens would remain calm while he laid waste to their domain. Gu Huai had run out of options. After wandering through this bizarre cavern world for more than 2 hours without finding a single clue, he finally ordered a full-scale assault. The Fortinine dragons roared as one the moment his command went out. Their wings whipped up hurricanes, their tails scoured the ground, and mountains began to crumble. Cracks spread like a spider web, lava boiled onto the surface, and dust-darkened winds turned the sky as black as night, giving the world the look of doomsday. The devastation finally worked. The once silent cavern shook violently as an enormous will awakened. A heartbeat later, a monstrous shadow blotted out the sky, and a pair of pitch-black eyes large enough to swallow heaven and earth slowly opened, distant, oppressive, and chilling. Die! A voice as deep as divine judgment exploded overhead. The shattered continent split even further, peaks collapsed, and the vault of heaven sagged under the pressure, as if the entire sky were about to crash at their feet. Amid the upheaval, a status screen materialized before Gu Huai, revealing the creature's information. Creature, cavern life form. Level, 110. Bloodline, high-tier supergod. Combat power, 80 billion. Profile, ranked first among the universe's 4 great trash species. Born with an internal world, it devours external life forms to expand that world and increase its own strength. The entry was brief, but heavy. An 80 billion battle rating paired with a high-tier supergod bloodline made Gu Huai's heart clench. On the 109th floor, he had met another creature of the same level and bloodline. Yet its battle rating had been a mere 5.5 million, nowhere near this monster. No wonder it's the top of the universe's 4 great trash species, he thought, a chill running down his spine. Even in the grand cosmos, this thing would stand at the very pinnacle. His assessment was right. Cavern life forms have always been among the most terrifying races in the cosmos. In terms of individual strength, they easily crack the top 10. Born nurturing a miniature world inside their bodies, they start with at least a low-tier supergod bloodline and evolve continuously through that inner realm. So long as it doesn't die, even an ordinary cavern life form can eventually elevate its bloodline to high-tier supergod and step into true godhood, an inevitability, not a possibility. The other 3 trash species can only sigh and envy at such talent. By contrast, abyssal fiends are shackled by strict hierarchies: imperial, royal, elite, and common, and even the rare imperial line has no guarantee of divinity. The crystal race is similar. Their low numbers make advancement a bit easier, yet godhood is never certain. As for the insectoids, only the queen possesses a complete genome and counts as a full life form. The innumerable offspring are incomplete. An incomplete being can never attain godhood. Even the lone god king of the insectoid swarm cannot create another bug with a complete genome. At best, he can spawn a brood queen. That fact alone reveals how extraordinary the abyssals are. Each is born with a fully intact genetic blueprint. Were it not for the way every newborn permanently drains all surrounding life force, wreaking untold havoc on the cosmos, and for their dismally low reproductive rate, they would already rank among the supreme races. The black sphere hovered in midair. Gu Huai stared at the stark digits on the display and spoke in an uncharacteristically grave voice. 80 billion. Even Qingimo, the strongest under his command, topped out at only 53.4 billion. A gap of more than 20 billion at this level was a chasm. Adding the other 2 500 billion class dragons still would not let them match this abyssal heathen. Gu Huai had only one trump card left, letting the black sphere possess a host. With a roar, the sphere became a jet-black streak and vanished into Qingimo. Her dragon scales rippled like storm-tossed waves as raw power thundered through her meridians, swelling her body with battle fury. Her combat rating rocketed 53.4 billion, 60, 70, finally stopping at 81.2 billion. That put her 12 billion above the abyssal, yet still within the same tier. Worse, the power came from a temporary merger with the sphere and could never be fully assimilated, whereas the abyssal's 80 billion was its innate foundation. In essence, the gap remained. All things considered, Qingmo's chances were slim. Even so, she still had Gu Huai's pain-sharing skill and 48 brothers and sisters at her side. They were all trapped inside the abyssal's pocket realm. As long as they kept tearing at its inner structure, they could bleed away its energy. That was their only path to victory. The vast expanse, domain of the Celestials. The Celestials were one of the 12 supreme races. Their population numbered only a few hundred million, yet every citizen was a soldier, each carrying at least a mythic-grade bloodline. If a clan leader simply matured normally, even the weakest reached the 6th circle realm. 1 in 10 could attempt demigodhood, and nearly 1% could step into full divinity. Hundreds of millions of people and nearly 1 million gods. Those figures alone were enough to unnerve every other race. The Celestials currently boasted 11 quasi-god kings, the highest count among all powers. Within the 12 supreme races, their overall strength sat firmly in the top 3. Why were they not number 1? The answer was simple. While their talent and combat skills were extraordinary, their raw power still lagged behind that of a few other supreme races. Inside the celestial clan's sanctuary, the divine hallowed deity, forged from pure light, sat motionless on the highest jade dais. The hall was deathly silent. No god dared raise their head, let alone face that blinding brilliance. Even if they tried, all they would see was an ocean of searing platinum light that concealed his true form. Do you think he can pass the 110th level? The deity's radiant shrouded gaze fell on another golden aura below quasi-god King Yu, his tone as calm as still water. Light flowed across Yu's body. In the last 100 millennia, he was the only celestial to reach the quasi-god king realm, and he had once stormed the 110th floor himself. Brimming with confidence, he was still stopped cold by the final boss and hurled back in defeat, forever remembering that level's terror. He bowed respectfully, yet spoke with conviction. My lord, I believe it's impossible. The god king gave a soft hum, inwardly agreeing. Almost at once an ancient memory flashed before him. Eons ago, deep within the wasteland, one of the great world's 10 deadlands stood a weathered stele engraved with faint words, the path of the God King ends. From that day on, no one truly ascended to the God King throne. Though 3 people later cleared the 110th floor, each died before being crowned. It should be impossible, he reaffirmed. At that instant the heavens boomed, and the entire hall quaked as though struck by a colossal hammer. What? A long-absent ripple swept through every powerhouse, the unmistakable sign that the 110th floor had fallen. In a heartbeat, countless beings looked skyward, and even the 12 aloof god kings grew solemn. The great world was about to enter turmoil once more. A system notification echoed with the thunder. Congratulations on clearing level 110. Bonus increased by 450. Your total bonus is now 1,000. 4th class advancement complete. Congratulations on becoming a tier 4 powerhouse. Gu Huai drew a long breath. He had finally achieved his 4th advancement. In this battle, he had almost exhausted every card. He held 14 dragon souls, went berserk, 47 falling one after another under the cavern beast's frenzied assault, leaving only Qing Mo and Black Orb barely standing. The cavern creature was equally devastated. The dragon's final, rending charge obliterated it, yet its dying counterattack still forced Black Orb back into symbiotic form and left Qing Mo gravely wounded. Had it not all occurred within the Tier 4 quest instance, Gu Huai's own life force would have been disastrously drained. Anywhere else, the price he paid today would have been ruinous. After finishing the 4th tier class quest, Gu Huai's 14 dragons were back in perfect shape, as if they had never fought at all. Their presence was more imposing than ever once all their secondary stats merged into base attributes. The system tacked on another 1000% final bonus, triggering an explosive surge in power. The gains came on 2 fronts, a sweeping upgrade for the dragons and a qualitative leap for Gu Huai himself. The first benefit was easy to spot. Every dragon's combat rating climbed by about 20%, and the 3 chiefs Qing Mo and the other soared past 80 billion in raw power. Even more crucial, their strength now leaned heavily on base attributes, giving them a rock-solid foundation for future growth. The second benefit was the true jackpot. Gu Huai wielded a unique skill that let him draw a portion of his dragon's base attributes and add them to his own. Previously, the dragon's base stats weren't spectacular, so the bonus he received was limited. Now, with all 14 dragons suddenly supercharged, it felt like swallowing a volcano of energy. His own attributes skyrocketed in an instant. A brand new status panel unfolded before his eyes. Name: Gu Huai. Class: Dragon Master, unique, hidden. Level: 104th advancement. Combat power: 28.5 trillion. Skill points: 5 resets after 5th advancement. Skills: Tier 4 Dragon Mastery, LV 38.6. Tier 4 Shared Pain, LV 37. Tier 4 Bloodline Link, LV 35. Tier 4 Strength Boost, LV 35. Tier 4 Mind Boost, LV 35. Tier 4 Constitution Boost, LV 35. Tier 4 Agility Boost, LV 35. Tier 4 All Stat Boost, LV 35. Descent of the Deity, LV 1. Contracts: 4949. 28.5 trillion. He had jumped straight from the billions to the trillion, saw a staggering 2.85 trillion in raw combat power. Against that backdrop, Qing Mo's 80+ billion suddenly looked trivial. Gu Huai stared at the numbers for a long moment before it hit him. He could literally punch through space now. A torrent of strength rampaged through his body, as if it might rip open his meridians or unleash a world-shattering strike at any moment. He clenched his fist, a broad grin spreading across his face, not because of the digits, but because the power was real, tangible, and completely at his command. For the first time, he felt truly invincible. Incredible. This surge wasn't just a spike on a stat sheet. It was a bona fide transformation. Gu Huai quickly plotted his next steps. If base attributes were the real ceiling, his skill focus needed to shift as well. Dragon Mastery had been his cornerstone before, but from now on, Bloodline Link would take center stage. The reason is simple. At level 35, the Tier 4 skill Bloodline Resonance already grants a 350 boost to base attributes. In the past, that 350 was impressive. Yet because a dragon's base stats accounted for only a sliver of its overall combat power, the final result looked underwhelming. Now the situation is completely different. Most secondary stats have been forcibly converted into base stats, and those base stats are being multiplied by 1,000, a full 10-fold increase. With the two bonuses stacking, Gu Huai's character sheet surged like waves whipped up by a hurricane, skyrocketing to an unmeasurable height. Even more outrageous, the number is still climbing. The higher his own level and the more dragons he commands, the wilder the boost becomes. At this rate, his combat rating will one day reach a level that could shake the entire continent. With his fourth advancement perfected, Gu Huai naturally ended his seclusion and turned his attention to upgrading the city. He called up the system display, and the familiar light blue screen unfolded before him. City name, Imperial Capital. Lord, Gu Huai. Nation, Dragon Kingdom. City level, 51,000,000,000,000. Population, 3 million, 3 million. City coins, 53.34 million. Unlocks new merchandise in the city store. Dungeons, 8. Storage, no level cap 15. Maximum satellite cities, 10. Current satellite cities, 10. Population cap per satellite city, 300,000. Upgrade requirements. Consume 2,000 city tokens. Possess 10,000 fourth-tier powerhouses. All other residents must have an average level of 98 or above. Meeting these conditions will unlock the upgrade quest. The Imperial Capital had been stuck at level 5 for ages. It still boasted a little over 20,000 fourth-tier experts, impressive on paper, yet far short of its heyday. The reason was simple. While Gu Huai was in retreat, a large share of the top combat strength had been dispatched across the nation to help push the Dragon Kingdom's 100 cities toward higher tiers. For a time, the country's brightest spotlight shone on Mo City. To break into level 6, Mo City gathered more than 200,000 fourth-tier experts, over 10,000 level 105 plus elites, and 6 million troops who started at level 100, giving the city a terrifying average level of 102.4. Everyone assumed that would be more than enough to crack the level 6 threshold, yet it still failed during the final trial. The difficulty of becoming the first level 6 city was beyond anyone's imagination. After the setback, most of those powerhouses withdrew from Mo City to support construction elsewhere, though a core group chose to stay, allowing Mo City to retain its status as the kingdom's top city. The Imperial Capital, its main forces spread thin, had slid to third place. Only just over 20,000 fourth-tier experts remained, and the average level had fallen to 86. Had many of those high-level fighters not originally hailed from the Imperial Capital and returned home after leaving Mo City, the power of what was once the Dragon Kingdom's core might have dwindled even further. Gu Huai stared at the upgrade requirements, a slight crease forming between his brows. An average level of 98. Huh? Looks like he'll have to get in touch with Elder Long and the others. Gu Huai had meant to hit the upgrade button on the spot, but the conditions simply wouldn't allow it, and there was nothing he could do. After a brief moment of thought, he dialed Old Dragon's number and spelled out his plan to push the city's upgrade. The line was silent for a heartbeat. Then Old Dragon's excited voice rang out. "Leave it to me." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the call clicked off. Everything that followed ran astonishingly smoothly. Old Dragon stepped in personally, brushed aside every objection, and pulled the fourth-tier powerhouses who had split up after their failed bid back together again. These experts had just tasted defeat and were reluctant to make another attempt. But as soon as they heard Gu Huai was taking the lead, their spirits soared. Gu Huai, after all, had been in seclusion for ages, and they'd been itching to see him. Those who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with him felt the reunion burn even hotter. Naturally, not everyone was convinced. Some muttered that if such a massive team had failed, what difference could Gu Huai make? They admitted he was the world's undisputed number one, but one man was still only one man. In a small-scale fight, he might turn the tide. Yet this was a monster tide of millions, tens of millions. Even an optimism was hard to come by. On top of that, had been away so long that no one knew how much stronger had actually become. In the end, though, no one wanted to lose face, so they showed up. Soon, more than 200,000 fourth-tier powerhouses left their own cities and rushed to the Imperial Capital. 10 days later, a dense mass lined up beneath the city walls, and their arrival pushed the average level of the defenders to 102. In those 10 days, the number of fourth-tier fighters climbed to nearly 300,000, all because of one named Gu Huai. Gu Huai, I need to give you the full picture of how brutal this upgrade quest is. I'm not exaggerating, it's as hard as it gets. As the countdown to the city upgrade neared zero, Long Wuya walked over, his tone grave. In listening, Elder Long Gu Huai stayed quiet and attentive. He already knew from others that this group had tried several times to reach a level 6 city and failed every attempt. The last run had come closest, yet the finish line was still nowhere in sight. The format is simple, just a gauntlet. No gimmicks. The catch is that the enemy numbers are astronomical. Long Wuyao lifted a hand toward the temporary strategy screen. First round. We faced a human army of 1,000,000, all level 100, freshly at 4th tier. With the 6,000,000 troops we scraped together, we cleared it. Gu Huai gave a slight nod. A level 102 average team, 6,000,000 strong, beating 1,000,000 foes of equal rank was perfectly reasonable. The second round doubled to 2,000,000 enemies, still level 100. The third, 4,000,000. The fourth, 8,000,000. The fifth, Long Huai's voice dropped a notch. 16,000,000 monsters, same level, same tier. The number seemed to drain all the air from the room. Even Gu Huai's brow knit. 16,000,000 level 104th tier monsters. Every detail of that figure screamed despair. Exactly. That's where we lost the last attempt. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.